Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter's life changed after the Dementor attack. Here is short summary. After a Dementor attack nearly destroys Harry's future, Sirius Black takes matters into his own hands, setting in motion events that will change Harry's life forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry Potter had never given much thought to his future and, other than a few idle hours, willed a way in which he had indulged himself in the contemplation of the various females of his acquaintance, had certainly never given serious consideration to the question of who would ultimately become Mrs. Potter. The thought of marriage not only had never really occurred to him, but it was also something which, consciously or not, he had considered unappealing early in his life, no doubt largely due to the only example he had ever witnessed, the married life of his aunt and uncle. They had always, in his memory, been largely argumentative, and he could never remember any instances of spousal felicity or shows of affection. In fact, other than their shared propensity toward making him feel worthless and consigning him to a miserable existence, they had never actually shown any common goals or interests, making him wonder why they had married in the first place. His only other example was slightly better in execution, as the Weasley parents were at least friendly with each other and focused on their family and the importance of that family in their lives. It was a different portrait to be certain, but hardly a more reassuring one to Harry's mind. After all, although they were certainly more harmonious than his aunt and uncle, it was also obvious who was in charge of the relationship. Harry hesitated at labeling Mrs. Weasley as loud and overbearing. She had been remarkably kind toward him in the time he had known her, but he knew she was a strong-willed woman, used to getting her own way, whereas her husband was generally content to coast along, allowing her to put herself forward, while he allowed himself to slip into more of a support role. Harry was very fond of the Weasleys, he was simply not excited about emulating their relationship. So with Harry's examples of marital felicity, it was hardly to be wondered that young Harry was not enamored of the thought of marriage but had also, perhaps subconsciously, wondered if finding a wife was even worth it at all. And now he was all but engaged to be married, without his consent, and to some which he had never met. And furthermore, he did not even know her name. How was he supposed to feel when confronted with such a situation? Was there any way out of it? Was this man another fortune seeker, bent on a connection with the infamous boy who lived? Or was he playing some other game? Then again, this stranger must have some reason for not only agreeing to enact such a scheme, with Sirius's help no less, but also accepting this marriage contract, given Harry's well-documented troubles with the aforementioned insane and powerful wizard. A fortune seeker would have to be unbalanced to consider an alliance in the face of such danger. Harry did not know what to think. Just as the inevitable pandemonium began, Harry noticed the stranger peering at him with a kindly expression on his face. The action worked to reassure Harry somewhat that, whatever the man's reasoning was for this interference, his reasons for revealing this marriage contract were not intended to be detrimental to Harry's future. Given all that was going on in his life, the thought was comforting. Then again, appearances could be deceiving. "Is anything wrong, Harry?" the man asked in a quiet voice, ignoring the rising noise around them. "Marriage contract," Harry managed to squeak out. Jean Sebastian shrugged. "Not exactly common any longer, but certainly not out of the ordinary either. Surely you had some indication such a thing was possible." "I'm sorry, sir," Harry said with a shake of his head, "I didn't know. I've been raised by muggles, and sometimes I'm still surprised by some of the old-fashioned things in the wizarding world." Frowning at Harry's comment, Jean Sebastian stared at him in deep contemplation, causing Harry to become self-conscious. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, the nervous energy escaping despite his best efforts to keep it controlled. "It's all right, Harry," Jean Sebastian responded, his tone soothing and a smile once more on his face. "I was not aware of your lack of knowledge. We will have to work on your education once we are away from this place. Is there any way out of it?" Harry blurted, realizing immediately it was the wrong thing to say when a dark expression came over Jean Sebastian's face. "I'm sorry," Harry said somewhat nervously, not wanting to offend his benefactor. "This is just all so new to me. I mean, I've never thought. I don't even know your daughter, he finished, somewhat lamely, after a short pause. Jean-Sebastian chuckled quietly, his amusement immediately replacing his momentary displeasure. Do not worry, I am not offended. I can see we have much to discuss, my young friend, and you have much to learn. At Harry's nod of agreement, Jean-Sebastian reached out and grasped his shoulder, squeezing it slightly in a comforting gesture. As for not knowing my daughter, I assure you, she is not unknown to you. Harry regarded him uncertainly, wondering who he could possibly mean. My apologies, young Mr. Potter, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jean-Sebastian Delacour, French ambassador to the International Confederation of Wizards. This marriage contract engages you to my daughter, Fleur, with whom I believe you are acquainted through the Tri-Wizard tournament last year at Hogwarts. Order. At that moment they were interrupted by Minister Fudge, who was banging his gavel on the desk in front of him, yelling for the Wizengamot to come to order. But Harry, shocked as he was by the suddenly revealed identity of his mysterious benefactor and his newly betrothed, heard none of it. Fleur Delacour, is that who I'm engaged to? Thoughts whirled around in his head, flitting from images of a beautiful young woman entering the Great Hall of Hogwarts for the first time and drawing the eyes of every young man, and many not so young, to a bedraggled Fleur freshly emerged from the cold of the lake, hugging him tightly in thanks for rescuing her sister. That was who he was now tied to by this contract. Unable to wrap his head around the thought, Harry forced himself to calm and think about the situation rationally. He considered his almost non-existent acquaintance with the young French villa. He had thought about asking Fleur to the Yule Ball the previous year during the tournament, but who had not? Daydreams of appearing at the event on the arm of the most beautiful young girl any of them had ever seen had filled the fantasies of most of the boys at his school. But whereas Ron had forgotten she was far above any of them, Harry had confined his thoughts to the realm of fantasy, never allowing himself to consider that she might actually say yes. Still, now that he thought about it, although he still considered her far above him in terms of beauty and desirability, the example of Ron was certainly not one which fit the situation. After all, as the story went, Ron had blurted his request in the middle of a crowded room and then run off in fear. To the best of Harry's knowledge, she had never actually made a response. It was possible, however unlikely, that she might have accepted Ron's proposal. After all, he had no knowledge of when Roger Davies had actually asked her to the ball, but if her expression during the event had been any indication, his continual fawning on her had likely been aggravating, and certainly not much worse than she would have experienced with Ron. Which brought another thought to his consciousness: did he have any real indication that she actually thought herself above those around her? She had been somewhat cold and distant when she had first appeared at the school, and she had acted snooty when he had appeared in the anteroom after the goblet incident, but that was all he had to base his thoughts of her arrogance upon. After all, people at his school thought him to be a spoiled pampered prince, glory seeker, and, since the incident in the graveyard, a delusional liar. Something he liked to think was not true, although certain events in his past had led him to question his own sanity on occasion. Was her situation any different from his? Perhaps the popular perception of Miss Delacour was not the reality. He would have to actually speak to her himself and get to know her before making any judgments, something which, he admitted to himself, he had not done in the past. Shaking himself out of his stupor, Harry made an effort to concentrate more on what was occurring around him. You really have no choice, Minister, Jean-Sebastian was saying, glaring at the minister through narrowed eyes. International law in this instance is very clear, since both Mr. Potter's guardian and I have agreed on the execution of the marriage contract. It is in force, regardless of the wishes of the British ministry. An incoherent sputtering issued from Fudge's mouth, causing Jean-Sebastian to shake his head in response and Harry to wonder at the man who had managed to render the loquacious minister speechless. But you can't, Fudge finally got out through his rage and indignation. We can't have one of our most famous citizens married to a foreigner. This same citizen you were prepared to lynch without bothering to learn the truth. Fudge could have nothing to say to that statement. And Minister, I will assume you have no other objections to my daughter's suitability as the wife to Mr. Potter. This last was said with a hard core of steel evident in Jean-Sebastian's voice, and although Harry did not quite understand the reference, it was not lost on Fudge or the rest of the Wizengamot. There were more than a few scowls, thoughtful looks, and nods of approval from the assembled, giving Harry no further clue as to what was being discussed. As I said, regardless of the British ministry's position on the subject, Mr. Potter is now legally and magically bound by contract, agreed to by our ancestors and enacted by myself and his guardian, to marry my daughter. I suggest you become used to that fact, as it will not change. Fudge appeared as though he wished to make further objections, but Jean-Sebastian did not allow it, instead speaking right over the minister's incoherent stammering. In addition, as Harry is still underage, I will be assuming his guardianship until he either becomes of age, or his true guardian steps forward to resume his position. Again, this is non-negotiable and well within the bounds of the law, he continued when it looked like Fudge was about to object yet again. Of course, if the English wizarding government is hell-bent on expelling Mr. Potter from Hogwarts, I am certain a place can be found for him at Beauxbatons. After all, his betrothed still attends the premier French school, and I'm certain they would be happy to accept such a high-profile addition to their student roster. For a moment, Harry almost thought Fudge's eyes would pop out of their sockets as he stared at Jean-Sebastian. Although not especially versed in the art of politics, even Harry understood this reference. His arguments in shambles politically, Fudge had no choice but to back away from his stance. Further, if he was perceived as the reason a well-known and almost revered citizen was driven from Hogwarts, his political career would be ruined. Harry could almost see Fudge's political life flashing before his eyes, causing his lips to rise in sardonic amusement. Harry had certainly never considered politics to be an enjoyable or even interesting profession, but at that moment he had to admit that the thrill of shredding the enemy's arguments and causing him to retreat in disarray was strangely appealing. I assure you, Ambassador, enrolling Mr. Potter in Beauxbatons will be unnecessary. An old, distinguished woman with steel-gray hair and an absolutely enormous feathered hat spoke up from the lowest row of the Wizengamot. Though the procedure of this hearing was unusual in the extreme, the intent of this body was merely to get to the bottom of the matter, regardless of what others have led you to believe. Jean-Sebastian nodded his head in response. I expect nothing less, honored member. Minister, the woman continued, I move that the letter of the law has been met in this instance and that the charges against Mr. Potter be dropped. Of course, if you wish it to avoid all appearance of favoritism, we can administer veritaserum and call in the other witnesses. Or I can cast my Patronus for you, if you'd like, Harry muttered, coloring when he realized his sarcastic comment had been clearly heard by the majority of the Wizengamot, including the elderly lady. She favored him with a smile and rolled her eyes in Fudge's direction. Fudge, though, was not amused and scowled at him, ignoring the chorus of laughter which met Harry's irreverent statement. Did you wish to take Mr. Potter up on his offer, Minister? Dumbledore interjected. His eyes were twinkling madly at his student, and he was clearly enjoying Harry's outburst and his somewhat impudent manner. Apparently deciding it was best ignore the jibe, Fudge stared down at Harry imperiously as though wishing the young man would say something further to injure his reputation. This time, Harry stayed silent, aware that his cheeky outburst had been forgiven once but would not be a second time. At length, Fudge raised his chin in a snooty gesture. Very well, he stated, in a haughty tone. It appears as though the Wizengamot has decided and further debating on the issue is futile. We will recognize Madame Longbottom's motion and drop all charges against Mr. Harry Potter. You are free to go, young man, but I must stress in the most serious manner that the statute of secrecy is not to be taken lightly. The tension he had felt since the incident was immediately released, and Harry slumped slightly in relief. He was not to be expelled and kicked out of the wizarding world. The thought of seeing his friends again and laughing about everything which had happened caused him to grin with delight. He smiled at the assembled Wizengamot and stated, none too coherently, that he understood and would avoid the use of magic unless absolutely necessary. Jean-Sebastian, it appeared, was not so easily appeased, if the stern and disapproving expression on his face was any indication. Fudge had apparently noticed Jean-Sebastian's expression as well, and he glared down at the man with open hostility. If that is all, he began, only to be cut off. As it turns out, there is something else, Jean-Sebastian rejoined, his voice flat and unfriendly. It has not escaped my attention that my new ward has been vilified not only in your national newspaper, the word was spat out with some disgust, but also by members of this government, even at the highest levels. What went unsaid was the fact that the minister himself was the main driving force behind the things which had been said about Harry, but no one misunderstood the insinuation. Though Fudge's face darkened in response, he could hardly refute the fact that it was. "So what would you propose, Ambassador?" he snarled. "Mr. Potter has been exonerated in an open session of this Wizengamot. Does he wish for the post of minister to add to his portfolio? I doubt even that would be enough of a boost to his ego." "Cornelius, this is exactly the attitude the ambassador is speaking of," Dumbledore interjected sternly. "I must insist you cease these constant attacks on my ward. I will not have the British public told sensational stories and outright lies about him." Fudge's eyes narrowed even further, and he glared at Jean-Sebastian. "Do I have your agreement, Minister?" "You do," Madame Longbottom interjected, fixing the recalcitrant minister with a baleful glare. "Regardless of personal opinions or pending hearings, this government has a duty to protect all magicals, and the slandering of any citizen is not to be tolerated." "I concur," Dumbledore confirmed. "There will be no further opinions regarding Mr. Potter, or any other citizen, issued by any member of this government. I give you my word that any such attacks will be dealt with." Watching the minister closely, Harry noticed the man himself said nothing, merely grunting in response to the strong statements which had been directed at him. Harry strongly suspected the minister, as the top politician in the government, had never been hauled out on the carpet or spoken to in such a manner before. Or at least it had not happened since he had ascended to the minister's office. It was equally obvious he was not appreciating the experience. But Jean-Sebastian was not done. "That is acceptable, Madame Longbottom, Dumbledore," he said. "But it is the prior statements which now concern me. These must be rectified so Harry can continue with his life without further prejudice." "And you wish to bring up the past again?" Fudge demanded. "Have we not given enough to Mr. Potter already?" "No, you have not," Jean-Sebastian enunciated clearly. "With all that has been said about him, especially in the past few weeks, it is clear that the wizarding public of this country has had a slanderous image of Mr. Potter painted for them. This must be addressed, otherwise the mistaken perceptions of his character will persist. I insist on a public apology, to be published in the Daily Prophet in tomorrow's edition." His lip curling once again in disgust, the minister's eyes darted from Harry to Jean-Sebastian to Dumbledore and back to Harry again, clearly looking for some way out of his predicament. Unfortunately, no opportunity presented itself, and the reality of the situation was that he could not refuse without losing face even further than he already had. With a curt nod, he spoke, although it was clear the words were like ashes on his tongue. "An apology will be printed in the Prophet tomorrow. In return, Mr. Potter must cease making public claims of the return of he who must not be named." "Harry has offered the use of Veritaserum, Minister," Dumbledore cut in. "Will you not take him up on his offer?" "No," Fudge stated vehemently. "I will not have the public panic and hysteria caused by such a story, as it is merely Mr. Potter's word and has not been confirmed. The use of Veritaserum does not rule out the possibility of hallucination or illusion, only that Mr. Potter believes what he says to be true." He directed an insincere smile in Harry's direction, causing Harry to scowl in return. After all, Mr. Potter had been through a challenging task moments before his experience. There is nothing to say that what he thought he saw was not influenced by his fatigue or some overt trickery on the part of supporters of he who must not be named, people intent on causing panic and destabilization. The events of the Quidditch World Cup have proved such people are still out there, or that some other group wishes to make use of the fear they commanded during the war for their own purposes. The Ministry will investigate Mr. Potter's claims and respond accordingly, Fudge concluded. There is no need to incite a public panic at this time. Harry was unconvinced that Fudge would follow through with his pledge to investigate the matter. He struck Harry as the type of man who would ignore the unpleasant truth, hoping it would go away in time. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Dumbledore and Jean-Sebastian exchange a glance before their attention was returned to the minister. "That would be acceptable, Minister," Dumbledore confirmed. "As the head of the Wizengamot, please keep me apprised of the progress of your investigation. If, as Harry has stated, Voldemort has returned, we will need to act quickly to prepare for a conflict with his forces." "Of course, Headmaster," the minister said with another artificial smile. "You will be the first to know." Privately, Jean-Sebastian held no doubt the minister would attempt to sweep it all under the carpet and do nothing about Voldemort's return. He had been unwilling to even entertain the notion in the first place, and his sudden about-face was suspicious in the extreme. However, knowing only the minister had the authority to launch a full investigation, Jean-Sebastian realized his own hands were tied at present. He was a foreigner, after all, and he could only do so much. Still, there was one more matter which required attention, one which would provide Fudge another black eye. Or at least he hoped it would. Minister, if I could have the indulgence of the Wizengamot, there is one other matter which needs to be discussed today. Fudge sighed and gazed down with exaggerated patience. I think we have discussed the matter of Mr. Potter in great depth, Ambassador. There is no need for further discourse. I assure you that everything which has been decided here today will be put into action at the earliest opportunity. Minister, what I have to say has nothing to do with Mr. Potter. It does, however, have a great deal of significance for everyone here today. I believe we need to let the ambassador speak, Minister, Dumbledore said. The ambassador has discussed this with me previously, and this matter must inevitably come before the Wizengamot. It is better to discuss it now while we are all here. Although silent for several moments, peering at Jean-Sebastian suspiciously, Fudge finally acquiesced. If you must, then make it quick, do not waste the time of the Wizengamot. Grinning with a feral intensity, Jean-Sebastian gave a slight, mocking bow. Several months ago, I was contacted by Mr. Potter's guardian and made aware of his situation and the document which was used to ultimately conclude the engagement I have just spoken of. I was, I admit, absolutely astonished to be contacted by this person, but after taking the time to hear his story and verify it for myself, I understood his plight and agreed to assist him in any way possible to resolve his situation. Augusta Longbottom was clearly becoming impatient. Ambassador, will you please come to the point? You have mentioned Mr. Potter's guardian several times, but you have not mentioned his name. Who are you speaking of? Mr. Potter's guardian is none other than Sirius Black. The pandemonium which greeted Jean-Sebastian's statement was immediate and louder than his previous declarations had caused. Jean-Sebastian stood there and watched as witches and wizards yelled in disbelief, letting loose their outrage that he, a foreigner, had dared meet with one of their most hated and reviled criminals. They would soon find out just who the enemy was, Jean-Sebastian thought grimly. With the assistance of Fudge's gavel, not to mention a concussion blast or two from the end of Dumbledore's wand, order was restored to the courtroom, although tempers were still high and threatened to flare at any moment. Fudge gazed down at Jean-Sebastian with an unpleasant sneer. Jean-Sebastian was certain Fudge thought he had finally found something with which to attack his enemy. How little the minister understood. How dare you cooperate with that murderer? Have you no decency at all? This man is a convicted killer, a mass murderer who was known to be after your charge when he escaped from Azkaban 2 years ago. Given your association with him, I wonder at the purpose of this alliance. Do you have some reason in conspiring with Black to gain control over the boy? And how can he even be considered to be Mr. Potter's guardian when he's a murderer? Minister, Jean-Sebastian began, choosing his words very carefully to ensure he was understood. Sirius Black is an escapee from Azkaban, but you and I both know he is not a convicted killer. Of course he is, Fudge stammered. He spent a dozen years in Azkaban for betraying Mr. Potter's parents to he who must not be named and blowing up a street, killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. I am well aware of the time Mr. Black spent in Azkaban, Minister, but you don't have to act innocent. We both know he was put there without a trial. And as for his being Harry's guardian, Dumbledore interjected, it all has to do with the magic involved. Godparents are magically assigned, and as Sirius was never tried and convicted, the magic still recognizes him not only as Harry's godfather but also as his legal guardian. Nothing can change this until he is actually convicted of some wrongdoing, then the guardianship and position of godfather would pass to whomever the Potters designated next in their wills. Glancing around the room, the prevailing mood was one of shock. Contrary to what Jean-Sebastian had suspected, it appeared that most, if not all of the British Wizengamot was not involved in whatever conspiracy had landed Sirius in Azkaban without due process. Either that or they were all exceptional actors. It would be a black eye on the collective Wizengamot, depending how it turned out Sirius had been denied a trial, something of which Jean-Sebastian was as of yet uncertain. He had had trouble digging up any information at all on the incarceration of Sirius Black, even with Dumbledore's help. "This is ridiculous." The pink-clad woman spoke up, obviously offended by the statements being made. "Everyone knows that Black was found guilty and sentenced to life in Azkaban. Do you think we do not know the status of our own criminals?" "That's precisely what I am saying, Madame Umbridge," Jean Sebastian replied. "Mr. Black stated to me, under the influence of Veritaserum, that upon being stunned by Aurors after confronting Peter Pettigrew, he awoke to find himself in Azkaban and was never taken to trial. Since the questioning of the perpetrator of such a serious crime under Veritaserum is standard procedure, I can only speculate that the trial never took place, unless some jumped-up mock trial was convened in which Mr. Black was not even allowed to defend himself. In either case, we seem to have a serious miscarriage of justice on our hands. Chief Warlock, can you illuminate us on the history of Mr. Black and the Ministry?" "Unfortunately not," Dumbledore replied with aplomb. "I became Chief Warlock more than a year after the war ended and was not involved in the decision. We were told that Minister Bagnold had convened a special tribunal of Wizengamot leaders and had found Sirius guilty and incarcerated him in Azkaban." Dumbledore began pacing the room, his arms clasped behind his back, a look of intense concentration engraved upon his face. "Although a tribunal is an unusual procedure, it is within the right of the Minister and Chief Warlock to agree to try a criminal in such a manner, especially if the trial is expected to be divisive, or if there is a risk of sensitive information being released to the public. The tribunal is thought to act on behalf of the Wizengamot in instances such as this. In Sirius's specific case, the minister was concerned about the effect of a sensational trial of the betrayal of the Potters, who continue to be a very popular family, and with Harry's own burgeoning popularity due to the defeat of Voldemort, it was deemed necessary to conduct the trial as quickly and unobtrusively as possible. And you never thought to question this?" Jean Sebastian demanded, infuriated that his new friend had spent over a decade in the worst hell on earth without even the legal semblance of a trial. "Where are the checks on abuse of this procedure?" "The Wizengamot itself," Dumbledore responded. "You must understand that this is a course of action which is rarely invoked. If any member of the Wizengamot feels the decision rendered by the tribunal is incorrect, they can bring a motion to the body to have the case retried before the entire Wizengamot. In fact, any citizen may bring forward the same motion via a petition to the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot would then vote on whether to hear the case and whether to hear it in closed or open session." "Headmaster," Fudge interrupted, his voice strained, "I hardly think we should be speaking of this in full Wizengamot session. We should adjourn the court and take this up in private. I guarantee the Ministry will support any recommendation with respect to the status of Sirius Black and his escape from Azkaban." "On the contrary," Madame Bones spoke up, "I believe this is exactly what we need. Far too often, the doings of this body have been mired in secrecy, which has led to this situation, among others." "Please continue, Dumbledore." Dumbledore bowed his head and continued. "With respect to Sirius, at the end of the First Wizarding War, our world was weary from years of guerrilla warfare with Voldemort and heartsick over the deaths of the Potters, who many had considered heroes. The outpouring of sympathy for Harry's plight was such that the explanation was accepted and not questioned. No one would put forward a motion to grant the man a trial when the evidence against him seemed airtight. Since Sirius's escape, I have searched for transcripts of the trial, affidavits signed by those involved, anything which would give an indication that the hearing actually took place. Regardless of the secrecy of the tribunal, records should still have been kept, records which would be sealed to all except the minister, the chief warlock, and a few others in high and trustworthy positions. These records would provide information for future reference or evidence of a miscarriage of justice." Dumbledore stopped and gazed around the room, fixing each member with his expressionless stare in turn. "No such records exist. As Chief Warlock, I have the authority to access any records pertaining to any Wizengamot actions, regardless of how they were conducted. As no sign of them can be found, I conclude that the trial never took place." "This is all very interesting, but do you have a point in bringing this up?" Umbridge asked. "We all know Sirius Black was guilty of the crimes of which he was accused, and regardless of his trial or lack thereof, you have still communicated with a murderer on the run from the Ministry." Jean Sebastian smirked at the unpleasant woman. The expression on Fudge's face told him that the minister knew exactly why they were now referring to Sirius Black, but his pink lackey clearly had no idea of what Harry's claims regarding Pettigrew were. Wizarding Britain was about to receive a very nasty shock. "Harry, would you like to do the honors?" His new ward appeared somewhat surprised at being spoken to, but he screwed up his courage admirably and spoke in a clear voice. "Sirius didn't betray my parents, it was Peter Pettigrew." "Peter Pettigrew!" the woman shrieked. "He was murdered by Black along with those muggles. His finger was the only part of his body the Aurors could find. Headmaster Dumbledore has confirmed that Black was your parents' secret keeper. Why do you persist in defending your parents' murderer?" "Because Sirius Black was not their secret keeper when they were betrayed," Harry responded. "Sirius convinced my parents to switch to Peter Pettigrew, feeling Peter was the least obvious choice. They hoped to throw Voldemort off the trail." "And how do you know this?" a voice rang out from the upper sections of the chamber. Harry glanced apprehensively at Dumbledore. The headmaster gave a shrug, which was accompanied by Jean Sebastian's smile of encouragement. "I met him in my 3rd year," Harry stated, causing the Wizengamot to fall silent in amazement. "He unmasked Pettigrew as the Weasleys' pet rat, Scabbers, and he and I were almost keyed by Dementors put there to protect the school by the Ministry." Fudge had the grace to appear somewhat embarrassed at Harry's testimony. The decision to place Dementors at Hogwarts and the trouble they had caused there, particularly for Harry, had been lambasted in the press for months after they had been ordered back to Azkaban. "And what happened to Pettigrew?" another voice asked. "He escaped that night before we could get him back to the castle," Harry responded, not wanting to get into the exact details of the events from that evening. "The next time I saw him was when he performed the ritual to return Voldemort at the end of June." "Chief Warlock, did you know of the Switch and Secret Keepers?" Jean Sebastian asked. "I seem to remember you were heavily involved with prosecuting the war against Voldemort and that you had a hand in the Potter's defense." "Unfortunately, I didn't know at the time," Dumbledore responded somewhat sadly. "James, Peter, and Sirius enacted the switch with the utmost in secrecy, telling no one else of what they had done. I learned nothing about it until after Sirius escaped from Azkaban. And if I had known," he continued after a moment's thought, "I would have counseled against it. I had known all 4 boys since their entrance into Hogwarts, and knew that Pettigrew was not quite made of the same stuff as the other 3. Although I had no idea he was a traitor, I knew that should he be captured, Voldemort would learn of the Potter's location immediately. Peter was not the type to resist Voldemort's torture to protect his friends." Harry noted the flinches from around the room at the mention of Voldemort's name, but Dumbledore either did not notice, or ignored them. "I feared he would give up any information, do anything to avoid continued mistreatment at the hands of Voldemort, regardless of whether Voldemort knew he was the secret keeper. At the time, we were aware of a leak in our ranks, but we suspected the wrong friend. Remus Lupin was our primary suspect in part due to his status as a werewolf and the known association of a number of werewolf packs with the forces of Voldemort. I deeply regret our lack of vision in this matter." With Dumbledore's statement, all noise in the Wizengamot chamber ceased, giving over to contemplation of what had been revealed. It appeared the British legislative body as a whole was not happy with the situation, but with the testimony they had just heard, they could not deny the need for a trial for Sirius. With any luck, Jean Sebastian reflected grimly, heads will roll over this, especially Fudge's. The fool was told of this over a year ago and denied all possibility of Sirius' innocence, doing nothing to ensure justice was done. Glancing over at Harry, Jean Sebastian saw a mixture of hope and longing in the young man's face. Knowing what he did of Harry's background with his relatives, Jean Sebastian reached out and squeezed the young man's shoulder, reassuring him that all which could be done for his godfather would be done. It was time to drive the point home and leave this place. His time dealing with British politics and their Wizengamot had left a sour taste in Jean Sebastian's mouth. "Minister, you have the testimony of my charge that Sirius Black is alive and means no harm to him and that Peter Pettigrew is not only still alive, but also the real betrayer of James and Lily Potter and the murderer of those 12 muggles. Harry, will you agree to be put under the influence of Veritaserum to confirm your statements?" "Absolutely," came the resolute reply. His eyes were still pinched with displeasure as he glared down at Harry, but for the moment, the British minister made no response. "Until such time as Mr. Black receives a proper trial for his actions, the French ministry has made an offer of asylum to him. He will be treated for his time spent in Azkaban and has agreed to return to Britain to stand trial." 10 minutes previous, such a statement would have set off a firestorm of indignation from the assembled members of the Wizengamot. However, the revelations about the true situation rendered the chamber silent. No one would risk their reputations, or the reputation of the body as a whole, by raising an objection to such a reasonable and lawful suggestion. In addition, although I will take up Mr. Potter's guardianship for now, once Mr. Black has been exonerated, and we are certain he will once again take over his rightful duty. Please keep me and the French ministry informed of the time of his trial so we can return him to Britain. Ambassador, Dumbledore interjected from Jean-Sebastian's side, I give you my word as Chief Warlock that Mr. Black will be given a trial. When Jean-Sebastian bowed in response, Dumbledore continued. Given what I suspect is the state of his health after his long incarceration and his time on the run, perhaps it would be better to delay the hearing until he is feeling somewhat recovered from his ordeal. Perhaps sometime in September would be prudent. I will speak to our healers and have them provide an update of his condition. Thank you, Ambassador. Dumbledore turned his gaze on the minister. Minister, since Sirius is now the guest of the French ministry, it would be prudent to alert the Muggle authorities that he is no longer sought after. Please liaise with your counterpart in the Muggle government. Although he appeared like he was trying to swallow a whole grapefruit, Fudge nodded his head. Curtly. Dumbledore then gazed around the silent Wizengamot chamber. I would also like to step from my role as Chief Warlock and state as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards that the ICW supports the actions of the French ministry and the ambassador in the matter of Sirius Black's asylum in France and the marriage contract enacted between Harry Potter and Fleur Delacour. As the ambassador mentioned earlier, the ICW has voted overwhelmingly for support in these matters. He paused to let the import of his statements sink in. Now, if there are no further matters to discuss, perhaps we should adjourn these proceedings. Appearing to wish nothing more than to remove himself from the sight of his embarrassing defeat, Fudge acquiesced most ungraciously with a muttered agreement, coupled with a sharp rap from his gavel. In moments, he had gathered his belongings and stalked from the room, his faithful pink puppy hard on his heels. As the assembled members began to file from the room, Jean-Sebastian turned to Harry and Dumbledore, shaking both of their hands firmly. The expression of surprise and embarrassment on young Harry's face was amusing, while slightly concerning to Jean-Sebastian. Harry, it appeared, badly needed a measure of confidence and care, something he was not receiving from his relatives. Jean-Sebastian's family, although the marriage contract had been a shock, had fully committed to providing that to the young man, an effort which Sirius would certainly join enthusiastically. Sensing the young man had some questions for him, Jean-Sebastian turned to Dumbledore and thanked him for his support. If I could have a few moments' indulgence, I believe Harry has some questions for me. I still need to speak with the minister about one other piece of business. Will you ensure he does not run off with his tail between his legs before I can meet him? Dumbledore laughed quietly in response. I do not doubt the minister will be unexcited by such a request, but I will see to it that we have a short time with him. Shall we say in half an hour from now? Jean-Sebastian nodded his head and motioned for Harry to follow him from the courtroom. A bewildered Harry Potter followed his benefactor from the courtroom, dazed at the events of the previous half hour. It would take some time for him to assimilate the information and changes to his life. Still, it seemed to be for the better. At the very least, it appeared he would not have to return to the Dursleys, even if he was about to be forced into a marriage with someone he hardly knew. And he had gained a significant ally. If he was any judge at all, Jean-Sebastian appeared to be a strong, no-nonsense leader who would not only fight for the rights of Harry's godfather, but also present a warm, comfortable home for him until Sirius was physically fit again. Knowing what he did of other families, Harry knew he had suffered from the lack of some manner of support from a family unit. He knew he had missed it desperately. Perhaps this would be the start of a new chapter in his life, one which was not all darkness and despair. He could only hope. They walked through the hallways of the ministry, avoiding the small groups of Wizengamot elders who had stopped here and there to confer with one another and the other ministry employees who dotted the hallways, going about whatever business the ministry was doing that day. As they approached the stairway leading up to the upper levels, Harry's line of sight was caught by the woman in garish pink. She was watching him, the same sickeningly sweet expression plastered on her face, while in contrast, her cold eyes seemed to pierce him from a distance. He returned her gaze unflinchingly, causing her smile to slip into a Frown of displeasure, before following Jean-Sebastian up the stairs and reflecting he had made another enemy this day. Of course, given the way she had conducted herself in the courtroom, he suspected she had turned up already opposed to him for some unfathomable reason. We'll take the stairway down to level 1, Jean-Sebastian commented. No sense exposing you to the masses in the atrium so soon after the hearing. Harry agreed immediately, grateful the man understood his aversion to crowds, especially in light of his unwanted fame. On the first floor of the ministry building, Jean-Sebastian commandeered a small conference room, and after ensuring the door was closed for complete privacy, he turned and took a seat, motioning for Harry to do the same. Well, Harry, Jean-Sebastian began, slight amusement coloring his voice, it's a lot to take in over the course of less than an hour, isn't it? Yes, sir, Harry replied automatically. Smiling, Jean-Sebastian waved Harry's words off. Harry, I've just become your temporary guardian, and I will be your father-in-law at some point. I do not stand on ceremony. There is no need to call me sir. Jean-Sebastian will suffice. Appreciating the fact that the man wished to have more of an equal relationship with him than just guardian and ward, Harry relaxed slightly, allowing a small smile to come over his face. Thank you, Jean-Sebastian. It is a lot to take in. Do not worry, I am certain you will have lots of time to think about the changes. Sirius is staying in my chateau in France while he undergoes treatment for his time in Azkaban. You will see him when we go there today. I've never been to France, Harry responded nervously. Do you mean for us to stay there until school starts again? Actually, we will be moving to England in the very near future, but that's something I still need to discuss with your minister. You will only be in France for a few days at most. Harry nodded, digesting the fact that he would see Sirius. He had been concerned and surprised when he had not seen his godfather at Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore had assured him that all was well, but he had refused to tell him any more, saying that it was not his place and that no one else had had any information on Sirius's whereabouts. He was reassured to know his godfather was now being cared for by real healers. I'm sorry, Jean-Sebastian, Harry stammered, noting the grin at his near slip-up. Harry found himself smiling in response, appreciating the fact that his new guardian was this so personable and easy to deal with. Trying again, Harry took a deep breath. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry for my reaction in the courtroom to your announcement. It's all just. Jean-Sebastian reached over and grasped Harry's shoulder. As I said before, Harry, I am not upset. I knew this would be a lot for you to take in. It's not every day you find out you are engaged to someone you barely know. No, it isn't, Harry responded in a quiet voice, thinking of his friends and how they would react. The thoughts he had had of Hermione and Ron this morning did not seem to matter any longer, considering the new reality of his situation. I can't imagine Fleur is very happy about it either. She was not when I first told her of what would happen, Jean-Sebastian responded with amusement. You have to understand, Harry, although arranged marriages are not common any longer, they are still done often enough that every child raised in the magical world is aware of the possibility their spouse may be chosen for them by their parents. Fleur was surprised and not very happy about the development. She is not the type to take anything done without her consent with any degree of contentment, but we discussed it, and I believe she has become at the very least resigned to the situation. It may not have been what she would have chosen, but it is better than a lot of young women in her position can expect. At Harry's questioning glance, Jean-Sebastian shook his head. That's something you will have to ask Fleur, it has to do with being Avila. She can explain it much better than I can. Harry's curiosity was piqued, but he refrained from questioning his guardian any further on the subject, knowing his questions would not be answered. Fleur is at least acquainted with you and respects you, so you are both starting out better than many who end up in arranged marriages. I do not know what will happen in the future, but I believe you will do well together. Dubiously regarding his companion, Harry responded, Fleur respects me. Jean-Sebastian let out a loud laugh and shook his head. So, I see you have been subjected to the infamous Fleur mask of arrogance. At Harry's expression of incomprehension, Jean-Sebastian let out a few more chuckles and, wiping his eyes, gathered himself to face his ward. Again, perhaps this is not my story to tell, but Fleur's arrogance is somewhat of a show, if you will. Jean-Sebastian eyed Harry before continuing. You will have to go to her for details, but you should understand it is not easy to be a Vila when you are surrounded by others who are jealous of your abilities. Surely you have felt some measure of this yourself. It was only the truth, Harry reflected, and he was suddenly glad of the fact he had decided to reserve judgment. He had never thought of the difficulty she would have to face every day, the jealousy and distrust others must feel toward a girl who by all accounts could turn any head, could steal any boyfriend, merely by turning on her Vila allure, without even resorting to her incredible physical beauty. He did not know Fleur beyond a simple, basic acquaintance, but he thought he knew enough to deduce she was not the type to behave in such a fashion, regardless of what others may think of her. Either way, she certainly had not done so when he had been able to witness it. I understand, he responded quietly. Good, Jean-Sebastian approved. I trust you and Fleur will take the time to get to know one another. Yes, sir, Harry responded without thinking, prompting another fond smile from Jean-Sebastian. Now, Harry, in answer to your question, yes, Fleur does respect you. Your courage during the tournament, the way you held yourself under the most trying of circumstances, the manner in which you beat the odds to win, they all definitely made an impression on my daughter. Harry's cheeks were burning at the praise, especially since it was coming from a man who was speaking as though he had heard these praises from his beautiful daughter. The rush of color did not go unnoticed either, as he immediately saw his new benefactor grinning in response to Harry's embarrassment. But more especially, Harry, I believe she respects you and is grateful to you for your actions during the second task. You may not be aware of this, but Vila are beings of fire. Fleur's powers are at their lowest within the element of water, which is why she found it difficult, if not impossible, to defeat the Grindylows which attacked her as she searched for her sister. Jean-Sebastian's eyes became misty as he recollected what must have been a painful experience for him and his family. I was so worried for her, and for Gabrielle when I learned she was under the water as well, and did not sleep well for weeks in advance of the second task once Fleur told me what it entailed. Although every precaution was taken to ensure the safety of all the participants, you are well aware of the dangers inherent in the tasks, regardless of precautions. A smile broke over Jean-Sebastian's face. Nice bit of flying during the first task, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen the like in all my years. Harry felt his face become hot yet again, but this time Jean-Sebastian was not paying attention, lost as he was in the recollection of the previous school year. Knowing the nature of the tasks and the skill and courage needed to face them, place yourself in Fleur's shoes, and think of how it was for her, going into a task which was already intrinsically dangerous but also being held in an element which is the antithesis of the majority of your powers. Fleur was at a serious disadvantage in that task, even greater than your own disadvantage throughout the entire tournament due to your being younger than the other champions. Then, consider the fact that Fleur loves her sister very much, and when she discovered her missing on the morning of the task, she was frantic, knowing her handicap in the task, and seriously questioned her ability to save her sister. And then the Grindylows attacked and her worst fears were realized. You heard how the clue was worded, she emerged from the lake shivering and injured, but even more so, she was heartsick at her failure, deeply afraid of what may become of her sister. Then, against all hope, her sister emerges from the lake, and the means of her rescue is a boy who, in her own words, she had treated as though he was the lowest form of dirt to be scraped from the bottom of her shoes. She was ashamed for her actions and words, had been ashamed of them for months, but her relief and joy were so great in the rescue of her sister that she expressed herself as gratefully as she was able. Believe me, Harry, she more than respects you. Any more than that, I think you'll have to hear from her yourself. Harry was struggling with the praise. He did not think he had done anything especially noteworthy or heroic. He had been in a position to help someone, or so he thought, and he had taken that opportunity. Who would not? And it had all been so pointless. If he had thought about it at the time, he would have realized Dumbledore would never have allowed someone to be lost forever just because one of the champions had failed to retrieve their hostage. But Jean-Sebastian, it was also pointless. The hostages were never in any danger at all, the headmaster told me after the task. Jean-Sebastian merely shook his head. Don't try to deflect praise, Harry, it is very unbecoming. Did you believe at the time that my daughter would be lost if she were not rescued? At Harry's brief nod, he continued. Then does the deed have any less meaning knowing in hindsight that it was ultimately unnecessary? Perhaps if you had thought about it further, you would have realized the hostages were safe regardless of your actions, but that does nothing to erase the fact that you acted heroically to save another person's life based on the information you possessed at the time. Hermione calls it my saving people thing, Harry responded with some embarrassment. Jean-Sebastian threw his head back and roared with laughter, wiping the tears from his eyes as he shook his head in mirth. Harry had to acknowledge his laughter with a grin of his own. He had to admit it was amusing to have his impulse to help others described in such a manner. I guess it is at that, Jean-Sebastian finally responded, shaking his head between bouts of laughter. But that's why I felt I had a debt to you, Harry. I'm not certain how much you understand about these things, but debts are taken very seriously in the magical world. They are generally magical in nature and can comprise of anything from monetary debts to life debts. Technically, you saved my daughter's life, which binds you to my family by magic. If you were to invoke this debt, it would make the bond even stronger, allowing you access to many other demands you could make to my family, and to Gabrielle in particular. And then there is the matter of what you did for Fleur during the third task. I presume it was you who rescued her when she was unconscious in the maze. Slightly scared as to where this was leading, Harry nodded his head. She was being held by some vines. I freed her, then shot sparks out of my wand so she would be rescued. Looking thoughtful, Jean-Sebastian steepled his fingers for a moment before continuing. In that case as well, it is uncertain what would have ultimately happened to Fleur. Whether a declared life debt would ever take hold if you were to invoke either incident I cannot say, but I still cannot ignore the matter. Struggling somewhat with the concept, Harry tentatively regarded Jean-Sebastian. What kind of demands would I be able to ask for? Jean-Sebastian shrugged. There are many, depending on the degree of the debt and the relationship between the parties. Essentially, though, if you called in your debt to either of my girls, they would not be able to harm you, ever, and they may even be forced to take other actions, such as defending you against your enemies and the like. Seeing Harry's look of relief, Jean-Sebastian chuckled and slapped him on the back. Do not worry, Harry, they could not be forced to do anything immoral or illegal. Magic does not work that way. You could not make them do anything they feel is wrong or degrading, you would just be able to control their intentions and actions against yourself and anyone with whom you associate. Was this why you helped me? In part, Jean-Sebastian responded. Yes, I feel a debt exists between us, and my openly supporting you, assisting in the trial, and betrothing you to Fleur is a measure of repaying that debt. But another part of my reasoning is out of concern for my daughter. He regarded Harry, who squirmed somewhat uncomfortably, before continuing. I have told you very briefly of some of the challenges Fleur faces and some of my worries for her future. I am secure enough in your character and in your personality that by betrothing her to you I know she will be well taken care of and will be loved and valued for herself. Now I do not need to worry about the possibility she will never find someone or, worse yet, that she will eventually fall in love with someone who cares nothing for her but wants her for a plaything or a trophy to show his friends. It was not long ago that such a fate was all too common for Vila. Now that Fleur is taken care of, I only need to worry about Gabrielle, and she is many years from that, as she is still only 9 years old. And of course, the situation with this Lord Voldemort of yours played into my decision. You will be in direct conflict with this Dark Lord, and he seems to have taken an unhealthy interest in you. But I understand what this government of yours seems not to. Eventually, if he is able to take over England, it will be too small for him, and he will start looking beyond its borders. By supporting you, who I believe will be instrumental in the effort against him, I am helping to defend my own homeland as well as yours. Thank you, sir, Harry responded, filled with emotion. Jean-Sebastian spoke to him as an adult and treated him as if he was a person of worth. Rarely had he experienced that from adults of his acquaintance. You are welcome, Harry, Jean-Sebastian replied with a warm smile. I can see already that we will become great friends. Now, did you have anything else you wanted to ask me? Harry thought about it momentarily before venturing another question. How did this marriage contract come about? It was your grandfather and my father, Harry, Jean-Sebastian answered after a moment's thought. 50 years ago, your grandfather was the English ambassador to France. My father, Jean-François Delacour, was a member of the upper echelons of the French government. They met and became friends with one another and ultimately created the marriage contract to bind their families together. The contract was worded in such a way that it was to bind a firstborn Potter and a firstborn Delacour. But as I am the eldest sibling in my family and your father was your grandfather's only child, the contract went unfulfilled. This is why I am able to betroth my daughter to you. You are both firstborn in your respective families, meeting the conditions of the contract. But what would have happened if we were not betrothed? Harry asked worriedly. I've heard that breach of contract can have some disastrous results in the magic world. That is correct, Jean-Sebastian said with a wry smile, but in this case you do not need to worry. Until the contract is accepted by both parties, or in the case of a marriage contract, the guardians of both parties, it is not binding. I did not even know my father had done this. It was Sirius who was searching through some old papers belonging to your father, who found it and alerted me to its existence. But isn't Fleur of age? Wouldn't she have to agree to the marriage contract herself? Fleur is of age, Jean-Sebastian confirmed. But in the magical world, children are still bound to their parents in a number of ways, the most important of which in this case, is in relation to my status as the head of the Delacour family. Regardless of her age, I can still negotiate a marriage contract on her behalf, if I believe it is in the best interest of the family. Now, of course I would take her wishes into account, and if she had a serious boyfriend or fiancé, or had reservations about this marriage, I would likely have tried to find another way to help you. I could have forced her into it, though, as long as she was not already married. There are a few things I cannot override, and an already existing marriage is one of them. Of course, many parents might not take these things into account. I love my daughters and want them to be happy, but to many, especially in traditional pureblood society, children are often merely pawns used to set up alliances between houses. Their wishes are not taken into account. I like to think that I am somewhat more civilized than that. It made a certain amount of sense, Harry reflected, and fit in with a lot of what he knew about family groups in the magical world. It was also comforting that although Jean-Sebastian could have forced his daughter into this, he did not, and would not have. As he had said before, she was at least resigned to it. Maybe in time they could actually grow into an appreciation or even love for each other. Did you know my father? Harry asked hesitantly, hoping he had one more link to his dead parents. I did indeed. I lived in England for a time when I was a child. It is the reason I speak English without much of an accent. As my father was close to your grandfather, we were regular playmates, and even though I was a few years older than your father, we were great friends as well. Unfortunately, when we returned to France before I started my schooling, my father died tragically a short time later, and we lost contact with your family. Harry nodded, slightly choked with emotion. He had someone else who knew his father as a young boy, which meant another connection. It was not much, but it meant the world to him. Well, young Harry, I think our half hour is almost up, Jean-Sebastian said, rising to his feet. You undoubtedly have more questions, but I believe we will have time to answer them in the coming weeks. Agreeing, Harry followed his new guardian from the room, reflecting that his life was undergoing massive changes. It was not what he had expected, but his time alone with Jean-Sebastian had reassured him all would be well. While a Wizengamot session would not normally be broadcast out to the general public, in this instance Fudge, seemingly confident of his case and wanting to make certain the entire population witnessed the downfall of the great Harry Potter, had ordered the proceedings open to all. Now, with his arguments in ruins and the young man exonerated, his hasty and overconfident decision appeared to have backfired, almost ensuring his popularity, which was always an iffy thing at best, would take a huge hit. How much of a hit, and whether it would ultimately cost him his job, remained to be seen. While most of the country paid at least some attention to the proceedings, Harry Potter was, after all, big news in the British wizarding world. Nowhere was the broadcast so intently dissected as in the house at Grimmauld Place. The affection and friendship for the young man felt by most in that house ensured the general anxiety level would be high, regardless of the outwardly confident statements of the various occupants that Dumbledore would never allow Harry to be expelled. And while they had all voiced the same platitudes at some point in time, each had his or her own doubts of the eventual outcome of the trial and the fate of the young man who had become important to each and every one of them. Every phase of the trial was carefully listened to and agonized over, and while there were enough twists and turns in the proceedings to do a murder novel proud, when the verdict was known and the charges were dropped by the minister, a general feeling of relief over Harry's exoneration was felt throughout the house. But beyond the relief and the satisfaction for the way Jean-Sebastian had insisted on the public apology, the reaction to the news of Harry's betrothal to the beautiful French witch was about as varied as there were people in the room. Remus, ever the marauder and aware of the great prank which had just been perpetrated on the minister, was silently cheering his friend on, thankful that Sirius had done something to assist his godson rather than mope around Grimmauld. He was also happy Sirius would finally receive the treatment he needed and the exoneration he deserved. Remus, to be truthful, still harbored feelings of guilt for believing Sirius capable of the betrayal for which he had spent so many years of his life locked away. Tonks, who had met Harry barely a week before and already considered him to be an honorary little brother, was contemplating the great opportunity to tease her shy friend about his engagement to the beautiful French girl. But beyond that, she was contemplating how she could help the young man further in his development and struggle against the Dark Lord, who seemed to have targeted the young man. She was an Auror, and though quite new to her position, she still felt she could be of some use to the young man by teaching him what she knew. The ability to fight would only help him in the coming struggle, and he was, after all, of an age and maturity where he could now be taught some of the more complicated spells which would eventually serve him. Fred and George were merely happy for their friend, sharing a knowing glance, as only twins as close as they were could, that such an unusual happening was undoubtedly normal for Harry's decidedly odd world. And Bill Weasley, though he really did not know Harry well at all, was happy the likable young man had received the justice he was due. Beyond that, he was nevertheless arrested by an indefinable sense of loss. He had seen the young French witch at the tournament the previous June and been instantly smitten by her. And now she was out of reach. Ginny was the most vocal in her response, although this was perhaps not surprising to those around her, as she gasped loudly and then started wailing, throwing her arms around her mother and sobbing bitterly about the unfairness of the world. While she was comforting her daughter, Molly Weasley, although not as noticeably upset with the development, was at least as angry. She had always held out hope that Harry would take a fancy to her youngest child and join their family through marriage. That she had encouraged her young daughter from the earliest time of Ginny's memory, and thereby in part helped cause the infatuation which now led to her daughter's distress, was something she did not even consider. Molly had known Harry's parents when they were young, and after she had finally produced a daughter a little more than a year after Harry's birth, she had immediately gotten the idea that her little Ginevra would be the perfect mate for the young Potter heir. Those plans were, of course, now completely in ruins. For Ron Weasley, the reaction was a little more complex than most, partially due to his close association with Harry and all that had passed between them, especially in the last year, and partially due to his feelings for a certain brown-haired witch. Simply put, Ron had self-esteem issues, although he had certainly never considered it in such a way himself. The youngest of 6 boys, he always felt as though he was struggling to keep up with the legacy of 5 successful and popular brothers, not to mention a younger sister who was the darling of the family due to her being the first daughter born to the Weasley line in several generations. Add to that the fact that he had made, quite by accident, a close friend in Harry Potter, the most famous person of his generation, and it was quite easy to see why Ron sometimes felt a little lost in the shuffle. It was the issue of Harry's fame which had partially been behind their problems during the tournament. It was not like Ron truly believed Harry had cheated his way into the tournament or that he was seeking more fame. Or at least that is what he came to understand in hindsight, once the realization of the true reason Harry had been entered into the tournament had set in. After all, his close association with his friend dictated that Ron, more than anyone else except perhaps Hermione, knew how much Harry hated his fame. But when Harry's name came out of that goblet, to Ron it was yet another instance of Harry getting all the glory. It did not matter whether he wanted it. Ron craved a little more recognition for himself, though certainly not the fame and adulation Harry routinely received, which he understood would be exasperating. No, what Ron had in mind was to receive just enough so he could finally be known as Ron Weasley, rather than best friend to the boy who lived, or the youngest Weasley boy. Of course, now he bitterly regretted his hasty and unthinking declaration the previous Halloween night. In true Harry fashion, once Ron had made the first move, Harry had offered his forgiveness without a single bat of an eye. Harry had the biggest heart Ron had ever seen, especially when one considered his upbringing. In anyone else, the effect of his neglectful guardians would have produced quite the opposite kind of person, Ron was certain. But despite Harry's forgiveness and acceptance of Ron's apology, it had introduced a distance between the two, a distance which had never been there before, and which Ron was uncertain how to bridge. But even more than the distance between Ron and his best friend, Ron regretted the fact that his behavior had essentially pushed Hermione away from him. Of course Hermione had supported and believed Harry, Ron should have known she would. Hermione had grown up as much of an outsider as Harry, there was no way she would have given up such a friendship without some catastrophic event to completely destroy it. And this did not even take into account the closeness she had always shared with Harry, a closeness which Ron suspected surpassed even that between Ron and Harry. And while Harry was his best friend, he wanted Hermione to be more, so much more. Of course, his friendship with Hermione remained the same as ever. As always, they mixed equal parts hanging out and sticking up for one another with an equal part of fighting with one another. However, Ron had been making an attempt to argue less with her while trying to appear more in tune with her personality, almost like he was wooing her without making any overt moves. It had been difficult, after all, the things in which she was most interested, books and studying, did not really mesh well with his love of Quidditch and chess. Regardless of their different personalities, Hermione was turning into an attractive young woman, one who he would love to know on a more personal, intimate basis. If only it was not for Harry. But then that was not fair either. Harry was the linchpin that kept them together, after all, and Ron was aware that Hermione would likely never have been more than just another annoying girl in his year without Harry. But without Harry, there would also be no competition for her affections, of that he was certain. Some people considered Ron slightly slow and thick when it came to those around him, and objectively, Ron knew he tended to be single-minded and to miss things that others would pick up on. But Ron was anything but stupid, and he was far above average in some areas. He had made an attempt to be more observant around his friends this summer, particularly watching for any hint of affection beyond that of mere friendship between his closest friends. And what he had seen between them had not encouraged him at all. Without seeming to be aware of it, they were close, far too close for Ron's comfort. Their eyes lingered on one another a little too long, they touched more than was necessary, nothing more as of yet than a comforting hand on the shoulder or the tips of their fingers on an arm to emphasize a point, and they truly seemed in sync with one another. It all would have appeared platonic and completely innocent to the disinterested observer, yet to the newly observant Ron their actions had spoken loudly and uncomfortably for his ambitions. The major problem, to Ron's point of view, was the fact that if it came down to a choice between him and Harry, Ron was almost certain what Hermione's choice would be, and it would not be in his favor. Consciously or unconsciously, Hermione would always put Harry first, and if Harry were to express any interest at all in Hermione, Ron knew her choice would be made without even thinking about it. There would be nothing he could do to alter her preference. But then this morning's events had completely thrown everything for a loop. But amazingly enough, it had worked to Ron's advantage. Being betrothed to another, Harry could hardly be any competition to Ron's pursuit of Hermione any longer, a fact which had Ron elated. It seemed fate had intervened in his favor for once. But then the other side of Ron, the jealous prat who had reared his ugly head the previous year in the tournament, was slightly put off that Harry had once again, through no effort of his own, seemed to fall into a good situation. He had become engaged in an instant to a young woman who was possibly the most beautiful Ron had ever laid eyes on. How in Merlin's name did Harry get so lucky? Shaking his head, Ron turned his thoughts away from his musings and peered surreptitiously at the young woman he hoped would become much more in his life than a mere friend. Hermione sat quietly staring intently at something only she could see, appearing as conflicted as he felt. She seemed somewhat disappointed to Ron's point of view, no doubt unhappy Harry was now off the market. Still, that again could work to Ron's advantage. Perhaps he could be there for her, provide a sympathetic ear to listen to her troubles. That was it, Ron decided. He would forget about Harry's good fortune and concentrate on his own. He would win Hermione's heart. The subject of Ron's musings was engulfed in thoughts of her own. Harry was free. He would not be taken from her. He would return to Hogwarts with her this year, and everything would be unchanged from what it was before. But Hermione knew it was not the truth, everything had changed. Certainly Harry would continue to be her best friend and confidant, they would continue to do everything together, she would still see him every day. But it would all be different, too. The new Harry would be promised in marriage to another, and eventually he would owe his allegiance to someone else. She would stop being the most important female in his life. Hermione knew she should be happy for Harry, happy he had managed to avoid the fate for which Fudge had been pressing, happy he would continue to be a factor in her life. But a part of her, a small, indefinable part which she could not shake, felt nothing but sorrow over the news of his betrothal to the beautiful French witch. How could she possibly compete with someone like Fleur Delacour? Of course, there was no competition. He was now engaged, it was done. Nothing she could do would change that fact. She would never be anything more to him than a best friend, and even that would slip away as they matured. How could this have happened? How had she developed these feelings for her best friend without even realizing it? How had it managed to slip past her over-organized mind, one which was usually so adept at catching every little thing? What was she to do now? Automatically, she glanced over at her other friend, Ron Weasley, who appeared to be lost in a world of his own. Hermione was not unaware of Ron's feelings for her. He was not the type to hide his emotions, they were usually plain for anyone to see, and Hermione was nothing if not observant. Although she had not been aware of it, her attention had largely been on Harry since he had arrived at Grimmauld Place, and she knew that attention had in turn garnered the attention of her other best friend. What Hermione did not know was whether she could return Ron's feelings. Ron was a good friend, and while he did occasionally descend into jealous fits and he argued with her incessantly, he was also fiercely protective of her. Hermione had always known there was an even chance she would end up with one of her two best friends, but until now, she had always assumed it would be Harry rather than Ron. She and Harry made a much better match than she and Ron. For one thing, they did not always argue, and while her tendency to boss and nag did annoy him as much as it did Ron, in her own defense, she was learning to curb that particular facet of her personality. She knew her drive and determination helped his sometimes lackadaisical manner, whereas his boundless courage and ability to have fun helped balance her own tendency toward overwork and occasional timidity. She seriously doubted she could have had the courage to punch Malfoy in the third year without Harry's influence. What did she have in common with Ron? Nothing sprang to mind, but what she did remember were their frequent arguments and Ron's tendency to belittle her achievements and anything with which she found enjoyment. Still, it was apparent that if she was to end up with one of her best friends, it would be Ron, as Harry was now unavailable. It was a difficult admission to make, but she knew for the good of them both she had no choice but to suppress the feelings she had always harbored for Harry. But could she transfer those feelings to Ron? Leaving Harry outside in the waiting room, Jean Sebastian entered the minister's office, finding the headmaster and minister waiting for him, one with a welcoming smile and the other with an exaggerated mask of patience engraved upon his face. Jean Sebastian barely held back from rolling his eyes at the man. His attitude was only to be expected from such a cowardly excuse for a minister. Hopefully, this meeting would take him down another peg or two. The office was large and lavishly furnished and decorated. The furniture was of the finest dragonhide, the walls were dotted with paintings, and every nook and cranny was filled with objects and artwork, stowed here and there with little apparent thought to organization or style. It was obviously the office of a man who loved his comforts, and it appeared to be calculated to remind the visitor that the office was occupied and that the occupant was here to stay for the foreseeable future. Taste was certainly not a consideration, if the sometimes gaudy and overdone ornaments were any indication, and there was no thought given to the arrangement or display, except to bludgeon the viewer over the head with the wealth of its owner. The man needs the services of an expert in interior design, Jean Sebastian thought with some sardonic amusement. With any luck, he would not occupy the office much longer. He appeared to have interrupted a conversation between them, unless Jean Sebastian missed his guess, which included a healthy dose of complaints from the minister. The comments from the headmaster's side had likely been vaguely placatory but entirely noncommittal. The subject of those complaints, of course, was obvious. "Have a seat, Ambassador," Dumbledore said, waving his hand at one of the chairs. The minister glared at the headmaster, presumably unhappy over Dumbledore's liberality with his office, but he said little, merely echoing the sentiments in a barely civil tone. Laughing lightly to himself, Jean Sebastian sat in the indicated chair and gazed at the minister, wondering what the man's reaction would be to his little announcement. Nothing good, unless he missed his guess. After a moment of silence, Fudge sighed in an embellished manner and fixed Jean Sebastian with a glare. I'm told by Dumbledore that you requested this meeting, Ambassador, he ground out. If you have something to say, please say it. I am a busy man. Jean-Sebastian bowed his head, forcing the urge to laugh at the man's pomposity to remain unexpressed. Indeed, I have, Minister. I have a few reasons for being here now. Foremost is to ensure the things we discussed in the Wizengamot chambers would be implemented without delay. Fudge fixed him with an unfriendly eye. Ambassador, I will not lie to you, I am extremely displeased with the outcome of the trial. Your ward has been a thorn in the side of this ministry since he began attending Hogwarts, and I am not happy with the favoritism he has been receiving in the way we have bent over backward to accommodate a young boy whose only claim to fame was an accident which occurred when he was merely a baby. Favoritism? You mean a trumped-up trial designed to promote character assassination and a basic denial of rights? Is the favoritism to which you refer? Jean-Sebastian intervened quietly, his voice deadly serious and unfriendly. Pausing at the venom in Jean-Sebastian's voice, Fudge nevertheless chose to ignore his words and continued on as though he had not spoken. Regardless of my personal feelings regarding the matter, I assure you that everything we have committed to will be done. You will have your apology in the Prophet tomorrow. The responsibility has already been delegated to the appropriate individual, and the Prophet reporter is already on his way to the ministry. As for Mr. Black, he will be given a trial as soon as can be arranged. Although Jean-Sebastian noted that Fudge had omitted the promise to investigate the matter of Voldemort's return, he knew he would get no more out of the man given his state of mind. The Dark Lord would have to be a discussion for another time. He had another purpose for this meeting today. The matter of Sirius was really one which did not affect Fudge personally, as the travesty had occurred before Fudge's tenure had begun. Jean-Sebastian knew Fudge could afford to be magnanimous in that matter. Jean-Sebastian decided it was best to appear grateful for the assurances in the matter of Sirius Black. It could serve him well in the upcoming conversations which would not be quite so palatable to the English minister. That is acceptable, Minister. Please keep me up to date on the status of your investigations and provide the date and time for Mr. Black to return to England. I will be certain to get him here at the appointed time. Very well, Ambassador, Fudge replied with a wave of his hand. Now, if there is nothing else. Actually, Minister, I do have another piece of business. Jean-Sebastian could read the annoyance, tinged with the slightest hint of apprehension in Fudge's eyes. So far, Jean-Sebastian's announcements of business had been extraordinarily bad for the minister. Really, Ambassador, he responded in a chiding tone of voice, I would think you had put forth enough business today to last a lifetime. Surely this can wait for another day. I'm afraid not, Minister. I bring you the greetings of the French ministry today and a piece of news which will be of interest to you and will affect British-French relations. Very well, Fudge responded. He comported himself in a nonchalant manner, but his eyes were as hard as agates. Please continue, although I am not certain what the French ministry could say which would not involve their ambassador to England. Is Ambassador Tremblay out of the country right now? Indeed, he is, Minister, Jean-Sebastian replied, watching Fudge closely. In fact, my business here today is to inform you that Monsieur Tremblay has accepted another post within the French ministry. Due to this shuffle into my qualifications and unique requirements with respect to young Harry and his continued attendance at Hogwarts, I have accepted the posting of ambassador to England, effective immediately. The move will be officially announced to your government tomorrow. Displeasure and anger immediately darkened Fudge's face as he glared back across the desk, causing Jean-Sebastian to reflect that the minister should have seen this coming. After all, given the events of the morning and Jean-Sebastian's unique qualifications for the post, the minister had to know Jean-Sebastian did not trust him and wanted to keep a closer eye on Harry and his interactions with anyone of authority in magical Britain. And although Fudge could not have known it of Jean-Sebastian, he was not the type of parent who was comfortable with sending his children off to another country for their schooling. He preferred a much closer arrangement. Even if it was to a boarding school, he still wanted to reside in the same country. Unfortunately, or fortunately as the case may be, Fudge did not appear to have thought that far ahead. I'm not certain I can agree to this appointment, Ambassador, Fudge responded finally. The English ministry does not particularly appreciate your heavy-handed style, and I am certain your appointment would harm relations between our two countries. Jean-Sebastian laughed out loud at this pronouncement, causing Fudge's countenance to darken even further. On the contrary, Minister, I enjoy an excellent relationship with the chief warlock of your Wizengamot. He nodded at Dumbledore, who returned the gesture with aplomb, due in part to our previous association with the ICW. I'm familiar with most of your department heads and understand your traditions and customs, having lived here some years in my youth, and I am familiar with the operation of your ministry due to various postings and experience working with your government over the years. It seems to me I am a very good candidate for the position, Minister. It is only you who seems to have a problem with me. And it is my government. Fudge snapped. You will have to go back to your ministry and tell them to send someone else. Your government. Jean Sebastian responded with a snort of disdain. Surely you do not consider yourself to be the government, Minister. The minister is merely a servant of the people, is he not? Fudge's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled with dislike. You can be certain I will be speaking with your minister about this. A slight incline of his head indicated his feelings of complete unconcern. He then infuriated Fudge even further by glancing down and making a show of inspecting his fingernails, indicating his utter contempt for the British minister. Be my guest, Minister. My appointment was initiated by the French ministry with the full support of our legislative branch, so I can assure you he will confirm everything I have told you. At the end of the day, unless you have some legal reason to deny me this posting, my government can appoint anyone they like to the post, with or without your approval. A curt nod was the only thing which met Jean Sebastian's declaration. Fudge obviously knew he was once again painted into a corner. My house elves will begin to move my family's personal belongings into the ambassador's manor immediately. I will be at your service by Monday morning. The nod was repeated, and although it was obvious Fudge was not happy with the development, he at least gathered enough dignity to avoid a repeat of his objections. Not that it would do him any good. Which brings me to my next point, Jean Sebastian continued, turning to Dumbledore. As my family will be living in England now, I would prefer to have all the children in my care attending the same school. As such, I will request to transfer Fleur to Hogwarts for her final year of schooling. Of course, Ambassador, Dumbledore replied, even as the vein in Fudge's temple began to pulse. Please have Madame Maxine provide you with a copy of Fleur's transcripts. I will instruct my deputy headmistress to send an owl with her letter to you within the next few days. We would be happy to have the Beauxbatons champion attend our school this year. Although he was conversing with Dumbledore, Jean Sebastian kept an eye on Fudge, watching the man's displeasure deepen as the expression of fury stole over his face. He was intelligent enough to hold his tongue this time, but it did not take a genius to understand just exactly what Fudge objected to about Fleur's attendance at England's premier school. It was time to inform the minister of exactly how things stood. Jean Sebastian allowed an expression of intense dislike and distaste to spread over his face as he glared at the minister, noting the corresponding expression directed back at him. He smirked inwardly, perversely entertained at his ability to provoke a negative response in the pompous git. Minister, allow me to make myself rightly understood. Harry Potter is now my ward, and he and my daughter Fleur will be attending Hogwarts together this year. The ICW has voted overwhelmingly to support Harry, and his godfather, I might add, and any attempt from you or your government to undermine him or make trouble with me or my family will lead to increased tensions with France and isolation from the rest of the wizarding world. I suggest you tread softly. Or perhaps it's my daughter who has set off this latest fit of temper. Your daughter has no business attending Hogwarts, the minister blustered. Our premier school is reserved for our best and brightest students, not for some foreign. I suggest you stop right there, Jean Sebastian interrupted, his voice as cold as ice. Do not think me ignorant of your petty British bigotry and your contempt for anyone who does not meet your pathetic standards of race and blood purity. Your attempts to hide your objections behind the veneer of foreign discrimination are insulting and do not do you any favors. The fact that many of your compatriots meet your exceedingly high standards for blood purity, bigotry, and contemptible snobbishness means nothing to me, or any other right-thinking person for that matter. Fleur is a highly skilled and competent witch, and regardless of your narrow-mindedness, she is every bit as human as you or I. She is a champion of that cursed tournament you held in this very country for Merlin's sake. And we all know how she did there. Fudge snapped, his mouth twisted into an unpleasant sneer. Better, I suspect, than a squib like you would, Jean Sebastian spat, feeling an almost overwhelming urge to hex the man to oblivion. The minister's eyes bugged out and he appeared ready to fling another retort, but Dumbledore stepped in to try to defuse the situation. Minister, Ambassador, I hardly think this is constructive. Cornelius, you are well aware that Hogwarts' charter does not allow for prospective students to be discriminated against due to blood status, race, nationality, or any other factor. Legally, if I have openings available in her year, which I do, I cannot refuse Miss Delacour entrance into our school, and I would not do so if the opportunity was there. She is a fine young woman, and you are well aware of the reasons for her performance in the tournament and the interference by Bartemius Crouch Jr. I have no doubt she will be a fine asset to Hogwarts and a pleasant addition to our ranks. Do not make this situation any more difficult by bringing up antiquated notions of blood purity or arguments regarding the status of Vila, which is what we all know this is about. Certain the minister was about to burst a vein in his head, Jean Sebastian regarded the minister with an eye of complete loathing, daring the man to do his worst. It was only a short time, though, before Fudge appeared to master himself and leave well enough alone. It was the first good decision the man had made the entire day. Fine, Fudge spat out. Your daughter may attend Hogwarts with the attention seeker. Now leave me, I have much work to do. Jean Sebastian stood, but he was unable to leave without a parting shot. He loomed over the minister, aware his height and furious manner were intimidating to the hapless Fudge, who shrunk away in response. Let me be rightly understood, Jean Sebastian growled in a voice absolutely dripping with menace, I will brook no interference by you or anyone in your government. Don't try me, minister, the word spat with every ounce of disdain Jean Sebastian could muster, you will not enjoy the results. He turned and stormed from the office and through the minister's waiting room, beckoning to Harry as he strode past Fudge's startled assistant. Harry took one look at Jean Sebastian's face and fell in behind him meekly, but although Jean Sebastian did not want the boy to cower or feel intimidated, it was several minutes' walk down the hallways and up the stairwells of the ministry building before his occlumency skills were able to reassert themselves and he was able to master his towering fury toward the impotent and useless British minister. Something would have to be done about the man, or the war was as good as lost already. They had reached the atrium before Jean Sebastian finally slowed down and turned to Harry, noting the expression of confused apprehension on the boy's face. He smiled at Harry to show him he was not angry, reflecting that something would also have to be done about the boy's timidity and lack of confidence. Such traits would do him no good in the face of the vile madman Voldemort. I'm sorry, Harry, but it appears your minister is adept in bringing out the worst in me, Jean Sebastian commented with a wry smile. Harry's eyes lit up in relief and he returned the smile tentatively. I can certainly understand that, sir. Now, Harry, Jean Sebastian admonished, what did we agree about calling me, sir? Harry's answering blush and stammered reply were somewhat endearing, but they were still matters of concern to the ambassador. He wondered what the boy had put up with from his so-called relatives. Sirius had only known of the situation in the most general terms. It was definitely something which demanded his immediate attention once things began to settle down. At that moment, Dumbledore strode up to them with a thoughtful expression on his face which belied the mad twinkling of his eyes. Not meaning to criticize, he said with good-natured amusement, but you do realize you just insulted and threatened a head of state. Jean Sebastian's answering sneer was almost feral. Why should he be any different? The French minister knows I will insult him too if he is being an ass. Indeed, Dumbledore, shaking his head with mirth. Harry, Jean Sebastian noticed, was looking a little lost but was still grinning at the mention of Fudge being insulted. Jean Sebastian sobered as quickly as his mirth had appeared. What do you think the chances are that the minister will do as he says and investigate Voldemort's return? Slim, Dumbledore responded. Alas, Fudge was once a good man and is still a passable peacetime minister, but I fear he has become too obsessed with maintaining his image and position and all the comforts, money, and adulation that go with it. It is far easier to hide and claim it cannot be so than to do the right thing. It would surprise me if this was anything more than a stalling tactic. Jean Sebastian nodded, expecting nothing else. We will have to discuss this further, headmaster, but not here. He peered around them at the bustle of the ministry building, not trusting that any of those passing by might not be eavesdropping on him now. I think a more private setting would be prudent. I presume you mean to take young Harry back to Delacour Castle tonight? Dumbledore asked with a smile at the young man. Yes, Jean-Sebastian responded. I think he should get used to living with us. Besides, there is someone I think he would like to see waiting for him in France. The responding smile lit up the young man's face, and he nodded emphatically, prompting both adults to smile in an indulgent manner. Then we had best get your belongings, Harry, Jean-Sebastian continued. You can see Sirius tonight, and I will introduce you to the whole family. But don't worry, we will be back in England by the beginning of the week, so you can continue to see your friends. The answering grin on Harry's face told Jean-Sebastian all he needed to know. He had handled the situation properly. He knew Harry had some very good friends whom he would not want to leave behind. Hopefully, these friends of his would become close to his own daughter as well. She could use the support herself. The short journey back to Grimmauld Place was much easier than the trip to the ministry had been by the simple expedient of the fact that they traveled by flow rather than the longer Muggle method which had afforded Harry so much time to brood about his situation. Although he knew he had much to consider with the events of the morning, Harry was actually grateful he was not given the time to lose himself in his thoughts. He would need more than a few minutes to assimilate the changes in his life brought about by the morning's events. Now, all he wanted to do was to see his friends and then later in the day see his godfather. The walk through the atrium was as uncomfortable as the walk across it that morning had been, as yet again all the attention in the massive room was directed at Harry, making him uncomfortable and edgy. The difference was that whereas in the morning those gathered had largely stared at him and whispered to each other, this time the crowd was more positive, and more than one person had called out greetings and congratulations for the outcome of the trial. He shuddered to think of what it would have been like if he had suffered through a less successful outcome to Fudge's threats. He had learned the wizarding public as a whole tended to be a fickle entity, easily persuaded by the prevailing winds of opinion in recent events, fair or not. They stopped momentarily near the flow connection, where Dumbledore passed Jean-Sebastian a small piece of paper. After Jean-Sebastian nodded, they entered the flow one by one, Dumbledore leaving the ministry building behind them. As with every other time he had traveled using the infernal device, Harry, following Dumbledore through the connection, ended up in a heap on the floor at their destination. Chuckling, a newly arrived Jean-Sebastian helped him to his feet. I see I will have to teach you the proper way of traveling by flow. We cannot have you ending up on the floor every time you use it, after all. Harry thanked him as he stumbled to his feet, eager now to go to meet his friends and thank them for their support. Come, Harry, I believe everyone will be waiting for us in the parlor, Dumbledore stated, leading the way from the room. The short walk to the parlor ended with Harry's vision being occluded by a head of rich brown hair when he was engulfed in one of Hermione's infamous hugs. We were so worried, she whispered in his ear, the raw emotion plain in her voice. Thanks, Hermione, Harry whispered back, choked with his own emotion. Your support means everything. He pulled back and noticed her watery eyes and the way in which she attempted to keep her feelings in check. She was always there for him, no matter what. Harry was uncertain what he had possibly done to deserve such a wonderful and steadfast friend. His ruminations were interrupted by the arrival of the youngest Weasley boys as they crowded around him congratulating him for his escape, and laughing the way people often do when their relief is manifest in an emotional manner. Ron said nothing, merely slapping him on the back in a comradely fashion, his face beaming at his friend. The twins, though, were a different story. Congratulations, Harry, one exclaimed. Trust you to wiggle your way out of another trap. And come out engaged to a beautiful girl at the same time. The other finished. Laughs were heard around the room as Moony and Tonks, along with Bill Weasley, gathered around to offer their congratulations as well. Harry snuck a look at Jean-Sebastian, curious as to what his reaction would be toward the irreverent manner in which the twins had spoken of his daughter, but he could detect nothing in the man's demeanor which would suggest displeasure. It appeared he was enjoying the antics of Harry's friends. Looking around, Harry spotted Ginny and Mrs. Weasley, but although they both wore smiles, those smiles appeared somewhat forced. A fully confused Harry accepted congratulations from them both. He sensed they were happy that he had been exonerated, but also somewhat offended by something. Introductions were made all around, with Jean-Sebastian greeting Harry's friends cordially, before his new guardian pulled him aside and in a low voice instructed him to get his things prepared for their departure. Harry nodded and left the room, his two closest friends in tow. So what now, mate? Ron asked. Climbing the stairs, Harry turned down the long hallway and made his way toward the room he shared with Ron, glancing wistfully over the dingy house which he and his friends had spent the past week so industriously cleaning. No amount of cleaning and scrubbing seemed to be able to dent the air of oppressive gloom which pervaded the dilapidated old house. "I'm going to France today with Jean Sebastian," Harry replied absently as they entered the bedroom. "Sirius is already there, and I'll be staying with him, Jean Sebastian, and his family over the weekend." Ron blinked. "Going to France?" "Yeah, Jean Sebastian wants me to stay with the family and get to know them." The reactions of his friends were a study in contrasts. Hermione's face became slightly sad, a reflection, he felt, of her unhappiness that their time together this summer would be curtailed. Ron, on the other hand, seemed a little affronted by Harry's opportunity, before his gaze narrowed slightly and his eyes flickered to Hermione and his face assumed a small smirk of satisfaction. Controlling himself, Harry made certain he did not glance at Hermione himself. It would not do to have Ron catch such a glance. And whatever his feelings were or could have been for his best friend, his betrothal to the young French which now put any possibility of a relationship with Hermione out of their reach. It appeared Ron had gotten what he had wished, the attention of Hermione without the interference of a competing best friend to muddy the waters. Harry did not allow himself to feel anything over the matter, he would sort it out in his own mind later. "Good for you, mate," Ron finally stated, a sort of smugness intruding in his manner. "I'll leave you to your packing, we'll see a lot of each other at school again this year." Slapping Harry's back yet again, Ron exited the room, never noticing the raised eyebrows and slight smirks of his best friends. As the door closed behind him, they both burst out into soft laughter, making certain to keep it quiet so Ron could not hear their amusement, as they knew he would not take being laughed at, especially in a matter such as this, very well. "I guess he doesn't need to watch us like a hawk anymore, does he?" Harry quipped irreverently. Hermione's laughter grew louder. "I guess not," she responded with a cheeky grin. "So, are you going to give in and go out with him?" Harry asked. His manner was nonchalant, but he knew inside that the answer to this question was important to him for some indefinable reason. Or perhaps he was simply not willing to admit the reason. "I don't know if I like him that way," she replied after a moment's thought. "Of course, you know. Ron, he may never even get around to asking." Chuckling at her portrayal of the young redhead, Harry pulled Hermione into another hug, earning himself a surprised expression from her. Blushing slightly at his own forwardness, Harry reached down and grabbed his trunk. Dropping it on the bed, he began to stuff some of his belongings inside its confines. His possessions were still a little meager, he thought to himself as he put Dudley's old clothes into the trunk. An internal shrug later, he deposited his school stuff and the few items of his own he had managed to collect in the trunk, thinking he had done without many possessions his entire life. Why should now be any different? Once the action had been completed, he closed the trunk and returned his gaze to his best friend, noting the slightly unsettled expression on the face of his dearest friend. "Hey, are you all right?" Harry asked gently. Hermione ducked her head, causing her hair to cascade down and hide her face, but not before Harry caught the faint pink of her cheeks. "I'm fine, Harry." She raised her head again, brushed her hair back behind an ear, an action which caught Harry's attention as one that he found uncommonly attractive, and peered at her friend. "I was just hoping to spend the rest of the summer with all my friends, and now you'll be in France until school starts." "Don't worry, Hermione. Jean Sebastian said we'll be back in England next week, so I'm sure we'll have a chance to spend time together again this summer. I'm not sure where we'll be staying, but I'm sure you could come and stay with us." She smiled again. "I'd like that, Harry." Her mien became serious once again. "I'm glad we'll see you, but I'm concerned about you, Harry. How are you doing with all this?" Shrugging, Harry gazed back at his friend. "It was a shock, I'll tell you that. You didn't know about it in advance." "I met Jean Sebastian for the first time this morning," Harry affirmed, "though I think I remember seeing him with Fleur during the tournament." "But how do you feel about it?" Hermione pressed. For some reason, the answer to this question seemed important to her. "Well, it helps that she's cute," Harry responded with a hint of a mischievous grin. Hermione rolled her eyes and glared at him. "Honestly, Harry, is that all you boys think about? I mean, Ron's comments about suitable dates to the Yule Ball, and now you basing your future life on Fleur's looks. Do you ever think about anything else?" I'm a guy, Hermione, what do you expect? Harry responded, grinning cheekily. You have to admit, the looks certainly do help. I mean, it could have been someone like Millicent Bulstrode or Pansy Parkinson. The irreverent statement was completed with a theatrical shudder, causing Hermione to convulse into giggles at his antics. Harry James Potter. Will you be serious? Well, if you insist, Harry drawled, giving her a look of long suffering in response to her exasperation. She laughed and rolled her eyes before directing a baleful glare at him. Harry decided now might be the best time to be serious. To be honest, Harry mused after a moment, I don't know what to think about it. I mean, it was done without my approval, something I'll be talking to Sirius about, I can tell you, but I'm also sure it was done with my best interests at heart. Jean Sebastian and I had a talk after the trial, and he explained some of his motivations and his concerns for Fleur, so I understand why he did it. You'll have to tell me about it sometime. Of course. It went without saying that there would be no secrets between Hermione and himself, they had never had any in the past, and he would not start distancing himself from her now, regardless of the existence of a marriage contract. I suppose I just have to think of it as an opportunity to expand my horizons and make connections outside of England. An alliance with one of the premier families of France is no small matter, and it may help someday against Voldemort. He grinned somewhat mischievously at her before continuing, You should be proud of me, I thought of that all by myself. Harry ducked as Hermione swatted at him in a playful manner, grinning the entire time like a Cheshire cat. On the other hand, he continued, in a somewhat more serious manner than before, I don't really know Fleur. I mean, Jean Sebastian explained a little about what her life has been like and why she is the way she is, but I have two memories of her which stand out in my mind. Her snooty tone when she called me a little boy after my name came out of the goblet and the huge hug she gave me after I came out of the water with her sister. How am I to merge those two images in my head? It's almost like it was two different people. I understand, Hermione said with a nod. I guess you have no choice but to get to know her. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why Jean Sebastian wants to go back to France tonight. He told me to ask Fleur about herself and get to know her without any preconceived notions. He didn't want to tell me about her, he wanted me to get it straight from her. He did tell me, though, that her arrogance is a mask and that she has trouble meeting people due to being a Vila. I need to get her perspective before I can know what she is like. It makes sense, Harry. I know. He sighed and looked at the ground. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? She's my fiancée now, I'd better get to know her. That truth acknowledged, they sat in companionable silence for several moments. Although so much had changed in the past few hours, Harry was happy, knowing that no matter what happened, he could always count on the support of his closest friends, especially Hermione. He supposed he would eventually have to transfer his allegiance to Fleur, but for now, Hermione was by far the most important person in his life. So what's with Ginny and Mrs. Weasley? He asked after a moment's thought. They seemed offended about something. Hermione just shook her head and gazed fondly at her friend. Honestly, Harry, you boys are completely thick about some things, aren't you? When it comes to girls, you bet, Harry shot back. Like Ron says, daft, completely daft. This, of course, earned him a roll of Hermione's eyes. If you'd open your eyes once in a while, you wouldn't think that. They were mad about your change in status, dear Harry. You must have noticed Ginny has had a crush on you forever, and Mrs. Weasley has been eyeing you as potential son-in-law material for just as long. Longer, I would think, since she told bedtime stories of you to Ginny when she was little. Harry's eyes felt like they were bugging out of his sockets. Ginny, he sputtered incredulously. How? I mean, what, but I hardly know her. And she's never in the room long enough for me to talk to her or anything. She just squeaks and runs off. And what do you think that means? Harry was certain his expression was comical, given Hermione's giggles, but he was not certain where she was going with this. She's shy. Or she doesn't like me. A huff of irritation met his declaration, and he got the distinct impression Hermione thought him rather slow. Harry, do you even use that thing on the top of your shoulders? It's amazing you can even see Ron's feelings for me. An even more confused Harry stared open-eyed at his friend. Come on, Hermione, Ron is obvious, considering the way he was watching us and the cow eyes he makes at you when he thinks you're not looking. Besides, he Implied as much to me several times, no doubt trying to warn me away from you. Oh, he did he? Hermione responded, her voice flat and disapproving. Maybe I'll need to have a talk with Mr. Weasley and let him know I don't appreciate his claim on me like I was some sort of object or something. That was certainly something Harry did not want to deal with. Harry had learned over the years they had been friends to stay out of Ron and Hermione's arguments, not to mention the fact that Ron would be infuriated if he knew the content of this conversation. If you do, you heard nothing from me. A withering glance once again flew in his direction, but Hermione said nothing further on the subject. She merely huffed yet again and directed her gaze at Harry, her manner suggesting she considered him to be somewhat of a simpleton. Harry, the reason she won't say anything to you is because she has a crush on you and is too shy to be able to talk to you. She's always been completely infatuated with you and doesn't want you to get the wrong impression of her. She's been fed stories of the boy who lived since she was a little girl, and your escapade in the chamber during your second year only solidified you in her mind as her perfect mate. Another boy who lived groupie, Harry thought with some disgust. His expression must have shown his feelings, as Hermione quickly reached over and placed her hand on his wrist. Harry, I'm not suggesting she's after you just for your fame, but she has had a crush on you for years. In time, she will probably get over her infatuation and become easier for you to get to know. I don't think she's the kind of person to be interested in you for just your fame. Harry nodded, but he was still a little sour on the whole idea. He had had enough of people looking at him, seeing nothing more than the boy who had survived a killing curse ever since he had entered this world. He certainly did not need the little sister of one of his closest friends joining the chorus. Still, if Hermione was convinced of Ginny's character, he supposed he could give her the benefit of the doubt. After all, it didn't really matter anymore anyway. Even if Ginny was nothing more than a fangirl, he was now betrothed. Thanks for the explanation, Hermione, he finally responded, regarding his friend somewhat sheepishly. I guess I never really thought about it. Clueless, Hermione responded with a smirk. You boys are clueless. About some things, I guess, Harry responded with a good-natured smile on his face. But I think we'll need to continue this conversation another time. Jean Sebastian wants to get back to France. I should get going. Although she appeared to prefer that he not have to leave so soon, Hermione nodded her agreement, and they exited the room. A short flight of stairs later, they had once again entered the parlor, where the rest of the group awaited them. The room was quiet, with the occupants divided into several groups, all talking softly to one another. Jean Sebastian and Dumbledore along with Tonks, Moony and a recently arrived Mr. Weasley, were speaking near the flow connection. The twins were with Ron, and Bill was watching his brother's antics with a slight grin on his face. Given Ron's red face and somewhat strangled voice, Harry suspected Fred and George were giving their youngest brother a rough time yet again. And in a corner furthest from the fireplace, Mrs. Weasley and Ginny sat close together, murmuring to each other and casting reproachful looks at the other end of the room, presumably toward Harry's new guardian, if he was any judge. Harry frowned slightly at them, still not completely comfortable with the situation of which Hermione had just made him aware. Shrugging, he put them from his mind. There would be time enough to deal with Ginny later, if indeed there was any such need. For now, it was time to leave. With Hermione in tow, Harry crossed the room and approached the largest group in the room. I'm ready, Jean Sebastian. Excellent. Jean Sebastian turned to Dumbledore. If you would, Headmaster, I would like to visit Harry's old guardians and gather whatever he has left there. Of course. I can apparate you both there and then you can return and use the flow in this house to return to the Ministry and the International Flow Network. Excuse me, Mrs. Weasley's voice interrupted, but Harry was to stay with here for the rest of the summer. Harry turned to regard his friend's mother, noting that a frown crossed Jean Sebastian's face as he did the same. Still, his voice was nothing less than cordial as he responded. That may have been the plan previously, madam, but the situation has now changed. Harry will be returning to Delacour Castle with me this evening and staying with his godfather and my family for the rest of the summer. But what about his friends? The tightening of Jean Sebastian's mouth was visible to Harry, but his reply was as genial as before. I have no intention whatsoever to prohibit Harry from seeing his friends. I have accepted the position of ambassador to England, so we will move here by the beginning of next week. After that, Harry will only be a flow connection away from his friends and can visit at any time. In fact, we would be more than happy to have them stay with us whenever they would like. We are very grateful he has had such close friends to help him through his time in Hogwarts. But for now, he will return to France with me and get to know his new family. And I think he would like to see his godfather." Harry blushed and returned Jean-Sebastian's questioning gaze with tentative smile. "I'd like to see Sirius. And I think I should get to know Fleur as well." The responding smile was one of genuine affection, which caused Harry to duck his head in embarrassment. But Mrs. Weasley was still not convinced. "But surely he should be with his friends." "I beg your pardon, madam," Jean-Sebastian interjected, cutting her off before she could get going, "but I think I am aware of what is best for my ward. Harry needs to get to know his betrothed and his new family." "We're his family, Mrs. Weasley snapped. The full force of Jean-Sebastian's glare was now directed at the Weasley matron, and while she was clearly uncomfortable at being the focus of his displeasure, she responded gamely with a glare of her own. "I hardly think Harry considers you his family, given what I know of the time he has spent in your company over the past several years." She began stuttering in response, but Jean-Sebastian did not allow her to get started. "Please, Mrs. Weasley, Harry has stayed with you for what, a few weeks in the summer. And I know you were gone most of the summer before his 3rd year. He can hardly have become like another son to you in so short a time, unless you have some other reason for claiming him." With an almost audible snap, her mouth closed, but the glower never left her face. Jean-Sebastian, however, appeared unconcerned. "As I stated before, I am thankful for the efforts of your family and others of Harry's acquaintance," he nodded to Dumbledore and Remus, "for their support and assistance to Harry, but one day, Harry will be my son-in-law. At the present time, he is my responsibility and will eventually be part of my family." His tone left no room for disagreement. Although she was still visibly upset, Mrs. Weasley nodded her head in understanding and rose from her chair, approaching Harry with a warm smile on her face. "Harry, dear, remember we are your friends and would be happy to have you stay with us at any time. We will see you next week when you return from France." She hugged him briefly and then, after favoring Jean-Sebastian with an imperious glance, stalked out of the parlor. Harry smiled at Jean-Sebastian's raised eyebrow, indicating his readiness to depart. Saying a quick goodbye to his friends, he gathered his trunk and followed him out down the hallway and through the front door, eager to see Sirius and start his new life. The general public, especially the wizarding public, was at best a rather capricious entity. What was popularity and adulation one day was no guarantee of the same in the next, no matter the stature of the individual in question. Harry Potter was a prime example of the changeable nature of the opinion of the masses. Revered for an event he could not even remember, Harry Potter entered Diagon Alley as an 11-year-old to the adulation of the masses he had not only never met, but also had not even known of before that day. His entrance into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts was no different, generating whispers and pointed fingers, not to mention cheers from Gryffindor House when he had been sorted there and groans from all the others. Yet by the middle of his 2nd year, the cheers and shouts of acclamation had turned to angry mutters and rumors of his complicity in the Chamber of Secrets fiasco. But once the mystery of the chamber had been solved, his entry back into the good books of the masses had been immediate, at least until his entry into the Tri-Wizard Tournament, where he had been branded an attention seeker and glory hound. Truly, as Harry had mused only that morning, it was not only tough at times to be Harry Potter, but it was also difficult being anyone who was in the public eye. Of course, the Minister of Magic was no exception to this rule. In fact, the masses traditionally had a love-hate relationship with the minister. As with the coach of a professional Quidditch team, the prevailing attitude amongst the minister's supporters tended to be, "What have you done for me lately?" Cornelius Fudge sat in the comfortable confines of his office, deliberating over the injustices which were sometimes heaped upon the shoulders of the minister in general and himself in particular. As a new minister, Fudge had generally enjoyed good popularity, in part, whether he admitted it or not, because he was not Millicent Bagnold. Not that the previous minister was reviled, far from it. But she had always been perceived as a gruff, no-nonsense type who was a stickler for the rules, and she had governed with an eye toward improving the wizarding government so it more fully represented the people it purported to serve. In short, she was considered a progressive reformer. While this would normally have been a position which would have endeared her to the masses, Bagnold's style of governance was closely mirrored by her personality, at least, by what personality she actually possessed, some cynics were known to remark. It was truly a shame she had had virtually no people skills, as a bit of charisma could have allowed her to connect closer to the populace and create a much more effective engine for change in the British wizarding world. Unfortunately, she had not an ounce of charisma, which was why although her policies generally made her administration a friend of the people, she herself had never really enjoyed a great deal of popularity. And, of course, her policies had made her an enemy of the pureblood faction, as their ideals supported only one thing: their own agenda, which was concerned with nothing more than improving their own lot to the detriment of all others. Although small in number, a disproportionate percentage of the wealth in the wizarding world rested in the hands of the purebloods, rendering them the most powerful faction in Britain. Even more importantly, however, was the fact that the seats of the Wizengamot were all hereditary and, once again, largely held by old pureblood families. The result of this was that Bagnold, although she had had a certain amount of success pushing through her more progressive agenda, had been thwarted in many of her endeavors by a hostile Wizengamot. Even Dumbledore, once he had become chief warlock, had only been able to provide so much assistance. Eventually, she had resigned and left the country, tired of fighting the constant battle against a foe who was implacable and capable of using its massive wealth and influence to maintain as much of the status quo as possible. Enter Fudge, and the nature of the ministry had changed. Although Fudge had campaigned on a platform which was somewhat more conservative than the one over which Bagnold had presided for the previous 10 years, he had privately made it known to certain Wizengamot members that he was open for business. Translation: his support and policies could be bought by anyone who was willing to provide a pecuniary incentive. As only the members of the Wizengamot had a vote for the next minister, the above had perhaps been Fudge's greatest political maneuver. The combination of those members who felt he would slow down the changes to their society to a more manageable level and those who knew they could buy his support for the right amount of galleons had been enough to tip the scales and ensure his election. Unfortunately, he had been in office less than 6 months before it was generally understood that he was a lame duck minister, one who had no agenda whatsoever beyond the acceptance of massive bribes in return for his interference in the business of all branches of his government. Of course, his greatest contributor had always been the Malfoy family, which seemed to have money to burn. Lucius Malfoy had paid him bribes for everything from the support of his extremist bills presented before the Wizengamot, necessary due to the fact that the Malfoy family, although extremely wealthy, were of French descent and had no seek to buying Fudge's obstruction of various departments who might otherwise have been investigating his family's activities. Of course, it completely escaped Fudge's attention that Malfoy really did not need Fudge at all. Malfoy's pureblood friends on the Wizengamot were able to introduce his proposed laws and actions without the assistance of the minister if he so chose. If Fudge had ever thought to look into the matter, he would have noticed that many of the actions which he sponsored were defeated, and he would have come to the conclusion that often he was used as a decoy. Or perhaps Fudge would not have cared even then. His primary concern, of course, had always been the money which made its way from Malfoy's vault into his own. Whether Malfoy succeeded or not really meant nothing to the minister. All that mattered to Fudge was that he was paid well for what he did. On this day, however, Fudge felt his popularity had fallen into an abyss, what with his failed persecution of young Harry Potter. It was a valuable lesson to learn. Before taking on one of the nation's greatest heroes, you needed to make certain you had an airtight case. Especially when said hero was being supported by another. That Dumbledore had staged the entire session with that despicable French wizard was beyond contradiction in Fudge's opinion. And worse, Fudge felt it was all calculated to make him look as bad as they possibly could, and in that endeavor, they had succeeded in spades. What bothered Fudge was that he was uncertain of just what Dumbledore's aims were. Was he merely trying to get the Potter brat off, or was he aiming for something more? Had he designs on the minister's office for himself or one of his cronies? The fact that the minister's office had been Dumbledore's for the taking when Bagnold resigned, if he'd only declared his candidacy rather than refusing due to lack of interest and contentment with his current positions, did not occur to the minister. No, Fudge was certain that Dumbledore was up to something and that whatever it was, it could not be beneficial for Fudge's long-term residence in the minister's office. Two can play that game. Fudge snarled to himself. It was time to fight back. Minister. Minister, did you hear me? Fudge blinked and focused his eyes. Across his desk sat the annoying pink woman whose grating high-pitched voice had interrupted his ruminations. Umbridge was a menace, but he had promoted her for one reason only. She blindly fell in with whatever schemes he promoted, if only to further her own agenda of bigotry and hate, something which, although Fudge did not espouse, he had no particular disliking for either. Unfortunately, despite her usefulness, he could only take her in small doses, as her voice was aggravating and her constant harping was not especially conducive to his own agenda of enriching himself. "I'm sorry, Madam Undersecretary, I'm afraid my mind wandered for a moment." "What were you saying?" She gave Fudge an imperious glare. "I had finished my report on the plans for my time at Hogwarts, Minister. But I believe I may have a plan to deal with the Delacour girl before the next school year starts." Privately, Fudge doubted she could do anything to influence the Vila's attendance in any way, but he had not stayed in power as long as he had by ignoring the schemes of his underlings. He motioned for her to continue, nodding thoughtfully and responding in monosyllables when she seemed to be expecting it. All in all, it was something which might have succeeded if it had been thought of several months before. In the current environment, though, Fudge was certain she would have difficulty pulling it off. Dumbledore would crush her without a second thought. Yet anything which diverted Dumbledore's attention was welcome in Fudge's opinion. For him, the main thrust was her installment at Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor, and the slow and careful way in which he would have her take over the school, that would have to be handled with delicacy. The fact that Umbridge had no true mastery of the subject and had indeed been an indifferent and pampered student at best when she had attended did not even enter into the equation in Fudge's eyes. Her use to him in the school was to find a way to have Dumbledore removed and to ensure Fudge was not challenged as minister. Of course, the scheme she had come up with to deal with this most vexing news of the Delacour girl's entrance into Hogwarts would be annoying for his opponents, although a little ham-fisted. He immediately threw his support behind her endeavors. "Very well, Undersecretary, you have my permission to proceed," Fudge responded magnanimously. "Thank you for your time and efforts." Umbridge's answering smile was most unpleasant, and Fudge shuddered as she scurried from the office. The woman made even him uncomfortable. In the north of Britain, an old manor building stood. It was the old estate manor of some landowner long forgotten in the mists of time, a reminder of the way things had once been in the kingdom. The building was still standing and in relatively good shape, which was surprising considering the years of neglect and indifference it had suffered. If one looked closely enough, a hint of its former glory could still be seen in the chipped and cracked marble floors and in the faded and peeling wallpaper. It had obviously been the home of a family of some wealth and consequence. Now, it was the home to people of a much less savory reputation. The newly reconstituted Dark Lord Tom Marvolo Riddle, or the self-styled Lord Voldemort, now made the old house his base of operations. Voldemort was indifferent as to his surroundings or the state of the old house. If things had been different, he could just as easily have made the manor of his Riddle ancestors his home. Unfortunately, the escape of Harry Potter from the Little Hangleton Cemetery and the house's proximity to the site of his rising meant the location was now compromised, necessitating his removal and relocation. It was an irritant, no more, no less, and the Dark Lord knew there were better things with which to concern himself than creature comforts and the location of his lair. Soon, the British wizarding world would be his once again, and locations such as this crumbling, ramshackle old building would mean nothing to him. His minions were currently out doing his bidding, all except the groveling fool Pettigrew, who was now in an upstairs room keeping watch for any hint of trouble. Voldemort did not think anyone would find him here, but he had not become one of the most feared and hated men in the history of the wizarding world by being careless. Left to his own devices, the Dark Lord immediately settled into one of the things he did best. He plotted and pondered his next moves. This new news of French involvement with Harry Potter was troubling. Not that he had expected Fudge's persecution, at Lucius' urging, of course, to succeed. On the contrary, he had firmly expected Dumbledore to crush the minister's initiative with little or no trouble. The manner in which Fudge's defeat had occurred had been unexpected, though, and although Voldemort had no proof whatsoever, he was certain the way it had played out had been orchestrated by Dumbledore for some particular purpose which Voldemort was not yet able to see. After all, Dumbledore had allowed this French ambassador to do most of the talking and the tearing apart of Fudge's arguments, and though it was possible that age was finally catching up to the old man, Voldemort did not think that was the case. Dumbledore's actions in the past several years suggested the man was still fully in control of his magical and mental capacities. Dumbledore had not gotten to where he was today by being a political lightweight. The Dark Lord bared his lips in an unsightly sneer. Voldemort's own rise to power had certainly not been characterized by incompetence, even his enemies were willing to allow him that much. Dumbledore was a worthy opponent, he would definitely have to be removed in order to ensure Voldemort's ultimate victory. No, whatever Dumbledore was playing at, Voldemort was certain it had been planned and executed meticulously, with nothing left to chance, which meant that Dumbledore had some purpose in orchestrating the incident. Did it have to do with bringing the French into the conflict as allies, or did he have some other more esoteric purpose which the Dark Lord had yet to discover? No matter, eventually Dumbledore would be forced to tip his hand, and the Dark Lord would be ready for him. Besides, two could play at that game. Voldemort was certain there were just as many discontented purebloods in France as there were in Britain. The problem of Potter was a tricky one, twice now he had defied and defeated, or at the very worst escaped from a fully constituted Dark Lord at the height of his powers. It was troubling to say the least. Perhaps there was more to the prophecy which Voldemort had not considered yet. Perhaps there was more to it than he had been led to believe. It would bear some further thought. As for the meddling foreigner, he would have to be taught in the harshest manner possible about the perils of involving himself in a matter which was not of his concern. A message would have to be sent, an indication of what would happen if he continued on his course of supporting the boy. It was imperative that Harry Potter be as isolated from the rest of the wizarding world as possible. Malfoy's job was to sow the seeds, in the matter of the trial, among other plans, of young Harry's disenchantment from the general public. That was the most important consideration right now. Yes, a message would be sent, one to strike fear in the hearts of his enemies. It need not be done immediately, they could afford to wait several months if necessary, before the right circumstance presented itself. He would have to speak to Lucius and arrange it. The Dark Lord smiled unpleasantly, the world would again learn to fear the name of Voldemort. Dumbledore apparated them to a small park not far from the Dursleys' home, and once they had ensured their arrival had not been witnessed, Dumbledore and Jean Sebastian shook hands and the headmaster disapparated away. Smiling at Harry, Jean Sebastian motioned for him to lead the way to his relative's house, noting with a frown the look of trepidation which appeared on Harry's face. "I don't think I've left anything behind," Harry began softly, his eyes never meeting Jean Sebastian's face. "Maybe we could go straight to France." Regarding his ward, Jean Sebastian thought again about his scant knowledge of Harry's life with his relatives, understanding that this reaction was more evidence of the fact that it had not been a good life. Whatever Harry's reservations were, they would need to be addressed and their effects resolved so his future son-in-law could move on with his life. "Perhaps not," Jean Sebastian replied, "but I would prefer to make certain. In any case, we should at least inform them of your change in status and let them know you will never live with them again." "Like they care," Harry muttered under his breath. Jean Sebastian had to strain to hear Harry's words, frowning when he realized the implications. He would need to find out sooner rather than later the details of Harry's upbringing. Turning with some abruptness, Harry began walking down the street, prompting Jean Sebastian to pursue him. "They won't like us showing up, sir," he said, his voice quiet. "They've never wanted to have anything to do with my world before." "Do not worry, Harry. I can deal with them. They cannot be any worse than dealing with Fudge." Harry threw a wry grin back at his companion, and they chuckled together, Jean Sebastian happy he had been able to release the tension in his charge. The distance was short, and soon they arrived at a sleepy-looking street. A row of Muggle houses met Jean Sebastian's gaze, and although the area appeared to be a little older, the houses were generally neat and in good repair. It was like any other Muggle neighborhood, with nothing that suggested it was anything out of the ordinary. Of course, it had housed the most famous wizard in magical Britain for almost the last 14 years of his life, which made it remarkable, to the wizarding world at least. The house to which Harry led them was as commonplace as the rest. It looked comfortable, but not overly large, and it had well-manicured lawns and foliage in good repair. They went to the front door, at which Harry raised his hand and knocked, an action which surprised Jean Sebastian. He would have thought, having lived there for many years, Harry would just walk in the front door, but it appeared that either something had happened which had revoked his rights to such an action, or he had never really felt welcome in the first place. At length, the door swung open, revealing a young boy about Harry's age. Though Jean-Sebastian knew he must be Harry's cousin, there was virtually no family resemblance. As the boy was stocky to Harry's rather slender frame, the two also had very different features. "Hi, Dud," Harry greeted the young man somewhat diffidently. The young man's eyes narrowed and he glanced over his shoulder in a furtive manner. "Harry, what are you doing here?" "We've come to pick up my things and talk to your mum and dad," Harry said, his voice quavering slightly in nervousness. "Dad doesn't want you here anymore. He said you're not welcome." Jean-Sebastian decided it was time to intervene. "Mr. Dursley, I assure you we will not be staying long. I simply need to speak with your parents, after which Harry and I will leave. Will you please call them?" Dudley appeared to consider this momentarily before opening the door fully and motioning for them to follow him. "You can sit in the living room, I'll call Mum and Dad," he said over his shoulder. Following Harry, Jean-Sebastian entered the house. A short walk through the entranceway brought them to a comfortable living area filled with Muggle gadgets. As a pureblood, Jean-Sebastian had grown up in the wizarding world, but he had more knowledge about the Muggle world than most of his contemporaries. After all, they shared the world with Muggles and were vastly outnumbered by them. It seemed only prudent to know about them and their customs. The one thing which did catch his attention was the lack of anything which would suggest that more than one boy had ever lived in this house. There were pictures of the young Dursley aplenty, but not a single image of Harry could be found in the entire room. Such an oversight did nothing to calm Jean-Sebastian's fears over the manner in which the young man had been treated over the years. They took a seat on a couch, and it was only moments before an enormous man with a walrus mustache and a thin woman with blonde hair entered into the room. Their faces clearly showed their anger, but they kept their temper in check with some effort. "Boy, I told you when you left that you were no longer welcome in this house, and now you're bringing your freak friends with you." Jean-Sebastian's face went stony, and he regarded the fat man as though he were a slug. "Mr. Dursley, I presume." The fat man grudgingly nodded his head and glared at them. "Well, what are you waiting for? Get out." "Mr. Dursley, I am Jean-Sebastian Delacour, and believe me, nothing will please me more than to take Harry away from here and never return," Jean-Sebastian responded, his voice the icy chill of a winter wind. "But Harry's circumstances have changed, and I think you have a right to know. Shall we sit and discuss this like adults? We don't care what happens to the freak, Mrs. Dursley spoke up with some distaste. "Our Dudders was almost killed by those creatures. Having him here is dangerous." A scornful laugh escaped Jean-Sebastian's lips and he stood and turned the full force of his glare on the bad-mannered couple. "Do you really think you could stop Dumbledore if he decided Harry needed to stay here again?" The woman's face became white at his suggestion, while the fat man's face purpled in anger. "We don't care. Get out. Sit down," Jean-Sebastian thundered, whipping out his wand and pointing it at them. They paled and muttered but sat as asked, although their faces still showed the petulant anger of truly small-minded people. "Now, we will sit down and converse like rational adults," Jean-Sebastian enunciated clearly. "There will be no further outbursts about freaks, or any of the other names you have called Harry over the years." His voice was stern and uncompromising, and although Jean-Sebastian had the impression Harry's relatives had rarely been spoken to in such a manner, they grudgingly nodded their heads in assent while stealing apprehensive glances at his wand, which was still held in his hand. "Thank you. I understand there was an incident this summer before Harry left your care." At their nods, Jean-Sebastian continued. "He has been exonerated for his actions during that incident, but due to certain circumstances, his guardianship has changed, and he will no longer be required to live with you." He witnessed as the man and woman exchanged a glance with each other, triumphant grins passing across their face. "Good," the woman finally exulted. "We never wanted the little our nephew to live with us anyway. That headmaster of his forced him on us and we had no choice. We want nothing further to do with your strange world." The man continued, his voice forceful and unpleasant. "You people aren't natural, and his parents weren't any better. We'll be happy to be rid of him." Jean-Sebastian leaned back and studied the three of them for a moment, feeling more resignation and annoyance at their attitude than any true anger. He had seen this behavior many times, although since he was a magical, he had usually seen magicals disparaging muggles rather than the reverse. Still, it did not take a genius to see the blatant bigotry and hatred these people harbored for something they could not possibly understand. It was good that Jean-Sebastian had intervened when he had, as this life could not have been comfortable for Harry. Glancing sidelong at his new ward, Jean-Sebastian considered the situation and wondered if the situation had been what he had seen here, or if the Dursleys had been more physical in their treatment of the young boy. His eyes narrowed as he saw Harry's slumped posture and the way he would not meet his relative's eyes. It was difficult to tell, but Jean-Sebastian determined he would get to the bottom of it and swore that these ignorant people would pay if they had abused the young man. In the interim of Jean-Sebastian's thoughts, silence had stretched on in the room, a silence which had clearly become uncomfortable for the couple sitting opposite. Although their son did not seem to mind, he was openly gazing at his cousin, as though he had never truly seen him before. It was petty, but Jean-Sebastian took a perverse amount of pleasure in their unease, allowing the silence to continue as he merely gazed at the couple, his contempt showing in his expression which was tinged with distaste. "Should you not be thanking your nephew for his actions?" he queried at last. "If not for Harry's actions, your son would have been killed by those Dementors. And if he wasn't here, your freaky creatures would never have been here either, Mr. Dursley snarled in response. "He's been nothing but trouble since he showed up, and we're well rid of him." "He did save me, Dad," Dudley spoke up suddenly. From the looks Dudley received from not only his father and mother but also Harry, Jean-Sebastian deduced that Dudley backing Harry up was an uncommon, if not unheard of, event. The young man, however, ignored the looks he was receiving from his parents and kept his gaze focused on Harry, an earnest and almost pleading expression on his features. Harry returned his gaze with a questioning one of his own, before finally relaxing and slumping slightly in his seat with a half-smile on his face. "Don't worry about it, Dud. It was no problem." Mr. Dursley's snort met Harry's statement, but Harry ignored it, seeming to be relieved and somewhat happier over the situation. Jean-Sebastian strongly suspected he was happy to have finally received some measure of approbation from at least one of his relatives, even if it had been bought at the price of a life-threatening situation. "Mr. Dursley, I fully understand you would like us to leave, so I'll get right to the point. I am not impressed with what I've seen here today and what I've heard about Harry's home life. You clearly know nothing about nurturing a young man properly, and if I didn't consider you to be worth nothing more than an ant to crush beneath my boots, I might take offense to the things you have said today." Mrs. Dursley paled, while her husband's face purpled in anger, but Jean-Sebastian ignored them. "Be that as it may, I am happy to say that Harry will never have to suffer your presence again. I will certainly never allow him to return here, and I cannot imagine him ever wanting to return once he comes of age." A single glance at Harry, showing the boy's slightly anxious expression and furtive glances in the direction of the front door, told him what he already knew. Harry would undoubtedly be quite happy to never return to his relative's house again. But be that as it may, I felt it only prudent to advise you of the change in Harry's status and the fact that he will not be returning. He is now betrothed to my daughter and will be my ward until his guardian is once again fit to resume his duties. Therefore, he will not be requiring your hospitality any longer. Once a freak, always a freak, Mr. Dursley responded with a sneer. "Imagine, magic and betrothals. It's all freakiness, I tell you." His beady eyes fixed on Harry, and an unpleasant leer came over his face. "So, you had to go and get someone else to get you a betrothal to get yourself a girl, did you, boy? Couldn't get a girl on your own with your freakiness. I bet she's short and warty, a true witch." Mr. Dursley's laugh grated on Jean-Sebastian's nerves, but he said nothing, merely removing a Muggle-style picture from his wallet and enlarging it until it was the size of a large painting. "This is my daughter, Fleur, who is now engaged to Harry. I don't think she has any warts, to the best of my knowledge. However, she may turn you into a toad if you were to suggest such a thing to her face, so I suggest you keep your opinions firmly to yourself." The mouths of all three Dursleys dropped as they gazed at the picture of his daughter, causing Jean-Sebastian to chuckle in response. As a father, he was proud of his daughter's beauty and Vila heritage, even while he had worried about the effect that heritage would have on potential suitors. Harry was truly a godsend to the French ambassador. After a moment, Mr. Dursley turned red and he began to stutter with rage while his wife regarded Harry as if she had never seen him before. The youngest Dursley could hardly take his eyes off the picture, although he did glance at Harry with a new respect in his eyes. Shrinking the picture once again and replacing it in his wallet, Jean-Sebastian regarded the abysmal family with some distaste. Once we leave this place, it will be up to Harry as to whether or not you will ever see him again. When he comes of age, I will leave that decision up to him. Just take him and go, Mr. Dursley said in a gruff tone of voice once he had recovered somewhat from his anger. The only thing that will make us happy is if we don't have to deal with you lot again. We will, Dursley, Jean-Sebastian responded. But I also feel it necessary to warn you as well. Dursley passed a weary hand over his face. Why can't you freaks just take a hint and understand where you're not wanted? We didn't want to have anything to do with him. Dursley jabbed a finger at Harry, but your headmaster wouldn't hear of anything else. We wanted him to live normally without all his parents' freakiness, but we were forced to send him to that school. Why do you people insist on doing this to us? Astonished at the rudeness and tenacity of this man, Jean-Sebastian was tempted to do exactly what he asked, leave them to their fate. However, his sense of responsibility demanded he deliver his message before he quit the place entirely. Besides, Dumbledore had convinced Jean-Sebastian that regardless of the Dursleys' worthiness as guardians or their worth as human beings, they deserved to be warned, due to the fact that they were Harry's relations. Mr. Dursley, are you familiar with the story of Lord Voldemort? Mrs. Dursley gasped. Wasn't he that madman who was after Lily? Jean-Sebastian inclined his head. He was after the whole family, yes, but more specifically after Harry, I suspect. Although his wife seemed to understand what Jean-Sebastian was talking about, Mr. Dursley appeared to be completely at a loss. What are you talking about? Lily told me about him before she died, Mrs. Dursley told her husband. He was after them for some reason or another, he's the one who killed them. With a grunt, Dursley glared across at the two wizards. What about him? He died back then, what does he have to do with anything now? Turning to Harry, Jean-Sebastian raised an eyebrow at Harry. They don't want to hear anything I have to say, Harry muttered defensively. Even if I tried to tell them, they wouldn't have listened. Turning back to the Dursleys, Jean-Sebastian sized them up. He suspected they might not give any weight to what he was about to tell them, but he decided it was on their heads if they did not. He could only warn them, they would need to do the rest. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we are here today not only to tell you that Harry will be leaving your residence but also to warn you that you may be in danger if you stay here. This Voldemort who tried to kill Harry when he was a baby has recently returned, and if he learns of your relationship with Harry, he may try to get to Harry though you. Now, you and I both know that there are virtually no familial feelings between you and your nephew, but Voldemort certainly will not know that. But he died. Mr. Dursley scoffed. Would you have us fear a dead man? He did not die, Jean-Sebastian responded evenly. Through unknown means, he managed to cheat his fate and has recently returned to Britain, intent on picking up where he left off. When he left Harry here as a baby, Dumbledore erected a set of protections which not only kept young Harry safe but also kept you and your family safe. But a condition of these protections is that he must be present for part of the summer for them to be effective. Harry will not be returning next year to reset the wards, which means they will fade away sometime next summer. Once that happens, this house will be visible once again to the magical world, and if Voldemort ever makes the connection between Harry and your family, you will all be in great danger. I'm sure we can reason with him if he does show up, Mr. Dursley claimed rather nonchalantly. If he hates the boy as much as we do, I'd think he would award us a medal for getting him out of the house. Vernon, I think we should consider the warning, his wife spoke up, her eyes bright with fear. Frankly, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, it matters little to me if you heed the warning or not, Jean-Sebastian replied with a shrug. I have done my duty. But I strongly suggest you listen to me and take steps to protect your family. Voldemort does not reason with or reward muggles, he kills them. It is your choice, but I urge you not to underestimate him. Harry and I will collect his remaining belongings and leave you now. Rising to his feet, Jean-Sebastian motioned for Harry to precede him from the room, but they were interrupted by Dudley's fearful voice. There isn't anything of Harry's left here. After he left last week, Dad got rid of it all. Jean-Sebastian's eyes flashed and he turned on Vernon. You discarded Harry's possessions. Vernon paled and seemed to sink back in his seat, his eyes darting from side to side. His fear would almost have been amusing if Jean-Sebastian had not been so thoroughly disgusted with the man who had provided Harry with such a dismal childhood environment. "It's okay," Harry said, his manner somewhat resigned. "I make sure I take everything that means anything to me when I leave after summer halls. All I had left were a few old clothes and some odds and ends." Turning to regard his ward, Jean-Sebastian searched his eyes, looking for some hint of anything other than the resignation which had been so evident in Harry's voice. If the boy had lost anything of value to Dursley's housecleaning, he would have it out of their hides. Once again, Jean-Sebastian noticed the somewhat tattered and oversized state of Harry's clothes, which he had assumed was some Muggle-fashion statement, but now he was not certain. Then, there was the single trunk of his possessions, which he clutched tightly in his hand. Whatever the Dursleys had or had not done to Harry, they had certainly not provided a suitably nurturing environment to the young man, and knowing that filled him with rage. But he checked his temper and glared down at the elder Dursleys with contempt. "Very well, we will be taking our leave now. I have never witnessed such complete disdain and criminal negligence in a couple responsible for the upbringing and well-being of a young man in my life. You, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, should be in prison for what you have done. Do not ever attempt to contact Harry again. You will not appreciate the consequences." Motioning to Harry, Jean-Sebastian swept from the room with Harry close on his heels. They had walked no more than a few steps when they heard a voice calling to them. Jean-Sebastian turned and looked at the heavy-set bulk of Harry's cousin. Seeing with a glance that Harry was regarding his cousin curiously, he felt it would do little harm to let them speak before they left. Dudley shifted from foot to foot nervously while covertly watching Harry out of the corner of his eye. He seemed to want to say something, but for whatever reason was uncertain, or unwilling, to come to the point. "What is it, Dud?" The sound of the young man's voice seemed to startle him from his thoughts. "Harry, oh, hang it all, I'm not very good at this." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before visibly screwing up his courage and addressing his cousin. "I just wanted to say, I know I haven't treated you well, but, thanks for saving me from those ghost thingies." Harry smiled at his cousin, a smile which actually seemed to reach his eyes, somewhat surprising if half of what Jean-Sebastian suspected about his time with his cousin was true. "It's okay, Dudley. I couldn't just leave you behind. Don't think anything of it." "I think a lot of it, Harry," Dudley contradicted. "The way I've treated you, I wouldn't have blamed you if you'd left me in the dust." Harry did not appear to know what to say. After a moment's thought, he again smiled. "You're welcome. And Harry, don't listen to what Dad says about you. You're no freak. Wherever you're going, I hope I can see you again, sometime." "I'd like that, Dudley," Harry said again. "Maybe when this is all over I'll look you up sometime." Although he was certain Harry would have denied it, he thought he detected the hint of tears in Harry's eyes. Obviously, finally being offered a hint of acceptance from one of his relatives was affecting Harry more than he was letting on. Dudley nodded his agreement to Harry's offer and then turned his attention to Jean-Sebastian and ducked his head. "Please take care of my cousin, Mr. Delacour." Inclining his head, Jean-Sebastian directed a smile at the young man. "I will. Thank you for your words here, Mr. Dursley. It takes a lot of courage to admit when you've been wrong. Please convince your father to take the warning seriously," he continued with a stern expression on his face. "If you don't, the consequences could be disastrous." Dudley nodded, and after shuffling forward and shaking Harry's hand awkwardly, he disappeared back into the house, leaving behind one bemused wizard and a confused young man whom Jean-Sebastian suspected felt somewhat better about his relatives than he did before. They left the house, walking down the block back to the park, but instead of finding the secluded spot they had arrived in before, Jean-Sebastian directed Harry to a bench, intent on getting some answers from him before they went any further. Harry seemed somewhat confused, but he allowed himself to be guided and then sat down, waiting for further instructions. Jean-Sebastian flicked his wand, setting up a few charms to ensure their privacy, before turning his attention on the young man. "Harry," he began, not wanting the boy to become uncomfortable with a long silence, "I wanted to speak with you about your time with your relatives." Harry's face assumed a defensive expression, and Jean-Sebastian could almost imagine he saw an extra mask come over his eyes, hiding his feelings behind them. "I'd prefer not to talk about it, JS," he finally responded. I'm never going back there, so there's no point. Harry, you may have come to believe such ill treatment was something that you deserved, but believe me, the Dursleys' behavior is just short of criminal. You don't have to tell me anything which makes you uncomfortable, but I want to know what things were like for you and take the appropriate actions if necessary. Silence reigned for the next few moments as Harry seemed to retreat into himself. The expression of anguish on his features and the way he wrung his hands nervously tugged at Jean Sebastian's heartstrings, but he was determined to give his young ward the space and time to discover his feelings on his own. If the situation was as Jean Sebastian suspected, he promised he would have the Dursleys' hides hung on his wall. What's the point? Harry finally asked as he glanced up. It's done, and there's nothing we can do about it. I would prefer to just move on and forget about them. And what good is that? Jean Sebastian asked pointedly. Harry, you may not believe you're worth the effort, but I intend to take the time to convince you that you are. And if your relatives never pay the price for their crimes, are they really learning anything? What of their own son? Will they do the same to him? You don't have worry about their little Duddykins, Harry muttered. Lifting an eyebrow, Jean Sebastian thought back to the encounter, remembering the way the couple had spoken of and referred to their son, and he reflected, somewhat ruefully, that Harry was probably right. Dudley had likely been treated like a prince by his parents. Of course, their treatment of their own son obviously created its own problems in their son's sense of entitlement and his becoming spoiled, but that really was not Jean Sebastian's concern. Such an inequality of their situations must have made Harry's childhood all the worse, knowing that he had been singled out. Jean Sebastian sat there regarding Harry, allowing him time to sort through his feelings and find his words while at the same time presenting a calm yet implacable front to the young man. He would have an accounting of Harry's relatives. At length, Harry began speaking. He was somewhat reluctant and unsure, and although his manner was hesitant, once he started, the words began to come in a torrent. Yet though the subject matter was emotional and the actions of his relatives had hurt him immensely, his face was a stony mask and his voice was emotionless. Jean Sebastian knew he had learned to protect himself from his relatives' neglect by holding his emotions in check and not admitting they had hurt him. It was something they would have to work on changing. Harry would certainly never face such attitudes in his family. The story Harry weaved was heartbreaking. It was one of a lonely, miserable child who could not understand what he had done to deserve the contempt and ridicule to which he was subjected on a daily basis. The story was one of emotional abuse, where the words, freak, worthless, and unwanted, figured prominently in the boy's upbringing. Harry spoke of growing up living in a cupboard under the stairs, moving out of said closet and into his cousin's second bedroom after receiving a letter from Hogwarts, only because the Dursleys worried what Dumbledore would do when he found out his living circumstances. Of course, he was not allowed to remove the pile of discarded and broken old toys which took up the majority of his new room. No, little Duddykins was not finished with them, so they had to stay. According to Harry, he had started cooking the family meals at an early age and ended up doing the bulk of the household chores while his cousin sat on his lazy behind, planning his latest round of bullying. He had never had a Christmas present from them, whereas his cousin had been buried in a veritable mountain of presents, and he had been told that freaks did not have birthdays, while again his cousin was treated as if he were a prince. He spoke of odd things happening to him, things which he could not understand, but of which his relatives must have known due to their knowledge of his parents' abilities. Yet nothing was ever explained. Instead, he was punished whenever anything happened which could not be explained, while his relatives lied to him, telling him he was the spawn of drunkards who were killed in a car accident, blaming them for the scar he now wore on his forehead. As horror after horror was spoken in that same emotionless monotone, still, Jean Sebastian reflected, there was something missing from Harry's tale. The young man fell silent, and Jean Sebastian determined he would discover whether or not Harry was hiding anything from him. Thank you for trusting me with your story, Harry, Jean Sebastian told him, showing the young man a smile of compassion. But, Harry, I need to know something. Your relatives treated you abominably, but you haven't said anything about physical mistreatment. Did your uncle ever beat you? His eyes widened and he began shaking his head vigorously. No, he never did anything like that. I mean, there were some times I thought he was so mad he would, but he never did. Maybe he was afraid of what I could do to him when I grew up or something. And your cousin? Harry laughed bitterly. Dudley's favorite game was called Harry hunting. He and his gang used to terrorize the neighborhood and vandalize whatever they could without getting caught. I learned very quickly to be much faster than Dudley and very good at hiding, otherwise, I'd get a beating. But he never hit me hard enough to leave a permanent mark and was careful to never leave any kind of mark where it would show. He didn't want my school teachers to know about the bullying. Jean-Sebastian digested all this, reflecting it was better than he would have thought or hoped. The mental abuse in some ways was worse than if they had physically abused him, but if they had beat him, then nothing would have prevented Jean-Sebastian from exacting a stiff price for their actions. As it was, he was inclined to leave well enough alone. Harry was physically undamaged after all, and it would not do to drag up further painful memories for the young man. Instead, he would focus on helping Harry rehabilitate his sense of self-worth, something which he knew would be difficult yet ultimately rewarding. It was amazing how well he had turned out, given the adversities he had faced in his life. Jean-Sebastian would have understood if he had grown into a bitter and vengeful young man, yet nothing was further from the truth. He was as pleasant a young man as Jean-Sebastian had ever had the good fortune to meet. "Harry, I want you to know something." The young man's eyes flickered up to meet his, but his expression remained placid, waiting for Jean-Sebastian to come to the point. "That part of your life is over, and I will never bring it up again. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," Harry responded. Jean-Sebastian raised an eyebrow at the young man, prompting him to flush with embarrassment. "JS," he amended sheepishly. "That's better. Just remember, Harry, I will not bring it up, but that does not mean you cannot. If you ever want to talk about it or ask my advice, I will always be available for you, and for that matter, Sirius can help too." "Thanks JS," Harry replied with considerable feeling. "You're welcome, Harry," Jean-Sebastian said, his mouth rising in a warm smile. He had only met Harry that day, and already he was developing a fondness for the polite and serious young man. If the stories he had heard of Harry's time in Hogwarts to this point were any indication, life with Harry Potter certainly would not be dull. That evening, Hermione Granger was sitting on the bed in her room considering the events of the day when Ginny stepped into their shared bedroom. Knowing as she did Ginny's obsession with the boy who lived, Hermione was not surprised that the announcement from earlier that day had been a shock and a crushing blow for the young woman. She had been closeted with her mother for the better part of the day, presumably commiserating and crying out her frustrations, joined by her mother no doubt, considering Mrs. Weasley had wanted the match longer than her daughter had. The Ginny who entered the room still had a hint of red around her eyes, evidence of the amount of mourning she had done for the loss of all her dreams. Still, as Hermione looked closer, she saw something she had not expected, a small inkling of hope. Although Hermione could not claim to be an expert on wizarding customs and laws, she did not know how Ginny could still hold out hope. The betrothal was a legal one, sealed by the magical power of the two families, therefore completely binding and unbreakable. "Hi, Hermione," Ginny said, her manner nervous and uncertain. Hermione smiled and returned to the open book on her lap, the book which she had opened over an hour earlier, but of which she had, as yet, not even read a single page. She was uncertain what she could do to help the young woman. Ginny's feelings, after all, were uncomfortably close to Hermione's, although unlike Ginny's, hers new and still somewhat raw. "Crazy day, wasn't it?" "Yes, but a good day, nonetheless," was the response. The room was silent for several moments until Hermione glanced up and saw tears glistening in the corners of Ginny's eyes. "Yes, a red-letter day," the redhead spat bitterly. "Harry's free," Hermione responded pointedly. "Would you have preferred the Ministry had snapped his wand?" Flopping down on her bed, Ginny sank down onto her back, spreading her arms out wide and allowing an explosive sigh to pass through her lips. "That's not what I mean, Hermione. I'm happy Harry was freed, but..." She was trying to be patient, but dealing with Ginny's fatalism and hopeless infatuation with Hermione's best friend was the last thing she wanted to think about. With her own thoughts and feelings as unsettled as they were, Hermione would have preferred a quiet, solitary room to herself to think and deal with everything which had happened. Not for the first time, she wondered why she was not in her own room. The house certainly had enough to provide everyone with their own privacy. "Of course, you don't care, do you?" Ginny spat bitterly when the silence had become oppressive. "You have never looked at him as anything other than a friend." Hermione was just able to check her reaction to Ginny's statement, knowing in her own mind exactly how untrue it was. Still, she felt somewhat ashamed of her thoughts about the young girl. This was a shock for her, and Hermione knew she had not exactly been supportive. "No, Ginny, I certainly don't know how you feel," Hermione replied, hearing the lie in her own voice but denying it all the same. Her friend did not need to know of Hermione's feelings. "But Ginny, you knew there was no guarantee he would ever return your feelings. You've set yourself up for this by refusing to get over this obsession." Abruptly sitting up, Ginny glared at Hermione, tears glistening on her cheeks and an expression of utter desolation etched upon her face. "I know," she responded quietly. "But as long as he was unattached, there was always a chance, I could still hope." Reaching across, Hermione took one of Ginny's hands and squeezed it in a friendly, commiserating gesture. "I understand. It's got to be hard, Ginny, but you need to let it go. Maybe now you can just be his friend without this infatuation getting in the way." "I tell myself that," Ginny responded, lowering her head, "but I can't help but hope." "What is there left to hope for?" Hermione said, confused again over this hope to which Ginny continued to cling. "Harry's betrothed now, Ginny, a magical betrothal. As I understand it, there's nothing you or I or anyone else can do to break it." The little redhead glanced up with a faint smile on her face which was incongruous with the tears which continued to sparkle on her cheeks. "Actually, there is a way to break it, but that takes the agreement of both heads of the houses, which I doubt they would ever do. Politically, this betrothal is far too important for Harry, the Delacours, and potentially our entire world. This could bring the French into the fight against you-know-who, which we badly need with Fudge at the controls." This was a condition of which Hermione had not been aware, but she still failed to understand how Ginny could still hold out hope to be with Harry when there was little to no chance he would ever be free of the contract. "You mean I finally knew something the great Hermione Granger didn't?" Ginny exclaimed with a small giggle. A mock glare met her declaration, which only caused the girl to descend further into her mirth. Hermione would have been happy that Ginny was able to laugh, if she had not detected a hint of hysteria in her voice. "I imagine there are many things about the magical world and pureblood traditions I don't know," Hermione responded, mock sternly. "That doesn't explain why you still hope to be with Harry even though he's essentially engaged." The laughter stopped and a pensive look stole over Ginny's face. "I guess you wouldn't know this either. You know the magical world is somewhat behind the Muggle world, as far as traditions go." At Hermione's impatient nod, she continued, "Well, in the magical world, there are no laws that state a man can only have one wife." A shocked Hermione stared back at her friend, her mouth open and working soundlessly. "It's more like the lack of a law, actually. Although multiple marriages are not exactly common, they do still happen on occasion, especially among old pureblood families which are in danger of dying out. The thought is that by having multiple wives, a man can father more children, expanding the bloodline and preventing the possibility of only having one child and risking the line dying out." Hermione was aghast, although a part of her was curious. "Really?" Nodding her head, Ginny chuckled at Hermione's reaction. "Apparently, your reaction is very common among Muggle-borns. For some families, such as the Zabinis, the problem is not serious. Blaise has several uncles, great-uncles, etc., all who have families of their own, making it unlikely Blaise will ever be involved in a multiple marriage. However, the Malfoys, although they may still have some relatives in France, do not have that luxury. Draco is the last scion of the Malfoy family in England, making him a prime candidate for eventually having more than one wife. As is Harry," Hermione breathed, understanding what her friend was saying. Ginny nodded vigorously. "Yes. The Potters were a larger family at one time and are related to several other families if you go back far enough, the Longbottoms and my own family, for example. If he had been brought up by his parents, Harry would have been taught by his parents that he may one day be a part of a multiple marriage. In fact, if he had lived, James might have eventually had more than one wife, as he had no siblings either." "Not if what I have heard of Lily was true," Hermione murmured, feeling certain the headstrong witch would never have put up with another wife for her husband. Giggling again, Ginny nodded her head. "You're likely right. The first wife has to agree to the second marriage, so Lily could have vetoed any subsequent marriages." "What if there are multiple marriage contracts?" Hermione asked. "Then the first one has precedence, and any subsequent ones must be ratified by the first wife before they can become active. However, that would never happen, as the father would have to negotiate both." Why would he create two when there is no guarantee the first wife would agree to the second contract? For the political connections, possible, but there still is no guarantee. And negotiating such a contract would have inherent risks. The second family might be offended by their contract being cancelled, especially if they were not notified of the first contract's existence. It hardly ever happens. As she thought about it, Hermione wondered if Ginny was thinking this through properly. It certainly seemed as though there was a possibility there, but there were so many variables. I was not aware of this, she said, speaking slowly and carefully. But there are so many unknown factors, Ginny. Harry may not feel that way about you, and I'm sure his fiancée will not appreciate you dating him in order to try to become his second wife. I know, Ginny responded, her features once again assuming the desolate look they had had when she had first entered the room. So why do you continue to hope? Hermione asked her, trying to remain as kind and understanding as she could. And besides, are you certain you want to share your husband? If you really loved someone and the only way to be with them was to share, wouldn't you? Ginny challenged. I'm not certain I could, Hermione responded, confused as to her own feelings. Would she be willing to share Harry with Fleur, a woman she did not even really know? It would be one thing with someone like Ginny whom she knew and liked, but to do so with a near stranger would be difficult. Even if she could manage to reconcile herself to the idea in the first place. Ginny, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not certain you love Harry. When the young girl began to protest, Hermione stopped her with an open hand. Ginny, you don't even know Harry, you've been too shy to get to know him. How can you say you love him? For the first time since she had known the young girl, Hermione's statement seemed to give Ginny pause where Harry was concerned. She did not know if Ginny was truly in love with Harry or just infatuated, but she felt it would be better for the girl to let this go. It was almost certain to cause her less heartache in the long run. I don't know, Ginny finally stated in a small voice. I've had this attraction to him for so long, and yet, I guess I really don't know him, do I? I just know the boy who lived. That can always be fixed, Hermione said with a smile. At Ginny's raised eyebrow, Hermione continued, be his friend, Ginny. Harry doesn't need another fangirl or a potential second wife right now, there will be time enough for that later. What he needs now are friends. You need to let go of your infatuation and get to know Harry as he is, not as you've pictured him all your life. Believe me, treating him as a friend is the best way for you to catch his eye. The thoughtful look which entered Ginny's eye caused a sigh of relief to the young witch. It appeared she was finally getting through to the younger girl. And one other thing, Ginny, I would recommend you give up on your hope. There are too many obstacles to be overcome. If some time down the road it does happen, it will be pleasantly surprising for you, but you're setting yourself to be crushed if it doesn't. Let it go. The clouded-over eyes told Hermione all she needed to know about Ginny's reaction to her second piece of advice, but the girl smiled tremulously after a few moments and nodded bravely. It perhaps was not the best she could have hoped, but as long as the other girl had held on to her fantasy, giving it up would undoubtedly be difficult. Hermione lay back down on her bed and stared up at the ceiling. Now if she could only let it go herself. I know this is sudden and not what you wished for, ma chérie, but you know how I worry for you. It could be much worse, could it not? As the light of the afternoon gave way to the lengthening shadows of early evening, Fleur Delacour sat on the window seat in her bedchamber, peering out at the beautiful landscapes of the hills and valleys which comprised her home, the words of her father echoing through her mind. For once, the scene in front of her, the mass of verdant green trees and narrow streams amidst the rugged hills of her home, was not enough to distract her from her thoughts and worries. A small sigh escaped her lips and she pressed her forehead against the window, lost in thought. As every other young girl in the wizarding world, she had been well aware of the fact that her father could negotiate a marriage contract for her, although he had promised her he would only do it if he felt it was in her best interests and the best interests of the family. And of course, like any other girl, she had dreamed of a wonderful man sweeping her off her feet, carrying her away to life of love and laughter. Still, as her father said, it was not truly a bad situation. And though she was unsettled over the situation, thinking back on the conversation with her father did bring her some comfort. Fleur sat down heavily on the chair in front of the desk in her father's study, unable to believe what her father had just told her. Marriage contract, she breathed. I was not aware there was a marriage contract in existence for me. I found Out about it just recently myself, her father responded with a kindly smile. I did not wish to worry you, so I did not say anything about it until I was certain we would be agreeing to it. Not knowing what to say, Fleur sat quietly in her chair, staring at the wood of her father's desk. Having reached the age of 17, she had assumed that as she had not yet been entered into a marriage contract, it was not likely to happen. Erroneously assumed, it appeared. She was well aware of the state of her father's position in both the political landscape of France and the wizarding world as a whole, and try as she might, she could not imagine with whom he would need to cement a political alliance. But suddenly, the import of the words made its way through her consciousness and she peered up at her father. You didn't know about it. Then who negotiated it if you did not? It was negotiated 50 years ago for my generation, her father replied. He then proceeded to relate the history of the marriage contract by which she was now bound. But the one thing he did not tell her was the identity of her betrothed. I see you are curious of the identity of the young man, he finally said after he had related the entirety of it to her. On the contrary, she said with a hint of wry humor which she did not feel, that is the kind of minor detail which is quite unimportant, given the circumstances. Her father favored her with an indulgent smile. That is the spirit, Fleur, and I think you will not be displeased with the young man I have chosen for you. Fleur glared at her father, somewhat put out that he would not come to the point and tell her to whom she had been saddled. With another smile of amusement, her father finally relented. Your new betrothed is Harry Potter. A stunned Fleur stared back at her father, aghast at the revelation. Never would she have believed that her father would betroth her to not only a foreign wizard but one of the most famous in the wizarding world. Harry Potter. Fleur. But Papa, I hardly know him. You have met him, yes. At Fleur's nod, he continued. I have never met him personally, but from what little I saw at that tournament, he seemed like a serious, competent young man, and he handled himself amazingly well given the circumstances. His godfather, although I suppose he can be considered to be somewhat biased in his opinion, has nothing but good to say about the young man. Fleur considered all her father had said, certain he believed he was doing as he felt was right. Knowing what she did of Harry, Fleur could not help but agree with her father's assessment. There were certainly worse wizards out there to whom she could be bound, not that Jean-Sébastien Delacour would ever tie her to someone merely for political gain, he loved his daughters too much for that. I know this is sudden and not what you're wished for, ma chérie, but you know how I worry for you. It could be much worse, could it not? And she was aware of what it could be. As Avila, she knew that many men would seek her out for her beauty and the status of being with Avila. The burden of distinguishing those interested in Fleur the person from those interested in the villa was always difficult and uncertain. Surely, from what she knew of Harry Potter, he was not the type who would use her in such a way. Yes, father, she whispered, it could be worse. That is one of the reasons why I decided to enter into this agreement. I trust the account of your young man that I have been given, and I believe that he will treat you well. By all accounts, Harry hates his fame and wishes for a normal life, something which I hope you both can build together. In fact, it seems to me that you two share a similar problem. You cannot be certain if a man is attracted to you or the villa in you, and Mr. Potter cannot be certain if a woman is attracted to him or his fame. Besides, given what I have been told of him, I think you will do very well together. At the very least, it is much more than many purebloods have to look forward to when entering into an arranged marriage. Fleur flushed and smiled at her father. I understand, Papa, and I appreciate the fact that you look out for Gabrielle and me so well. I have only ever wanted for you and your sister to be happy, Fleur, Mr. Delacour said, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his desk while fixing his daughter with a serious look. All I ask is that you keep an open mind about your betrothed and give him a chance. I think you will be pleasantly surprised. Although still somewhat shocked and uncertain about the situation, Fleur nevertheless agreed that at this point it was the only thing she could do. Besides, after she had gotten over her initial impression of Harry, she had been intrigued by his heroism and bravery. I shall give him every chance, Papa, Fleur agreed. She was still unsettled 2 days after the conversation with her father. She had undergone several opinion shifts since she had met the young man, from the irritation and condescension she had felt toward the young man when he had unexpectedly entered the anteroom after the goblet incident, to the respect she had grudgingly felt when he had outflown his dragon, To the grateful admiration she had felt when he had appeared from the waters of the lake, Fleur's emotions toward the young man had been in a state of constant flux from the time she had met him. And now she was all but engaged to him. It was unsettling. Yet she knew her father was right about Harry. He was not happy with his fame and wanted nothing more than to leave it behind. The young man who had saved her sister and helped her in the maze when he had every reason to ignore her in pursuit of the prize would never mistreat her or hold her up as a trophy. The other part of her changing circumstances was the prospect of her spending her last year of schooling at Hogwarts, leaving the familiar halls of Beauxbatons and entering the hallowed halls of the oldest school in Europe as a student rather than a visitor. She was ambivalent about that thought. On the one hand, she was leaving the familiar for the unfamiliar, while on the other she really was not leaving much. She had a few friends at Beauxbatons, and none of them were particularly close, a result of her heritage, unfortunately. In some ways, Hogwarts might even be better, as there she would potentially have at least the friendship and support of her betrothed. Yes, it was certainly better to look forward to the future and hope for the best rather than mope at her sudden change in status. A small pop startled her from her musings. Looking away from the window, she saw the small creature that had joined her in the room. "Mistress Fleur, the master comes with his guest. You is being wanted in the drawing room." Fleur smiled at the house elf. "I will be right there." "Thank you, Cappy." The elf grinned and then popped away, leaving Fleur to look at herself one last time in the mirror before making her way from the room. It was time to meet with her betrothed. The journey back to Grimmauld, and subsequently through the flow connection to the ministry and ultimately to France, was uneventful, a fact for which Harry was extremely grateful. Due to the lateness of the hour, the ministry building had been far less populated than it had been earlier in the day, meaning that although the few people who were still there would stop and stare at Harry as he passed, he was free from the scrutiny of scores of curious magicals all at once. Jean Sebastian, after seeing Harry arrive to the ministry building in a heap on the floor, had taken him in hand, showing him the proper way to exit a flow. The trick was to keep moving. Harry's mistake had been to stop, for he had not realized the transportation magic assumed that a person entered the connection moving and would end it moving. His momentum had always caused him to pitch forward onto his face whenever he exited. Simply walking into the flow and continuing to walk should be enough to keep a magical on his feet. Wondering why no one had ever seen fit to share this pearl of information with him, Harry was nevertheless eager to put his new knowledge to the test. His first attempt through the international flow was somewhat successful. He did stumble, but he was able to maintain his balance and not fall, a huge accomplishment for the young man. The French ministry building was as quiet as the British one had been, but the difference between the two was palpable. Whereas he was an object of curiosity in his homeland, here people continued on their business without a second glance. Those few who did recognize him, and from their reactions, he could tell who did, merely looked at him curiously, perhaps wondering why he was in France, before continuing on their way. Likely, word of what had happened in the Wizengamot courtroom that morning had not made its way to the general populace of France. For now, Harry reveled in the anonymity. There would undoubtedly be a time later when he would become an object of much more scrutiny in this country, as well, due to Jean Sebastian and the marriage contract. The French ministry was a whirlwind tour for Harry. Jean Sebastian took him to the main administrative offices of the building, introducing him to some of his acquaintances who were still in the building, before taking him to the minister's office and introducing him to the French minister. The French minister was a short and balding man, heavy-set, but with a jovial smile and a welcoming attitude. Harry liked him immediately, not only for the welcome he received, but also for the sense he received of the man. Although this man was friendly and outgoing, Harry sensed that he was not another Fudge. His questions and observations were keen and to the point, yet not intrusive. Their conversation was short and mainly consisted of pleasantries and the minister's personal welcome to France, after which Harry and Jean Sebastian made their way to the main flow connections of the building and used the flow network to go to Château Delacour. After stepping through the connection, Harry found himself in a large entry hall in an old stone building. It was largely unfurnished, decorated only with a few chairs along the walls and a large area carpet spread out in front of the fireplace through which he had just arrived. Halfway along the walls at right angles to the wall with the fireplace stood two opposing doors. The one on the left was massive, and he suspected it led to the outside of the castle, while the other was a large double door which, standing open, swung outward toward the entry hall. In all, the fireplace looked incongruous in the long entry hall, and he wondered if it had been built after the fact. Seeing his expression, Jean-Sebastian smiled at the young man, his words making it appear as though he had guessed the contents of Harry's thoughts. Looks a little odd, does it not? I don't think castle builders were in the habit of putting fireplaces in entry halls. Jean-Sebastian laughed. No, I don't suppose they were. One of my ancestors added it soon after the flow was developed as a main entry into the castle. I also have a private flow in my study, but its existence is known only to a few, and it is heavily warded. Here, we can control who has access to the rest of the building, and the room is always watched by one of our house elves. As though on cue, a small pop was heard, and a house elf stood gazing up at the two of them. He was dressed in a forest green, one-piece pantsuit with gold stripes down the legs and along the lapels and cuffs, and shiny black shoes on his feet. It looked very much to Harry like it was a uniform. The elf bowed low. Master Delacour, I is welcoming you home. Harry stood there in surprise as the small elf spoke in much the same flawed English as his friend Dobby had spoken. Thank you, Matty. Can you please call Sirius to greet us? Of course, Master, the small elf replied. I be taking young Master's trunk up to young Master's room. And then he disappeared with another small pop, taking Harry's belongings with him. Do you normally speak English here as well? Harry asked with a glance at his guardian. We have always tried to ensure our girls spoke English as well as French, but ever since we found out about the tournament last summer, we have spoken English at home. The only way to learn how to speak in another language is to use it, after all. Harry pondered that for several moments, thinking his words made sense, but still not understanding about the house elf. But what about the house elves? Matty sounded just like your house elves in England. At Harry's confused nod, Jean-Sebastian chuckled and led him through the double doors into the castle. One facet of house elf magic is that it allows them to speak in whatever language their master requires, though I assure you their grammar is no better in French than it is in English. For some reason, they always speak in this manner, regardless of what language it is. It sounded like something which would catch Hermione's interest, but Harry did not pursue the subject. It was enough to know the house elves would be able to speak with him. At that moment, Sirius came rushing down a large set of stairs, and upon seeing Harry, his face broke out into a huge grin. He ambled over and engulfed his godson in a huge embrace, which Harry returned fiercely, the beginnings of tears forming in his eyes. Overall, Sirius looked somewhat better than when Harry had seen him the last time more than 3 days earlier. Although he was still haggard and thin, he had a twinkling in his eyes which Harry had never seen before, and his coloring was markedly better. It's good to see you, Sirius, Harry said, his voice choking with emotion. I wondered where you went, but no one would tell me. I'm glad you're here, pup, Sirius responded. No one was told where I was going, we had to keep this under wraps. Indeed, Jean-Sebastian interjected. The corners of his mouth were turned up in a slight smile as he regarded the two wizards fondly. I had Sirius brought here a few days ago, not only to get him out of England, but also to get him some treatment for the years he spent in Azkaban and on the run. We had to do it in secrecy, of course. Thank you, Harry said with some feeling. I was hoping Sirius would get some help, but I didn't know what to do. You are very welcome. I think I've become quite attached to you all. And then, there is certainly some benefit in this arrangement for us all, not to mention the danger we are all in from your Voldemort. But that is a topic for another day. I assume you would like to do come catching up. Harry glanced at Sirius and, catching the smirk on his face, grinned in response. Well then, I think you could use my office for a private conversation, Jean-Sebastian continued, apparently not requiring an answer. I'll have Matty call you for dinner, it should be served in about another hour. With a companionable hand on each of his companion's shoulders, Jean-Sebastian walked away, leaving the two to their privacy. They walked the halls in silence until they came to an ornate door which opened into a large comfortable study with a wooden desk and several comfortable chairs. The walls held several bookcases along with several tapestries and wizard photos of the Delacour family. On the far wall away from the desk stood the other fireplace of which Jean-Sebastian spoke. It was lit with a cheery, yet small, fire. It was roomy and welcoming and spoke of a level of comfort which Harry had not experienced frequently in a home setting. Sirius directed Harry to two chairs situated in front of the fireplace, and they sat down, neither one commenting for the moment, both content in being again with the other. Although he had only known Sirius for a little over a year and had yet to spend much time in his company, Harry was amazed at how comfortable he felt with the older wizard. They had a natural connection between them, one which Harry felt transcended the bond between them due to Harry being James's son. "So, I suppose you have some questions for me," Sirius broke the silence. He supposed correctly, yet Harry hardly knew where to start. This day had been so sudden that he had not had time to come to terms with what had happened. It would take some time before he had it all sorted out in his mind. "You're getting treatment. The best healers in France," Sirius said with a laugh. "Although I don't know I'll ever be truly free of the specter of Azkaban, I feel better now than I have in years." "I'm happy," Harry responded quietly. "I had wondered where you went. It seemed a little unfair that Ron and Hermione got to spend more time with my own godfather than I did." "I understand, Harry, I'd love to spend more time with you. Unfortunately, it will have to wait until next summer. You'll be going to England with the Delacours next week, while I will have to stay in France and continue my treatment." "I guess," Harry said, somewhat despondent that his godfather would be taken away from him again. "It will be all right. You will be back for Christmas and Easter breaks, and I'll make sure to be here so we can spend time together." Somewhat mollified, Harry fixed his godfather with questioning look. "So, how did you get to France? I imagine you couldn't just walk through the international flow." "No, there you would be correct," Sirius said with a laugh. "Actually, Moony brought me here. Most wizards are so arrogant in their belief in the superiority of magic that they completely discount muggles. Moony has spent considerable time in the muggle world due to his difficulty in finding work in the wizarding world. It has to do with his furry little problem, you see. He purchased a rail ticket through the Channel to France, and I went with him in my dog form. Once here, it was a simple matter to make our way to the Ministry building, where I was formally granted asylum." Such a simple yet effective plan, Harry mused. Not only would the local authorities have no way to detect him in his animagus form, but the magical world would have no way of knowing he was using muggle transportation. Most magicals used magical transportation, with the notable exception of the Hogwarts Express. "And the marriage contract? Care to explain to me how it came about?" Laughing, Sirius slapped Harry on the shoulder. "I had imagined you would like to hear about that." The story was short, but Sirius did his best to explain the circumstances. And although Harry was still somewhat ambivalent about the whole thing, the situation made sense from Sirius' point of view. He even understood why they accelerated their plans after the incident with Dementor's Inn. Little whinging. When Sirius fell silent, Harry thought for several moments before making any comments. "So, you did this for my benefit?" "Yes, Harry," Sirius responded, looking somewhat embarrassed to Harry's eyes. "The marriage contract seemed like a godsend when I found it. By then it was much too late to get you out of the tournament, but knowing Voldemort had been after you for some time, I felt it was the best way to ensure your safety and cement some alliances." "But wasn't there some other way?" Harry complained. "I mean, I know you did your best and all, but now I've got to marry someone I hardly know." A mischievous expression came over Sirius' face. "Come on, Harry, I don't think it will be that much of a sacrifice. After all, if the rumors are anything to go by, the lady is not too repulsive." Harry snorted. "More like bloody stunning, if you ask me. But that's not the point." "I know it isn't. But you have to consider the advantages, Harry. With this contract, you are forging an important political alliance which will only help with your insane Dark Lord problem. The French can be very helpful in the coming war, and you can't discount the value of friends who love you and want to protect you." "I know, Sirius," Harry replied with a sigh. It seems like my whole life has been decided for me. I've never made any decisions on my own. This is just another example of someone deciding something important for me without my input." Sirius' almost playful expression sobered immediately, and he stared at Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry. I was desperate to help you. I felt so useless sitting there in Grimmauld while you were in danger. I truly believe this is a very big step for you. It is in your best interest, Harry." "I believe you," Harry responded, his voice almost inaudible. "Look, I'm grateful you care, Sirius. Merlin knows that's been in short supply in my life. But don't expect me to be ecstatic about this betrothal, it's too much, too soon. I need some time to think about it, to figure out how I feel about all this. I would not have expected anything else. Just promise me one thing, don't shut Fleur out. She is a wonderful young woman, and if I'm any judge of character, I think you will get along famously with her. Get to know her, Harry. I will, Sirius, Harry affirmed. She's in the same boat as I am. I certainly wouldn't hold this against her. Great, Sirius said, slapping Harry on the back. That's all I can ask for. I think it's almost time for dinner. Would you like to see your room first? When Harry replied he would, Maddie was called and the two of them separated, Harry to go to his bedroom, and Sirius started to pour himself a drink. Harry suspected he was now feeling guilty over his actions regarding the betrothal, and although Harry did not want to accuse Sirius of anything or make him feel the guilt, he wanted his feelings to be known. He would talk to Sirius later that night and tell him. A quick walk through the castle and they had arrived at the family apartments, Maddie chattering away at his side, telling him about how the family had been excited about his arrival and how it was an honor for him to be housed in the family wing rather than the guest wing. Harry smiled indulgently at the loquacious little fellow, reflecting that he reminded him of Dobby, not as hyper, but certainly eager to please and talkative. The room was several times larger than the small room at Privet Drive which the Dursleys had allowed him to inhabit. It was dominated by a large four-poster bed, while a large fireplace stood on the opposite wall. No flow access, though, thought Harry, nor could he expect to find many of things which had been present in his aunt and uncle's home. It was a castle, after all, and the home of a wizarding family, which meant the normal necessities of a Muggle house, such as electricity and central heating, would not be present. The light switch on the wall and the large dome light above his head disproved that fact, and as he flicked it on, light flooded into the room. Wondering why they had lights, Harry set out to search the room for any other Muggle items, but he was unable to find anything else. It was another question to ask the Delacours. Other than the bed, the furnishings in the room consisted of a desk against the far wall beside the window and two comfortable-looking stuffed armchairs situated in front of the fire. His trunk lay on a chest at the end of the bed, although it had not yet been unpacked. Harry pondered doing some unpacking for a moment before deciding not to bother. Jean Sebastian had said they were moving into the ambassador's manor in England very shortly, after all, so his stay here would likely be very short in nature. Lying down on the bed, Harry spread his hands and legs out wide, luxuriating in the softness of the mattress and the overall comfort of the suite, something of which he had not known much in the past. His bedroom on Privet Drive certainly could not compare, and although his bed at Hogwarts was very comfortable, still it was a dorm room, shared with 4 other young men. This was his own and far more than he had ever had before. A moment later, Maddie popped in, informing him that dinner would be served shortly and that he was to make his way down to the dining hall to greet the family. Suddenly nervous, Harry asked the small elf to lead him there, to which Maddie replied that was the reason why he was here after all. Harry grinned and fell into step behind him. Harry was led to a sitting room down several levels below his bedchamber. Upon entering, he was stunned by the sight of more beauty in one location than he ever could have imagined. The entire female population of the Delacour family was there. Fleur, of course, he already knew from the previous year, but the older woman who sat beside her could easily have been mistaken for her older sister, if Harry did not already know who she was. Fleur was a carbon copy of her mother, from her deep ice blue eyes, to the waves of silvery blonde hair which hung free down her back, to the pale skin, high cheekbones and slightly narrowed chin. When they stood to greet him, he could see that they were even of the same height with one another, with the mother perhaps slightly taller than the daughter. Gabrielle, whom he also knew, was contrasted slightly from the 2 older women by her hair, which was a lighter shade, a pale, almost white, blonde which shimmered in the late afternoon sun. Her eyes were also a darker shade of blue, and her face was heart-shaped, although with age and the loss of her baby fat, that might well change. Still, her whole person bespoke of the ethereal beauty of her older family members, of which she would undoubtedly share when she matured. The truly disconcerting fact was that they were all watching him closely, making Harry feel like he was on display. Feeling exceptionally self-conscious, Harry nevertheless squared his shoulders and, with resoluteness he was far from feeling, marched into the room, only to be almost bowled over by a blonde-haired blur who latched onto him like a heat-seeking missile. Gabrielle excitedly chanted his name while chattering away in French, of which Harry, of course, did not understand a word, all the while hugging him as though she would never let go. Harry glanced up at the other two Delacour women, noting their fond smiles for their younger family member as well as the welcoming smiles for himself. Harry immediately blushed again, looking down at the still prattling Gabrielle, not noticing the smile of appraisal which graced his future mother-in-law's face, or the slightly forced quality of Fleur's own smile. Gabrielle, Harry does not understand French, my sweet Mrs. Delacour admonished, her voice a throaty soprano, contrasting with what he remembered of Fleur's clearer voice. The young witch's hands flew to her mouth, and she giggled, batting her eyelashes at Harry, who, bemused at the sight, smiled back at her. Oh, excusez-moi, Harry, Gabrielle breathed. I did not think, I was so happy to see you. It's all right, Gabrielle, Harry responded, unable to stifle a returning grin. Come with me, I shall introduce you to my maman. She dragged him the rest of the way across the room and dropped into a girlish curtsy in front of her mother, making Harry wonder if he should bow to the Delacour matron. Mama, I would like you to meet Harry Potter, my savior, and Fleur's. Here she cast a dirty look at her elder sister, betrothed. Ignoring her daughter's antics, Mrs. Delacour stepped forward with a silvery laugh and greeted Harry. Welcome to Chateau Delacour, Harry, we are happy to have you here. Thank you, Mrs. Delacour, Harry replied, feeling somewhat uncertain. Now, Harry, she admonished, I know you call my husband by his name, and I would prefer you did the same with me. Please, call me Apolline. Now, I believe you are already acquainted with my older daughter, Fleur. Harry smiled, suddenly feeling bashful, and turned to greet Fleur. She was regarding him with an unreadable expression on her face, and although he did not detect any hostility, he was still uncertain of her reception. Harry, she greeted him softly, prompting him to respond in kind. The situation seemed about to become somewhat awkward between the two of them until Gabrielle was once again there, tugging on his arm, once again began speaking, asking him how his trip was and how he liked France, among about a million other things. Trying to decide how to respond, Harry was grateful when they were interrupted by the arrival of the two men. Ah, Harry, I see you have begun to charm my entire family, Jean-Sebastian stated with a hint of laughter in his voice. I can see I will have to watch you, or you'll be stealing them all. Away from me. Don't tease the boy, Sirius cautioned with a smirk. You'll break him. He is a teenager, after all. The entire room broke out into laughter, even Harry laughed, although he did direct a pointed glare at the marauder. Sirius did not deign to reply to his godson's displeasure, contenting himself with nothing more than a wink and an even larger grin. Well, if we are all finished, I think we can proceed to the dining room for dinner, Apolline interjected. She closed the remaining distance between Harry and herself and smiled brightly at him, interlocking one of his arms in hers. Besides, Harry is such a handsome, charming young man, I think my husband could stand to take a few pointers from him. She directed a mock-arch look at her husband and then began sashaying from the room, pulling a completely nonplussed Harry along with her. He could feel his cheeks burning in embarrassment, but Apolline merely smiled at him and directed him into the dining room, making certain to seat him beside her. Over his shoulder, he could hear Jean-Sebastian's good-natured grumbling, along with serious open laughter, as each of the other men chose one of the sisters and escorted them into the room. Whatever Harry had expected from the family, this was certainly not it, prompting him to wonder if he could manage to survive not only Sirius but also the entire Delacour family. Dinner that evening was nothing like Harry had ever experienced at a dinner table, at least, nothing like any family he had ever eaten with. Hogwarts was another story altogether. At the Dursleys, his residence from the time he had arrived as a child until after his 11th birthday and his summers since then, dinners had not been an occasion for much conversation. While Dudley and Vernon had typically spent every meal trying to stuff everything they could in their mouths, his Aunt Petunia had eaten sparingly and daintily, almost as though trying to make up for the atrocious table manners and gluttony of her male family members. And to Harry, whose presence was merely tolerated at the best of times, actually speaking to any of his family members of inconsequential nothings was just as incomprehensible. His usual practice was to eat as quickly as possible and leave their presence, a circumstance which was undoubtedly as welcome to the Dursleys as it was to Harry himself. By contrast, the other family with whom he had frequently dined, the Weasleys, had a tendency toward garrulity, as they were, as a family, quite boisterous and outgoing. Their mealtimes were generally filled with chatter, each family member loudly and confidently stating their opinions and generally having a good time. Yet while Harry generally enjoyed his time with the Weasleys, the raucous atmosphere, along with the way the family generally interacted with one another, left the quiet and shy young man slightly overwhelmed. In essence, they made him feel welcome by word and deed, but their family atmosphere was not one in which he could feel completely comfortable. He just was not certain he fit in. Dinner with the Delacours was, by contrast, quiet and subdued. They quite clearly adored each other, the parents' pride and affection for their daughters, the children's respect and love for their parents, all of this was clear to see. Yet they were quiet and controlled in their warmth, and their conversation was pleasant and loving, yet restrained and respectful. Each person was allowed to state their own opinion without interruption before the next person took up the conversation, something which contrasted heavily with the Weasleys' tendency to speak over one another in an effort to be heard. Harry did not think any less of the Weasleys for the way their family unit worked, but he found himself thankful for the Delacours' quiet camaraderie. It was certainly more suited to his own somewhat quiet and thoughtful demeanor. The food was delicious, as good or better than anything he had eaten at the Weasley table or even Hogwarts, and Harry, as famished as he was due to the length of time which had passed since breakfast, was able to do a credible impression of Ron's legendary ability to pack away his food, much to the amusement of his hosts. The conversation generally revolved around the events of the day, with Sirius and the Delacour women literally hanging on every word of what had happened in the courtroom. Sirius, of course, had found the whole situation, especially Fudge's humiliation, amusing in the extreme, and he had complimented Harry and Jean Sebastian many times on the immense prank they had perpetrated on magical Britain. Harry's questions also proved a major topic of conversation. Anything regarding the situation and the specifics of the marriage contract, and what was expected of them was deferred by tacit consent by each of the diners. Now was the time for dinner and pleasant conversation. Such weighty discussion could wait for another time. However, Harry did learn a few things of interest. First, when he asked about the lights in his room, Jean Sebastian chuckled and informed him that although the light switch and dome in his room gave the appearance of electricity, it was in reality a clever manipulation of magic paired with certain Muggle ideas. Unless heavily shielded, electricity and electronics were almost inoperable when a certain level of ambient magic was present. And of course, with the presence of the house elves, Chateau Delacour far exceeded those limits. The lights in his room were actually a permanent charm which cast a Lumos spell in the dome of his room and which was controlled by the runes set into the switch and the dome where the Lumos spell was cast. Similarly, the temperature in each room, the water in the taps and toilets, and a number of other ideas taken from Muggle devices could all be controlled by similar magical ingenuity. Harry was astonished, not having seen its like before. When questioned, Jean Sebastian and Sirius led a new discussion of the lives of magicals in Britain and other lands, conversing about what the rich could afford in comparison to those of a more modest financial stature. Essentially, the gist of the conversation was that although such devices were certainly not banned, for many of the poorer classes, it was prohibited due to the sheer cost they incurred. Thus, the Delacours, who were quite wealthy in their own right, were able to afford such luxuries, while the Weasleys, who were notorious for their limited means, could not. When further questioned, Harry discovered that political leanings and prejudices also affected the presence of such devices in their homes. The Longbottoms, for example, were certainly able to afford the expense and would likely have such devices, due to their generally tolerant opinions, whereas the Malfoys, well known for hating anything Muggle, would undoubtedly stick to the old ways to light and heat their homes merely due to their distaste for admitting Muggles had any good ideas. The diners themselves were a treat to converse with, each different in their own ways. Sirius was talkative, regaling the company with tales of his exploits with James and the other marauders, while the older Delacours were friendly and kind. Mrs. Delacour doing her best to learn everything of her future son-in-law. Gabrielle was chatty and bold for a 9-year-old, as she attempted to monopolize Harry's attention for the entire meal, something which earned admonishments from her mother several times. By contrast, Fleur was quiet and composed, and although Harry felt her gaze resting on him several times, her expression was inscrutable and her contribution to the dinner conversation was sparing and vague. He was unable to determine whether she was displeased with the situation in which they now found themselves. By contrast, he could not determine that she was especially pleased with it either. It had Harry worried. When dinner was finished, the adults, no doubt thinking it would be better for the two young people to become better acquainted with one another while they became used to their new situation, suggested they go off for a while together. Harry, though he was not opposed to the idea, nevertheless glanced at Fleur, trying to see if she had any particular opposition for the plan. Seeing her nod in agreement, he signaled his own consent and followed her from the room. She led him up several flights of stairs, down several hallways, and to a sitting room which he thought was near to the family bedrooms, though he was not certain due to his unfamiliarity to the layout of the castle. They sat somewhat uncomfortably for several moments, neither knowing what could be said at such a time. To Harry, it almost seemed like he was stealing her future from her by means of the infernal contract. The fact that he had had nothing to do with its enactment was almost irrelevant. It is really too bad neither of us possesses my sister's ability to chatter. Harry laughed at her comment, happy that his betrothed had found a way to break the stalemate. She appears rather determined, he said in response. I don't remember her being that talkative at the tournament. She would have been if Papa had allowed her to be. She's not always this way. You seem to have made a lifelong friend when you pulled her from that lake. Harry groaned and leaned back on the couch. I hope she gets over it. I get enough of that treatment as it is. Fleur appeared to be amused by his reaction. She is only 9, after all. They were silent for several moments, the lightness of the moment seemingly exhausted. Harry was not certain he was the greatest conversationalist, but he felt he had best try to contribute to their conversation. The tone of this time may greatly affect their future relationship. He blurted the only thing he could think of, this is a little awkward. She smiled her agreement but said nothing further. So, I supposed you were surprised, he continued after another brief pause. Just a little, she agreed. I always knew it was possible, but I didn't realize there was a contract already in existence. I was certainly surprised it was you, she continued quietly after a slight pause. I'm sorry, Harry said, uncertain as to how accepting of the situation she was. It seems my ability to attract trouble to my complicated life has pulled you in, too. Oh, Harry, she responded, reaching out a hand to touch his arm, I was not meaning to complain or blame you. We weren't the ones who agreed to this contract, though we have to live with it. Her comments mollified Harry somewhat, but he still did not know how she felt about the situation. It appeared she was at the very least resigned, but certainly she was not exactly happy about it. How did you feel when you found out? Harry took a deep breath and tried to organize his scattered thoughts. I'm not certain I've sorted out my feelings yet, I just found out at the trial this morning. Aghast, Fleur stared back at him. Just found out this morning. She did not appear happy with his disclosure. You mean they told me 2 days ago to give me time to get used to it, and nobody thought to tell you before? Sirius was already gone by that time, Harry protested. I assume they wanted to make certain it was kept a secret. Fleur's eyes continued to flash with displeasure. We'll see about that, she responded coldly. No wonder you still have not had the time to think about it. Though he could see her point, Harry was not about to continue with this line of conversation. She was obviously displeased with her father and Sirius for not telling him in advance, but for Harry, having been told the minimum all his life, this was nothing new. He had learned to take momentous changes with a certain amount of aplomb. It was either that or go completely insane. I was surprised, he stated, trying to return to the previous direction of their conversation. I don't know that I've ever been so shocked as when your father made his announcement. Though I suppose I shouldn't have been, he continued in a slightly mischievous manner. I've had so many things happen in my crazy life, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by anything anymore. After tournaments, crazy dark lords, dementors, and basilisks, a betrothal contract should be a run-of-the-mill occurrence. Her silvery laughter rang out through the room, prompting Harry to join in. The ability to laugh in the face of such life-changing and unsettling circumstances was one which brought him a certain amount of comfort. Sobering, Harry sized up his still chuckling companion. He had to admit that Sirius was right. He would have had to have been blind not to notice it for himself, but it was true that she was delicate and beautiful, stunning, and he was well aware that physical appearance would never be an issue in this relationship, at least from his side. Of course, he had always seen her from a bit of a distance in the past, figuratively and, at times, even literally. Now, from up close, looking on her as a betrothed and potential lover, he had to admit he could likely do no better from a physical standpoint. And, he had discovered in the past few moments, though he could certainly not claim to be intimately familiar with her, he was quickly coming to realize that her personality was equally as appealing as her physical attributes. Love had grown from less, he was certain. How do you feel about it? Harry inquired, wanting to get directly to the point. I am not any more certain about my feelings than you are, Fleur responded, her manner hesitant. I was surprised, and I am a little nervous, which is no less than what you feel, I think. At Harry's nod of agreement, she continued. I must tell you, though, that I was not disappointed or upset, just surprised. In fact, to a degree, I welcome this. That definitely shocked Harry. Really? Wouldn't you prefer to choose who you want to spend the rest of your life with? The penetrating gaze he received in response made him feel a little uncomfortable, but sensing his companion was not upset, he waited for her to reply. Do you know much of Vila, Harry? The first I'd ever heard of Vila was at the Quidditch World Cup, Fleur. You're the first Vila I've ever met. You haven't had a magical upbringing, have you? When Harry confirmed her suspicion with a nod, she continued. Harry, contrary to what you may have heard or read, Vila either or not. I am a Vila, I am not a quarter Vila, or part Vila, or anything of the sort. Vila always breed true. If a Vila gives birth to a girl, that girl is a Vila, and if she gives birth to a boy, then that boy is just a boy, although it could be said that that boy will likely be especially handsome. The Vila powers I possess are not any different from what my grandmother possessed. I didn't know that. Everyone talked about you being the granddaughter of a Vila. Fleur shook her head in exasperation. That is what I am talking about. It is a common misconception about Vila, which most people simply do not understand. It is true that my grandmother was the first Vila to marry into my mother's family line, but that is the extent of the truth about what is, commonly known, about me. You should also know that Vila almost always give birth to girls and that Vila find it very difficult to become pregnant. Most Vila give birth to only one child, and two is generally about the limit. Harry was puzzled, uncertain of what this had to do with their present conversation. So, we are likely to have only girls? He queried. Yes, but that is not why I bring it up. I'm merely trying to point out that much is assumed or completely misunderstood about Vila. As for your question, I should explain in greater depth. Other things which you may have heard about Vila also have a grain of truth to them. I can, generally when I am angry or afraid, turn into a large bird-like creature and cast balls of fire, although I can control it to a degree. We are generally taught to control it as much as possible. As to Vila, losing oneself in one's emotions enough to undergo the transformation is considered to be a failing and one to be avoided assiduously. Because of this ability, I cannot become an animagus. Of course, you have heard about a Vila's looks. All Vila are hereditarily born with great beauty, which is passed down from our predecessors. The final thing which you may know about is the Vila allure. Tell me, Harry, have you ever seen the effects of the allure? When I was at the World Cup, Harry began thoughtfully, a group of Vila came out and danced in front of the crowd, causing most of the men to go a little crazy. Yes, that's it, Fleur confirmed, while looking at him with a speculative eye. A little intimidated by her gaze, and guessing her thoughts, Harry became somewhat defensive. I wasn't affected much by it. Not like Ron and his brothers. Hermione shook my shoulder, and I was fine. A warm smile lit up her face. I see my father was right about you, she murmured. Harry, it takes great strength of mind to resist the allure of a Vila, and the fact that you were able to throw it off, especially when there were many Vila exerting their powers, is a testament to your strength of will and mind. A blushing Harry ducked his head, embarrassed at the praise, but a quick look at Fleur merely showed her amusement. Do not be uncomfortable, Harry, there is no quality which is more highly sought after by Vila than the ability to resist the allure. Harry simply nodded, not wishing to continue the conversation any further. It was just another example of his being different from everyone else when all he wanted was just to be normal. So, would it surprise you to learn that I have difficulty making friends? Though his first instinct was to gawk at her, other thoughts intruded, and the impact of what he had been told, both by Fleur and her father, brought him up short. I suppose the allure makes having friends difficult, he ventured. Fleur laughed. A little. I'm impressed, Harry, most would not know what I am speaking of. All they see is my looks, and they automatically assume that I am the most popular girl in my school, when the opposite is true. Those who are not intimidated or outright jealous of my looks are afraid of my ability to steal their boyfriends by simply exerting myself. I have a tendency to have acquaintances rather than friends, and if any of those acquaintances begins a relationship with a boy, they tend to start avoiding me. And I suppose your beauty doesn't help in obtaining a boyfriend, Harry guessed. I tend to have the same problem with my fame, although I'll admit I've never really tried to find a girlfriend. Exactly, Fleur said with a smile. And I do not want a mindless, slobbering fool for a boyfriend, and believe me, I could have them by the dozen if I really wanted. Harry snickered in response, certain she could. So, that is why the ability to resist the allure is such a prized commodity to Vila, she continued. If I should ever be fortunate enough to have earned your love, I will know it is for me rather than the allure. And trust me, Vila have a tendency to lose. Fleur blushed furiously and trailed off before visibly screwing up her courage and looking Harry in the eye. What I mean to say is that Vila lose control of the allure when being intimate with a man. It tends to turn the man into a gibbering idiot. With your ability to resist the allure, I never need to worry about that, and it will help make our encounters much more satisfying. She breathed a sigh of relief and continued on in a calmer tone of voice. And, given what I know about you, I will not have to worry about your using me for my looks. That is why, although this has been a shock and not entirely welcome, when I found out it was you, I knew that it could be much worse. I am willing to do whatever it takes to make sure our relationship works. With those quiet words, Harry finally understood what the situation meant to her and how she viewed their future. It was humbling to know that she trusted him to the extent she did, and though he still did not feel like he knew her well, he was willing to ensure her future was everything she could ever hope it would be. He smiled at her and reached across to give her a hug, an action which surprised her no more than it surprised himself. He normally was not one to initiate much body contact. Fleur, though, was pleased, if the beaming smile which adorned her face was anything to go by. It gave Harry a warm feeling inside to know he could be the means of making her happy. I understand, Fleur, he finally responded, trying to inject every bit of warmth he felt at that moment into his voice. I think we have common goals and desires in a companion. I hope we can work it out between us. I am certain we can, she assured him. We will have lots of time this year to work everything out. I am to attend Hogwarts for my last year of schooling. Now Harry was confused. Last year? I thought you were in 7th year during the tournament. You were 17, weren't you? Yes, but I turned 17 in October, so I was just within the rules. If you recall, all the headmaster said was that contestants needed to be of age by the start of the tournament, and I was. And Harry did see, after all, if they had been 2 years older, Hermione would have been eligible to enter the tournament due to the same circumstance. I understand, he responded with a smile. I have a friend who was born in September, so although she's in the same year as I am, she is almost a full year older. That brown-haired witch that Krum rescued under the lake. Yeah, that's her. Hermione is great, my best friend. Fleur cocked her head to the side and peered at him with curiosity. Then why was she not your hostage during the task? For that matter, if she is your best friend and you did not have a girlfriend, why did you not take her to the ball? Hello. What do you see here? Male. Teenager. Clueless. His irreverent statement caught Fleur by surprise, and she descended into a fit of giggles while Harry grinned at her. I know I should have asked her, but I was too worried about being on display for all the school to see, not being able to dance, and I was afraid I would be rejected by anyone I asked. Harry was silent for several moments, thinking about the events around the ball. Knowing what he knew now about his relationship with his closest friend, he knew he had been a fool to have let the opportunity slip away. Not that it mattered now. I should have asked her, he repeated quietly. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, is it not? Said Fleur, breaking him out of his introspection. I suppose so, he replied with a sigh before visibly shaking himself out of his thoughts. This was his betrothed, and it would not do for her to see him pining over another woman. So, is there anything else you wanted to know about me? The twinkle in her eyes was reminiscent of a certain headmaster. Many things, I should imagine. They laughed together, and Harry was struck by the thought that just as the Delacour family had not been what he had expected, neither was Fleur personally. Regardless of the way she had acted when he had originally met her, she was very friendly and personable now. Harry was becoming more accepting of the way things had turned out and was hopeful life with her would be all he had ever hoped for. Upon spending some hours talking and laughing together, Fleur and Harry left the sitting room to rejoin her family, both still somewhat uncertain about the situation yet confident in the fact that they had begun to take steps to get to know one another. They were greeted by the other family members, particularly by one young blonde girl who had been sitting rather impatiently with the adults, eagerly awaiting Harry's return. His attention was immediately commandeered, and she led him over to a sofa and proceeded to chatter away at him, completely oblivious to the fond looks directed at her by the rest of the family. Fleur was amused at her sister's antics, reflecting that from the time she had emerged from the lake and discovered the identity of her savior, the only subject which held any interest for her was Harry Potter. She appeared to have come down with a serious case of hero worship for the young man, and Fleur knew that although she was close as ever to her sister, Gabrielle was envious of the betrothal contract. Fleur was certain that if possible, Gabrielle would have traded places with her in an instant. Knowing the benefits of the betrothal and having come to know Harry better by means of their conversation that evening, Fleur was beginning to feel better about the circumstance in which she found herself. She was by no means reconciled to it and was still somewhat anxious about what the future held for them, but she could see now why her father had acted the way he had, and she knew her chance for happiness was as good as any. She had put on a brave face for Harry, and suspected he had done the same for her, but hoped that everything would work out for the best. The Delacour family, along with Sirius and Harry, who Fleur already knew were considered part of their extended family by her parents, discussed the upcoming week, noting that there was much to be done. First, her father brought up the fact that Harry had very few possessions, particularly clothes, and suggested the entire group go out on a shopping trip the next day to buy Harry some new things. Harry, of course, declined, stating that he had always done with little and did not need new things. Perhaps unsurprisingly, he had been overruled by the female members of the family, whose ears perked up at the word shopping, and Fleur's mother had immediately began sizing up Harry and planning his wardrobe, if Fleur knew her mother at all. Sirius and her father had merely smirked and gone along with the trip, teasing Harry to beware of females afflicted with shopping disease. It had not taken much for her mother to quell their joking, merely a glare at Sirius along with an upraised eyebrow at her husband which promised a long, unpleasant discussion later if he continued to bait the young boy. When Harry grudgingly agreed to the excursion on the condition that he would be allowed to pay for his own clothes, her father had once again stepped in and told him that the Delacours were quite well off and that he could consider the new clothes a gift from his new family. His reaction to that had been rather surprising, as he had colored, disbelieving it and ultimately having to be convinced that his hosts were in earnest. Fleur had heard stories of his upbringing by what she was rapidly coming to think of as nasty muggles, but she had not thought it to be as bad as it now appeared. She was left thinking that perhaps someday she would have to pay a visit to the reprehensible family and explain a few things to them. Then they began discussing the impending move to the ambassador's manor in England, which, her father had informed the family, was to take place over the next several days. The house elves would begin to move the family's belongings over to their new home the next day and would have it completed by Sunday at the latest. This would allow the family time to prepare and move at their leisure and perhaps even take Harry and Sirius to a few of the more famous sites in France. Needless to say, Harry was once again taken aback and embarrassed by the attention shown to him by his new family. It was not until the talk turned to Harry's experiences that it really became interesting and Fleur began to truly understand exactly what life in the wizarding world had been like for the young man. And of course, it was her father who broached the subject. "Harry," he stated into a lull in the conversation, "I would like to ask you about the return of this Dark Lord and the things I have heard about you over the past few years." Harry shyly ducked his head, mumbling about how he had not really done anything special. But her father was not amused. "Really, Harry, there is no need to be overly modest or ashamed of your successes. You have had a remarkable life thus far, and you should be proud of all that you have accomplished. Do not be afraid to take credit for the things you have done well." Fleur watched her betrothed very carefully, wondering how he would react to her father's admonition. He was a very modest young man, to be certain, but beyond that, Fleur was certain that his upbringing was a major contributor to his self-effacing attitude and inability to take praise. Her father was right, the ability to be proud of one's accomplishments without being overly arrogant was an important life skill, and Harry's inability to see any good in his experiences bespoke a disturbing lack of confidence, especially if, as rumored, he was to be at the forefront of the struggle against the Dark Lord. At length, Harry gave a tentative smile back at his new guardian. "I will try, J.S. Good. Now, please tell us about your adventures, and there will be no holding back." The next 2 hours were incredible in the description of the sheer number of dangerous escapades in which Harry Potter had been embroiled throughout the course of his first 4 years at Hogwarts. The family listened as he described his experiences with the Philosopher's Stone in his first year, shuddered in stunned disbelief when he told them about fighting the huge basilisk, and were awed by the story of the rescue of Sirius and the pure power of Harry's Patronus which had driven off dozens of the foul Dementors. And although Fleur herself had lived through much of his 4th year herself, bar the duel in the cemetery, of course, hearing Harry detail the events from his own perspective brought Fleur new understanding, giving her an even greater respect for the young man. He had truly undergone an incredible number of challenges in his short life, and with the Dark Lord's unhealthy interest in him, Fleur felt certain it was only a matter of time until his next escapade. Her future with him, at least in the short term, would be anything but boring. "That is a truly remarkable story, Harry," Jean-Sebastian said at length, once Harry had finished his narration. "I do not know that I have ever heard of such heroism in an adult, let alone a teen such as you." Harry blushed in response but had the presence of mind to murmur a quiet thank you to his host. "I had the help of my friends." "I am sure you did, Harry, but you were obviously the catalyst for these events as well as the main participant. There are a few things I would like to clarify, though." At Harry's nod, he continued. "In your 2nd year, you say you fought a basilisk under the castle. Just how large was this basilisk?" "I was a little too busy to take measurements," Harry responded cheekily. Sirius let out a guffaw among the Delacour's laughter and slapped his godson on the back. Spoken like a true marauder. When the laughter had died down, her father said nothing, he just raised his eyebrow at Harry and waited for him to continue. "My guess would be about 50 to 60 feet, Harry finally responded after a moment's thought. "At the end, I was standing about 20 feet up on Slytherin's statue when the basilisk reared up and faced me, and I'm guessing that as much or more of it was still on the ground." A stunned silence met Harry's declaration. Fleur did not know much about basilisks, they were incredibly rare and illegal to breed, after all, but she did know that the bigger they became, the older and more deadly they were. One over 50 feet long would have to have been several centuries old. It was obvious, though, that Harry himself did not know anything of them beyond that which he had experienced firsthand. That was probably enough for him. It would be enough for anyone. Sirius whistled in awe. "I knew it had been a nasty piece of work there, pup, but I didn't know the full extent." "You really don't know what you have done, do you?" At Harry's blank look, Jean-Sebastian took up the discussion. "Harry, not much is known about basilisks beyond the obvious and their abilities. They are illegal to breed, and as the circumstances of their birth are specific, it is almost impossible for one to have been born naturally. You are aware of how they are bred." Hermione researched in 2nd year, Harry confirmed. "Of course. Then you must realize that in order for a basilisk to exist, they almost had to have been created specifically by one with the knowledge, the will, and the reason to do so. They are truly foul creatures and are illegal to breed. It is one of the tenets agreed to by all member states of the ICW. Therefore, the fact that you not only killed a basilisk but also one of that size underneath the castle is astonishing. Not only that, but you did it as a 12-year-old, without any training," Sirius added. "I don't doubt there are few fully trained adults who could accomplish such a feat." When Harry was about to protest, Sirius waved him off. "I know, Harry, you had help, and without the headmaster's trusty Phoenix, you would likely not be here to talk about it today. But it still is a marvelous feat, whether you did it yourself or not. And that brings us to another point," Jean-Sebastian interjected. "Given the Dark Lord's interest in you, I think it is high time you receive some training to combat him. Has Dumbledore provided any additional training for you?" Harry shook his head no. I am not surprised, Jean-Sebastian responded, stroking his chin absently. You are still young and just coming into the age of being able to handle some of the more powerful spells. Don't forget the fact that he mastered the Patronus in his 3rd year, Sirius interrupted. Indeed, maybe you have been there for a while. But the point is that it is generally about 15 when a young person's magic is deemed stable and powerful enough to handle truly powerful curses and hexes, and you will start learning them during this school year. Still, I think we need to accelerate your learning so you can be ready for Voldemort the next time he comes after you. You may not be able to defeat him yet, but knowing some spells and having some dueling skills may just be enough to keep you alive until you can escape. I think we will bring someone in to tutor you for the rest of the summer, and Fleur can join you in your sessions. Harry glanced over at Fleur with a questioning look in his eyes. It would certainly help, Harry, she told him. The Dark Lord has shown many times that he takes a specific interest in you, and I would feel much better if my betrothed knew how to defend himself. The shy smile on Harry's face completely disarmed Fleur, and she responded with one of her own. At this moment, she felt better about the whole situation, sitting with Harry and her family, listening to him talk about his adventures, all in his modest and self-effacing manner, had given her further insight into his character. She had to admit that she was impressed with what she had seen. Thank you, Jean-Sebastian I would be happy to receive the additional training, Harry finally responded. But could I invite my friends to attend, too? Jean-Sebastian and Sirius shared a glance. Ron and Hermione? Sirius asked. At Harry's nod, both of the men chuckled. That would be fine, Harry, Jean-Sebastian affirmed. I understand the bond you have with your friends. It would be good for you to have your support group better trained as well. The talk then turned to other matters and continued for some time, Harry by now completely charming Fleur's entire family. She had not known what to expect from Harry. Her interactions with him during the previous year had been sporadic and rather impersonal. He was not as she had expected. Jean-Sebastian watched his family interact with their guests, especially with one Harry Potter, and he was pleased with what he had seen from their interactions. Harry had quickly and effortlessly integrated with the entire Delacour family, even after only a few short hours, and he was certain Fleur had begun to get to know the young man she would eventually marry. She was a good girl and had always made him proud. He wanted the best for her, and although he had only known young Harry for a day, he was quickly becoming of the opinion that Harry was it. This was working out better than he had imagined. As for Harry, it was clearer than ever that Harry lacked the confidence that an exceptional young man such as himself should have at his age, and it was also obvious that it was the Dursleys' influence which was at the root of his problems. His association with Jean-Sebastian's family should go a long way to helping him gain that confidence which only acceptance and love could instill. Looking around at his family, Jean-Sebastian could see them all riveted on whatever the young man was saying. Gabrielle, he had to chuckle at the obvious hero worship and infatuation his youngest was showing, seemed almost unable to take her eyes off of him, while his wife was quite enamored of the young man. If they had been young and still in their dating phase, Jean-Sebastian fancied that he might almost feel threatened by the attention she was showing him. Fleur was the difficult one. Though she was beginning to get to know Harry Potter, her manners and ways of expressing herself were still somewhat reserved. Something he knew she had picked up as a defense mechanism against the sometimes open hostility she often experienced from other girls her age. Still, she seemed to have made a good start with him, and he certainly could not expect her to throw herself into his arms and declare undying love only a few hours after his arrival. Jean-Sebastian believed in his heart that they were a very good match, they only needed time to get to know one another better. The other things he had learned that day, the state of the British ministry and of the minister in particular, well, he had known what the situation was prior to his trip into Britain that morning. However, seeing it firsthand was a shock. It was clear that the ministry, as long as Fudge was at the helm, would be of no help whatsoever. It bore some consideration for their future and could necessitate removing Harry from Britain if things became too bad there. It was a step Jean-Sebastian was loath to take, as he knew that retaking a hostile land would be much more difficult fighting a hostile force from within. And that was another matter, this secret society of Dumbledore's which Sirius had discussed with him. He would have to contact Dumbledore at the first opportunity and discover what exactly it was, what their goals were, and how they meant to fight the battle he knew was on the horizon. If it was something he could in all conscience support, then he would have to. not only for the sake of his family, but also for the sake of the young man who had entered their lives. The first few days after Harry's arrival were hectic, filled with various activities as the Delacour family tried to cram as much into their only 2 days in France as they could. Through it all, Harry was polite and cheerful, if a little overwhelmed, but the way in which he went about his new life with an almost childlike joy and wonder made it clear that he had never taken part in most of those activities before. His relatives had kept him from it. It appeared he had gone about life as a passive viewer, never really part of anything, a family, a group of friends, or anything like them. He simply had moved from one situation to another with no real purpose or thought and no welcome from the reprehensible muggles. Although it was never voiced out loud within his hearing, his new family was filled with disgust at his old guardians, and in the confines of their own minds, more than one of them contemplated a healthy dose of revenge against the loathsome family. To combat his hesitance and uncertainty, his new family, by unspoken agreement, simply tried to be open and friendly. The Delacours took special care as a family to ensure that he knew they had his best interests at heart and that they cared for his happiness. It took some time, but it seemed as though the 2 days in France went a long way toward making him feel comfortable and welcome in their home and in their presence. The elder Delacours made him feel like his opinion mattered when they spoke with him, listening when he had something to say and taking the time to talk to him, explaining things he did not understand and patiently guiding him when required. The younger members of the family contributed in a slightly different manner. Gabrielle became his shadow, rarely letting him leave her side, while Fleur was friendly and polite, yet still maintaining the reserve she had shown the first evening. Sirius, of course, was the same as ever, the consummate marauder, as he joked and laughed and told stories of his escapades as a young man with Harry's father. The day after his arrival in France, Harry was treated to a new phenomenon, the concept of women and shopping. The Delacour women were not fanatical shoppers. They tended to get what they needed when they needed and did not spend an excessive amount of time browsing. But a case such as Harry's, where it was clear he required everything from the basics to a more formal style, caught the imaginations of Apolline and her daughters, and they found themselves eagerly anticipating the upcoming trip and the opportunity to assist Harry in finally coming into his own as the powerful and confident young man and wizard into which he was to grow. The first step in this endeavor was that he had to look and dress the part. The day after his arrival, the entire family portkeyed away from the castle to the French equivalent of Diagon Alley to peruse the shops and make certain Harry was outfitted with whatever wizard robes he would need for the coming year. As with Diagon Alley, the district was small, and there was nothing there he would not have seen in his own country, so things went very smoothly, leaving the young man to wonder why Sirius and Jean Sebastian were so amused at the thought of a shopping date with the women. But then the true fun had begun. Exiting the magical shopping area, they had entered a nearby Muggle district with shops as far as the eye could see, and the wonder and curiosity on Harry's face had been priceless. The women, their imaginations on fire as to how they could build the young man's wardrobe from the ground up, immediately dragged him off, intent on seeing him clothed properly and his cast-off rags from Dudley burned as soon as may be. Thus had begun a marathon of shopping, and by the end of it, Harry was feeling as though he had tried on and modeled every piece of clothing in the Muggle world. They included, but were not limited to, shirts, pants, sweaters, jackets, and shoes, all of them in casual and formal styles, many of which he would never have thought to even look at had he been on his own. The ladies had been positively indefatigable, and their energy had been astounding. Harry had thought they would never quit. Everything he looked at or tried on was either approved or rejected by the ladies, who at times did not even listen to his opinion, if he had even had one to give. It had finally taken a shirt which they had forced him to try on, one he decided he would not be caught dead in, which had forced them to listen to his opinions on his new wardrobe. Of course, Apolline had been amused by his sudden recalcitrance, smirking as she told him that she had been waiting for him to make up his mind and dig in his heels. After that incident, it had gone much more smoothly, as everything was first agreed upon by Harry before the ladies approved or, conversely, exercised their veto power. However, this new meeting of the minds did not seriously limit the number of different outfits to try on. They literally spent the entirety of an afternoon at it, and all were exhausted by the time Harry walked away from the shopping center carrying bags and bags worth of pants, denim, cotton, formal, as well as several shirts of all kinds and socks, shoes, boxers and all of the accessories the ladies had decided he needed. Then his new family had coaxed him into wearing some of his purchases, and a quick incendio in and out of the way alley did away with the old baggy clothes he had been wearing. Seeing how much they were purchasing, Harry had begged Apolline to allow him to pay for his own purchases, but she was firm. Harry was now part of the family, and as such, the Delacours would now treat him as one of their own children, which included providing him with the essentials in clothing, shelter, food and the love and care of a family. It was a slightly choked up Harry who left the shopping malls behind, clutching bags upon bags of his new possessions and feeling slightly overwhelmed. That evening, they ate dinner at an expensive restaurant in Paris. Not ever having an experience to compare with, Harry was amazed at the excellence of the cuisine, while simultaneously being concerned that he would make some serious faux pas and embarrass himself. His new family quickly allayed his fears and made him feel welcome, while Sirius teased him out of his reticent mood. Soon he was laughing along with the family and having a wonderful time. The next day was spent taking in some of the sights of France. Jean-Sebastian explained to Harry that although they could not stay long, he could hardly be here without seeing some of the major sights. So, Harry was able to go to the Eiffel Tower in Paris, see some of the more famous locations on the Champs-Élysées, the Arc de Triomphe, as well as a few other locations he had always heard of, but never visited. In all, it was an eye-opening experience for Harry and served to draw him closer to his new family. They were also days for Harry to get to know his newly betrothed. Both had felt they had gotten a good start during their conversation from the previous night, but they also realized it would take some effort for them each to get to know the other. The first part of that bonding process was for them both to understand the other in contrast to their preconceptions and their commonly held misconceptions. For Fleur's part, she wanted to know more about him. She had heard his stories of his adventures and had heard all the so-called official information about Harry Potter, but he was to be her husband, and it was simply not enough. She was resigned to the match, but still she had reservations, as she had so honestly disclosed to him on his first evening in France, and the best way to remove those reservations was for the two of them to become better acquainted and knowledgeable about each other. This had entailed taking as much time as their event-filled days before their departure would allow, and although it upset Gabrielle to a certain extent, they had spent much of the following evening shut up in a room together and walking about the park in which the chateau stood. Gabrielle was soon put to rights by her mother, who reprimanded her gently and reminded her that Harry was Fleur's betrothed and that they needed to get to know one another without the interference from others. Harry would spend time with her, but she must not be so possessive of him. Gabrielle had sulked a little when told this, but her better nature took over, and she was soon able to interact with Harry more like a typical 9-year-old rather than with the clingy hero worship which had characterized her actions before. Not that the hero worship still did not show up from time to time. The conversations between Harry and Fleur generally revolved around how Harry felt about the situations in which he had found himself. Fleur had already heard about the events themselves, so she had the information. However, she felt that knowing about Harry's feelings would help her to get to know him better. In addition, she asked him about his childhood at the Dursley residence and induced him to talk about his friends at Hogwarts, his impressions of the education there, and anything else he could be persuaded to speak of. However, it was not only a one-way passing of information. Harry was just as curious about his betrothed as she was him. He was unable to get her to discuss much of her experiences at Beauxbatons. She told him she was not ready, and it really did not matter anyway, but when it came to her times with her family and her abilities as a witch and a Vila, she was much more forthcoming. There were two events which particularly illuminated her character to Harry, causing him to gain no small measure of respect for his newly betrothed. The morning after Harry's arrival at Chateau Delacour, he had knocked on Fleur's bedroom door, intending to escort her down to breakfast. They chatted amiably on the way down, entering the dining room to see that they were the last arrivals. Harry, seeing the breakfast food spread out on the table and suddenly feeling the hunger for the morning repast, motioned for her to precede him to the table, only to find that she had already moved from his side. He watched as she strode purposefully to the table and stopped by Sirius' chair, her hands on her hips as she glared down at the former marauder. Sirius Black. Sirius started and stared up in surprise, even while Jean-Sebastian chortled at the scene playing out in front of their eyes. I do not know what you have done, my friend, but my daughter glaring at you in that manner is not a good sign. I would not make such comments, father, dear, Fleur retorted with an incongruously sweet smile. I have some words for you as well. With Fleur focused on another, Sirius had managed to rein in his surprise, and he peered back up at her, a charming smile now plastered upon his face. And what can I do for you, my lady? You can start by explaining why you did not tell Harry about the marriage contract before he had to walk into that trial. Whatever Sirius had been expecting, this was clearly not it. Well, I mean, we thought that it would be better to keep it a secret, he stammered. Dumbledore felt that we should keep it to ourselves until the trial. Fleur raised an elegant eyebrow. And Dumbledore rules over House Black, was her rhetorical, not to mention slightly sarcastic, question. Upon seeing Sirius had nothing to say in response, she continued, besides, I know how you British revere the headmaster, but truthfully, I am not convinced he has Harry's best interests at heart. Sirius began to sputter in response, but he was ruthlessly drowned out by the irate young woman. I do not think he is evil, Sirius, but he did leave Harry in a very poor environment for years when he surely could have found alternate arrangements. A sigh and a weary hand over his eyes was Sirius' response. I cannot help but agree with you. I argued that myself with him, but he was convinced Lily's blood protection was the best means of defense for Harry. They may have protected him from Death Eaters, Fleur retorted, but certainly not from the neglect of his guardians. Jean-Sebastian Delacour had had many more years to know his daughter and understand her moods. In this case, he evidently felt she was serious in her displeasure, and he attempted a conciliatory tone. I suppose you are correct, Fleur, we should have told Harry before the trial. There simply was not a lot of time or opportunity, and as Sirius said, secrecy was paramount. But all is well, and Harry is no longer bound to stay with his relatives. I can promise he will not be going back while either Sirius or I have guardianship over him. And again, as Sirius has said, the utmost secrecy needed to be kept, so as to spring the surprise on the minister without allowing him time to form a counter-strategy. Apolline, who was astonished by the revelation and just as displeased about it as her daughter, joined forces with her against the men. Oh, you thought Harry was not to be trusted to keep information about his own future secret? She asked with an arch look. When confronted by both of his female family members, not to mention Gabrielle, who, even though she did not understand fully of what they were speaking, at least knew that it was about the boy she practically worshipped, Jean-Sebastian apparently realized that retreat was the best option. You are completely correct, my dear. From now on, Harry will be informed of everything which concerns him. Sure thing, pup, Sirius chimed in, catching on quickly. I would have told you, but I couldn't get a moment when you were apart from Ron and Hermione. And it didn't help that Molly was always hovering around you. You know how nosy she can be. Harry pondered his godfather's words for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thanks, Sirius. I would appreciate knowing about stuff like this from now on. Everything, father, Fleur interrupted. I am not a child, and neither is Harry. We need to know when something important is about to happen and when you learn of any crucial information. Harry needs to be better prepared than he has been, and it starts with telling him everything. That incident highlighted the fact that Fleur was no pushover, and Harry filed that little tidbit away for future reference. And it would certainly be a novelty to be told about things in advance, something which Dumbledore, for all the good things which he had done, had never seen fit to do. Late the evening of the shopping trip, Harry had had another conversation with Fleur, in which he learned much more about Vila, and about some of the buttons which, when pushed, really angered his betrothed. It was rather late, and their discussion had already gone on for some hours. They were sequestered in Fleur's bedroom, to which they had retired upon their return from the shopping trip, and there they had talked about many things. Harry was finally feeling like he was slowly coming to know her. The conversation was casual, as they sprawled across her bed talking about anything and everything. The discussion had turned to Vila again, specifically the allure, and Harry, curious about its effects, asked Fleur how she used it and how it could be defended against. It is difficult to explain, Harry, she responded after a moment's thought. I simply exert myself, although that is not the right word. It feels like projecting an aura. Harry considered the explanation. So, it's kind of like you extend your senses out or something. Not exactly. Fleur thought for a moment before picking up the explanation. Think about what happens when someone is wearing perfume. You can smell the perfume for a few meters around that person. Grimacing in distaste, Harry nodded. Yeah, but it depends on how much you use. I swear that one girl in my year bathes in it. You can smell her a mile off, more if you're downwind. A delighted laugh was Fleur's response. I will have to learn to avoid her. I do not care much for perfume. The principle is the same, Harry. With the allure, I create an aura that's not unlike the scent of perfume. Now, of course, there are differences. What I create is not a smell, exactly, but more like a magical field mixed with pheromones, which affects men to various degrees. And I can direct it, to a certain extent. For example, I could specifically direct it towards a single person in a room full of people. The other men in the room would not be unaffected by it, but they would not receive the full dose the one I directed it would. Does the allure work on women? No, Harry, women are immune from its effects. And are there any defenses? Some, such as you, have natural defenses, while others who know a branch of mind magic called occlumency are also afforded a certain measure of protection. The other protection is love, Harry. The intense look she directed at him made him feel like he was under her scrutiny. If a man is in love with a woman, then his feelings for her will lessen the effect of the allure. Most Vila magic is largely love-based, Harry, although the allure is admittedly more connected to lust than love. And because lust is a pale offshoot of the emotion of love, a true loving feeling for another person trumps the allure and makes it much easier for the man to resist. And what else can your magic do if it is based on love? Fleur looked uncomfortable but gamely met his gaze and forged on. Well, Harry, Vila partnerships are renowned for their strength and closeness. If you and I ever have the good fortune to bond with each other in a truly loving way, we will become closer than most normal couples can ever dream. If we ever truly love bond, I will know without a doubt of your love for me. It's simply part of my powers. I can also tell when others share the emotion. In addition, when we are married and become intimate with each other, I will know exactly how to please you. It is ingrained in me to know what my lover requires in a mate. It is the reason why Vila were prized as concubines throughout history. What man would not want to have a woman who could effortlessly become exactly what he wants and needs? Now, Harry was not a true innocent. The education he had gotten in school just before entering for Hogwarts ensured he had at least some knowledge, but it did not take a lot of imagination to determine why having a woman who could please him was a good thing. The conversation was slightly embarrassing, but already Harry had a much healthier respect for Fleur than he had ever had before. She was more of a say object to most men than any movie star or supermodel ever could be, and yet she was poised, confident, and modest, not reveling in her ability to catch anyone she wanted. His hopes for the relationship rose even higher due to her obvious self-effacing manner. I can see how that could be a problem. An unhappy sigh was his response. Yes, it is a problem. I have been propositioned regularly since I was 12 years old. Harry blinked. 12. She nodded. Vila hit puberty about the same time as normal girls, but until we have gained a little control, there is some leakage, for want of a better term. The boys my age at Beauxbatons had no defense against it. As I got older and learned to control it better, the situation improved, but by then the damage had already been done. To most of them, I was just a plaything. They would put the moves on me, trying to be masculine and suave in front of their friends. Many times, I had boys try to get me into broom closets, and they generally made my life miserable. And since I can sense true emotion to a certain extent, I knew that none of them were interested in me, just in using me. The frown on Harry's face was thunderous as he thought of what his betrothed would likely face even at Hogwarts. There will be none of that at Hogwarts, he growled. I'll hex anyone who tries anything. Reaching across with a smile on her face, Fleur grasped his hand and squeezed. Thank you, Harry, it is very sweet of you to want to protect me. But Harry was still not amused. I want you to tell me if anyone tries anything, Fleur. I know we're still working through this, but no one will be allowed to take liberties with you. Fleur inclined her head and lay back down, resting her head in the palm of her hand. Is there anything else you want to know? Well, there was one other thing. He started cautiously, instinctively knowing his next question would likely upset her. I understand that some consider Vila to be non-human. He was correct. The expression on her face quickly became cold, and when she spoke, her voice was like an Antarctic wind. I am every bit as human as you or anyone else, Harry, do not let anyone tell you anything else. I never thought any differently, Fleur, he responded, speaking in a calm and rational tone of voice. I just wanted to know what your thoughts about it are. I can assure you that you will hear about it when we go to Hogwarts, from the purebloods in Slytherin, if no one else. Fleur's expression quickly changed to chagrin, and she apologized for her outburst. I am sorry, Harry, I should not have reacted in such a way. It's understandable, Harry responded, squeezing her hand in a comforting gesture, returning her actions from moments earlier. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. No, Harry, you will be a target of some of the bigotry by being betrothed to me, so you should know the consequences. She was silent as she considered her words, clearly trying to find the right balance between outrage and imparting a true sense of the situation. Harry was quiet, allowing her to think about her response and half wishing he had not asked the question in the first place. I apologize again for my reactions, Harry, she finally said. It was a reflex response to the intolerance I have had to put up with my entire life, though I suspect it is not as prevalent here as it is in your society. Harry nodded, and she continued. Bigots prefer to think of Veela as being non-human, but the fact of the matter is that we are every bit as human as those who like to promote their agenda of hatred. Veela roots have been traced back to the sirens of Greek mythology, although our origins before that time are much murkier. The Odyssey is the first mention of the race which would come to be known as Veela. There are no earlier records. Fleur shook her head. No, but of course there are legends. It is impossible to know the truth, though. Some say the first Veela was a result of some long-forgotten spell which has since been lost to time. Others contend that our existence goes all the way back beyond the time when magic was recognized as a talent, long before any kind of training, even word of mouth, was developed. It is thought that the world long ago was rife with wild magic, and all magical creatures came into existence at this time. Living creatures were affected by the forces of the wild magic and adapted to survive. In any case, physiologically, I am exactly the same as any other woman, regardless of the truth of the origins of Veela. The first of us was a human woman who was changed in some manner by magic. All else is passed down from that time. And what do you believe to be the truth of your origins? A smile crept over Fleur's face. It does not really matter what I think. I am a human, the same as any other woman. I simply have a few extra abilities and a much higher chance of giving birth to girls rather than boys. I think it is our nature's way of preserving Veela. As there are no male Veela, our magic forces us to have girls, which perpetuates our race and abilities. The population of Veela generally stays the same or grows only slightly overall. It also seems to be a case of preserving the rest of the human race. Can you imagine what would happen if Veela could give birth to many children? Harry thought about it for a few moments, but the results were rather obvious. Eventually, if Veela only give birth to Veela girls, then there would be more and more Veela. Exactly. Then, there eventually be a large disparity in the numbers of the Sais. For every boy born to a Veela, approximately 9 girls are born, which would cause massive problems for the world. And can you imagine what would happen with so many Veela in the world? The implications were obvious. Veela, with their powers, would generally have the advantage in gaining a mate. Exactly. It would take many generations, but ultimately, I believe that the only women left would be Veela. So, I believe that the way Veela reproduce protects both the Veela populations and the population of the world as a whole. Which brings us to another point, Harry, she continued. The fact that we will only have girls is a problem for the continuation of your house. What do you mean? Fleur shook her head in exasperation. I keep forgetting that you were not brought up in magical society. The Potters go back centuries, Harry, right back to the time of your founders. If we only have girls, you will not have a son to carry on your name. This is something that is very important, especially to old pureblood families. She was right, Harry had never thought to consider this before. But can't a girl inherit? Yes, she can, but the Potter name would not continue, which is a very big deal to the right families. For example, take the Blacks. If Sirius does not marry and have a son, his name would die out, and his name is at least as old as yours. But don't families die out anyway? Harry demanded. And some of the girls at Hogwarts don't have any brothers, what do they do? Yes, family names do die out, Fleur agreed. In the past this may have been as much to do with disease and war, as with only having a female child. And to some it's not as important. But in the high echelons of pureblood circles, it is a very big deal. You are descended from a pureblood line. Most members of your social sphere would naturally want a son to carry on the line. So, what do we do? Harry had the distinct feeling Fleur was feeling him out for some unfathomable reason, but she did not elaborate on her comments. There are other ways of ensuring your name continues, Harry, but I think I would like to hold off discussing them for now. I would prefer to continue to get to know each other before we think about such serious subjects. Agreeing with her, although being curious as to her meaning, Harry nevertheless allowed the conversation to move to other lighter topics. It was very late before he finally sought his own bed, feeling more than pleased that he and Fleur had been able to make the progress they had. For Apolline Delacour, the 2 days spent in her future son-in-law's company were enjoyable and very revealing. He was reserved and quiet, generally speaking his opinion in a thoughtful yet diffident manner, especially when that opinion was something which he did not feel strongly or have specific knowledge about. But when he spoke of things with which he had experience, his confidence shone through, and Apolline could see a different side of him, a side which held great promise. For instance, when questioned about Quidditch, he responded with several stories about his time playing the game and experiences he had had. But underlying his exposition about the game was his talk of flying, and that revealed his true passion. It was clear he enjoyed the game, but by and large it was merely a release and an excuse to go flying on his broom. He was polite and kind, treating everyone around him with deference and respect, something Apolline wondered about considering his upbringing by those horrid muggles with whom he had lived. Given what she had heard of the confrontation with the Dursleys, she would have expected him to grow up to be bitter and vengeful, filled with the need to prove himself. It was still very early in their relationship, yet although she could detect some of the latter in his manner, there was none of the former. She suspected he could be as angry and petulant as the next teenager, but the true bitterness of spirit seemed absent from his character. He appeared to accept the first 15 years of his life and his time with the Dursleys with a certain fatalistic resignation, even while he struggled to integrate himself into Apolline's family. It was a period of adjustment for the young man, and Apolline could clearly see the difficulty he had, especially when he was praised for something or overwhelmed by the welcome of the family. Apolline also suspected he was desperate to fit in with this family, not only because of the fact that he would one day marry into it, but also because he recognized they had taken a large risk in supporting him. It was not an issue which Apolline had any concerns about whatsoever. In fact, the family was impressed. She was impressed by his manner and character. She had been dubious about the marriage contract at first. He was, after all, a famous wizard and a target of one of the greatest dark wizards of the past millennium. However, now that she was getting to know him and understand his past and see a glimpse of his future, she had no concerns about how Harry would treat Fleur. She was now coming to view it as a very fortunate alliance. True, he still did have the aforementioned Dark Lord to contend with, but really, the whole magical world was in danger. She did not know why Harry had been targeted, but she was quickly coming to the understanding that he could become a great wizard with the proper guidance. Jean Sebastian was a good man and could provide that desperately needed male influence in Harry's life. Together, as a family, they would help the young man grow and become what she knew he could be. The day of the move, Apolline was sitting in Gabrielle's bedroom, thinking about the changes to their lives, when her husband walked into the room. Sensing his hesitation, Apolline's eyes narrowed in anticipation of the subject of whatever he wished to discuss. If it was as she suspected, he may as well hold his breath. "Yes, love," she greeted him, prompting him to smile and approach her. "Apolline," he began after seating himself and taking one of her hands, "I wish you would reconsider and stay behind in France with Gabrielle." Apolline huffed her exasperation, wondering if the man would ever give up. "Jean Sebastian Delacour, we have already had this discussion." A lesser man might have quailed at her displeasure, but her husband merely gave her a mischievous smile which still caused her heart to do back flips in her chest, even after almost 2 decades of marriage. Damn the man and what he did to her. We have had the conversation, but the result was not to my satisfaction. That means I must have it again, does it not? Our conversation may not have been to your satisfaction, but it was to mine, Apolline retorted. If you think I will allow you to go into danger while I stay behind, you had better seriously revise your way of thinking. Apolline, please be reasonable. No, Jean Sebastian, I will not be reasonable. We are a family, and we will stay together as a family. We have taken a young man into our lives, and I mean to give him every bit of my support, as I know you intend to do yourself. That support does not entail staying behind in France. My place is with you. But Apolline, think about the danger, think about Gabrielle. It will be very difficult to do what must be done when I must constantly worry about you both. Then you should have thought about that before you decided to enact the marriage contract. He started to speak again, but Apolline placed a finger over his mouth, compelling him to silence. He was a good man, the very best of men, but he sometimes had a tendency to treat her and their daughters as though they were made of porcelain. While she loved him for it, she was a fully trained witch, and she had her Vila abilities to fall back on if she was to run into any trouble. Jean Sebastian, I will not stay behind, so you may as well save your breath. If things become too difficult, then we will send Gabrielle to live with her grandmother, but I will not leave your side. You do not need to treat me with kid gloves, I will be fine. His long look was expressionless, but to one who knew him intimately, his struggle was evident. You will not give in on this matter, will you? No. He looked down and sighed before glancing back at her with a lopsided grin on his face. I thought as much. Whatever possessed me to marry such a strong-willed woman? The chuckle he received in response was amused. Come now, Jean Sebastian, you like me the way I am, admit it. I do, I just wish I could keep you out of danger. That you cannot do. Think of it this way, if this Voldemort takes over England, where do you think his next stop will be? I have already considered this, he responded softly. Then you know that even France is not truly safe. In fact, I would be surprised if he does not already have agents here recruiting for his cause. Certain members of our society can be as bigoted and short-sighted as those across the channel. You know this. In fact, I think Gabrielle and I are safer with you in England than we would be here. Jean Sebastian gave a resigned sigh and leaned over to key his wife on the cheek before rising. There is still much to be done. Apolline rose also and began to busy herself, sorting through Gabrielle's clothes. But before her husband left, she had one more thing to say. Jean Sebastian, please do not bring this up again, I have made up my mind. Pausing at the door, Jean Sebastian glanced back at her and smiled. I can see that you have. The subject is closed, and I will not speak of it again. Satisfied, Apolline returned to her task as her husband left the room. The rest of that Saturday afternoon was spent ensuring all the family's belongings were packed away and transported to their new home by the house elves. This consisted primarily of clothes and personal effects, the furniture not being needed, except for a few items which were deemed necessary, including Jean Sebastian's well-worn but comfortable office chair. It was Apolline's housekeeping which kept their transported belongings to a minimum, as she had spent the afternoon going through the family's clothes, putting aside old items to be discarded or donated and generally ensuring everything the family would need would be on hand. Of course, Harry's clothes, which had largely been purchased the previous day, were the easiest, as they were simply left in their bags, ready to be moved. They were all touched a little by Sirius melancholy, still considered a fugitive in the eyes of the British ministry. He was to stay at Château Delacour to continue his recovery and await his trial, which had tentatively been scheduled for the middle of the following month. Still, although he was a little glum, Sirius roused himself to do a little teasing of his godson, promising to see him again at the trial and during the upcoming winter break. The end result of the day's efforts was that the family arrived early that evening, stored their belongings in their chosen bedrooms, and sat down for the evening meal, tired but happy, at least in Harry's case, to be back in England. It was at this point that Jean Sebastian, having accomplished the welcoming of his new ward into the family and having moved his family to England, decided that it was time to follow up with his resolution to contact Dumbledore about the secret society of which he was the head. He made his way to his office and made a flow call, correctly deducing the headmaster would be in his office at Hogwarts, asking for a quick meeting to discuss certain items of interest. Dumbledore readily assented, proposing they meet at Grimmauld Place to give Harry a chance to connect once again with his friends. It was done quickly, and a mere 30 minutes later, Jean Sebastian was traveling through the Flow connection along with Harry and Fleur. They stepped into the parlor, and Jean-Sebastian was gratified to see the greeting Harry received from his friends. He had heard much about Harry's friends over the past 2 days, particularly one Hermione Granger, who was at that very moment engulfing his new ward into a crushing embrace, much as she had done when they had arrived after the trial. It was good to know that Harry had a support group to rally around him. He suspected it would be needed in what was to come. The only concern he had was fleeting and resolved quickly. "Hey, guys," Harry began. "I'd like to introduce you all to my betrothed, Fleur Delacour." The silence only lasted a moment before Hermione, visibly screwing herself up, stepped over and greeted the young French witch. "Hello, Fleur. My name is Hermione Granger. Welcome to Grimmauld Place." Jean-Sebastian let out a relieved sigh, one which was echoed, he noticed, albeit in a much quieter fashion, by Fleur. His daughter returned the greeting hesitantly, but her smile was genuine and wide. The twins approached Fleur, and each made bows, complete with elaborate flourishes, and smiled winning smiles at her. "Any friend of Harry's is a friend of ours. She's his fiancé, George. I'm not George, I'm Fred. And I'd hope that she's his friend, too. His friend. Wouldn't you like to be her friend? And don't call yourself Fred when we both know I'm Fred. You're delusional. And of course I want to be her friend. Blokes like us look so much better when we have pretty friends." "Shish, don't say that too loud. You'll make little Harrikins angry for moving in on his girl." "I'm not moving on his girl, just trying to make myself look better by basking in the light of her glory." "Well, just as long as you make certain everyone knows you're George when you make a fool out of yourself, that's fine. I'd prefer you didn't sully my name." "There you go again." "There I go. It's you who persists in thinking you're Fred. Well, then, I guess we'll just have fall back on our old standby. Gred and Forge." "Yes, but remember, I'm Gred." "But I'm." "Will you two stop it already?" Hermione's voice interrupted. She was not precisely scowling at them, but her expression did hold a certain amused exasperation. She turned back to Fleur, who had been following their banter back and forth, much as she would have followed a tennis match. "This is Fred and George, the Weasley twins. Don't let them get going, or they can go on for hours." "Yup, that's us," one of the twins piped in. "You can call us Fred, George, Gred, Forge, it's all the same to us." Fleur could not hold in a laugh at their antics, and she visibly relaxed, which was no doubt their purpose in their confusing duologue. "Fleur will be attending Hogwarts this year," advised Harry. "She'll be in your year." The two boys looked at one another before turning back to Fleur and favoring her with a huge smile. "Brilliant," they exclaimed in unison. "If you guys are quite finished, there are a couple of more introductions to complete." Hermione turned to the other two red-headed children and quickly made the introductions. Their responses, however, were certainly not as welcoming and warm as the twins had been. The youngest son, Ron, appeared too tongue-tied to formulate a coherent response, something with which Jean-Sebastian knew that Fleur was intimately familiar, and the girl, Ginevra, appeared to be sizing up Jean-Sebastian's daughter with a frown on her face. "So, that's how it stands," thought Jean-Sebastian. The evening of the trial, he had thought Mrs. Weasley and her daughter were a trifle cold, although he had not had the opportunity to observe them. The young woman in particular would bear keeping an eye on. The door to the room opened at that moment, and the headmaster walked in, greeting everyone cheerfully. Once the pleasantries had been completed, Dumbledore invited Jean-Sebastian to a nearby study. Confident that his daughter would be well taken care of by Harry and his friends, Jean-Sebastian acquiesced, and they were soon leaving the room. Their initial conversation consisted of pleasantries and discussions of the situation, punctuated by Dumbledore's approval of Jean-Sebastian's involvement in Harry's life. "I am glad to hear young Harry is settling into his life with your family," Dumbledore finally stated after hearing Jean-Sebastian's recitation of the past few days. "I believe it will be good for him to witness firsthand how a wizarding family lives." Jean-Sebastian directed a piercing stare at the headmaster. "I must admit that I am uncertain as to why you left Harry with those muggles. I had heard of their treatment of him, but even so, I was unprepared for what I witnessed. They treated him like he was diseased, Dumbledore, denying him the basics of human love and affection. I am amazed that he has turned out as well as he has." At that moment, Albus Dumbledore looked every one of his 114 years. He passed a hand over his eyes and rubbed his temples briefly before raising his eyes back to his companion and sighing heavily. Unfortunately, or fortunately, perhaps, you don't know what it was like here after the war, Jean-Sebastian. The country was in celebration, yet, although Voldemort had been defeated, there was still some question as to who had supported the Dark Lord. Oh, certain Death Eaters were obvious and had been well-known supporters, with incontrovertible proof existing of their complicity and crimes. Those such as the Lestranges, Mulciber and Crouch Jr. were easily convicted. They still reside in Azkaban to this day. And Malfoy, I understand he was as involved as anyone. And I am afraid you are correct. However, Malfoy was not known to have committed any crimes, although it is certain he did while in his Death Eater robes. He and others, such Walden McNair, were more difficult to pin down, even though we had known of their participation and, more importantly, the fact that they had financed Voldemort's operations. Jean-Sebastian gazed at Dumbledore in disbelief. Then why was Veritaserum not used? I remember reports of the time that its use had been rejected, but the reasons were not clear. It was not as easy as you might think, Dumbledore responded, a thoughtful look etched upon his face. We were in disarray, even with Voldemort's defeat, and our justice system was in shambles. The minister approved the use of Veritaserum, but as the Wizengamot serves as the judicial branch of our government, they were able to overturn her directive. Therefore, people like Malfoy were able to claim the influence of the Imperious Curse and successfully avoid their time in Azkaban. Unfortunately, I was not Chief Warlock at that time, and although I had been a member for years and had a certain amount of influence, I was not able to sway the Wizengamot away from that disastrous course. But why would the Wizengamot effectively hobble its own ability to deal out justice? Because the Pureblood faction was concerned that they would lose their influence by virtue of the fact that many of their members had supported Voldemort and would lose their seats as a result. They were able to beg, buy, and threaten the rest of the Wizengamot to forego the use of Veritaserum, claiming it was an infringement on the rights of its most upstanding members. The explanation made sense and matched what Jean-Sebastian remembered of the time. The reports from France had been sporadic and incomplete, and although Voldemort had made headlines in the French papers, Wizarding France had at the time largely contented itself with viewing the situation as a British problem. To Jean-Sebastian, it had seemed more like a determination for them to stick their collective heads in the sand and ignore a situation which had the potential to become a huge international problem rather than merely a British one. What he was not certain of, was exactly how this influenced Harry's placement with his mother's sister. Surely Dumbledore could have found someone trustworthy to raise the boy. And Harry? He prompted. Harry presented a unique problem, Dumbledore answered. Ideally, I would have placed him with Sirius, but given the fact that we all believed Sirius to be a traitor, I was not certain who to leave him with. I admit, there was a certain panic to my thoughts at the time. After all, if Sirius, who was closer than a brother to James, could be a traitor, anyone could be. So, I placed him with the one family I could be certain was not affiliated with the Death Eaters. Knowing the Dursleys' aversion to magic, I knew that they would, at the very least, keep him safe from the Death Eaters as long as a strong set of wards was erected to keep his presence a secret. I used Lily's blood protection as a means to erect the wards which would keep him safe from discovery by any hostile magical. This was intended to be temporary until I found another solution. So, what happened? Jean-Sebastian inquired. He was beginning to understand that Harry's residence at the Dursleys was an unfortunate string of circumstances and not the callous abandonment he had feared. At least, he hoped that was the case. It would be a disaster if Dumbledore proved to be untrustworthy. The man was far too important to the future fight, not to mention the fact that Jean-Sebastian's children would be under the man's authority for the better part of every year. That is when the second problem appeared. Dumbledore responded with a shrug. I failed to predict the instant fame for the young boy and the outpouring of sympathy and support. Overnight, there were petitions and applications to provide him a home registered by the dozen, and I could not take the chance that someone less than trustworthy would have gained custody of him. That would have spelled disaster. You think they would have had him killed? Dumbledore's face was thoughtful. That was one possible outcome. There was another, and both depended entirely upon how much information the Dark Lord had shared with his minions. What do you mean? He, or at least his parents, were known to have been targeted by the Dark Lord himself. Therefore, if that is all that was known, then I think he would have been brought up, indoctrinated with the ideals of the purebloods. But they recruited based on blood purity, and Harry is not a pureblood. They were not as biased as they wanted everyone to believe, Dumbledore refuted. All that was required for admittance was to show a sufficient level of personal loyalty to Voldemort, a thirst for power, and some level of blood purity. They did not accept Muggle-born members, but anyone with at least one magical parent was welcome with certain restrictions. It made a certain amount of sense. After all, whatever else Voldemort had been, he was not stupid, and to limit his recruiting to a mere 10% of the population when trying to take over a nation would have been short-sighted in the extreme. Then Harry in the hands of former Death Eaters would have been a problem. In more ways than one, Dumbledore responded. He then flicked his wand, and a series of privacy spells shot toward the door and the walls, effectively rendering them imperturbable and silenced. Jean-Sebastian raised an eyebrow at the headmaster's actions, but Dumbledore merely smiled at him. What I am about to reveal to you must not leave the confines of this room. Although I don't believe anyone is listening to us, I cannot take that chance. The Weasley twins in particular are known to be ingenious inventors and have managed to ferret out some impressive secrets over the course of their short lives. Jean-Sebastian gazed at the headmaster. Although his words about the twins had been somewhat light and slightly amused, there was no amusement in his manner. Whatever he had to impart, he deemed it critical to Harry's safety. That was enough to convince Jean-Sebastian to follow his lead. Do you require a magical oath? Dumbledore nodded his approval. Thank you for the offer, but no, I know your character through our interactions in the ICW and I believe you are devoted to Harry's protection. Your word will suffice. Then you have it. Very well. The reason Harry was targeted by Voldemort was a prophecy which was given to me when I was interviewing a candidate for the position of divination's professor the spring before Harry was born. A frown came over Jean-Sebastian's face. I must admit I have little faith in divination. Are you certain it was a true prophecy? I witnessed it myself, Dumbledore responded. I too have little use for the branch of magic in general, but she did not use her accoutrements when making this prediction. It was a classic case of a seer entering a trance, reciting a prophecy, and not remembering it afterward, and its existence was recorded in the Hall of Prophecy. If you will recall, prophecies are kept by the most ancient and powerful of magics. Once I had verified its existence there, I knew it was a true prophecy. Now, the existence of the prophecy would not have been a problem if Voldemort had never found out. Unfortunately, a young Death Eater happened to be listening outside the room and heard part of it himself. Of course, he immediately ran to his master to tell him what he had heard, but not having heard the entire foretelling, Voldemort acted in a completely different manner than he would have if he had known the missing pieces. It was everything Dumbledore had said it was, and worse than Jean-Sebastian had expected. Yet there were still unanswered questions. But how did you know of this if the Death Eater immediately went to his master with the information? I knew him, Dumbledore answered simply. He was young and idealistic and believed, correctly, in my opinion, that there were many things about the wizarding world which needed to be changed. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong engine of change, and has paid the price ever since. Once he had realized the implications of what he had set in motion and understood Voldemort's plans, he came to me immediately and confessed all. Since that time, he has been a double agent, a spy in Voldemort's camp who has remained in that role to this day. So, a traitor had caused the death of Jean-Sebastian's childhood friend. He already knew of Pettigrew and yearned for the chance to mete out justice to the rat, but this man had set the events in motion. A burning fire lit itself in his heart, and he glared at the headmaster. Who was it? Shaking his head, Dumbledore directed a level gaze back at his companion. There is no reason to share that with you and every reason to keep it to myself. For his protection and for the invaluable information he brings to me, especially with Voldemort now returned, I must keep his identity a secret. Jean-Sebastian peered at Dumbledore, his emotions roiling. How can you be certain this man is not playing you as well? Because I hold something over him, Dumbledore replied quietly, his eyes flashing in annoyance. I am many things and have made mistakes, Jean-Sebastian, but do not ever think I am stupid. As soon as the Death Eater came to me, I ensured his compliance and engineered his loyalty. He risks his life on a daily basis and has proven his worth. Still unhappy with Dumbledore's refusal to divulge the name, Jean-Sebastian nodded his head curtly. I want to know the moment anything changes, he demanded, to which Dumbledore responded with a nod. Then what is this prophecy? The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. A chill in the air seemed to settle into Jean Sebastian's very bones as the words of the seer filled the room. The language was certainly that of prophecy, filled with obscure references and predictions which could be understood in many different ways, and Jean Sebastian could only speculate that it was a true foretelling when Dumbledore's testimony of his origins was examined. That is truly a vague prediction, Jean Sebastian finally stated after some thought. Indeed it is. But when it is examined, I think one can gain a clearer picture of what it foretells. The first lines are unclear, stating only that the child would be born to those who faced the Dark Lord 3 times and survived, and that he would be born nearer at the end of July. What about September? It was the 7th month of the Roman calendar. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in response. I had considered that. However, due to the fact that September was still several months away and the other requirements could not be fulfilled, I concluded that it must be July. There were 2 young boys who fit the bill, Harry Potter and one other. And it was only the first 2 lines that the Death Eater heard that day, otherwise, Voldemort's actions would likely have been completely different. It is the 3rd line which proves that the prophecy was made about Harry. When Voldemort attacked the Potters in 1981, he left Harry with a scar which marked him as his equal. He could have attacked the other young boy, but for reasons only Voldemort himself can reveal, he chose to attack the Potters. I can only assume the other boy would have been next had he succeeded. And the power the Dark Lord knows not. Unclear, Dumbledore responded. However, I believe that power to be the power of love. Voldemort never knew love as a young man, and I believe he has no comprehension of its power or the lengths most people will go to in order to protect loved ones. The only witnesses to that night are dead, outside of a small boy who could not possibly remember what happened, much less understand it. In piecing together the events which took place, I postulated that Lily Potter placed a blood-based protection on her son which was sealed by her death, which is why Harry survived the killing curse. The explanation made a certain amount of sense. There were many old and forgotten magics in the world, and it was very possible that a mother could have used one of the most powerful positive emotions to protect her son. So this, power he knows not, has been used up. Not necessarily, Dumbledore disagreed. Harry, despite his childhood with the Dursleys, appears to have an amazing capacity for love. And don't forget the entry of your daughter into the equation. Aren't Vila powers largely based on love? A chill once again swept through Jean Sebastian at the headmaster's words. Had he unknowingly provided Harry with the means of the ultimate defeat of the Dark Lord? And what part did his daughter have to play? Could she have somehow been destined to join with Harry in defeating the Dark Lord? The possibilities boggled the mind, and Jean Sebastian was momentarily surprised that he had not seen it himself. So, you believe the power manifested itself on the night Voldemort was vanquished, and still has some part to play? In short, yes. There may be other pieces which must still come into play, but those will have to reveal themselves at the appropriate time. After a little more thought, Jean Sebastian thought he understood why the headmaster had acted the way he had. And the fact that the prophecy specifically says that one of them must die means it does not refer to the night Harry's parents were murdered. Exactly, Dumbledore confirmed. The term, vanquish, suggests that once Harry had survived that night when Voldemort was defeated, the prophecy could have been fulfilled. Yet the 4th line says that they are destined to meet and that someday one of them must kill the other. Whatever happened that night, it is certain that Voldemort did not die at Harry's hand. It was his mother's sacrifice, or so I believe, which resulted in his downfall. That is a substantial amount of supposition and speculation on which to base your entire strategy. A shrug met his declaration. It is, but the Dark Lord's return seems to support the theory. Voldemort had been known to claim that he had gone further down the path to immortality than any other, so I believe he was not truly killed that night. He was certainly disembodied, but he wasn't truly defeated. Harry is the only one who can bring about his demise. Although wary to take such a nebulous prediction at face value, Jean Sebastian knew the time to ponder it for himself was not here. Dumbledore's interpretation certainly seemed valid, and for now, it seemed as though the best course of action was to be cautious and act as though it was the literal truth. There is still a certain vagueness, but it is certainly plausible. Unfortunately, my friend, all prophecy is such, Dumbledore agreed with aplomb. We can never be sure until after the events have concluded. We can only base our actions on what we believe, and we must adapt as events demand. Has Harry been told? Jean-Sebastian knew his question was blunt, but although he already knew the answer, he wanted to know why this information had been kept from him. No, I have not told Harry, Dumbledore responded, and he continued before Jean-Sebastian could make any further comment. It is a heavy burden for a young man to bear. I believe Harry to be supremely capable and confident, but I do not think he is ready for this. When do you mean to tell him, then? Dumbledore thought for a few moments before he made any comment. I had thought to see how he does this year and then tell him by about his 16th birthday. Much will depend upon his maturity level and whether I believe he can handle it. Though he was still not convinced, Jean-Sebastian understood the headmaster's point. I have promised not to keep anything from Harry, my daughter was most insistent on this. However, I believe you may be right in this case. But he must be told, Dumbledore, and sooner rather than later. I will think on it further. Jean-Sebastian nodded. In that case, I think we should talk about my purpose for coming here tonight. A wave of Dumbledore's hand, and Jean-Sebastian continued. I would like to know more about this order you have established. You wish to join? Jean-Sebastian shook his head. Unfortunately, I do not know enough about it yet to determine my actions. If it is what I suspect it is, then I may very well join, but I would like to know more first, attend some meetings, and generally see how you handle things before I make any commitments. That would be acceptable, Dumbledore replied with a nod. I formed the Order to directly combat Voldemort's forces during the First War when it became evident the Ministry was, shall we say, less than effective in dealing with the Dark Lord. We carried out many activities, such as intelligence gathering, combat, and security provision. I have been reforming it for the upcoming conflict and recruiting new members. I do not believe the Ministry will be any more effective now than they were 15 years ago. The next meeting will be held here next Saturday, and you are welcome to attend if you would like. I will be here, Jean-Sebastian affirmed. Of course, as the French ambassador, I will be limited in what I can do overtly, but if I should choose to join, you may be assured of my full support. Of course. That brings us to one more item. I have spoken with Harry and believe that some specialized training would be advisable. I don't think that the things he will learn in school will be enough for what he has to face. An excellent idea. Dumbledore approved. I had planned to start his training this year in any case. I presume you wished to get an early start. When Jean-Sebastian confirmed that was his intent, Dumbledore continued. In that case, might I suggest Alistair Moody as a trainer? I doubt you could find anyone more knowledgeable, especially at such short notice. Jean-Sebastian did know of the man's reputation. He experienced a moment of concern. Knowing that Moody had been impersonated by the man who had engineered Harry's capture and the return of the Dark Lord during the Triwizard, but that was swiftly quashed. Harry could have no reason to distrust the man himself. Or Moody would be acceptable. Please contact him and see if he is agreeable. If he is, have him contact me and we can set it up. Their conversation concluded, Jean-Sebastian rose and shook Dumbledore's hand and exited the room. He was now armed with crucial knowledge which would assist him in ensuring Harry's safety and ultimate survival, and he intended to make good use of it. Although Hermione was happy to see her friend, she could not help but feel tense and unsettled. It was not that she was not happy for him, that could not be further from the truth. In fact, though Harry had never shared the details of his life with his relatives, she had guessed what his home life had been like. The Delacours appeared to be a godsend for Harry, and she was happy he had found some acceptance and affection from a good and loving family. No, what had brought Hermione to her current state of disquiet was a part of her she had left behind years ago. Simply put, Hermione was afraid and insecure. Part of her was still the timid young girl whose only friends had been the ones she had found in the pages of her favorite books. And though she told herself she was being silly and that Harry had experienced the same lack of friends as she had, she still could not shake the lingering fear she felt at seeing him interact with Fleur and the rest of his friends. Surely Harry would never shunt her aside now that he had a fiancée. But although she knew in her heart that Harry was not the type to toss her aside on a whim, her head would not listen and she fretted. He seemed so much happier now, his face truly shone when he spoke, he traded banter with the twins, and every time he looked at Fleur it seemed as though they were communing on a different level. How could she, Hermione Jane Bookworm Granger, ever hope to compete with the luminous beauty of Fleur Delacour, Vila Goddess and Tri-Wizard Champion? Her world had been centered around him ever since they had entered Hogwarts together. How would she ever cope if he drifted away from her? The trio would cease to exist, and her one other friend would drift away as well. It was Harry who kept the trio together, Harry who bridged the gap between her and Ron. If he was removed from the equation, Hermione had little doubt Ron would initially bask in the chance to win her before quickly losing interest after seeing they had nothing in common. She would be left friendless and alone, as she had been before. She did not know how long she watched her friends laughing and joking, but her reticence did not go unnoticed for long. Soon, she saw Harry sneaking her curious glances, concern evident on his features. She blushed and tried to hide her anxiety under a veneer of nonchalance, but Harry had been her friend for 5 years now, he knew her better than almost anyone else and could almost sense her unrest. He disengaged from his other friends and turned his attention on her, a questioning expression on his face. "Hermione, are you all right?" She squirmed and tried to avoid him, but he was there, patience and affection rolling off him in waves. Her heart melted at the sight, and she relaxed slightly, although her head still refused to cooperate. "I'm fine, Harry," she finally managed in a tremulous voice. "You don't sound fine to me," Harry countered with a frown. "Now, why don't you tell me what is bothering you?" Unable to divert him, Hermione blurted the first thing which came into her mind. "You are still my friend, right?" The full gambit of emotions ran over Harry's face, from disbelief to confusion, through suspicion, and finally to speculative amusement. "Hermione Jane Granger, what on earth are you blathering on about?" Then he winked at her and continued in a cheeky tone. "I've wanted to do that for ages. Usually, it's you who uses my full name. Harry James Potter." Hermione mockingly scolded, causing them both to collapse in laughter. "Seriously, Hermione," Harry said, once they had both regained their composure, "did you really think this change in my life would change anything between you and me?" Hermione felt all the embarrassment for ever doubting him, yet within the confines of her own mind, she still felt she was justified for her fears. "Hermione," Harry interrupted her thoughts. "You do know that you are my best friend, don't you? This is a change in my life, but I would hope that nothing will ever come between us. You've been the one person who has always been there for me. You were there to the end when I faced Quirrell in the Stone, provided me with the key to the secret of the basilisk, and then flew with me on Buckbeak in 3rd year. And I can't even describe how valuable your support was last year when even half the members of my own house were angry with me for besmirching Gryffindor's honor by entering the tournament, while the other half congratulated me on circumventing the rules. You were the only one who believed me implicitly and without reservation. Do you have any idea what you mean to me?" A blushing Hermione nevertheless grabbed her closest friend and gave him a massive hug, one which was returned with interest. The relief she felt was indescribable, and she felt tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. Harry, pulling away, noticed her tears and wiped them away with the pads of his thumbs, all the while smiling at her affectionately. "Now, let's hear no more about this, all right?" Hermione nodded her head happily, pleased to acquiesce to his request. At that moment, the door opened, and in walked Dumbledore and Mr. Delacour. Hermione noticed the French ambassador's curious look in their direction but was too happy to do anything but smile in response. "Harry, Fleur, it is time to return to the manor, Mr. Delacour stated, addressing his charges. "Yes, J.S. Before we go, would you like to ask your friends if they would like to join you?" Nodding, Harry turned to his friends. "Jean Sebastian is setting up some training for Fleur and me and said it was okay for Ron and Hermione to join me. Would you guys like to?" Their answers were immediate and fervent, and Hermione beamed in gratitude for his continued support and thoughts about her. But there was one among the group who was not happy with the development. Ginny gazed longingly at Harry, and although she did not say anything, she appeared hurt that she had not been invited as well. Still uncomfortable with Ginny's continued unwillingness to give him up, Hermione nevertheless empathized with the young girl. She cleared her voice and spoke in a diffident manner. "Excuse me, Mr. Delacour," she began. "Since we're all in danger, why don't we open up the training group to include others? That way, Harry will always have a group of his friends to support him and defend him if need be, and the rest of us will get advanced training which will help us in the future." Mr. Delacour peered at her with a half-smile forming on his face. "I can see why they call you the smartest witch of your generation, Miss Granger." Hermione felt her cheeks burn in pleasure at his compliment. "But I will only acquiesce if you call me JS, like your friend does." Smiling happily, Hermione nodded her assent. Jean Sebastian turned to Harry. "I'm sure Auror Moody can take on a few more students. The Weasleys may all join, and if there are any others, please let us know, and we will arrange for them to be included." And it was done. Hermione was pleased with the outcome of the evening. She would continue to be Harry's closest friend and would be involved with his life. Her earlier distress now seemed silly and childish, and when she thought about it, she knew Harry would never have cast her off. Still, it was a relief to be able to settle her fears. There was another who had witnessed the events of the evening but could not find the same satisfaction in its results. Ron had overheard Hermione's conversation with Harry, and his friends were a little too close for Ron's comfort. After all, Ron was aware of the fact that Harry, as the last Potter, was almost required to take a second wife. The realization had come soon after his friend left the last time, causing his smugness to depart rather precipitously. He was desperate to prevent Hermione from being that second wife. The fact that they were still only 15 did not penetrate his consciousness. Right then, the need to keep them separated was paramount. In addition, Ron was somewhat offended that Harry had named Hermione as his best friend. That was his title by right. How dare Potter claim such a ridiculous thing? As indignation and unhappiness swelled within him, Ron thought about Hermione and how he could prevent Harry from making a move on her. He would have to move quickly himself and get to her before Harry could do the same to him. This was one contest with the other boy that Ron did not intend to lose. The Monday after the trial, Harry gathered with his new betrothed and his friends, and waited for the man who would be giving them some training in combat which Harry was certain he would end up needing sooner, rather than later. Their group had expanded more than Harry and Fleur had expected. Looking around the room, Harry considered each one of his companions and thought about his relationship with them and their reasons for being there. Hermione and Ron were obvious, of course, their friendship forged through 4 years of almost constant companionship. Though Harry's relationship with Ron had been strained by his friend's actions at the outset of the Triwizard Tournament, he knew Ron would be there when it most counted. Ron was a little flaky at times, but he was loyal. Hermione was not even a question. In one way or another, he had been the center of her world, and he of hers, since they had met on the train. She would never be left out where he was involved. Fleur was, of course, a given in this endeavor. Not only was she now his intended, but in the few days in which they had had to become better acquainted, he had come to know her as a fierce defender of those who she considered family. Clearly, Harry now fit into that group. It was humbling and overwhelming to be considered part of a real family, something he had never had before, but Harry was grateful for her caring and concern. Likewise, Ginny's motivations were no secret, or at least they were not now that Hermione had explained her actions. What surprised Harry about Ginny was the change that appeared to have come over her since they had met again only 2 days prior. Upon arriving at the ambassador's manor, Ginny had visibly screwed up her courage and approached him, greeting him with none of the embarrassment and shyness he had expected from her in the past. The annoying squeak was gone, and for that Harry could only be pleased. He hoped to get to know her better, as he suspected she could turn out to be a close friend. The twins lounged in the corner of the room, speaking quietly with one another, no doubt planning their pranks for the coming year. Not only were they fun to hang out with, but Harry also trusted them. At least he trusted them to have his back when it mattered. In the matter of their pranking, no one was safe from their attentions, but at least Harry knew none of their jokes were meant in a malicious manner. Their presence was also a given, as they had always supported him. The difficult ones to place were the last 2 in the room. Neville Longbottom stood speaking with Hermione in quiet tones, his manner as shy and self-effacing as ever, as had been his appearance that morning. Hermione had suggested including him, and with Harry's agreement she made the overture. Harry had been surprised when Neville agreed. While he had not yet had a chance to talk to Neville, he knew the boy considered himself to be a failure, his confidence could only be helped by this undertaking, and Harry figured that was at least part of the reason for his presence. Finally, his eyes rested upon the final member of their little group, Luna Lovegood. Not knowing her in the slightest, Harry was uncertain as to her presence. He understood that she was a childhood friend of Ginny's, who had invited her to become a member of the little group, but beyond that, his contact with her had been limited to a few words of greeting spoken that very morning. She was sitting by herself, a slight smile on her face while she looked off into the distance at something which only she could see. Hermione told him she was very intelligent, but her ways were somewhat fanciful and odd. Deciding to reserve judgment for himself, Harry had greeted her in a friendly manner, which she had returned with a like sentiment. Together, Harry was hoping they would make a potent force in the fight against Voldemort. They were all, he suspected, with the exception of Neville, who could not seem to get anything right, and Luna, who he did not know anything about, among the most powerful of their age group, something which would only continue to develop as they matured. After a few minutes of waiting, the sound of the professor's approach, the characteristic thud stomp of his gait, was heard through the door, and the man entered, his eye rotating wildly, presumably searching for enemies. He stopped inside the door and regarded the assembled youths with an unreadable expression. "So you're the recruits I'm to be saddled with," he ground out grumpily. From behind him, Jean Sebastian slipped into the room, a wry smile on his face as he watched the showdown between teacher and students. He took a seat in a chair at the back of the room and settled in to watch. "All right then, let's all get in a line side to side, facing me," Moody barked out, turning his back to close the door, clearly expecting his orders to be followed. A few moments later, the young students were arranged to his liking. He turned back to them with an unreadable expression. The man stumped around the room inspecting his charges for several moments, correcting posture where he found it lacking, admonishing the lack of care of a wand, or an expression lacking the appropriate gravity. The Weasley twins, specifically, were reproved for their irrepressible humor and lightheartedness. At length he trudged back to the front of the group and once again observed them with a critical eye. "First, you will all understand that this is no lark," he snapped, peering at each of them in turn. "Anyone who does not treat this with the appropriate level of seriousness will be asked to leave, no exceptions." He began stumping in front of Harry and his friends, his eyes still affixed upon them as he passed each one. Death Eaters are deadly serious, and they depend upon ruthlessness and brute force to instill fear in their enemies, and possess the power and the will to use their knowledge for the support of their master. In short, they will kill, and have killed, without a second thought. And killing is not even the worst of their crimes. You are all targets, either by circumstance, your family's political and social beliefs, or by the simple matter of your birth. I am here to try to give you the basics in learning how to defend yourselves, not only with the use of curses and hexes, but also in employing various stratagems, learning to outthink your opponents, and above all, knowing when to fight and when to retreat. The last might be the most important thing you will learn. You must never be too proud to admit you are overmatched. Living to fight another day must always be your goal in any engagement, as dying in an untenable situation will not help anyone. Moody was now walking behind them, but the trainees kept their eyes forward. Moody's manner, his words and way of instructing them reminded Harry of certain old war movies he had chanced to see glimpses of in his uncle's house. Vernon had considered himself to be somewhat of a connoisseur of such films and had watched them frequently. "Now, I do not have the time to teach you everything," Moody continued. "In 2 weeks you will return to Hogwarts, where I will not be a professor this year. Regardless, as I have other tasks which require my attention, I would not be available to hold your hands. I will try to give you some measure of my experience so that when you leave here, you will be better prepared." He completed the circle and stopped in front of them, facing the students once more, his face as impassive as when he had entered the room. "Ground rules. I expect each of you to obey my commands immediately and with no question. I also expect that each of you will give your best effort. If you do not, there is no point in your being here. Finally, I expect you all to practice constant vigilance. There is no way of knowing if someone is a Death Eater unless you are able to check their arm. And the friend you think you know may not even be that, as there are other ways for an enemy to get close to you. Simple Polyjuice Potion can be used against you, not to mention the Imperious Curse which will turn your friends into your enemies. Practicing watchfulness, and spotting things which are not as they appear, may save your life one day. He scanned them once again, before his eye alighted on Harry. "Mr. Potter," he boomed, startling Harry to stand up straighter. "I believe you have seen the unforgivable curses in action. What is the best defense against an unforgivable?" Harry considered the question for a moment. "I would say it is best not to be caught in the curse's path." A smile, almost like a grimace, came over Moody's face. "A very good defense indeed. Listen to Mr. Potter's answer, no shield will work against the unforgivable curses, and you had better not be there when one is cast at you. Other than that, the only way to defend against them is the use of the summoning charm to intercept the beam, which can be a tricky piece of timing, I can tell you, or the use of battle transfiguration for the same purpose. We will cover both of these defenses, and although I do not expect any of you to master them for some time, I do expect you to give your best effort and learn the basics, which you will then practice. We will also be covering the art of dueling, and you will learn some of the basic concepts which duelists will use to get a leg up on their opponents. However, you must remember that while dueling is a very important foundation upon which to build, it will not get you through a life and death struggle in a true combat situation. The art of dueling has a set of rules by which each duelist must abide. Of course, a true fight does not have any rules, nor could you expect a Death Eater to abide by any such rules if they did exist. A fight with a Death Eater will generally be short and dirty, with each of you using every trick you can think of to get the better of the other. Clear your thoughts of long drawn-out struggles between two titans which fill literature, as they have no place in the real world. I will teach you how to duel first, and then I will teach you how to fight. There are some tricks you can learn which will help you to gain the upper hand, and I'm certain that some of the other adults will have some valuable things to teach you in addition. Learn everything you can, you never know when a piece of insignificant knowledge will save your life." He once again paused and gazed at each of the youths in turn. "Again, you will not be able to master these techniques in the brief time we have available, but by the time you return to Hogwarts, you will at least have a foundation in these subjects, and I will give you further exercises for you to use while you are at school to hone your skills. Assuming you all do well, we will continue these sessions next summer. Now, does everyone understand?" "Yes, sir," the group intoned. They started with some simple stances, the professor teaching them how best to position themselves and to move, stating that good balance was key to being able to not only fight, but also to defend oneself. From the balancing instruction, the move to various exercises which would help them shift from stance to stance, as well as to dodge, roll, and otherwise ensure that they could move about during a combat situation in the most efficient manner, while retaining their ability to respond to attacks. And though there were some grumbles from the assembled students of how they wanted to get to the dueling and fighting, Moody was firm, telling them repeatedly that they needed to learn to walk before they could even think about running. What struck Harry throughout the course of the day was the man himself. He was fair but strict, exacting a high level of commitment from his charges, while putting his all into teaching them what he felt they needed to know. He was clearly knowledgeable, if his years as a top Auror had not already convinced them of his fitness, and the manner in which he taught them was concise and exact, yet his words and demonstrations were designed to be quickly understood and acted upon. When questioned, he told them that the methods he was teaching them were quite similar to what trainee Aurors were taught, modified slightly to account for their younger years and incomplete education. He was effusive with his praise, especially toward Harry, who he almost seemed to consider a prodigy who was his personal responsibility. Harry returned the favor by giving his all, picking up the exercises with ease and helping to instruct the others where required. Dada had always been Harry's favorite class, he was enjoying himself immensely. But what surprised Harry the most, was the sense of familiarity he had with the professor. In fact, if Harry had not known that the Professor Moody he remembered from his fourth-year defense against the dark arts class was an imposter, he would never have believed that they were not the same person. Whatever Barty Crouch Jr. had been, a poor actor was not one of them. The man should have been presented an Academy Award, based on the minute details of the grizzled Auror which he had acted out so flawlessly. There was one memorable event which occurred during the course of the day. Moody had just asked them to do some basic spell casting using the stances he had just taught them, when he pulled up short at the sight of Neville struggling to cast a simple spell through his wand. "Mr. Longbottom, what appears to be the matter?" Neville blushed and stammered that everything was fine, but that did not placate the observant Auror. "Do not try to cover up your struggles, son," Moody admonished. You appear to be trying to force your spell through your wand, when your magic should be working in tandem with the wand to produce the desired effect. Where did you get that wand? From my grandmother, Neville stammered. It was my father's. Moody's remaining eye widened at Neville's admission and he held his hand out, inspecting it carefully once Neville had deposited it in his hand. I knew your parents, Mr. Longbottom, he said quietly, the same as I knew Mr. Potter's. He nodded in Harry's direction. Good people, excellent orators, they were. I was privileged to serve with them. Unfortunately, it appears to me that your wand does not match you, which makes casting anything very difficult. I recommend you visit Mr. Ollivander's shop and purchase a new wand which will match you more closely. If you don't, you will have trouble casting even the simplest magic for the rest of your life. Neville appeared flabbergasted. Really? But Gran, I thought I could use my father's wand because of our close relationship. Moody shook his head and clasped Neville around the shoulders. While it is true that children often have somewhat of an affinity for their parents' wands, we are all different and there is no guarantee. You go today after we are finished here and get a new wand. Tell your grandmother that I insisted. I don't think she will be upset. You will always have a piece of your father with you, as long as you possess his wand. Thanking him, Neville moved away to continue his exercises, while appearing deep in thought. Harry was glad for his friend, while he could understand wishing to keep something of his parents close to him. Mr. Ollivander's words from his visit still echoed through his mind. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Hopefully, Neville would improve once he had his new wand. The day ended with another pep talk from the professor, and they all separated to go their separate ways. In Harry's mind he felt as though he was finally beginning to obtain the skills he would require to take on Voldemort. It was a welcome feeling. I hereby call this session of the Wizengamot of Britain to order. Albus Dumbledore surveyed the Wizengamot chambers, thinking, with some distraction, that this was the first meeting of the English legislative body since Harry's trial the previous week. There would undoubtedly be some fireworks, especially a certain piece of legislation which he had found through his contacts would be presented. He was not disappointed. The meeting started much the same as any other, with talks of the state of country, any news as to the activities of known Death Eaters, Fudge's denial of the Dark Lord's return making the topic of Voldemort specifically taboo, budgets, including a call for the ministry to increase the Auror budget, which Dumbledore had proposed himself, and the other unexciting, yet necessary minutiae which characterized any other meeting of the august body. The arrival of the legislative portion of the meeting signaled the beginning of the true battle to be waged that day. When the ministry propositions had been dealt with, Dumbledore opened the floor to private members' bills, and, as expected, the unsightly, pink cardigan-clad figure of the minister's lackey stood and cleared her voice with her customary, hem, hem. Honored members, she began in her shrill voice, I stand before you today outraged as one of our long-established institutions is under attack from forces which would see it tarnished and reduced to a shadow of its former glory. A murmur welled up in the chamber at the woman's audacious and inflammatory words, and Dumbledore sat back and listened with a half-smile on his face. This was politics at its finest, so to speak, impassioned speeches, outrage, and the playing upon the emotions, traditions, and solidarity of the body in order to accomplish a purpose. Regardless, Dumbledore thought with a sardonic smile, Umbridge was a duffer in the political arena and her words, while she was doing a credible job of liberally sprinkling her speech with provocative statements, were not as effective as they would have been had they been delivered by a true orator. Umbridge, and by extension Minister Fudge, and Dumbledore assumed his financial backer Malfoy, would lose the vote here today, and would have even if Dumbledore had not held an ace up his sleeve. While perhaps some of you may not be aware of the threat to our way of life, I am certain all will be incensed by what I have to say here today. Our beloved national education institution of Hogwarts, which many of you here today attended in your youths, is on the brink of accepting those who should truly be kept away from its hallowed halls. Case in point, I direct you to our esteemed headmaster, who also leads this body, and question some of the decisions he has made with regard to who is allowed to attend our beloved institution. In fact, we all know of the dark creature he allowed to teach our children, and we know that that same dark creature was allowed to attend Hogwarts many years ago as a student. How can he justify this travesty? She sneered at Dumbledore, the curl of her lip completely incongruous with the lurid pink of her robes and the nasally whine of her voice. Dumbledore almost laughed aloud at the spectacle she was making of herself and wondered why the minister would saddle himself with her, likely because she was the only one he could induce to take him seriously. A quick glance at the minister revealed his attention on the pink-clad woman, but his face betrayed no emotion as he listened to her words. Dumbledore knew Minister Fudge was a willing conspirator in this attempt, but that concept had been the undersecretary's. The minister himself, however, wished to keep himself aloof and maintain the fiction he stood for the people, rather than the highest bidder, which was why he had left it to her. In response to this grievous threat, I have come before this body today with a proposal to bar those unfit from attending our beloved institution, or any of our other schools in Britain. The woman's eyes fairly glowed with her fanatical devotion and self-righteous indignation, and she cast her eyes about the chamber, her gaze almost seeming to imperiously demand the cooperation of the Wizengamot. The copies of the proposed law are being distributed by the clerks. In considering this legislation, I would ask each of you to truly consider what is best for our land, and whether we wish to educate those creatures who mean us harm so they may further perpetrate their nefarious deeds against us all. I thank you for your time, and ask for your support and your honorable attention in this matter. The member sat down and Dumbledore, once he had received the parchment detailing the Undersecretary's proposition, glanced down the sheet, taking in the details of her foolhardy plan. It was similar to other documents he had seen over the years, rife with pureblood dogma and full of defamatory and incendiary statements. It was nothing less than he would have expected from such a short-sighted woman. After a few moments had passed, Dumbledore set the parchment down on the desk in front of him, and steepled his fingers in front of him as he considered the matter at hand. The Wizengamot was a conservative body, it was true, but it was not necessarily a forum for blood purists and bigots. Like any other organization, it had its share of factions ranging from the true pureblood fanatics, right down through the spectrum to the moderates who knew there was no basis to Voldemort's dogma. In fact, the truly fanatical members were very small in number, and those who sympathized with their beliefs, although not overt followers of the Dark Lord, were only slightly more numerous. Like most groups of intelligent beings gathered together, the majority of those in the group were intelligent, honest, and reasonable, with only a few zealots who sometimes gave the entire group a poor reputation. Which was why Dumbledore was somewhat puzzled with the minister's move. Even without the threat of Harry leaving Britain to attend Beauxbatons, there was little chance of this bill ever being passed. Dumbledore fancied that he had more than enough support to overrule Umbridge's bill with little to no trouble. What could Fudge mean by it? Was this a prelude to something else, or was the minister so ineffectual that he actually thought he would pass this tripe just because he wished it? It was a problem for another time. Perhaps, the rustling of parchment had largely ceased, and more than one member was now looking to him to initiate the debate. "Thank you, Madam Umbridge," Dumbledore said, rising to his feet. "A proposal for a new law has been put before the Wizengamot. I now invite discussion on the bill before we put it to a vote." There were a few murmurs as the members discussed the issue amongst themselves. A man stood on the far end of the chambers, motioning that he would like to speak. Dumbledore bowed affably and recognized him. "Jonas Strong has the floor." The man bowed in response before directing his gaze across the chamber. Strong was a tall, handsome man in his middle years, and though he was normally an intelligent and somewhat moderate sort of man, he had a disturbing tendency to vote with the pureblood bloc on seemingly random occasions. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. Before we get into discussion of this bill Madam Umbridge has put before us, I wish to discuss this issue she raised of a werewolf who attended Hogwarts. I must say that I, and many of my colleagues, were surprised to find that not only had such a dark creature attended the institution, but also that he was hired to teach one of the core courses. I would like to ask the headmaster to account for this." Smiling, Dumbledore rose and stood before the chamber. "I might remind Member Strong, that though werewolves are technically deemed to be dark creatures, they are only truly dangerous on one night in a lunar month, unless they are known to be an insane criminal such as Fenrir Greyback. The student in question was never a danger to the student population, he was sequestered during his night every month. Besides, as per the Hogwarts Charter, I have no authority to deny anyone an education who wishes it. As I told our esteemed minister only days ago," he nodded at Minister Fudge, who had allowed a slight frown to come over his face, "the Charter is very clear on this matter." Dumbledore glanced around the room, seeing the nods of agreement on the faces of many. This was the true measure of a politician, and Dumbledore was, at heart, a political animal. As for the professor, the same precautions were taken during his tenure. You are all well aware of the difficulty in finding suitable professors for the post of defense against the dark arts, and having to find a replacement every year is difficult and taxing. In addition, I believe that if you were to ask the students, the majority of them would declare that the professor in question was the best teacher I have been able to find for the post in several years. If not for the outcry against his being employed at Hogwarts, I would still have him as a professor, I assure you. Strong said nothing in response, he merely nodded and sat, seemingly considering the matter in a thoughtful manner. This is all very interesting, Madame Longbottom interrupted, but I believe we had best focus on the present, rather than discussing the past. The Longbottoms, truly ambassadors for the light, and had been for several centuries. The current matriarch was a tough, no-nonsense woman, who had stood for her family for more than 30 years since the death of her late husband. A more formidable political foe was difficult to find, though her choice of headwear was somewhat suspect. Your proposal, Madam Umbridge, is very interesting. The Undersecretary's face darkened at the contemptuous way in which Lady Longbottom expressed her opinion of the bill. But, in essence, I believe that this bill is a measure to prevent those undesirables from attending any of our educational institutions, am I correct? Umbridge nodded, a pleasant, and patently insincere, expression plastered upon her face. In that case, Undersecretary, I wonder at the wording of your proposal. In particular, you use the word creature several times over in this document. However, I would like to know who would determine the definition of the word, in light of the many disparate peoples with whom we come in daily contact. I second Madame Longbottom's question, Dumbledore interrupted. For example, does creature refer to any who are not human? And if so, what about those who are of mixed blood? There are those who are part goblin, giant, and some who have fairy blood, among others. How do they fall into this definition of yours? An important question to be sure, Umbridge simpered. We shall designate a committee to study the matter and come to a determination as to the precise definition. A committee designated by you. Amelia Bones snapped. The minister is responsible for enacting the laws passed by this body into law. He shall set up the commission to determine the exact standards of those we allow into our school system. Do you not think it dangerous to pass a law which does not clearly define its own aims, Madam Umbridge? Asked Lady Longbottom. It seems to me that if you wish to deprive certain beings access to various benefits of society, that you had best classify exactly what, and whom, is being denied. Exactly. Another voice spoke up. Porter Friesinger was a moderate whose family had come to Britain some centuries early from Germany, and were also rumored to claim fairy blood in their past, though the family was largely pureblood from the time they emigrated. I should not like to vote for a law which would prevent my own family from gaining an education. Mr. Friesinger, I am certain we can come to some accommodation and make an exception for certain members of good standing, whose loyalty and pedigree are well known. Umbridge's simpering voice was even more grating in her obviously rising annoyance. Moreover, it was clear in the instant that she finished her statement, that she had made an error of judgment. In order to carry the day, she would have to convince those moderate members who had certain elitist tendencies. However, this selective ban that she now appeared to be proposing was now clearly exposed for the intolerance it espoused. You cannot have it both ways, Lady Longbottom said in a stern tone, her disapproval clear in the censure of her words. You propose to disallow all creatures from attending due to the danger of educating them, and now you propose that there can be exceptions. Are there exceptions to the safety of our children? Are there those who are creatures that mean us harm, yet will be eligible to attend due to some exception? And who would determine just whom will be awarded an exception? Really, Madam Umbridge, you appear to have given this little thought. Perhaps you should go away and redraft your proposal. If you were to bar all truly dangerous creatures, such as vampires or giants from Hogwarts, it may be something I could support. Of course, as we have never had such creatures attempt to infiltrate our education system in the past, your bill appears to be worth less than the parchment upon which it is printed. I would ask you to avoid wasting the Wizengame's time. The mottled red of Umbridge's face indicated the complete loss of her patience, but Dumbledore, deciding that it was time to end this farce of a proposal, cut in before she could reply. Come, Madam Umbridge, let us be honest with one another, don't you think? He said, keeping a careful eye on her reaction to his words, along with the reaction of her superior. I hardly think there is anyone in this chamber who does not understand the reason for your reticence in defining your words. Your strategy is to get your law passed and then leave the rest up to the minister to further define your target group, or the particular person you target. Is that not correct? I have no idea what of you are speaking, the undersecretary snapped. On the contrary, madam, I believe you understand me perfectly, was Dumbledore's steely response. He glared at her for several moments before she was forced to look away. He smiled grimly in response. Your proposal is meaningless. The friendlier races, such as goblins and centaurs, are contemptuous of us and our brand of magic, and have no desire to attend Hogwarts, even should we extend the invitation. The darker groups, by contrast, have no interest in being educated by us, and would not fit into our society even if they did. And as for those others who I have no doubt you would brand as creatures, lycanthropy is a well-documented disease which does not take away the humanity of a person. And as for Vila, no one in the room missed Dumbledore's emphasis, least of all Umbridge. Yes, I know what the thrust of this travesty is, Dumbledore snapped, waving the parchment in the air before crushing it in his fist. All trace of the grandfatherly persona he often projected was now gone in favor of making an impression upon this stupid woman of just how formidable he could be when provoked. Make no mistake, esteemed members, he continued, addressing the entire chamber. If this bill passes and Miss Delacour is not allowed to attend Hogwarts with her betrothed, then Mr. Potter may very well decide that he has had enough of us. I have heard from my French counterpart, and Madame Maxine has assured me that Harry Potter will be welcome at Beauxbatons any time he chooses. If you wish to be the means of forcing one of this nation's greatest heroes away from our shores, then I suggest you support this bill. If you are a right-thinking, rational person, then the choice is clear. Madame Umbridge's proposal is defamatory and discriminatory. It must be defeated. Now, I call for a vote on the member's private bill. Seconded, exclaimed Amelia Bones. Needless to say, the members of the Wizengamot, unwilling to appear to the wizarding public as though they had driven Harry Potter from Britain, were cowed by Dumbledore's words. The motion was defeated soundly. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic of Magical Britain, sat behind his desk, at once amused and annoyed by the spectacle he was witnessing. The meeting of the Wizengamot had concluded over an hour earlier, and while his senior undersecretary had arrived almost 10 minutes previous, she had not stopped her ranting and raving the entire time she had been in his office. Even now she paced in front of his desk, her screeching grating on his nerves, the way she threw her hands up in the air to punctuate her words making him concerned her gyrations would cause her to suddenly take flight. Such an absurd thought to have at such a time. He shook his head and smiled at the incongruousness of the thought paired with the situation. On the other hand, it was difficult not having such thoughts about such an absurd woman. Unfortunately, his smile had not gone unnoticed by his companion. And I cannot countenance such effrontery, such disregard for the standing and honor of those of us. Umbridge stopped and rounded on the minister, her chubby face turning red in her anger. Minister, she demanded in her typical shrill voice, which was rendered even higher by her agitated state. How can you smile at a time like this? These beasts are threatening our society, our way of life, and our very existence as a noble social order which must be the envy of all the world. Can you countenance this even for a moment? Madam Undersecretary, I am certain you are well within your rights to be outraged by the defeat of your proposition in the Wizengamot. Actually, Fudge, not having much more than a rudimentary loyalty to anything other than his wallet, was indifferent to her schemes. What mattered was his ability to stay in power, and unless she went along with his plans, her ability to continue to forward her own agenda would also be seriously compromised. Even the most fervent pureblood fanatic, unlikely as it was that such a person could actually be elected to be the next minister, would have a difficult time putting up with her. However, you must consider the fact that it was by no means certain that your motion would pass, and given the state of the Wizengamot with Mr. Potter's acquittal last week, I dare say your defeat was inevitable. Eyes narrowed, the undersecretary stared at him with suspicion. Do you mean to tell me that you expected my motion to be defeated? She demanded, indignation evident in her tone. Apparently the expression on his face told her everything she needed to know. as her expression became flinty and she sniffed at him in disdain. In that case, Minister, I wonder why you allowed me to make a fool of myself before the Wizengamot and even encouraged me to do so. You need no encouragement from anyone to make yourself into the fool, Fudge thought to himself. Out loud he merely gestured her to a chair and leaned back in his, considering the proper response that would maintain her loyalty, while allowing him to continue to employ her as his own personal attack dog to be pointed directly at Dumbledore and his annoying little lackey. Madam Umbridge, I am most surprised at you, he finally said with a hint of reproof in his voice. I should have thought that a woman of your political acumen would have read the situation and understood the thrust of my allowing you to present your legislation. Her eyes softened at the flattery, even while she appeared to become more thoughtful. In truth, the woman had no political acumen whatsoever, and was merely guided by her prejudices and wishes for a society in which her definition of what was right and proper was allowed to rule over the rest. I can only assume that you misread what I had seen due to your righteous indignation, Fudge continued, taking great care to appeal to her vanity. The situation in the Wizengamot was such that a motion which would even appear to be even remotely detrimental to young Harry Potter had no chance at success. If you had perhaps been able to phrase your proposal in language which was a little more reasonable, there may have been a slight chance at its being carried, but the likelihood, now that Potter has been exonerated and publicly linked to the villa, of it being passed was never great. In short, I allowed you to proceed as a distraction to Dumbledore. He and I are engaged in a power struggle for control of our government, as you well know, and if he were to be able to best me, I shudder to think what would happen to the society we all love. We would be overrun with mudbloods and those of less than human ancestry, no doubt. The woman was silent for several moments, though her glare did not lessen. So you allowed me to be a diversion. She spat at length. I allowed you to create a diversion, Fudge replied with aplomb. There is a fine distinction. You are not the diversion, but your proposal was. Dumbledore must now watch and be afraid of a modified version of your proposal being slipped past him, which will take his attention from other matters, including your coming installment at Hogwarts. You have not forgotten that, have you? I have not, she responded slowly. Fudge knew he had her. She had been basking in the fact that he had entrusted her with such an important design ever since he had first informed her of it. Good, Fudge said, allowing his approval to be conveyed by his voice. She truly was a useful tool in that she was manic in attacking whatever he pointed her at, and he could disavow her actions if she went too far, as she was well known to be a fanatic. Hopefully, in this instance she would be able to curb her natural tendencies and accomplish the complete takeover of the school. Always keep the goal in sight, madam, he admonished. Removing Hogwarts from the headmaster's control is the first step in our plan to neuter him. Once we can prove he is unfit for that role, it will be easier to unseat him from the Wizengamot and completely marginalize him. And without Dumbledore's support, Harry Potter will be completely without any power. Then with Dumbledore out of the way and Potter shunted to the side, we will be able to claim the moral high ground, quash any hint of this ludicrous story of the return of he who must not be named, and proceed with building our society into one which will be the envy of the world. But in order to achieve this goal, I will need you to adhere to the plan and gradually take over control of the school. Remove Dumbledore from his positions of power, madam, then we will have the upper hand. Umbridge's smile became truly unpleasant. Fudge thought she may have intended it to be predatory, but he could not imagine any short, plump predators clad entirely in pink. It was a most disturbing sight, and one which would undoubtedly take an excess of brandy to remove from his consciousness. After another day of training with the demanding and critical Alistair Moody, Ron Weasley stumbled from the flow, ignoring his brothers and sister who followed him, and trudged up the stairs to his room in the burrow, thankful that another day had come to a close. It seemed that every part of him ached, and he was certain he had never worked this hard before in his life. Moody was trying to kill them, of that, he was convinced. Still, though Ron was perhaps not the most motivated or studious sort of person, the training and the things he had learned filled him with a pride, for want of a better term, pride in what he was doing. He who must not be named had returned, after all, and his best friend was still the #1 target. Ron would not sit back on the sidelines while Harry was threatened, he would stand and fight. On the other front, the thought of Hermione brought a grimace to his face. He had not wavered for an instant in his determination to woo his brainy friend, and he was quickly coming to realize that Hermione was not the plain young woman he had always thought her to be. She was growing and filling in nicely, and was now a girl who he thought would command considerable attention as she continued to mature. Much as he regretted it, he knew that previously, his desire to be with her was something of a desire not to lose to Harry again, but now that had changed. She was perhaps not the statuesque beauty he had always noticed in the past, but she was attractive in her own right. The fact that they fought constantly, that, he firmly pushed from his mind. Their arguing had the earmarks of an old married couple's relationship, everyone said so. It was logical to assume, as his desired girlfriend was so fond of stating, that their relationship was ready to move to the more official one which he desired. If only it were that easy. He was trying, he certainly was. He had attempted to tone down their disagreements, he tried to speak of her favorite things, and he endeavored to show her that he really cared. It did not seem to be working. She acted suspiciously around him, almost as though she thought he was trying to put one over on her, and moreover, his attempts to appear interested in the things which were important to her she seemed to see through with ease. If only she were interested in the things he could talk about Quidditch and chess forever. The door to his room banged open, and Ron sat up in surprise, as his two elder brothers entered the room. "Hello Ronikins, fancy meeting you here," exclaimed one twin. "It's a surprise to see our brother in his own room, Gred." "No, perhaps not, Forge. It just seemed like a good way to open the conversation." The other twin nodded sagely. Ron, however, was not in the mood to deal with his ever-exuberant brothers. "Do you two have a reason for bugging me?" The twins shared a smirk. "Was that a hint of surliness I heard from our ungrateful brother?" "I believe it was," replied the other. "And it's particularly rude of him, considering the fact that we came to help him, don't you think?" "I concur, brother. Help me what?" Ron demanded. "Well, Ron, it appears your attempts to woo the lovely Miss Granger have run into an impasse." Ron attempted to react nonchalantly. "What are you guys talking about?" Fred raised an eyebrow. "It appears that little Ronnie is trying to play stupid. An easy endeavor, to be sure." Though Ron's anger was about to explode, George moved quickly to prevent him from erupting. "Ron, don't ever think that we're blind. The only one you are not fooling with your little puppy dog devotion is Moody, and I doubt he can tear his attention away from his paranoid delusions long enough to see your romantic fumblings. But have no fear, George and I have come to your rescue." Though Ron was suspicious and angry at his brother's teasing, he was desperate enough to grasp at just about anything. "What do you mean?" The soft sound of something hitting his bed brought Ron's attention away from his brothers. "A book. What good would that do?" "That book, Ronnie, is the ticket to your successful wooing of your lovely lady. Read the cover, Ron." Looking down, Ron noted the wizarding illustration of a young woman holding the hand of a young man as they walked along a street, a look of utter devotion on her face. They were surrounded by delicate flowers and vines, which weaved and intertwined with each other, no doubt a subtle example of what was occurring between the couple in the picture. The title of the book was emblazoned upon the top in lurid red letters, 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Charm Witches. Ron glanced back up at his brothers to see them smirking at him. "Just read the book, Ron. It tells you how you can mold yourself into boyfriend material. No guarantee that she will go out with you, but at least you'll have a fighting chance." They smiled. Identical evil grins, before they turned as one and left the room, leaving Ron alone with the book. Curiously, Ron opened it and began leafing through its pages. The irony of using a book to gain Hermione's affections was not lost on Ron, but as desperate as he was willing to resort to just about anything. Hopefully, she would see he was serious about connecting with her. "I know you are indignant about Jean Sebastian, but I believe there is no response to make at this time." Jean Sebastian stopped his pacing and glared at Dumbledore. "A member of your government just attempted to brand my daughters as creatures, and all you can say is that I should let the insult slide. At the very least I should be giving your minister a stinging set down, if not pulling Fleur and Harry from Hogwarts immediately." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I understand your need to protect your daughter. However, I believe it would be absolutely pointless to protest directly to the minister. It would only give him possible ammunition to demand that you are removed from your post." "As though my minister would listen to him," Jean Sebastian replied with a derisive snort. "Alon's opinion of Fudge is perhaps worse than my own." "That may be," Dumbledore agreed pleasantly. However, the situation has been dealt with. Even if I did not remind the Wizengamot of the consequences of barring your daughter from Hogwarts, I do not think that Fudge had anywhere close to the number of necessary votes to pass the law. No, this was nothing more than a diversionary tactic, and a rather obvious one at that. Jean-Sebastian did not like what Dumbledore was suggesting, but he was conscious of the fact that nothing could be gained by storming into the British minister's office and threatening him within an inch of his life. Much as he would like to do exactly that. Flinging himself into a chair, Jean-Sebastian considered his companion, even as he worked to calm his inflamed emotions. "What do you suggest then?" A shrug was his response, prompting Jean-Sebastian to narrow his eyes. "You do not need to make that face, Jean-Sebastian," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "At this point, we can do nothing but wait for Fudge to make his move. I do not doubt that it will be something aimed at discrediting me. You and your family enjoy diplomatic immunity, after all, and I do not think he will be foolish enough to attack you directly." The man was right, much though Jean-Sebastian wished he was not. But that did not change the fact that he would not allow the man to persecute his family, a family which now included Harry. "I will not allow your government to target my family, Dumbledore, officially or unofficially. If Fudge attempts to make it difficult for Fleur, I will leave the country and not look back." "I understand," Dumbledore affirmed. "However, I would ask you to trust us. My staff and I will ensure Fleur's safety and well-being at Hogwarts, and I will be vigilant in the Wizengamot, though I doubt that Fudge will try again so soon." It was the best he was going to get at the moment, Jean-Sebastian reflected. He knew what he was getting into when he agreed to Sirius, planned to help Harry, and he had no choice but to ride out the storm. It did not change the fact that he had not expected such open opposition from the minister himself. Perhaps the minister was something they need to change. "I will leave it in your hands, Dumbledore," he finally responded. "But I think it is high time we speak of your minister. He has done nothing about Voldemort's return and I believe we should begin planning for his ultimate removal." "I agree. It will become the main focus of the Order, along with the ongoing effort against Voldemort." The two men spoke deep into the night, speaking, planning, discarding, and ultimately agreeing on nothing, but both feeling that they had begun to approach a method for accomplishing their goal. Jean-Sebastian was still concerned about his children, but he knew that they would be protected at Hogwarts. He would need to do his part, from attempting to convince the English government to take the threat of Voldemort seriously, to acting as a liaison to his own government. He did not for a moment believe that the Voldemort problem was merely a British one. It was with a high level of excitement that Harry stepped into the Flow Connection to return to Grimmauld Place that Saturday for his first official meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. The meeting of the Order, which had occurred when he had previously stayed at Grimmauld, had allowed him a glimpse of the Order's goals, and of course the twins' extendable ears had allowed them to eavesdrop a certain extent. But now he was to be considered a part of the Order, or, at least, a prospective part. For a young man such as Harry, who had grown up in a miserable environment, it was a large step, and a particularly welcome one. He had never had the opportunity to determine the direction in which he wished his life to proceed, and though he supposed young people normally did as their parents directed, at least most of them would have had a little more autonomy than he had ever enjoyed. The thought of his new betrothal was an example of his discontent and inability to choose the course of his own life. He understood Sirius reasons, and he understood the way these things often worked in the extremely old-fashioned society in which the wizarding world existed. It still did not make it any easier to have that choice completely torn away, regardless of the good intentions or potential advantages the match would bring. His only comfort was that it had taken no time at all to conclude that Fleur was a fine young woman, to be esteemed for who she was rather than what she was. Even so, he was still struggling to come to terms with the fact that he was now tied to her for life. This meeting was, so far as he could remember, the first time in which he was to be included and his opinion sought. It was heady for a young man who was anxious and determined to be seen as a young man rather than to be referred to as the boy, as his uncle had always called him. He stumbled only slightly upon exiting the flow, a fact which he noted with some pride, not to mention a certain relief, and was greeted by his friends. Hermione, Fleur, and the younger Weasley siblings were to be included in the meeting as well. Neville and Luna, who were of age with Harry and engaged in the training, were excluded for the time being, not only due to their lack of knowledge about the Order in the first place, but also because Dumbledore was uncertain whether their guardians would approve of their inclusion. Depending upon their level of skill and whether they ultimately were deemed trustworthy, which Harry felt certain they were, he intended to speak with Dumbledore when the time was right about their inclusion. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed as soon as he appeared. He found himself immediately engulfed in one of her trademark hugs, which, he reflected, were very warm and comforting, much like Hermione herself. When the young brunette witch released him, he grinned at her before turning to greet the Weasleys, noting the congenial smile on Ginny's face, the twins' irrepressible grins, and Ron's own broad smile. By then, Apolline, Jean Sebastian, Fleur, and Sirius, who had insisted on attending, had emerged from the flow. The adults smiled at the youngsters before making their way from the room, leaving Fleur and her betrothed in the care of the others. The group engaged in small talk for a few moments, most of the conversation seeming to center around what had happened since they had all been together last, as though they had not seen one another at Moody's training session only the day before. Unfortunately for Harry, the twins made certain to exact their pound of flesh, teasing him about being cooped up in that great big mansion with only his incredibly gorgeous fiancée for company. Harry bore it as best he could and found, to his delight, that the most effective method of deterring them from their fun was to tease them back about their own inability to find themselves a gorgeous witch of their own. Needless to say, the banter was friendly and playful, and Fleur's judicious use of her allure at the right moment, thereby turning the young men into gibbering imbeciles, helped Harry get the better of the exchange. Their time together was interrupted by Sirius, who poked his head into the room after several minutes had passed. "Showtime, everyone," was his ebullient declaration. Eagerly, the 7 young people traded glances, and as one, they moved from the room. The house at Grimmauld was large and dark, but a few rooms had been made almost habitable by their efforts at cleaning it earlier that month. They were led to one of those rooms. It was a large sitting room, and it had been cleared of all the old, ghoulish furniture, which had been replaced with a number of chairs and a small, portable lectern in one of the corners. The Order members all appeared to be there, and though Harry was familiar with some, such as his former Dada Professor Remus Lupin, there were a great many faces which he did not recognize. They were directed toward a group of chairs nearest the lectern and took their seats gingerly, and amused Harry noting that his friends were all as excited and nervous as he himself felt. Unfortunately, the first test of their fortitude was made almost before they were able to seat themselves. "Ron, what are you and your friends doing here?" Mrs. Weasley demanded, rising to her feet and stalking to the front of the room until she stood in front of the teenagers, her hands on her hips, and her eyes filled with a fiery indignation. Ron was nonplussed by his mother's displeasure. He had seen her unhappy enough times to know when his mother was in danger of experiencing a serious eruption. Seeing his friend in this state, Harry answered for him. "We were invited, Mrs. Weasley." Though her eyes narrowed for a moment, Mrs. Weasley's expression soon softened, and she smiled. Unfortunately, her smile seemed to be full of condescension, and it immediately annoyed Harry. "Harry, dear, there must have been some mistake," Mrs. Weasley answered. "This is a meeting of the Order, not some lark for school children. You are all too young to be here. Now run along and keep each other company while we discuss what is to be done. We will talk about your behavior after the meeting." "Ah, but they were invited," interjected Jean Sebastian. A quick glance by Harry at his new guardian revealed that Jean Sebastian still sat in his seat, seemingly at ease, but Harry, who had started to get to know the man, could tell his seriousness in the intensity of his gaze, and the tone of his voice. "Your headmaster and I discussed the matter at some length and agreed that the young people are ready for the burden, particularly with the fact that some of them have faced your Dark Lord more than once." "They are too young," Mrs. Weasley insisted. "They should not have to bear the burden that is rightfully ours as their guardians." "Harry and his friends appear to have been targeted specifically by Voldemort," Jean Sebastian countered. "As a result, they will be on the front lines of this fight before long. Besides, Harry himself has faced, and triumphed, over Voldemort more than once since he returned to your world, and as such, he deserves to know what is happening. How many times have you faced the Dark Lord?" Mrs. Weasley's eyes were mere slits by now, her displeasure evident for the entire room to see. Jean Sebastian, however, affected not to notice this, as he continued to regard her with a slightly less than friendly expression. My wife and I, he said, gesturing to Apolline, have decided to attend this meeting in order to determine whether we will support your order. The safety of my family is paramount, as I am certain is the case with yours as well. Thus far, I have been impressed with your people and your methods, but I can tell you that your attitude is not helping matters. A loud sniff of disdain met his declaration, but Mrs. Weasley, though she obviously would have preferred to protest further, had sensed she would not be able to carry the point. I am sure I do not know how you raise your children in France, but here we do not allow our children to face danger when it is our duty to protect them. She fixed her stare on the children. Harry, I cannot force you to leave because of your guardian. She spat the word with some disdain and a glare at the French ambassador, but my own children will not attend. Boys, Ginny, Hermione, you will leave now and return to your rooms. I will meet you upstairs later to discuss your defiance. In France, we allow our children to grow and give them more responsibilities as they do so in order for them to gain experience. Mrs. Weasley, Jean Sebastian snapped, all pretense toward friendliness now gone. Mrs. Weasley, you are not my guardian, Hermione quietly said. I will stay with Harry. Mrs. Weasley had just rounded on the girl when her husband stepped forward and took her by the arm, leading her back to her chair. Dumbledore and Jean Sebastian spoke to me about the children's inclusion, Molly, and I agreed. Now, let's sit down and wait for the headmaster. Indeed, we did speak of it, Molly, the voice of Dumbledore intoned as he entered the room. Harry and his friends have shown remarkable maturity in meeting the challenges they have come up against, and I believe that they will bring a fresh perspective to our deliberations. Now, if everyone is ready, he continued, striding up to the lectern, I believe we should call this meeting to order. The room quieted, and the meeting began, much to Harry's relief. He had not expected Mrs. Weasley's objections, though he likely should have. He knew she was a good woman who had the best of intentions and a genuine care for his, and the others, welfare, but she also had certain opinions and was very strong-willed. That did not stop her from seeming overbearing at times, and he found he did occasionally resent her tendency to think she knew best. However, he could not overlook the welcome she had always given him and the fact that she had often treated him as one of her own. He did not take pleasure in her set down, but he was glad his friends had all been able to stay for the meeting. The meeting turned out to be more of a general planning session than the Council of War Harry had been imagining in his mind. The first topic of discussion was security, which for obvious reasons was a primary concern. Grimmauld Place, which was under a Fidelius charm, was as safe as magic could make it, as long as the secret keeper kept it from the enemy. As Dumbledore himself was the secret keeper, there was virtually no possibility of their security being breached. However, the Burrow, the various members' residences, and the Granger home were all considered to be softer targets which the enemy could exploit. There was some discussion about the ambassador's mansion, but as the residence was under heavy warding of its own, and as there were several French Aurors present, it was deemed to be safe enough for the present. In addition to this, there was a guarded flow connection to the French flow network, which allowed an escape route should the defenses be overwhelmed. As for the other locations, it was decided that Bill Weasley, being very familiar with warding schemes due to his employment as a Gringotts curse breaker, would be drafted into providing improved wards at all Order member locations, including Hermione's parents' house. Mad-Eye Moody would assist him in this endeavor. In addition, all members and their families would carry emergency portkeys to allow them a quick escape should a situation become untenable. From there, the discussion moved to the subject of the Ministry and Fudge's likely response to his defeat in Harry's trial. A tall, dark-skinned man, who was introduced as Kingsley Shacklebolt, stood to give his report of the current state in the Ministry. Thus far, Minister Fudge has done nothing to increase the Auror budget, and the hiring of new Aurors is proceeding as it ever was. In other words, there is no budget for hiring any additional help to combat the threat of you-know-who. The official policy within the Ministry is that Harry is lying and trying to stir up trouble. Minister Fudge has authorized a press release for tomorrow which is aimed at discrediting Harry and reassuring the public that he who must not be named has not returned and that we are all safe. Is he mad? A woman from the back row demanded. No, he's a politician, Sirius replied with a cynical laugh. Fudge only cares about his public image and the amount of money in his pocket, and war is bad for business. By denying you-know-who's return, he can continue to keep the money rolling into his vault. Unfortunately, That's a pessimistic, but accurate statement, Sirius, Dumbledore confirmed. In spite of my advice, Minister Fudge refuses to listen and will take no action which will appear to confirm the Voldemort's return in any way. Nor will he authorize any investigation into Harry's claims. It is clear he has chosen to hide his head in the sand and will do nothing unless forced. The Wizengamot is fractured, with few of the factions agreeing on any matter, and certainly not enough to come to a consensus. I have had private conversations with various Wizengamot members over the past few days and have determined that I do not have the votes to have Fudge removed from office. Therefore, I believe the burden of opposing Voldemort will fall to the Order until we can influence some change in leadership. The room fell silent as the members absorbed that piece of news. It was not unexpected. Fudge had made his position very clear, after all, but to have it confirmed was certainly not welcome in any way. For now, as Voldemort must gain his strength and marshal his forces, our missions will likely be confined to intelligence gathering, but the longer the Ministry goes without making any sort of preparations, the less tenable our situation will be. We must come up with some way to force the Ministry to take the threat seriously, as I have no doubt that we do not have the resources to prosecute a war against Voldemort ourselves. It's possible that we may be able to get Madame Bones to support a more active response to the Death Eaters, Shacklebolt suggested. She's pragmatic, no nonsense, and just a little disgusted with Fudge in general. That is an option, Mr. Weasley said with a hint of wariness. But she would have to be careful to fly her broom close to the ground. If Fudge gets wind of what she is doing, he may even have her replaced, and to do that now with you-know-who on. The rise would be disastrous. I can speak with Madame Bones, said Dumbledore. She will understand the need to keep her actions quiet, and I have every confidence in her ability to withstand Death Eater attacks for the time being. Does anyone have anything else to bring up? Sir? Harry asked a little diffidently. He felt he had something to share, but to do so under the eyes of the entire gathering during his first meeting was a little intimidating. Yes, Harry. Dumbledore asked kindly. I was thinking, sir, everything I've seen of the minister says that he's not going to admit he was wrong unless he's forced into it. I don't know how, but he'd almost have to see Voldemort for himself before he'd believe it. Is there some way we can force a confrontation? Dumbledore was silent for several moments, and speculative murmurs sprung up throughout the room. Harry glanced to Hermione by his side, noting that she was smiling at him in approval. He returned the grin and turned his attention back to the headmaster. At present, I doubt Voldemort can be lured from his lair, Dumbledore said, appearing deep in thought. However, that doesn't mean that your idea does not have merit. There may be an opportunity at some point, and if such does present itself, we will need to be ready to seize it. Very good thinking, Harry. Flushing at the praise, Harry nodded his thanks and settled in for the rest of the meeting. The rest of the time passed as they discussed the Order's strategy and the different assignments which Dumbledore gave to members of the group. For now, it appeared that they were very much waiting to see what the enemy would do, while attempting to counter whatever the Death Eaters threw at them. It was perhaps not the ideal position, but it was the best they had for the present. The meeting broke up soon after that, and though there was much uncertainty over Voldemort's plans and the state of the Ministry, Harry was convinced that someone was doing what was possible to mitigate the danger. He was especially pleased that the Order was taking steps to protect its members, especially the Grangers, who would have no wards to protect them whatsoever. He knew how devastated Hermione would be if she lost her parents. Though she said not a word, Mrs. Weasley's disdainful glance at the children as she left the room spoke volumes. Harry almost sighed. She clung to her beliefs tenaciously, and there was precious little he could do to change them. He decided not to be concerned, however, he was certain she would eventually come around. At the very least, he did not live at Grimmauld any longer, so he would be able to avoid her if she was unpleasant. The best part of the night, in Harry's opinion, was the discussion between the headmaster and Jean Sebastian before they returned to the ambassador's mansion. One of his greatest fears had been that his guardian would not agree with the Order's goals and would strike out on his own, putting Harry in a difficult position. Their conversation ended any chance of that happening. Well, Jean Sebastian, I hope that this meeting calmed your fears and that you will continue to work with us. Jean Sebastian smiled at Dumbledore and indicated his acquiescence with a slight bow. It has. Anything you need from me will be provided. Very well, then. Dumbledore excused himself to go, leaving the rest of the occupants of the room to mill about and speak to one another about the meeting they had just left. Harry particularly enjoyed speaking a few moments with his friends. Things were looking up for him, and he was looking forward to continuing to get to know his new family better. In another part of the old house, Molly Weasley fumed about the situation and the loss of all her plans. This latest straw, having that awful Mr. Delacour set her down in front of the children, was just another reason for her to dislike him. The children were too young. They needed to step back and allow the adults to take care of them, as was their right and duty. What Molly did not acknowledge, even to herself, was her fear. She had not escaped the First War unscathed. Few had, and though she would largely not acknowledge it even to herself, she was afraid of once again going through the heartbreak of losing another loved one to that damned Dark Lord. He who must not be named had been directly responsible for the deaths of her twin brothers, and the ache she felt at their loss, though dulled with time, was still keenly felt. She wanted to keep the children safe at all costs, and it was very difficult to admit that they were growing up and could take care of themselves. That Harry, a young man of whom she was genuinely fond, was now in a better home situation was something to be glad about, as personally distasteful as she found the Delacours. He was close-mouthed about his experiences during his childhood, but she suspected that the Muggles he had lived with were, at the very least, apathetic toward him, not caring for him in the manner that they should have. It still rankled, however, that if he should leave their care, then he would not be put in hers. She was far better known to the boy than the Delacours and was able to provide a far healthier environment for his upbringing than they could, she was certain. And that betrothal. The mere thought of the fact that Harry was betrothed filled Molly with indignation, especially since it was to that hussy. Harry was perfect for Ginny. He had saved her in the chamber, for Merlin's sake. It bespoke to his noble and self-sacrificing nature, which was all Molly wanted for her only daughter, and in her mind, it tied them together with an unbreakable bond. Of course, it would not hurt that the boy's social and financial situation could only bolster that of the Weasleys. Harry truly did not completely understand the stature he could command in their world, not only due to his status as the boy who lived, but also because of the fact that the Potters had a very old name and had always been influential. Their substantial wealth did not hurt matters either. But Harry's stature and birthright were secondary to all other concerns. Ginny was her baby, and since Ginny had been a little girl, she had idolized the boy who lived and fantasized about marrying him. And since that was what Ginny wanted, Molly had been determined that she would help her only daughter to achieve that goal, whatever it took. This contract with the French which all but put that notion to rest, unless Ginny were to consider a multiple marriage with the young man. She continued to chew upon the issue, worrying at it from every side she could think of, but nothing presented itself. No matter how she approached the situation in her mind, there was nothing she could do. Harry Potter was, for all intents and purposes, engaged to Fleur Delacour, and there was nothing to be done about it. "Come to bed, Molly," the voice of her husband startled her from her thoughts. She glanced around, and noting the time on the clock, she wondered at how long she had stewed, thinking about her daughter and the boy whom she considered as good as a son. She swiftly prepared herself for sleep and joined her husband in their bed, lifting the blankets to her chin while letting out a long sigh of frustration. Arthur, who knew her better than anyone else, regarded her in silence before breaking it with a gentle remonstrance. "Molly, I understand you are not happy about this betrothal business, but I believe it is truly in Harry's best interests at this point." "How can you say that?" Molly demanded. "How can that girl be good for Harry, who is the gentlest, nicest boy I have ever met? We know nothing about her, Arthur, and being a Vila, she is almost certainly a woman." "You know no such thing," Arthur reprimanded. "Everything I've seen of her suggests that she is quiet and pleasant. There is no reason to vilify her." Arthur regarded her for a moment, his eyes intent, and Molly was reminded of the fact that though her husband often appeared to be oblivious and intent upon his eccentric interests, he was an intelligent man, and not entirely blind to what was occurring around him. "Now, what is this all about, Molly?" he asked. His tone, while gentle and affectionate, was also commanding. He was not about to let this go without a fight. "Arthur, you know Ginny has always idolized Harry. She is very upset about this betrothal, and I am upset for her. She and Harry would be perfect together if not for these Delacours interfering. Are you forgetting Sirius, love? He was the instigator of this in the first place. Yes, Sirius had a hand in it, and though I do not like it, I am well aware of the fact that he is only trying to do his best for Harry. He should have consulted us. What can an unmarried man of his age, who has spent the last decade of his life in prison, know about raising a young boy? Arthur sighed and snuggled closer into his wife, a movement which she returned, feeling somewhat comforted by his presence. Molly, Ginny has never idolized Harry, she idolized the boy who lived. It is only recently that she has begun to see him for himself rather than for his fame. And if I may be so bold, I'd like to point out that she appears to be handling this better than you are. But, Arthur. No, Molly, Arthur interrupted, using a firm tone he rarely used with her. You need to step back and allow the children to live their lives. If Ginny is meant to be with Harry, I do not doubt that she will still end up with him. He is a prime candidate for a multiple marriage, after all. And besides, I think you're missing the reaction of another who is much closer to Harry than Ginny has ever been. Molly turned her puzzled gaze on her husband. Pardon me. Arthur chuckled quietly. You've been so focused on Ginny that I'm not surprised you missed it. Though she's handled it very well, I believe that Hermione has been just as upset with the betrothal as Ginny, if not more so. Hermione. Molly demanded. Yes, Molly. I think our little resident bookworm has fancied Harry for some time now. It's hardly surprising, if you think about it, they are practically inseparable. Was it true? How could she have missed such a thing? Unless, of course, her normally somewhat distracted husband was completely mistaken. But if he was not mistaken, then what about? But Arthur, what about Ronnie? Yes, I've noticed Ron's infatuation with Hermione, too, Arthur confirmed with a smile. Arthur, Ron would be so disappointed to learn that Hermione has feelings for Harry. I can't bear to have two children upset. You have no choice, Molly, replied Arthur firmly. They have their own choices and must live their own lives. Besides, despite Ron's feelings, I truly doubt that he and Hermione could cease their frequent disagreements long enough to come to an understanding of such significance. I'm afraid they are not well suited to one another at all. It was only the truth, Molly had to admit. Much as she loved all of her children, she was not blind to Ron's faults, and she knew that a driven and intelligent young woman such as Hermione, who shared virtually no common interests with him, would not likely develop feelings for Ron under such circumstances. Ron had undoubtedly improved over the years, and she could only admit the influence that Hermione and Harry had exerted had much to do with it, but he still had a certain amount of growing to do. Now, Molly, I must have your word on this, you must not interfere. The children must be free to live their own lives with whomever they wish. Leave them alone, my dear, I have no doubt they will work it out themselves. Molly murmured her agreement, which seemed to satisfy her husband, and within minutes, he was snoring softly. In the back of her mind, however, she could not help but worry the situation like a dog with a bone. There must be something she could do to save her daughter from heartache. She would have to continue to think on it. The next week after the order meeting saw a slight change in the training program. While Moody continued to drill them in stances, avoiding curses, and the proper way to move about a battlefield, he also began to move them toward learning more about curses and hexes which they would use in a duel. He was very blunt with them, telling them all he was covering months of training in the period of a few days. However, it was necessary, for, as he told them, they did not have months and months to prepare. Once they arrived at school, they would need to continue to practice what they had learned, and they could call on the headmaster when he was available or Professor Flitwick, who had been considered a master duelist in his youth. Next year, he told them, he would continue on with their training in the summer. The other circumstance which changed was the fact that from Monday of that week, the entire group flowed to the manor with their trunks, as it had been decided that they would stay the entire week there rather than returning after their sessions were complete. It had been a joint idea put forth by Fleur and Harry. It afforded them more time with their friends and helped build their level of camaraderie. Harry particularly was happy to have his friends there for longer, and Fleur, though she was still getting to know Harry's friends, welcomed the opportunity to do so more quickly. In fact, by the end of the first week, Hermione had all but moved into the manor and away from Grimmauld Place. Her parents had visited the Delacours the day after the order meeting, with Hermione joining them, of course, and had come to stay the final weekend of the summer as well, meaning Hermione stayed for that weekend as well. In the Grangers, Harry found a couple who genuinely cared about their daughter's well-being and happiness, and as a consequence, they had accepted wholeheartedly her status as a witch, even though it had seriously curbed the time they were able to spend with their daughter. They took to Harry immediately as Hermione's closest friend, and it was not long before he was calling them by name, William and Elizabeth. Of course, this arrangement was also the cause of a certain amount of discontent in their group as well. Specifically, the Weasley children, who were there at their mother's rather grudging acceptance, were absolutely refused when they applied to their parents to stay the last weekend of the summer with the Delacours as well. It was understood by all that although the given reason for Mrs. Weasley's refusal was the fact that she would not see her children again until Christmas, a rather large consideration was the fact that she truly did not like the Delacours and would prefer her children spent as little time with them as possible. She was barely tolerant of her children training with those foreign people at all. The twins took this decision rather stoically. Most of the rest of the group were younger than they were, after all, and they decided they could plot their pranks from Grimmauld Place more effectively. Anyway, Ginny, though disappointed that she was not to spend more time with her friends, including Harry, who she was coming to know on a more personal basis, was also philosophical about it. She would be in their company for the next several months, and she was happy to spend some more time with her parents. The true difficulty was Ron. He was decidedly unhappy that his request had been denied and had complained loud and long on the matter. His mother was not to be moved, however, and Ron spent the entire weekend at Grimmauld Place seething, angry over the loss of his time with Hermione and imagining everything that Harry might be getting up to with her. For Hermione's part, she was rather suspicious of Ron. He had seemingly changed overnight, and though the change could be said to be for the better, there almost seemed to be a forced quality to it. He was much more considerate of her feelings, for instance, and he rarely provoked a disagreement with her. There had been times, however, when he had appeared to be on the verge of an explosion and had curbed his natural tendency just in time. The rest of the time, he paid a lot of attention to her, flattering her with comments and giving her awkward little gifts. It was almost like he had someone coaching him and was now set on making a move upon her. It was most disconcerting to the young woman who had rarely attracted such attention in the past, but on the other hand, it also felt good to have someone behave in such a way toward her. Not that she was in danger of falling to his charms, she was firmly of the opinion that they would do badly together as a couple. As for the various relationships between the disparate members of the group, while they appeared to get along well, there were certain undercurrents that passed between them which often appeared only to the discerning eye. Neville and Luna seemed somewhat blind to the underlying tensions between certain other members of the group, but that was hardly surprising, given the fact that everyone else was much more familiar with each other than they were, with the possible exception of Fleur. Fleur's initial relationship with Ginny was characterized by wariness, though they had warmed to each other significantly by the end of the first week. For those who were perceptive enough, it was clear that their initial difficulties were based almost solely upon Ginny's all-consuming jealousy of the older witch. However, this jealousy was quickly eased because Fleur made the effort to get to know Ginny, and Ginny, for her part, discovered that Fleur was a pleasant and intelligent witch. She soon realized that Fleur had been forced into this as much as Harry had. Once she had realized and accepted that fact, it was much easier to get to know the French witch without any rancor straining their relationship. Between Hermione and Fleur, a fast friendship had formed, and the two were much in each other's confidence early on in their relationship. They were different in some respects, but they had many similarities as well, the least of which was not the fact that they had both been loners to a certain extent in their younger years, Fleur due to her heritage, and Hermione due to her intelligence. And as they were both interested in Harry's happiness, they found that they had much common ground upon which to base a friendship. Finally, a certain amount of friction had also sprung up between Harry and Ron, though Harry was not completely certain the cause for this. He had known that Ron was not happy to have had to stay at Grimmauld Place the Sunday Hermione had come to visit with her parents, but what that had to do with him, he could not be certain. Ron, however, was not about to let it lie, and Harry would soon find out what was bothering his friend. Ron was frustrated. He had never been exactly a paragon of patience. Even Ron could admit he was not blessed with that particular virtue, and the situation with Hermione was wearing on him. Perhaps amazingly, for one who was not normally particularly fond of books, Ron had taken the one that the twins had given him and read through it in no time. The book had been filled with such helpful tips and instructions, and he had been inordinately pleased with himself. Surely with this aid, he could go about wooing his closest female friend. But unfortunately, it had not happened that way. Though Ron had made good use of the book, following its instructions to the letter, something appeared to be missing. Hermione seemed as though she was warming to him, and she appeared to be appreciative of the effort he was making to show her how he felt, but beyond that, she seemed unaffected. It was driving Ron balmy. He was stuck, and he did not know what he should do. In addition, Harry's relationship with Hermione looked as though it was stronger than ever. They laughed and joked together, and both appeared to be drawing closer than ever to the villa, though Ron himself was still rather tongue-tied around the girl. This was not the way things were supposed to go. In his mind's eye, Ron could only imagine what Harry and Hermione were getting up to when he was not around. How could Harry do this to him? He already had a beautiful villa at his beck and call. Why could Harry not leave Hermione for him? He was not about to stand for it, and he resolved to confront Harry on the situation immediately. His chance came on the Tuesday of that week. The training group had just been dismissed by Moody, and the other participants had already left, and though Ron would have liked to get to dinner, which he was certain had already been set out for them, he knew there was likely no better time to confront his friend. "Harry, I'd like to talk to you for a moment," Ron said a little hesitantly. Harry was a good friend, after all, and he did not wish to anger him. Their relationship had already taken a bit of a beating due to Ron's behavior over the Triwizard. Ron's fault, he was able to admit to himself, and Ron did not wish for them to become further estranged. But he could not let Harry snap up all the good witches. "Sure, Ron," Harry replied from the bench where he was lacing his shoes. "What's up?" "I just wanted to talk to you about Hermione." Harry looked up at him, confused. "Hermione? What about her?" "Well, I was kind of wondering." As Ron stammered, trying to find the words to ask his question, Harry's countenance became even more confused. "What is it, Ron? What is your relationship with her?" Ron finally blurted out, inwardly wincing at just how inelegant his sudden question sounded. "My relationship?" Harry echoed uncertainly. "I'm not certain what you were referring to, Ron. I believe my relationship with Hermione is the same as it's ever been. She's my friend, and I'm grateful to her for believing in me, for always sticking up for me." "That's not what you told her last week," snapped Ron. "You told her that she was your best friend. Just what did you mean by that?" Harry's look became speculative and more than a little darker. He glared at Ron, making Ron feel even more uncomfortable. But he would not give in. He had to know what Harry's intentions toward Hermione were. "I wasn't aware that you were in the habit of eavesdropping on private conversations." "Just answer the question, Harry." "Fine," said Harry, rising to his feet. "Hermione is my best friend." Ron's jaw dropped, and he peered at Harry in disbelief. "But Harry, I'm your best friend. We've been through everything together, best mates and all. How can you say that Hermione, a girl, is closer than we are? Does the term, Tri-Wizard Tournament, mean anything to you, Ron?" was Harry's sarcastic reply. Blushing crimson, Ron hung his head in shame. Perhaps Harry was right. Ron had not behaved well during that whole debacle, though he had assumed that Harry had forgiven him. "Listen, Ron," Harry continued in a more conciliatory tone, "I don't hold that against you, but since you asked, I will tell you. Hermione never doubted me, while you would not talk to me for over a month, even though I told you all along I wanted nothing to do with the tournament and didn't enter my name into it. To be honest with you, Ron, that's not the only time." Startled, Ron looked up at Harry, noting the expression of seriousness on his face. "You've been a bit of a flake at times, not only to me, but also to Hermione. I consider you a friend, Ron, a best friend even, and I know that no matter how you flake out, you'll always come to your senses sooner or later. But I must admit that waiting for you to get over it can be annoying. That is why Hermione is my best friend. She's never put me through that. Hell, the only time I've ever fought with her at all was when she turned my firebolt into McGonagall in the 3rd year, and even then, she did it for me, because she was scared that I would get hurt." Embarrassed, Ron considered Harry's words and decided they were completely correct. There had been times when he had been jealous of Harry or had treated him badly, and he knew that if he wanted to maintain their friendship, he would have to improve his behavior. "I'll try to do better, Harry," he mumbled, hoping his friend would accept that. I know, Ron, replied Harry with a grin. I know you try. I just hope you get over your jealousy sometime. You don't seem to realize it, but it's not always fun and games being Harry Potter. Ron was aware of this, perhaps subconsciously, but Harry seemed to get the short end of the stick more than most. Still, this was something to be considered at another time. For now, Harry still had not given him an answer for exactly how he viewed Hermione, and Ron was not about to let him go until he had some idea of what he was up against. But what about Hermione? Ron pressed. I know she's a friend, but what do you think of her? A true smile came over Harry's face, and he chuckled with pure amusement. So that's what this is all about. You think I fancy Hermione? Don't you? Ron challenged. Doesn't matter, now does it? Harry asked, completely solemn. Ron, I am bound by a marriage contract with Fleur. Hermione. His sudden pause when speaking of the young witch caused Ron to peer at him with heightened suspicion. It appeared very much the case that Harry did have feelings of some sort for Hermione. Ron was not happy with the confirmation. Even if I do have feelings for Hermione, I can hardly act on them because of my contract with Fleur, now can I? Do you think I would betray either Fleur or Hermione that way, or that Hermione would even accept such an arrangement? What are you thinking, Ron? It was all the confirmation Ron needed. He knew that just because Harry had a betrothal contract with Fleur, he could still woo Hermione due to his status and ability to marry more than one witch. But if Harry did not know that, then Ron would not be the one to illuminate him on the subject. He knew Harry would find out about it sometime, but Ron hoped that by the time he did, Ron would already have secured Hermione's affections. I'm sorry, Harry, you're right, was all Ron said. It's just, I like Hermione, you know. I suspected, Harry admitted. Have you told her? I'm working on it. I suggest you do. Ron peered at his friend, wondering just how sincere he was being. After all, Ron was convinced that Harry also had feelings for Hermione, whether he had admitted it to himself or not. But Harry was too noble to do what Ron had suggested, and Ron, belatedly, realized that fact. He would have to begin repairing his relationship with his friend in earnest. Listen, Harry, I just got a bit jealous, what with your close relationship with her. I want to get together with her, you know. I do, Ron, but I suggest you speak with her about it. Don't pull me into this, I already have Fleur to worry about, and getting to know her is all I can handle right now. Sure, Harry, said Ron. Then he slapped his friend on the back. Let's get to dinner, I'm starving. Harry grinned, and they left the room. For Ron, he was content with the outcome of the discussion. With Harry admitting himself that he had no designs on Hermione, Ron doubted there would be anyone else even in the running. Things were looking up. There was perhaps no race of being upon the earth as misunderstood as the race of Veela. Many considered them to be little more than creatures, on the same level as giants or dragons, and though they resembled humans more closely than most other races, it was a common opinion that they needed to be regulated, like most other non-human races were. Nothing could be further from the truth. Veela were physiologically identical to any normal human beings. They simply had special and very specific abilities which set them apart from the rest of the human race. For one, Veela had an alternate form into which they could change, at moments of great stress or fear when young, though control was achieved as the Veela matured. They were creatures of fire, having an affinity for all types of fire magic, and able to hurl destructive fireballs when they had changed into their alternate forms. The Veela abilities regarding emotions, or more specifically love, were also a widely misunderstood facet of their abilities. Most considered Veela to be purely beings, and their history had been one which had reflected that belief. It had not been uncommon for wealthy men to own a Veela, when such things had been legal, and even now, Veela were sought after as second wives, or even as concubines in some cultures. It was that fact that made growing up, and even in some cases adult life, difficult for many Veela, as most of them went through everyday life knowing that most men who saw them were interested in their perceived prowess and not much more. In truth, however, Veela were highly attuned to the emotion of love, their nature merely being a byproduct of their ability to sense the wants and desires of their partners. True, the allure acted as a magnet and in some cases a weapon against those who were affected by such things, but for a Veela, nothing was more attractive than a prospective mate who could withstand the effects of the allure. They could sense love in others, in all its various forms, which was why if Avila was fortunate to find true love, they quickly recognized this, and went through life secure in their partner's affections. As Fleur reflected on the past weeks in the company of her betrothed, she thought on what she had been able to glean from his emotions. She knew that she had yet to touch Harry's heart, not surprising considering his upbringing and the way this whole situation had been sprung upon him. Far from feeling frustration for his hesitance, she was glad he still seemed to be cautious of moving their relationship forward too quickly. She knew from experience that Harry was almost immune to her allure, and for him to fall in love with her so quickly would indicate an emotional immaturity and weakness of character which would be at odds with the strength of mind which allowed him to resist her. No, Fleur was perfectly content to allow her relationship with Harry to follow its natural course, helped along by nothing more than time spent in one another's company, and the manner in which they would hopefully become friends, and later lovers. Besides, beyond the fact that she could sense emotions, as Avila, Fleur was also very instinctively able to determine compatibility, and she knew that she and Harry were well suited for one another. Her future looked bright with Harry, not only when considering Harry's character and abilities, but also from the likelihood of their becoming emotionally attached to one another. She knew that it was only a matter of time, eventually they would come to love one another. This was not an issue. What was an issue were the emotions Harry so blatantly displayed for someone else, at least it was blatant to Avila who naturally noticed these things. Though she suspected Harry himself did not understand his own feelings, Fleur was positive that he was in love with his best friend. And if she was any judge of the matter, Fleur was certain that Hermione returned Harry's feelings wholeheartedly. Of course, they were only 15 years of age, but already Fleur could tell that regardless of their tender years, their mutual feelings were not the kind of childish infatuation most teenagers could be expected to feel. Theirs was the kind of mature regard and love Fleur so desperately wanted for herself, the kind of love built upon years of friendship, companionship and mutual respect and affection. On one level, Fleur felt bad about the fact that the marriage contract had essentially removed Harry's choice. Assuming they had ever truly been able to communicate their feelings, Fleur knew that Harry and Hermione were as good a match as she was with Harry. Had it been entirely left to their choices, Fleur never would have even been in the picture, their relationship being so much stronger due to their long friendship, they would almost certainly have married when they had upon reaching adulthood. The fact that it had not been her decision which had taken away his was a consolation, but as she had told him previously, she did feel responsible for the fact that his name would likely not continue with her as a wife. And she knew that this was a very big issue, whether he yet understood that fact or not. Her parents were in much the same situation, in fact. Her father had given up much to marry her mother, and he had done it solely due to the fact that he loved her and would not live without her. Without a son, his own name would die out, and he could not even ask for a male grandchild to continue his name, due to the near impossibility of either Gabrielle or Fleur herself bearing two sons, one to carry on her husband's name, one to carry on her father's. Could she do this to Harry? Could she go through life knowing that such a venerable name as the Magical Potters would disappear from the world with her as Harry's wife? There was another way, of course. Fleur was well aware of the traditions and customs of the magical world, and knew that Harry, as the last surviving member of his family, was a prime candidate for having multiple wives. If Fleur could not give him a son, then by marrying someone else, he would have a much better chance to gain the heir he would someday want. And Fleur knew just who would fit into Harry's married life as seamlessly as she fit into her role as friend. The problem, of course, was convincing Hermione that this was the right thing to do. Fleur was convinced of Hermione's feelings for Harry, but he also knew that the girl now considered Harry beyond her reach. The girl's sadness had not gone unnoticed. It would undoubtedly be a disaster if Hermione were to turn to someone else in her pain, especially as the person to whom she was most likely to turn was her other best friend. Ron, though Fleur did not dislike the redhead, was somewhat immature, and had certain issues he would have to work through before he could finally grow up. What was more, was that all of Fleur's senses told her that Ron was a very poor match for Hermione, and that she would end up regretting her choice if she settled for Ron as a replacement for Harry. No, Ron would not do it all. Again, the biggest problem for Hermione would be helping her to become accustomed to the thought of sharing her husband, for Hermione had been brought up in Muggle society which banned such unions as immoral and unnatural. Yet Fleur was almost certain that Hermione marrying Harry was the best thing the young woman could do. They suited one another on every level. It helped, of course, that Fleur genuinely liked Hermione. She doubted she could have countenanced sharing her future husband with a woman she did not like wholeheartedly. With Hermione, she had no such issues. Hermione was not perfect, Fleur knew, but in an odd sort of way, Harry and Hermione balanced out each other's strengths and weaknesses rather well. And though perhaps others would scoff at Fleur's self-aggrandizement, she fancied that her presence with Harry would only improve the dynamic. Perhaps it was time to have a quick chat with Hermione. Harry would not be ready for marriage for several years at least. Not that Fleur herself was ready either, but if she got Hermione thinking about it early enough, maybe the girl would have get used to the idea and come to her own conclusions sooner, rather than later. Yes, she would need to speak with Hermione, before they returned to school, if possible. A knock on Fleur's door brought her out of her musings. When she called out her permission to open the door, her mother stepped into the room. It was unsurprising, perhaps, Fleur thought with an internal grin, that her mother should come to visit her just when she was contemplating her future life. She knew that Apolline had sensed the same things Fleur had. Her mother probably knew earlier, as she had more than 2 decades more experience with her abilities than Fleur. "Ah, my dear," greeted the elder Delacour woman. "I was hoping to speak with you." "Of course, Maman," said Fleur, rising from her reclined state and sitting on the edge of the bed. Her mother sat next to her and appeared to be considering her words before speaking. That she was concerned for her, Fleur could easily tell. Vila women had a certain affinity for each other, which was only stronger between those related. Fleur had always known that her mother loved her and was there for her, regardless of the circumstances. It was a comfort beyond anything else she had ever known. "How are you getting along with Harry?" was the opening question. "Fine, Maman," Fleur responded. "He is a very nice young man, and treats me with respect and consideration. I believe that we will do very well together." Apolline smiled at her daughter. "I believe you will. I have sensed the same thing about your young man. But do not forget to take the time to get to know him better. Despite your apparent compatibility, a strong relationship will not grow from nothing. And I wish for you to have the same happiness in life that I have found with your father." "I will, Maman. We have only truly known one another for a few weeks now, so I am sure you realize that love has not grown between us. I am content to let it develop on its own." Apolline Delacour eyed her daughter. "Yes, that is perhaps for the best." Mother and daughter were silent for several moments, Fleur content to wait for her mother to get to the point, while her mother, she suspected, was searching for the proper way to broach the subject. She seemed to struggle with indecision, before she took a deep breath and began speaking once again. "Fleur, I will not insult your intelligence by supposing that you have not seen it for yourself, but I wish to know what you mean to do about this situation between Harry and his best friend." "Maman." Apolline's stern glance silenced her daughter. "Fleur, you cannot ignore the situation. Harry's feelings for Hermione are strong, and returned. You cannot begin a relationship with that hanging over your head." An exasperated sigh was Fleur's response. "And what would you have me do, Maman? If I push them on it, I do not doubt that at this point in time I would lose Harry altogether. Oh, I know he cannot get out of the marriage contract, but I would give up any chance of making a connection with him. They have a strong bond of friendship, regardless of whatever else they feel for each other, and I do not wish to anger Harry by demanding he give up his closest friend. Besides, it is not fair to Harry, he did not choose this for himself." "I am aware of that, Fleur," responded her mother evenly. "But should you not be selfish in this matter? Harry is to be your husband, not Hermione's. He could be husband to us both." Though her piercing gaze never relented, Apolline's stern countenance softened and she put her arm around Fleur, hugging her in commiseration and support. "So, that is the lay of the land, is it?" "It is, Maman, and I hardly think there is any other choice in the matter." Feeling the upwelling of her emotions which she had previously held in check, Fleur rose and began to pace the floor, wringing her hands with some agitation. "Harry and Hermione are so close, as I've already told you. I don't think that forbidding them from seeing one another is the right thing to do, nor do I think it is fair. I did not choose this any more than Harry did, but I think in certain respects it has been easier on me than it has on Harry. I do not have someone else with whom I am in love. Harry does, though he may not know it himself. Do I want to share my husband? Part of me shudders at the very thought. But another part recognizes the situation and accepts that it would be likely in any event. He is the last Potter, after all. And though I hesitate, I also understand that Hermione is such a fine young woman. I could have been forced to share my husband with someone much worse. You do not have to share your husband at all, Fleur, Apolline soothed. You will be the first wife, after all others must be approved by you. Fleur stopped her pacing and slumped back into her former place by her mother. Perhaps that is true, Maman. But there is also the matter of the continuation of Harry's line to consider. You know as well as I that the chance of giving him a son to continue his name are small. That leaves us the option of convincing some young man to forsake his own name and take on our daughters and then have the same problem the next generation. Or allow Harry to take another wife, who should be able to give him a son. Apolline's face curved into a smile. Somehow this situation sounds familiar, she declared. You had the same issue with Papa. I did, Apolline confirmed with a smile. Your father and I had a similar discussion when I informed him that I would likely be able to bear nothing but daughters. He thought about it for a time because, as you know, it is an important consideration in our world, and then declared he loved me and no other, claiming that it did not matter to him a whit, as he would be as happy with daughters as he would be with a son, should a miracle happen and I give birth to a boy. And I don't think that he's ever regretted that decision. Perhaps Harry would be the same way. I am sure he would, Fleur responded. Harry was not brought up in our world, and has not had the concept of carrying on the family name drilled into him. I'm sure Harry would say the same thing that Papa said if I asked. Then why do you fret? He is young, perhaps he will get over his infatuation with his friend in time. Fleur stared at her mother incredulously. I know you do not believe that, Maman. You have much more experience with this than I do, and I can tell their emotions are true. Apolline's answering grimace was rueful. Much as I wish I could claim otherwise, I cannot. And that is why I have chosen as I have. I understand Papa's situation, but Papa was not forced into a betrothal contract when he was in love with someone else. I will not take this away from Harry, Maman, he deserves to have his heart's desire. I think highly of Hermione as well, she deserves Harry as much as he deserves her. Besides, I have another motivation. I do not know why, but I feel as though Harry will require the support of us both in the time to come. I cannot explain it, but I know it is true. The sharp gaze of her mother pierced her, but Fleur stood firm. She was not certain where this impression had come from, but the more she thought of it, the more she knew it was true. For Harry to be successful in his quest against Voldemort, he would need the support of them both. It appears, then, that you have made your decision. I will support you in this, as you well know. Fleur smiled and engulfed her mother in a large embrace. I know you will, Maman, and I thank you for it. I will support you, Fleur, Apolline said with a steady look, but that does not mean I like this. I had hoped you would find true love with your young man. And who says that I will not? Replied Fleur, her manner impish. Regardless of Harry's feelings for Hermione, I am still very compatible with him. Harry has more than enough room in his heart for both Hermione and me, Maman. I perhaps do not like the situation, but I am also confident that Harry and I can come into our own feelings for each other, separate from what he also has with Hermione. Apolline smiled and reached up to touch her daughter's face with affection. I believe he does have an amazing capacity for love, my daughter, I believe he truly does. At Hogwarts, the staff was busily preparing for the upcoming term, which was set to begin in only a few days. Summer was a time for a variety of tasks which were not able to be performed during the school year. The whole castle was aired out and cleaned, lessons for the upcoming year were prepared by the professors, and a myriad of other administrative tasks were completed, all necessary for the smooth and proper running of the school. As had been their tradition as long as they had been in their respective positions, and Minerva McGonagall had been the deputy headmistress since Horace Slughorn had retired, a period of well over a decade, Minerva found herself in the headmaster's office, going over a last few details in preparation for the return of the students. They had been doing this for so many years now and knew each other so well, that their meetings were almost always efficient and brief. Minerva knew that her mentor held the highest of confidence in her abilities, and was grateful for the fact. After all, due to his commitments with the Wizengamot and the ICW, it seemed as though Dumbledore was absent from the school as much as he was present. Minerva was the headmistress in all but name for much of the year. This particular meeting began no differently than any other time they had met during the past decade. Minerva made her report of the incoming first year students, particularly the Muggle-born students, as it was part of her duty to deliver their acceptance letters and explain the new world in which they would soon find themselves. They had made it a practice over the years to discuss the new students, and amuse themselves by guessing into which houses they would be sorted, almost making a game it. Some were easy. Draco Malfoy, for example, had been unlikely in the extreme to have been sorted into any other house other than Slytherin. Privately, Minerva thought the lad's destiny in Slytherin was due to his complete lack of loyalty to anyone other than himself, and perhaps his father, who invariably came up in just about any conversation with him, his less than stellar intellect, and the fact that he was a bully, and therefore a complete coward. It was the ones who could end up in multiple houses who were the most interesting to guess. And then there were those surprises such as Miss Granger, who no one thought would end up in Gryffindor. "I do have one question, Albus," Minerva remarked after their conversation regarding the new students wound down. "Please, Minerva," Dumbledore responded, leaning back in his chair. "Miss Delacour. She will be attending Hogwarts this year, but what do you mean to do with her? Will you just place her in Gryffindor, or will you let the hat decide?" Dumbledore appeared to contemplate the matter for several moments before responding. "Though it would be less than ideal to place her in a house without her betrothed, I think we shall have her wear the hat anyway. I suspect she will be placed in Gryffindor anyway, given what I know of her, so it should not matter." Minerva nodded. "I remember the second task last year. It was clear she was terrified, understandable, given her nature, but she competed in defiance of her fears, the outcome notwithstanding." "Exactly," rumbled Dumbledore. "If the hat does place her in another house, we will have to make a decision then. There is one house for which she would not be suited at all, not that I believe the hat would place her there." A grimace of distaste met his declaration. "She'd be in physical danger in Slytherin, Albus, you know this. Even many of those whose families are not associated with the Death Eaters would consider her a freak and a plaything." "Quite," confirmed the headmaster. "She is not without ambition, but it is not her defining trait, so I think the odds of that happening are very low in any case. But though she is intelligent, I do not think that Ravenclaw would suit her either. Of course Gryffindor would be best, though Hufflepuff would perhaps work for her as well." McGonagall smiled and nodded. This conversation was likely academic anyway. She was almost certain to be sorted into Gryffindor. "Bring her to my office before the feast, we can sort her in private," Dumbledore instructed. "There is no reason to subject her to a sorting in front of the entire school along with the first years." McGonagall expressed her agreement, before the headmaster moved on to another topic. "And what of your choices for Gryffindor prefect?" "Yes, of course," McGonagall responded. Rarely had the choices for prefect been so obvious to her. In fact, Dumbledore likely already knew who she would choose, as well as she did herself. "As neither of the head students this year are from Gryffindor, and my 6th and 7th year prefects performed their duties well last year, I will not be replacing any of them. As for 5th year, I don't think I've ever had such an easy decision in all my time at Hogwarts. The prefects will be Hermione Granger and Harry Potter." Dumbledore was silent for several moments, stroking his beard as if in thought. McGonagall wondered at his unusual behavior. Miss Granger could not be disputed, and as the headmaster took such pride in Mr. Potter's accomplishments, she was surprised he had not immediately agreed with her choices. "Yes, Minerva, excellent choices indeed," he said at last. "However, do you not think that perhaps the 5th-year prefect position should be offered to young Mr. Weasley instead of Mr. Potter?" Nonplussed at the headmaster's words, it was all Minerva could do to keep her countenance. Dumbledore had never taken any overt interest in her choices in the past except to approve them. What possible reason could he have for objecting to the choice of Harry for prefect, especially given how she knew he personally felt for the boy? Still, Dumbledore was nothing if not thoughtful and intelligent, and Minerva knew he would not suggest such a thing for no good reason. She opened her mouth to agree with him, when she considered his suggestion once again, and thought of the possible ramifications of the posting he was suggesting. No, she could not possibly agree with him without some sort of indication as to why he thought Harry should be passed over. "I'm sorry, headmaster, but why do you believe Mr. Potter is unsuited for the position?" Not unsuited, Minerva, Dumbledore responded. I have the highest confidence in Harry's abilities, as you well know. I am merely concerned about his state of mind and the many things he has to deal with. Perhaps the position of prefect would be too much for him to handle, under the circumstances. McGonagall scowled. I am afraid I must disagree, Albus. Harry is not perhaps the most studious young man I've ever taught, though a little application would go a long way in improving his grades, but his other qualities of leadership and maturity make him the best choice in my opinion. I also believe it sends a bad message to the entire house if a deserving young man such as Mr. Potter is passed over for the honor, for someone who is not nearly as qualified. Mr. Weasley is a good young man, but I believe he lacks the emotional maturity for the position. Besides, I feel it far better for Mr. Potter to learn to manage his life, all facets of his life, while he is young, rather than coddling him unnecessarily. If anyone can manage everything happening around him, I believe Harry is that young man. You do him a disservice by discounting his abilities in such a manner. Dumbledore chuckled and bowed his head. That is precisely why I appreciate your abilities and candor, Minerva. You are correct, I had been thinking of sparing Harry some responsibility, but I do agree that if anyone can handle the pressure, it is surely Mr. Potter. Thank you for setting me straight. Mollified, Minerva responded it was no trouble, happy she was able to persuade him to her point of view. They spoke on for a few more moments before their meeting came to an end. Minerva left the office, her mind already upon the tasks she would need to complete to be ready for the students' arrival. The last few days of summer holidays passed, leaving Harry wondering at all the changes which had occurred in his life over the past 4 weeks. It had been a lot to take in, but he was happy with everything which had happened, and was, for once, looking forward to the future with something akin to anticipation, rather than the dread which had often been his wont. His relationship with Fleur, though still progressing very slowly, was at least characterized by a friendliness that he had not been certain he would able to attain, and her personality, sweet, yet confident and determined, was one with which he was certain he would be able to love. Hermione had almost moved into the ambassador's manor, not returning to her home or Grimmauld Place for even the weekends, a situation which was made even better for the young witch due to the fact that her parents were now regular visitors, and stayed through the weekend themselves. It was good, Harry reflected, that the Delacours were not uncomfortable around Muggles, and the Grangers had in a short time become very good friends with them. The Weasley children, along with Neville and Luna, were much in evidence as well, though as a group they had not been allowed to stay for the weekends. Neville and Luna also returned to their homes for the weekends, though they had not been forced to by their guardians. Both simply stated that they would like to spend time at home, Luna with her father, and Neville with his grandmother, and their explanations were accepted for what they were. In Neville, Harry had begun to see a true and loyal friend. The bumbling young man he had once been had been replaced, and now in his place stood one who was growing and maturing, and now that he had had his wand replaced, he was excelling where he once had thought he would never be able to do so. Harry now counted him a close friend, and was happy that he had joined them. His new confidence made him a great asset, and a better friend than ever before. As for Luna, Harry was still not certain what to think of the quirky Ravenclaw. Her constant prattling of all the fantastical creatures which no one else could see sometimes had him wondering about her sanity. But she could be as lucid as anyone else, though always somewhat whimsical, leading Harry to wonder if there was something in her past which made her act as she did. As she had yet to open up about her past, Harry could not be certain, but he genuinely liked her and respected her abilities. And though she was not as brilliant as Hermione, she was clearly very intelligent, and added a dynamic to the group which would be missed if she were to disassociate herself with them. The Wednesday before the end of the month saw the entire group engaged in their last training session with Moody. Though they had been clearly covering the material he taught at a highly accelerated rate, none of them had felt like they were getting in over their heads. Moody, as strange and paranoid as he was, had a way of imparting his message that made the learning all the easier, and Harry, though he knew he still had much to learn before he could truly be deemed proficient, felt as though he had learned more than had ever before. After their session for that day, Moody gathered the entire group together and had them stand at attention, much as he had on his first day in the manor. Though Harry had heard all about Moody's philosophy from the man during the course of their training sessions, And from the imposter during the previous school year, the old Auror never tired of constantly harping on the lessons he taught. Their final lecture was quintessential Moody, and caused more than one set of rolled eyes and grins, though Harry knew his advice to be sound. Now then, the Auror began when they had all been arranged to his satisfaction. This is your last training session before the end of the summer. Now, who among you thinks you have mastered everything I have to teach? No one said a word. Not only did they all realize they had much to learn, but they also knew Moody was fond of spouting off questions designed to trip them up, then teaching them how wrong they were. This was one of his less than subtle attempts. Good. The first thing to be aware of is how little you know. I have been an Auror for more than 50 years, and I can tell you that I am still learning. You have all put your best effort into these sessions, and I must tell you I have been impressed with you all. High praise from me, I can tell you. You are all competent, and even gifted, and I know that you will continue to do well. He stopped walking around the room and stood in front of them, fixing his gaze upon them sternly. Or at least his real eye was fixed on them. The false eye whirled this way and that, seemingly at random as it usually did. However, he continued, emphasizing the word, though you may be very competent, you will never improve if you do not continue to practice. Returning to Hogwarts is not an excuse to slack off. Constant practice will be necessary to retain all that you have learned and improve. I will not be at Hogwarts this year, I have other tasks to accomplish. You can still enlist the assistance of the headmaster, and though you may not know this, your charms professor was quite the duelist in his day. In addition to this, Miss Delacour and the two elder Mr. Weasleys, he nodded to the elder students, also have at least 2 more years of schooling than the rest of you. Use their knowledge and set up a time when you can all practice together. Remember what I taught you, and you will do well. And above all, he suddenly thundered, you must remember and practice constant vigilance. The twins shared an amused grin, while others of the group fought valiantly to keep their own from their faces. Of course, this did not go unnoticed by their trainer. Mr. Potter, he barked. Yes, Auror Moody. Do you know who the Death Eater children at Hogwarts are? Harry thought for a moment before replying. I know some. There's Malfoy, of course, Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, Pusey, Zabini, probably Parkinson, the Greengrass sisters, heck, all of Slytherin House could likely be included. Moody's answering smile was positively feral. That's an assumption, Potter. The fact is that though some of the group you just mentioned were almost certainly Death Eaters, to paint the whole house with the same brush is incorrect. Remember this lesson, you must always be vigilant, but do not assume. Weasley, he continued, who are the Death Eater spawn in Gryffindor House? The incredulous expression on Ron's face was priceless. But, there are no children of Death Eaters in Gryffindor. He sputtered, appearing highly offended. Are you certain? What evidence do you have? Were you at the Death Eater trials at the end of the First War? Can you see into the minds of your classmates and read their intentions? Though he continued to sputter, Ron could say nothing in response. Harry glanced around the room, noting the looks of speculation on most of the faces. It was the general opinion in his house that Gryffindors were good, while Slytherins were evil. Most of those in the other houses seemed to occupy a position somewhere in between the two. But now that Harry thought of it, why should it be so? He had learned long ago that very few things were black and white. Qualifying people in that matter was remarkably short-sighted, and inherently dangerous. What then, is Gryffindor House too noble to house Death Eaters and their children? Harry was hesitant to speak up, but he knew to what Moody was referring, and thought it would make a good object lesson. What about Pettigrew? Moody's eyes pierced Harry, though the false one continued to gyrate insanely, and he stepped back with a grimace. Pettigrew. Very good, Mr. Potter. What do you think, Mr. Weasley? Mad Eye demanded of Ron. Still think that everyone in your house must be lily white? Appearing thoughtful, Ron shook his head. And well, you should not. Anyone can hide who they truly are. In fact, it is the truly cunning ones you must watch carefully. The Slytherins are known and can be a problem, even though they are mostly milksops who are not as dangerous as their parents were. But it is the Death Eater sympathizers in the other houses who you truly must beware of. Even if no one in your house is an actual Death Eater, can you be certain that none of them are under the Imperious Curse? Suddenly, Moody spun and launched a stinging hex at Neville. Neville, though he had often been considered to be a duffer, in actuality had very quick reflexes, and he had snapped off a Protega in time to absorb the stinging hex before it could hit him. Moody had been doing this the entire time they had been taking lessons from him, and they had all become proficient by this time in protecting themselves from his random attacks. Moody barked out a laugh, and slapped Neville on the back, before stumping to the front of the room, and turning to face the trainees. Very good. I am proud of you all. But you must remember to practice vigilance. Be certain you know who is around you, and be watchful of your surroundings at all times, even places which are supposed to be safe, such as your common rooms. You can never know who has been turned to the enemy's cause, willingly or not. The group broke up very soon after Moody's lecture, and they soon found themselves in the manor dining room, eating the lunch provided by the manor house elves. Their training over for the summer, Hermione could now look forward to returning to Hogwarts for the school year. She blushed, thinking that she was likely the only one of the group who was actually looking forward to more schooling. Looking around with a critical eye, she revised that opinion. Luna, being a Ravenclaw, was likely excited as well, and though she still did not know Fleur as well as she would like, she felt confident that the French witch was quite happy to continue learning. Even Harry seemed somewhat eager to be returning to Hogwarts, though perhaps not as much as in previous years. Of course, that was due to the fact that until this year he had lived with his relatives. From what she knew of them, getting away from them was likely as much a factor in his relief to be returning to Hogwarts as anything else. Sighing, Hermione turned back to her meal, thinking of all the changes and the new friends she had made. The Weasley twins she had of course known before, and Neville she could now count as a friend, as before he had perhaps been little more than an acquaintance, while being less than a friend. Ginny had fit into a little more of a casual friend category, while Fleur, though she was coming to consider a close friend, had been a complete unknown. Even Luna, who Hermione recognized was a diametric opposite to herself, was now treading into that hallowed ground of friendship, regardless of the differences between them. For Hermione, friends were a treasure to be carefully nurtured and preserved. It come from her rather lonely upbringing, she knew, but the knowledge of how it had come about mattered little. She would do whatever she could to help her friends, and knew that they would do the same. Frowning, Hermione peered around the room to the assembled training group. In fact, other than the Weasleys, all the others had had a rather solitary upbringing. None of them had had quite the experience Harry had, but each, in their own way, had been lonely as a child. Fleur was set apart by her beauty and heritage, Neville by his fears over his abilities, not to mention his overbearing and protective grandmother, Luna by her nature, while Hermione was set apart by her intelligence. It bound them together in a very real sense, she thought, and made them closer and more loyal to one another as a result. And the four Weasleys were bound to the group by deep ties of friendship, not to mention that Harry had saved one of their number from certain death when he had been merely a boy. These would be her friends, confidants, and fellow soldiers in the years to come. It was a heady feeling. Apolline Delacour entered the room at that moment, with a smile on her face and some envelopes in her hands. "These arrived while you were in training," she said as she passed the envelopes to Harry, Fleur and Hermione. "I suspect your letters went to your homes," she stated, addressing the other occupants of the room. Suddenly excited, Hermione tore open her envelope to reveal her Hogwarts letter and book list for the coming year. It was receiving the long-anticipated letter which had always brought home the reality of her imminent return to the school, and the end of the summer. But this time, there was something else in the envelope, something which fell from the ruined envelope and tumbled to the floor, making a tinkling sound as it rolled to a stop. Curious, Hermione bent down to retrieve the object, her hand trembling slightly as she speculated as to what it could be. She knew as soon as she touched the cool metal with her fingers what it was, the supposition being confirmed by the sight of the shiny metal badge with a large P engraved upon its surface. A prefect badge. "Hermione, you've made prefect?" Harry asked with a delighted smile upon his face. Nodding, Hermione held up the badge for all to see. A round of congratulations came in from all sides of the room, as Hermione blushed from the praise. When the tumult had died down, Ron snorted and addressed her. "Oh come now, Hermione, who else would be the Gryffindor prefect? I've known since first year you'd get it." Hermione glared at him, but her heart was not in it. Besides, the grin on his face belied any sting his words might have delivered. "Well, I didn't know, Ronald, and I'm honored that Professor McGonagall has this much confidence in me. Ron rolled his eyes. Yeah, like she was going to pick Lavender, more beats than brains, Brown, or Parvati. There's no secret I can't turn into gossip, Pottle. Besides, our whole house together doesn't even know half the rules you do. It had to be you. Laughter erupted in the room, and Hermione's cheeks pinked slightly at Ron's assertions. She directed a mock glare in his direction, but he merely waggled his eyebrows at her and laughed along with the rest of them. Hermione sniffed at him, and turned back to her book list, making a note of everything she would have to purchase. So who's the other Gryffindor prefect? Luna inquired, glancing pointedly at Harry. Hermione looked up from her list to see everyone in the room speculating over the 3 potential candidates. Me, of course, Ron stated proudly. And how do you reckon that? Ginny queried with a snort. Well, it's like this, Ron began. Hermione here is a straight-laced rules enforcer, and to balance her out, they need a fun-loving, laid-back sort of chap, which I am. Obviously, it has to be me. Hermione rolled her eyes at her friend and shook her head. Hopefully he was joking. She thought he was joking, anyway. Nah, my money's on Harry, George said. All eyes turned to the black-haired young man. Harry, though seemingly somewhat uncomfortable with everyone watching him, shrugged his shoulders and opened his envelope. Reaching into its depths, he produced an identical prefect's badge to Hermione's, and smiled at George. Should have made that bet, George, you would have won. Another round of congratulations rang in from around the room, while Hermione darted around the table and hugged him. She was pleased. Not only was Harry still her friend, but they would now be working together more closely than ever. Harry truly was a great choice. One among the company was not as thrilled as the rest. Ron sat back in his chair, a hint of a scowl upon his face as he thought of Harry getting the prefect's badge. It was another example of the boy who lived, getting something that he did not, and Ron was frankly getting rather tired of it. And Hermione's reaction was a little more affectionate than Ron liked. Ron, a voice hissed from his side. Startled, he turned, noting Ginny's glare. What? You are not going to do this, Ron. Let go of your jealousy. Scowling, Ron turned away from her. Don't worry, Ginny, I won't say anything. Your body language is saying it for you, Ron, Ginny insisted. Why would you have wanted the badge anyway, Ron? It's not like you truly wanted to enforce the rules and deal with the responsibility of being a prefect, do you? Think of it, the boring meetings, the time you'd need to do patrols, having to obey and enforce the rules. Think about it. A little shamefaced, Ron considered Ginny's points, knowing she was right. He did not want to worry about rules and such. He wanted to play Quidditch, play chess, do his homework preferably as quickly as possible, and have fun. Being a prefect would put a major damper on all that. Better Harry than him. On the other hand, part of the reason he had wanted to become a prefect was because he would get to spend more time with Hermione. Now, that time was Harry's. But Harry was his best mate, and he had already told Ron he had no interest in Hermione in that way. Perhaps it was for the best this way. Ron had a good idea of what Hermione's feelings for Harry were, but knew that Harry could not return them. With them both being prefects, they would have time alone, true, but Hermione would learn fairly quickly, if she did not already know, that she could not have a relationship with Harry. Added to that, Harry would be the one with the responsibility, and he would also protect Hermione from others who may fancy her. None of Neville, Seamus, or Dean had ever shown much inclination for her in the past, but she was becoming more fanciable all the time, after all. Better she was with someone who was already taken, than someone who might be sniffing around her. Besides, Harry was a good bloke, and he deserved to have some good come into his life. So Ron beefed up his pride and extended his hand to his friend, congratulating him for becoming a prefect. Harry's responding smile and thanks was all Ron needed to know that he had made the right choice in being gracious. If Harry Potter had learned one thing, it was that anything good in his mixed-up life was certain to be balanced, or overbalanced, by something equally negative. He could not be allowed to be completely happy, now could he? That summer after his 4th year had been by far the best of his life. Regardless of the month at the Dursleys, they had actually left him alone for the most part. Regardless of the Dementors and the trial and regardless of anything else which had happened, he had been happy. Simply put, This summer he had found acceptance, and what he felt was the love and support of a family. But in Harry Potter's strange world, it was unsurprising that the summer should ultimately end on a negative note with news of a toad. It was the last day of summer before they were to board the express to return to Hogwarts. Neville and Luna had returned to their respective homes the previous evening, promising to see their friends the following day, while the Weasleys had left for the Burrow, though they were to join the Delacour party in Diagon Alley that afternoon to shop for their school supplies. Harry had left the breakfast room, and was sitting in the main parlor of the ambassador's mansion, thinking of the previous months spent with his new family, and the school year to come. It was amazing how his perception had changed in the short months since the Dementor attack. Before, he had always been excited and eager to return to Hogwarts, whether he had been stuck at Privet Drive until the very end, or had actually managed to escape for some weeks. Hogwarts was the only place he had ever truly been able to call home. However, this year, with the kindness of the Delacours, he was almost sorry to be leaving them behind, though, of course, Fleur would return to Hogwarts with him. Apolline was kind and a pleasure to be with, Gabrielle was bubbly and excitable, and Jean-Sebastian had become the father he had never known. Not even Sirius could claim to be a father figure. Sirius, with his effervescent personality and ability to see the humor in anything, was almost like an older brother. Privately, Harry suspected that Sirius preferred it that way, as he considered himself too young to be a father. As for the return to Hogwarts, Harry could predict much of what he would be facing this year. Though Fudge had been declawed to a certain extent by the defeat he had suffered at Harry's trial, it was easy to conclude that the Minister's attacks against both him and Dumbledore would continue. As long as Fudge refused to acknowledge the return of Voldemort, many would believe him, and Harry would be ridiculed for it. It was good to know he had friends and supporters who did believe him and would stand beside him regardless of what happened. Of course, the normal school year events would continue to plague him, from Snape's unreasonable hatred to Malfoy's continual goading, though Harry was much less inclined to cut the mini-Death Eater any slack than he had been in the past. The little ferret was a problem which would have to be dealt with sooner, rather than later. It was while Harry was immersed in these thoughts that the flow flared, and the voice of the headmaster came through the network asking for permission to step through. Having been tutored by Jean-Sebastian, Harry immediately went to the flow and granted permission to the professor, and stepped back to allow his headmaster to come through. "Ah, Harry, just who I wanted to see," greeted Dumbledore when he arrived. "I have some news which will affect us all in the coming year. If you would be so good as to call Jean-Sebastian and your friends, I would appreciate the opportunity to share it with all of you at once." Harry assented and left the room, his mind already speculating as to what the professor wanted to share. It could be nothing good, he was certain. It took Harry only a few moments to summon the residents of the manor to the parlor to receive the headmaster's news. With the departure of the Weasleys and their other friends, as well as Hermione's parents who had only been staying over the weekend, only the family was left in residence, along with Hermione, who would stay until they returned to Hogwarts. With the entire group gathered, Dumbledore smiled at them and spoke. "I have some news to share with you all. And as it may affect what happens at Hogwarts this year, I decided that I should inform you all in advance. Especially you, Jean-Sebastian," he continued, nodding at the Delacour patriarch, "as you have expressed some concerns regarding the children's schooling to me privately." Jean-Sebastian appeared stern as he gazed back at Dumbledore, his face almost expressionless. "Your opening statements are not exactly inspiring confidence, Dumbledore. Perhaps you should come to the point." Chuckling, Dumbledore nodded his head in assent. "My apologies to you all. Sometimes we of the elder generations forget that those younger than us do not like to hear us talk nearly as much as we enjoy the sound of our own voices. The point it is, today I was notified that the Ministry has appointed a professor to fill the ever-problematic Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione will certainly be aware that we have not been able to keep a professor in that position for more than a year, a problem with dates back to the late 60s. "But why, Headmaster?" asked Harry. "It's not as though it's a bad position. I'd think it would be fairly prestigious, to be honest." "And so it should be, Harry. Do you have any indication what is wrong?" Jean-Sebastian interjected. "Surely it cannot be coincidence." "I do not believe it is coincidence, but unfortunately, I do not have any concrete evidence, only supposition and guesswork, which unfortunately seem to fit the circumstances." Dumbledore turned to Harry and affixed him with a questioning look. Harry, unless I misremember, I believe that you previously learned the identity of the Dark Lord, did you not? Tom Riddle, Harry replied with a nod. He told me it was an anagram for Voldemort. It is indeed, agreed Dumbledore. So, would it surprise you to learn that Tom applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts twice? Voldemort applied to become a professor. Jean-Sebastian demanded. Was that before or after he started his campaign of violence? Well before, Jean-Sebastian. Had he come after, I would not have allowed him to escape, I assure you. Dumbledore's expression became introspective for a few moments, while Harry considered what he had been told. Voldemort is the defense teacher. He shuddered at the very thought. His first application was made during my predecessor's tenure. Headmaster Dippet interviewed him and thanked him for his interest, but told him that he was too young and inexperienced for the position. He asked Tom to return the next time the position was open, after he had had a chance to work in the wizarding world and develop his skills further. I believe at that time Tom, though perhaps not pleased to be refused, accepted the advice and went out to prove himself. The second time he applied was not long after I had become headmaster. By this time he was more than qualified for the position. Then why did you not hire him? Jean-Sebastian's question hung in the room for a few moments, and though Harry thought he knew the answer, he said nothing. His thoughts were confirmed by Dumbledore's next words. I did not hire him because I did not trust him, something about him seemed off to me. I suspect, in hindsight, that by this time he was already well practiced in the dark arts, which was why he seemed to be so qualified. Those who employ the dark arts themselves are uniquely positioned to understand them, after all. I am certain Harry and Hermione remember how effective the polyjuiced Barty Crouch Jr. was as a teacher. Harry did not really like recalling the Death Eater and what had happened in his classes, but he nodded tightly to the headmaster. Therefore, Dumbledore said, continuing his narrative, I thanked Tom again for his interest, but told him I had another candidate with more experience teaching, which was in fact true, and declined to offer him the position. I thought of offering him a different teaching position to keep him at the school and therefore under my supervision. But again, something about him struck me as wrong, and I ultimately decided that if I could not trust him in one professorship, I could not allow him to influence any of the younger generation in another. This time, when he was refused, Riddle was incensed, though he attempted to hide it behind a mask of disappointment. He left and has not set foot in Hogwarts again. However, since that time, I have never been able to keep a defense professor for more than a single year. Are you suggesting he employed a curse, headmaster? Demanded Hermione. I've heard of items or locations being cursed, but a position. Very good indeed, Miss Granger. Said Dumbledore with a chuckle. In answer to your question, I suspect that Tom did indeed do just that. The wondrous thing about magic is that if the practitioner is innovative enough, and understands the process and the arithmancy behind the magic, any existing spell can be modified to do what you wish it to. Magic in general can do almost anything you can imagine, if you can develop the proper manner in which to do it. In fact, I would go so far to say that given the number of cultures in the world which have existed over the millennia, the magics that our society can perform are likely only a fraction of the vast sum of magic which has been developed at one time or another in our race's history. And this does not even mention the other sentient and magical races. Given this, it does not seem so impossible, and if anyone could manage to do something so esoteric as to place a curse on a teaching position, it would be Tom Riddle. He is very intelligent, gifted, even. But why? What would he gain from it? Hermione queried. Why does he do anything he does? Was Dumbledore's gentle response. You may as well ask why you prefer the color blue to the color red. I have no real insight as to the workings of Tom Riddle's mind. I doubt even he completely understands exactly why he thinks the way he does. In this particular instance, however, I suspect that there are at least two factors which play significantly into his actions. The first is simple spite. Tom was a very confident and arrogant student and did not take rejection well at all. In that, he has not changed over the years. The other reason was likely to try to weaken our society in general in preparation for his bid for power. Due to the lack of stability in the defense position, the instruction has not been as good as it should have been. If you look at all scores for the past 30 years, the average grades in defense have fallen, In essence, Hogwarts graduates of 40 years ago are better able to defend themselves than those graduating today. So how do we break the curse? Asked Harry. Ah, that is the question, is it not? Was Dumbledore's rhetorical response. Not knowing exactly how Tom did what he did, the counterspell would seem to be almost impossible to achieve. However, the easy answer would be to have a professor last for more than 1 year in the position, thus overcoming the magic of the curse and breaking its hold. When Professor Lupin was revealed to be a werewolf at the end of your 3rd year, I tried to persuade him not to resign, reasoning that if this was the curse's way of assuring he not return, the simple matter of his return would break it. Of course, that does not account for the curse potentially using other means to ensure he didn't return. That is neither here nor there, though, as the professor had other, more compelling, reasons to resign. I had intended Professor Moody to be the one to finally break it, but you all know how that turned out. I doubt this year's professor will be any more likely to last more than a single year. Which brings us back to our original reason for this discussion, Dumbledore, Jean Sebastian interjected. I believe you said the Ministry had assigned you a defense professor. Ah yes. A lengthy digression, but ultimately a useful one, I believe. The Ministry has indeed assigned a professor for defense, pulling an old law out of mothballs which dates back some centuries. Essentially, it allows the Ministry to designate a professor if the headmaster has not been able to fill the position. In this specific case, the inability to keep a professor in that position, coupled with the Crouch incident from last year, has rendered the position almost impossible to fill. I received no applicants for defense this year, and was turned down by everyone I approached. What of Auror Moody? Hermione asked. Couldn't he actually be the professor this year? With Voldemort's return, unfortunately Alistair has other, more important duties which require his attention. Jean Sebastian glared at Dumbledore with a keen look in his eye. Dumbledore, I doubt this discussion would have been necessary if the Ministry had simply appointed an Auror, for example, to become the defense professor. Who did they appoint? Grimacing, Dumbledore nodded his head in agreement. You are correct. I would have been happy with many of our Aurors, though any of them would have been a huge loss to the department. However, the Minister did not make even that choice. Unfortunately, he has appointed the senior undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge, to be the defense professor. Though Harry did not immediately recognize the name, it was clear that Jean Sebastian and Apolline had, if their sudden scowls were any evidence. Harry would have expected Jean Sebastian to respond, but was surprised when a clearly upset Apolline, who had not yet said anything during the conversation, rounded on Dumbledore. Umbridge, she spat. That woman is as vile a bigot as I've ever met. I take it you have some experience with the undersecretary. Apolline nodded brusquely. She was in France a few years ago as a part of a diplomatic delegation, where she made insulting comments about how Veela were creatures which needed to be controlled. If she had her way, all Veela would be locked up and studied, but officially designated as less than human. Tell me why I should allow my daughter to be subjected to the machinations of such a despicable woman. Reaching an arm out, Jean Sebastian pulled his wife into a comforting embrace, while maintaining his scowl at Dumbledore. It was clear that he was just as incensed as his wife. Apolline is understandably passionate about this issue, Headmaster, and as our country is home to many Veela, Dolores Umbridge is all but persona non grata there. Apolline's question is valid. Fleur, and Harry, if the Undersecretary's performance during his trial is any indication, will be a target for her vitriol. Why should we not remove them both from the potential of such persecution, and have them take up their studies at Beauxbatons? Dumbledore spread his hands out wide in a gesture of conciliation. I understand your concerns, and acknowledge that Madame Umbridge is distasteful in her beliefs. However, I believe you may not be thinking of all the ramifications of pulling your children from Hogwarts. Jean Sebastian shared a look with his wife, before he turned back to Dumbledore with narrowed eyes. Explain. Just this, now that Voldemort has returned and has continued to show an unhealthy interest in Harry, it is in Harry's best interests that he be protected. No offense to Madame Maxine, but I do not think Harry would be adequately protected at Beauxbatons. It is largely due to Voldemort's respect for and fear of me, that Harry would be safer attending Hogwarts, and by extension, Fleur would also be safer there, as she is now known to have a connection with Mr. Potter, and could be used against him. I cannot dispute that, said Jean Sebastian after a moment. Then a sly look came over his face as he continued, "One might think you are attempting to boast with a statement like that, Dumbledore." "Certainly not," an amused Dumbledore brushed the comment off, but not without the ever-present twinkling of his eyes. "It is the truth, however, as long as Harry is at Hogwarts while I am there, I do not think Voldemort will attempt anything overt, unless he feels that he will be assured of victory. We all know that Harry is Fudge's target," Dumbledore continued candidly. "His failure to discredit Harry during the trial has merely prompted him to change his tactics. However, I believe that I am as much of a target, and that Harry's friends will not be spared either. Therefore, we must make plans to counter the Undersecretary's intentions, and eventually to expose them for what they are, and I will need their help, specifically Harry's, to do that." "What do I need to do, Professor?" Harry asked. He was not about to stand by and listen to the adults discuss the situation. He had been a passive observer far too often in the past, and had ended up acting on impulse at the last moment. He would take a more active role in events. Dumbledore inclined his head in Harry's direction. "I simply need you to be yourself and to be on your best behavior. During the trial, Umbridge and Fudge attempted to brand you as a troublemaker who seeks to be in the limelight. I do not doubt that Umbridge will attempt to provoke you in some manner. You must resist responding while we work out a way to turn the tables on her and the minister. Our response will largely be dependent upon Umbridge's actions after you arrive at Hogwarts." "And what of Fleur?" Apolline demanded. "That woman will take every opportunity to goad and demean Fleur, if she does not openly attack her. Mrs. Delacour, I assure you that I will do everything in my power to protect your daughter. I doubt that Madame Umbridge will attempt anything blatant, at least in the short term." "Maman, I can protect myself," Fleur said, attempting to reassure her mother. "I will have Harry and our other friends with me, she can do nothing." "You will, Miss Delacour, and I assure you that there is no more loyal friend than Mr. Potter." Harry blushed immediately at the headmaster's praise, but he shyly looked at his betrothed and assured her that he would be there for her. Fleur glanced back at him with a large smile upon her face, but she said nothing, for which Harry was grateful. In an attempt to change the subject, and be relieved from his embarrassment, Harry asked who exactly Umbridge was. "Do you remember the woman in pink who supported Fudge at your trial?" At Harry's nod, Jean Sebastian continued. "Dolores Umbridge is a well-known bigot and proponent of anything which she considers helpful in controlling creatures. Her definition of creatures includes just about anything which is not British and pureblood." Harry thought for a moment before a thought occurred to him, and he allowed a mischievous smile to appear on his face. "She may be vile, but after facing Voldemort himself 4 times, I hardly think a pudgy, pink, toad woman is anything to be afraid of." His jest broke the tension in the room, as he had intended, and the company broke into laughter. It was clear that the Delacours, especially Apolline, were still not happy with this development, nor were they pleased with the lack of a concrete plan to counter whatever Umbridge had planned for their children. However, it was also clear that without knowing the precise nature of what the woman wished to accomplish, other than the discrediting of both Dumbledore and Harry, a matter which was now much more difficult due to the thorough routing she and Fudge had experienced at the trial, countering her actions was problematic. But, as Hermione pointed out, echoing Dumbledore's earlier words, they would all have the support of the group which had developed over the summer, and that Fleur would have, at the very least, the support of the Weasley twins in defense class, as they were in the same year. Harry had no doubt that the rest of the Gryffindor 7th years, especially those on the Quidditch team who he knew well, would also accept Fleur with very little hesitation. At length the discussion wound up, and after the headmaster requested that Harry make sure his friends were aware of the appointment and to be on their best behavior, he departed, leaving Harry once again to his thoughts. He knew that Umbridge was coming to the school to cause trouble for him, but somehow the thought did not bother him. They had had challenges throughout their time at Hogwarts, after all, and they would face and overcome this one as they had all the others. No, it was his friends, and his betrothed, who caused him greater concern. They would be targets in order to get at him. He was determined to protect them. No one would hurt his friends to get at him. The day before their return to Hogwarts, Hermione had a visitor. She had left the breakfast room, and had returned to her own room to mull over the changes this summer had wrought in her relationships and in the lives of her friends. It had been eventful and, but for the quick action of her closest friend and the timely intervention of some adults, the outcome may very well have been tragic. But what was done, after all, and she supposed there was no sense in belaboring the issue. The residents of the manor were due to depart for Diagon Alley that morning to purchase the final supplies for the students' return to school, and Hermione was looking forward to the trip. She knew her friends would tease her for her excitement, but she had always enjoyed the excursion. Returning to school had always been an exciting time for Hermione, and the opportunity to learn, not to mention the chance to browse through Flourish and Blots and purchase more books, was something which had always given her great pleasure. Oh yes, she reflected, Harry and Fleur would certainly tease me about my book habits. Especially Harry, knowing her best out of all her friends as he did, though his teasing would be gentle and playful, not the mean-spirited and spiteful bullying she had endured as a young child. Harry would never hurt her, not intentionally, anyway. When the knock sounded on the door, she called out permission, and was unsurprised to see Fleur step in through the door. In addition to being intelligent, Hermione was also highly observant, and she had not missed the serious glances Fleur had been directing at her, not only since the announcement of her betrothal had been made, but especially in the past few days. She knew that Fleur would have witnessed the close camaraderie which existed between herself and her best friend, if she had not already heard of their friendship while at Hogwarts the previous year. Hermione had been expecting for some time now to have to reassure her best friend's betrothed of the exact state of their relationship. Hermione smiled and invited Fleur to seat herself on the edge of the bed. To be honest, Hermione was not certain why the blonde witch would be concerned. She was beautiful, after all, and had far more than her share of attributes to keep the attention of any young man. Hermione, though her confidence had been growing, still thought of herself as a mousy little bookworm. What could Fleur possibly have to worry about? Shaking her head at such thoughts, Hermione concentrated on her friend. They exchanged small talk for several moments, and Hermione noted with amusement Fleur's attempts to keep the conversation lighthearted and friendly. But Hermione had come to know her in the time they had spent together and was aware that something was bothering her. The French witch, though she generally had good English pronunciation, much better than she had shown at the tournament, had a habit of slipping into a much more noticeable French accent when she was nervous or excited. And as excitement was not evident in her manner, Hermione could only conclude that Fleur was nervous about something. Hermione, I wanted to ask you something, Fleur finally said after their conversation had gone on for some moments. Of course, was Hermione's answer. Fleur fidgeted for a moment longer before visibly screwing up her courage and looking Hermione directly in the eye. I wanted to know more of your relationship with Harry. What are your feelings for Harry? Smiling at the fact that she had read her friend so well, Hermione immediately thought to reassure her friend. Harry and I are the best of friends. And, like I said, Fleur, we are best friends, Hermione repeated, emphasizing the words. We are extremely close and I would do anything for Harry, I know he'd do anything for me too. But there is nothing more than that. We're completely platonic, Fleur, we've always been like siblings. Fleur actually snorted at that declaration, causing Hermione to narrow her eyes at her friend. But before she could respond, Fleur had already spoken. Hermione, she said gently, while reaching over to pat Hermione's hand, perhaps you are not aware of the specific powers of Vila, but I know that you are not telling me the truth. Whether you are lying to yourself or me matters little, but I want you to truly search your feelings and be as candid as you possibly can. It is very important. Most of the wizarding world considers Vila to be purely beings, but I can tell you that our magic is actually highly in tune with the power of love. I can feel the connection between you and Harry, Hermione, and there is no denying it. Please be truthful. Throughout Fleur's speech, Hermione felt her horror and mortification building to almost unbearable levels. Fleur knew her secret. How would she ever live it down? How would she even get the other girl to ever trust her again? She knew she was caught. Only the truth would get her out of her predicament. I do have feelings for Harry, Hermione acknowledged while hanging her head in shame. I didn't realize it until this summer after he was already betrothed to you, but I do care for him. But Fleur, she pleaded, you have to believe me, I told you that our relationship is completely platonic, and I swear that's all that it has ever been. We have never been anything but the best of friends to each other. Harry has never seen me that way, and I doubt he ever will. I've always been nothing more than a sister to him. The last was said slightly bitterly as, though Hermione wanted the best for her friend and truly wished to set Fleur's mind at ease, she did wish that Harry could have seen her as more than simply one of the guys. She was thus startled out of her morose thoughts when Fleur let out a snort, and descended into laughter. "You know," she managed in her mirth, "you English have a saying which fits the situation perfectly, love is blind." "What are you saying?" demanded Hermione with a frown. Still chuckling to herself, Fleur scooted over on the bed and draped an arm around Hermione's shoulders. "Hermione, you are just about the brightest person I have ever known, but when it comes to Harry, you have a blind spot the size of an acromantula. You think Harry will never have any feelings for you. Well, I can tell you that he does not see you as merely a sister." Hermione narrowed her eyes at Fleur and pulled away from her. "He's never given any indication of it. Teenager. Male. Clueless." Fleur's irreverent portrayal of Harry sent Hermione into her own spasm of giggles. She swatted at Fleur while trying to affect a stern expression. "Fleur, Harry's not that bad. He's not. He said those very words to me, you know." That got Hermione's attention. "You asked him about me." "Not exactly," Fleur said in a soothing tone. "We were talking about you, but I only asked him why he didn't take you to the Yule Ball if he didn't have a girlfriend and he thought as highly of you as he obviously does." That was his response. Hermione chewed on her lower lip thoughtfully. "Did he say anything else?" "He didn't need to, Hermione. I can sense his emotions, whether he admits them to himself or not." If anything, the confirmation of Harry's feelings, or at least Fleur's assertion of them, was almost more painful than the suspicion of their existence. It made her think of all the time they had spent together in the past, and the attraction which she had felt steadily growing, almost literally since the first time she had met him. She had known to a certain extent that Harry was not comfortable in expressing his emotions, certainly due in part to the way he had been treated by his relatives, but also because he simply was not an overly demonstrative person. Perhaps if she had taken the initiative and shown him how interested she was. But no, if anything, that would have made things even worse. If they had drawn closer in the way she had hoped, the enactment of that marriage contract would have torn him from her, in an even more painful way. Since the announcement, Hermione had done her best to accept the situation as there was nothing she could do about it, but she was never as inclined to curse his betrothal as she was at that moment. But it was what it was, and there was nothing she could do about it. She would not lose a friend with whom she had become very close, or risk Fleur telling her that she could not see Harry at all any longer. His friendship mattered too much to her for her to consider that, even if she would never be allowed to become anything more to him. "Be that as it may, it changes nothing," Hermione asserted. "Whatever Harry feels for me, he is far too noble to ever betray you like that. And you have nothing to worry about from me, Fleur." Hermione's throat constricted and she felt a hitch in her voice and the beginnings of tears forming in her eyes. Ruthlessly she forced herself to regain her composure and face her friend, who she noted was regarding her with a look of compassion. "I have realized that I have feelings for Harry, much as I would like to deny them. However, I would never dream of interfering in your relationship with him, and I know that you two will do well together. Trust me, Fleur, Harry's heart is so big and you are such a wonderful person, that I have no doubt that he will get over whatever feelings he has for me, and grow to love you in time." "Thank you, Hermione," said Fleur. "I am truly grateful that I have gained you and Harry for friends. In my past, close friends have been difficult to obtain, much less keep. However, I'd like to take this discussion a little further." Hermione frowned. Fleur's tone was completely calm, and she did not appear to be angry or even concerned with the fact that a female friend had just admitted to having feelings for her fiancé. What was she thinking? "I'm not sure there's anything more to talk about." "Indulge me, please," responded Fleur with a smile. "I'd like to know how much you know about wizarding marriage laws in this country. In fact, customs in the wizarding world are so old-fashioned, that I think you'll find little in the way of difference between the laws of any of the Western European countries." Cautiously, Hermione stared back at her friend. Fleur could not be speaking of the potential for Harry to have multiple wives, could she? "Hermione," Fleur said with a great deal of affection, "are you aware that Harry is not confined to only me as his wife? He has the ability to take another wife, as long as I approve." Shocked that she had guessed Fleur's intent, Hermione gaped at her friend. "Fleur," she stammered, "are you suggesting you would actually consider sharing Harry with someone else?" She conveniently ignored the fact that Fleur had not only suggested exactly that, but that she had suggested that she would share Harry with her. Ah, so you are aware. I have heard that, yes, Hermione snapped. You didn't answer my question. Let me guess, it was Ginevra Weasley who told you. Am I right? What does that have to do with it? Demanded Hermione. Nothing, Fleur admitted. But she may as well forget it. If I were to approve of a second wife, it certainly would not be her. The conversation was going off track, and Hermione was becoming frustrated with her friend. However, drawing upon her admittedly small well of patience, Hermione fixed her eye upon Fleur and defended her other friend. Ginny isn't a bad person, Fleur. No, but she is a bit of a fangirl. You, of all people, should know how much Harry hates his fame. I do, but Ginny is changing. When we spoke, I told her that she'd best try to be his friend, rather than attempting to be his second wife. Fleur snorted. Good advice. You still didn't answer my question, Fleur. And I still won't, the French witch responded with what Hermione considered to be an absolutely infuriating smirk. First, though I admit I'm already getting an idea of your opinion on the subject, can you tell me if you would consider sharing Harry with me? With narrowed eyes, Hermione glared at Fleur, before deciding that she would have her questions answered a lot more quickly if she gave in. To be completely honest, Fleur, I don't know, Hermione admitted. I mean, if I was enough in love with someone, I suppose it may be possible to share him with someone else, but I can't really say until I was in that position. I was raised to believe that such relationships are wrong, after all. Now, will you answer my question? The accompanying glare which Hermione directed at Fleur had apparently struck the French witch as amusing, as she started laughing immediately. Still somewhat put out with Fleur, Hermione snapped, Fleur, can you please be serious? I'm sorry, Hermione, Fleur said as her giggles faded away, to be replaced with a sober expression which was completely incongruous with her previously jocular attitude. You must understand that this is difficult for me as well, and I suppose my mirth is my way of dealing with the stress. Realizing at once that the older witch was not making fun of her, Hermione reached out and patted her hand. I'm not sure why we're having this conversation in the first place, Fleur. You have just become betrothed to Harry, and you're already trying to find a second wife for him. Perhaps you should try becoming comfortable with him first. Perhaps, said Fleur with a sigh. But everything I sense tells me a different story, Hermione. I believe you have some very deep feelings for Harry, and if I'm right, then separating you, even though the fault belongs to neither of us, would be a mistake. But I'm still only 15 years old, Fleur. Hermione said with exasperation. I'm a little young to have found the only man I'll ever love. Hermione's words were filled with sarcasm, and she fully intended to communicate to her friend the fact that she was still young and had plenty of time to find someone else. Unfortunately, the French witch's next words showed that she had not taken them in the way Hermione had intended. Perhaps not, Hermione. But there is nothing to say that you haven't found a lifelong love either. Yes, people develop emotionally and physically as we age, but there is nothing to say that the feelings of love one feels when young aren't as valid as though you had felt those emotions as an adult. Harry has an amazing capacity for love, Hermione, and everything I can sense from you both suggests that you are completely compatible, and already share a great depth of emotion. And I should inform you that I'm not the only one who has noted your closeness and compatibility. My mother has noticed as well, and confirms my observations. You and Harry are almost perfectly suited for one another. You would both be fools to throw the possibility of a relationship away. On one level, Hermione could not believe what her friend was suggesting. Fleur already had Harry sewn up, as it were, they were both bound by the contract her father and Sirius had enacted. Perhaps if she was trying to snare him and knew the only way to gain his interest was as part of a package deal, as it were, this discussion might make a little more sense. But then in that case, Hermione would by default hold the upper hand and would have little incentive to share him with Fleur. Surely there was more to this than Fleur simply believing that Harry and Hermione had feelings for each other. Fleur, would you please answer my question now? Hermione queried. You have asked me if I'd be willing to share Harry, and the line of discussion seems to suggest that you'd be willing to share him, but I haven't actually heard your feelings on the subject. Fleur sighed and looked away. Hermione, you must know that Veela have been prized in the past as mistresses or second wives, it's part of my heritage. And you are still avoiding my question, said Hermione with some exasperation. That is all in the past, Fleur, though, as you pointed out, the wizarding world is far behind the Muggle world socially. I'm certain that it has come far enough that you would not have to worry about being forced into that type of relationship. Will you not tell me why you are bringing this up, and what your feelings are on the subject? Do you really want to share Harry with me? Though the French witch kept her head bowed as she thought, Hermione could tell that she was considering her answer carefully. She wrung her hands together lightly and shook her head almost imperceptibly as the silence wore on. Though she was obviously agitated to a certain extent, Hermione did not interrupt her, knowing that she needed an answer from her friend. When she finally spoke, her voice was low, but also firm and confident. To be honest with you, Hermione, I never expected to be in such a situation. I understand the history of my heritage, but I have always intended to find a husband who would love only me, and I him. I think I've found a man I can love. Harry and I are very compatible, in a different way from you and him of course, but compatible nonetheless. Then why are we having this conversation? Asked Hermione gently. You have him, Fleur. By the terms of that contract he is yours. As you said, Harry has a great capacity to love others, and if you're as compatible as you seem to think, he will come to love you in no time. There is no reason for us to even discuss this. A sigh was Fleur's response. Perhaps you are right, but there is more at stake here than simply my own desires. Yes, I want to be happy in my life, but I also want Harry to be happy, and I cannot shake the feeling that Harry's happiness depends at least in part on you. You are his first love, his true love. I do not want him to come to resent me for keeping him from you. Hermione could not help but be touched by Fleur's selflessness and care for Harry. Fleur, I really don't think Harry would do that, though I am happy that you care for my best friend as much as you do. I do care for Harry very much, though I still do not know him well in many respects. However, there is still more at stake than simply Harry's happiness. I assume, given your penchant for research, that you have acquired some knowledge of Veela traits and characteristics. Blushing, Hermione acknowledged that she had, reflecting somewhat ruefully that her reputation had preceded her, either that or her friend was getting to know her very well already. But there wasn't a lot of information that I could find in any of my books. I thought I would look for some more information when we go to Flourish and Blots today. Fleur sniffed in disdain. Here, the only place you would find any information at all, would be in a book of magical creatures, and even then, it would likely be incomplete or wrong altogether. There is more accurate information available on the continent since there are many more Veela there, especially in France. To save time, I shall tell you. Veela are essentially humans with special characteristics, but when we have children we always breed true. Thinking it through, Hermione considered what she knew of Veela. She had precious little experience with them, limited to Fleur and her sister, and the Veela at the World Cup the previous year. And though the information she had been able to find was scarce, she had noted that there was a lack of any mention of male Veela. That would suggest, so Veela are always female? She asked out loud. And any male children of Veela are just ordinary boys. I thought you would figure it out, said Fleur with a nod of approval. You are correct, any female children I have will be Veela, while any males will be normal human men, though they likely will be quite attractive. However, there is another point that is very important to the present discussion. Veela women have great difficulty getting pregnant. A Veela with more than 2 children is a rarity, and only 1 child is not uncommon. Even more importantly, more than 90% of all children born to Veela are girls. And Harry is the last of his line, breathed Hermione, seeing the dilemma immediately. Exactly. If I am Harry's only wife, the chances are very good that the name Potter will die with him, which is one of the reasons why I am bringing this up. If he must have a second wife to carry on his name, why not a woman he already loves? If you were to become romantically linked to him in addition to me, there would be less jockeying for position by other ladies looking to snag themselves a piece of the boy who lived. Believe me, there are plenty of pureblood families out there who are not aligned with Voldemort, but who are knowledgeable enough about Veela, or have contacts on the continent who could divulge this information, who would believe that they would benefit by an alliance with House Potter. I doubt Harry could do better than you. You are loyal, brave, incredibly intelligent, and he is obviously attracted to you, not to mention that you know Harry the young man, and do not idolize Harry the legend. I consider you perfect for him, beyond your obvious compatibility. It all made sense, Hermione had to admit. Fleur's arguments were logical and well thought out, and though she was raised in a non-magical home and therefore did not consider the lack of a male heir to be an issue, she was her parents' only child. After all, she did know that in magical society it was a very big deal in many respects. It all boiled down to whether she could share a husband with another woman, know that a piece of his heart and body was owned by someone else. Could she do it? At the moment, she knew herself well enough to know that she could not answer that question truthfully. She would need a considerable amount of time to think about such a momentous decision. Then there was the question of her parents. What would they have to say about her marrying a man who had more than one wife? Her parents were not devout Christians by any means. They tended to be Christmas and Easter Anglicans more than anything else, observing the traditions during those special times, and then ignoring religion for the rest of the year. However, they had been raised in Western society where plural marriage was considered to be immoral. She could not truthfully predict what their reaction would be, but she knew that they would not be completely happy at the very least. Ultimately, they would likely accept it, much as they had finally accepted the fact that she was a witch. Even more frightening was the fact that she had felt herself slipping away from her parents over the years by the simple fact that she was a witch. This was just another thing which would potentially drive the wedge between them even deeper. Your arguments do make sense, she said at last, speaking very slowly, while taking her time to think of her words and determine exactly what she wished to say. I do understand, Fleur, but while part of me wants to jump at the chance, there are things which are holding me back. Fleur regarded her compassionately, and when she spoke, her voice was very soft and affectionate. Hermione, I'm not asking you to commit to a lifetime with Harry at this very moment. You are still very young as you pointed out, and it is still very early for you to be making such an important decision in your life. But I did not wish to put off the conversation for two reasons. The first is that I want you to think about it. Regardless of what my senses tell me, there is no guarantee that you and Harry would have decided to be together even if I was not a part of the equation. Vila powers only tell us certain things, and do not give us clairvoyance, or take into account another's free will. My betrothal to Harry obviously complicates a potential romantic relationship with him. I understand your hesitation and want you to have plenty of time to think about it before you make a decision. The second reason is that I wanted to prevent you from making a mistake and settling for someone who is wholly unsuited to you in your sorrow over losing Harry. That would make you miserable, and I like you far too much for you to waste your life in that manner. Though Fleur did not name any names, Hermione knew that she was speaking of Ron, and truthfully, she could not say that Fleur was wrong. Hermione truly did like Ron. Most of the time, he was a good and loyal friend, and even when he did allow his jealousy to get the better of him, he could be counted on to come around eventually. But Hermione also knew that regardless of whatever feelings Ron had for her, a romantic relationship between them would never last. Their bickering, divergent goals and priorities, and completely opposite personalities would be a recipe for disaster. Fleur's words, if nothing else, further clarified this in her mind. She and Ron as a couple would never happen. I understand, was what she said out loud. I will think about it. That is all I can ask. The Hogwarts Express. To generations of Hogwarts students, the big, red engine had symbolized new beginnings, adventure, and the return to the venerable and distinguished institution, one, which Jean-Sébastien Delacour had to admit, rivaled and surpassed even that of the beloved school of his youth. There was also, he supposed, a sort of conceited arrogance about the old engine, especially in its location. Hidden away in one of the busiest stations in the country, the platform and the entire railway line up to the magical town in Scotland was almost a physical manifestation of the wizarding world thumbing its nose at the Muggle world. In essence, it was a sneering example of what wizards could do under the very noses of the Muggles, an example of what their magic could accomplish and how there was nothing the Muggles could do to stop them. In an age where almost instantaneous travel could be initiated by those in the wizarding world, the Express was a lasting image to the British magical public, not to mention a leftover anachronism to a world which had largely progressed past the point of needing it. Beauxbatons, for example, had a large flow reception area in its main hall where the students would arrive on the first day of classes, and subsequently return home on the days when school was let out. Of course, as it would be inadvisable at best to allow young school students access to an instantaneous method of traveling, the flow connections were shut down for the bulk of the school year, and all travel through them was heavily supervised by the staff when they were open. However, knowing as he did the importance of symbols in everyday life, Jean-Sebastian supposed that maintaining the express was a worthwhile endeavor. Not all traditions became defunct simply because a better way had been developed. And looking at the excitement on the faces of the assembled students told him that they at least did not consider the express to be redundant. Of course, the one part of the express with which Jean-Sebastian was not enamored, was the fact that the students spent several hours traveling between London and Hogsmeade with very little supervision outside that of the student leaders themselves. And given what Harry had told him about some of the goings-on during the journey, specifically those involving the confrontations with the Malfoy scion which appeared to happen every time they traveled to or from the school, Jean-Sebastian could not be entirely comfortable. Still, the children are very capable and responsible, he mused to himself. The Malfoy boy may be a bit of a hothead, but Harry, especially with Fleur's backing, can certainly handle him. The way I understand it, he's been handling the boy for years. The thought was comforting. Fleur, despite what the British wizards generally thought was her failure at the Triwizard, was a supremely capable and powerful witch. They would have each other, not to mention their friends, to provide support and protection. The power and capacity of a talented, determined and united group of friends could not be underestimated. As they stepped through the barrier, the three teens made their way to the train and settled their belongings into a compartment before rejoining the three Delacours who were not leaving for Hogwarts. Gabrielle was still a little upset that she would not be accompanying her sister and her hero on their adventure, to say their final goodbyes. Neville, Luna, Harry exclaimed as they stepped down from the train coach. The two friends arrived and were greeted warmly by the party, though the greetings were a little understated. They had only parted 2 days earlier, after all. Once the greetings had been completed, the two new arrivals boarded the train to leave their belongings in the compartment their three friends had already secured. "Harry, where are the Weasleys?" Fleur suddenly asked, while peering around the platform. Clearly amused, Hermione and Harry shared a glance. Then Harry looked at his watch, a clearly exaggerated gesture, before returning his gaze to Fleur and meeting her eyes with a look of mischief. "They should be showing up about 10 minutes from now." Perplexed, Fleur glanced down at her own watch. "But the express will depart in 10 minutes. By now the two best friends were sniggering under their breaths, causing Fleur no small amount of exasperation, Jean-Sebastian noted. "Fleur, the Weasleys are known for being a little tardy," said Harry between laughs. "They'll come bustling in just before the train departs," added Hermione. "They do this every year. Everyone who has ridden the train since Bill started school knows about them and looks forward to the show." The three shared a laugh, after which Harry launched into the story of how they arrived at the last moment for his second year, and how he and Ron had found the portal closed to them. But as amusing as the story was, Jean-Sebastian found his mind wandering. As he had already told himself, they were extremely capable young people, but he could not help but worry, especially with Umbridge in residence at the venerable castle. He did not doubt that the woman would seize the first opportunity to spew her vitriol at his eldest daughter. Jean-Sebastian scowled at the thought. He would have the woman's head if she behaved with anything other than the most professional conduct. The group's discussions were interrupted by the train's whistle, signaling that the departure was 5 minutes away. Immediately hugs were exchanged, farewells spoken, and Jean-Sebastian took the opportunity for a last piece of instruction for the departing teens. "Have a good time at school," he admonished. "And remember, if Umbridge should try anything at all, speak with your headmaster. You can contact me for anything, and I will give you whatever help you require." Fleur stepped over to hug him and say her farewells. Jean-Sebastian enveloped her in his arms, reflecting that this was the last time that she would be leaving for school. After this year, she would have graduated, and be ready to enter the larger adult world. A lump formed in his throat as he retreated to arm's length and gazed into the face of his beautiful daughter. "I am very proud of you, Fleur," he said through slightly misty eyes. "Thank you, Papa," was her response. She paused for a moment before she spoke again. "I want you to know that I am very pleased with my situation, Papa. I was a little upset about the betrothal, since you never even saw fit to inform me of its existence. I was worried it would not work out. But I think it has all been for the best. I think I will be very happy with Harry." Jean-Sebastian's smile was one of relief. He had wrestled with the decision for some time, not wishing to take his beloved daughter's chance at happiness away, before he had finally determined to enact the marriage contract. The fact that everything he had heard about Harry was positive had been a great relief, as he felt the young man would treat Fleur well. But that did not guarantee her happiness. That she was getting along with the young man so well was exactly what he wished to hear. "I am glad to hear it," he finally answered. "I too think you will do well together. Just remember to confide in one another, look out for one another, it will draw you closer together, and make your transition even easier." "We both will, Papa. Harry is very protective of his friends, and I know that he will be watching out for me as much as I will be for him." Jean-Sebastian separated from his daughter, and once the general goodbyes had been said, the three teenagers boarded the train. Jean-Sebastian was amused as the prediction regarding the Weasleys proved true, as moments before the train began the long journey, the family scurried onto the platform and the four youngest instantly ran for the train. He shared an amused glance with Fleur through the window, as the train gave a lurch, and slowly began to move down the tracks. "Is it just me, or has this year been the hardest to let go of her?" Apolline asked as they waved farewell to the children. "It's her last year of school," was Jean-Sebastian's simple reply. "This time next year she will be looking for a job. She's all grown up. That makes me feel so old." Amused, Jean-Sebastian put his arm around his wife's shoulders. "My dear, you are still every bit as beautiful today as you were the day I first saw you. And we are not so very old yet, you know. We are not so very young, either," came the grumpy voice of his wife. A daughter all grown. She looked down at her younger daughter, who was peering up at her parents with a quizzical expression on her face. "And this little one will be following in her sister's footsteps before long," she continued with a smile and a hug for Gabrielle. "So she will," Jean-Sebastian agreed, as he steered his wife and daughter from the platform. "But not today. How long does it take to get to Hogsmeade, Harry?" "About 8 hours, give or take," was Harry's reply. Harry regarded his new betrothed with a hint of a smile evident on his face. Fleur's demeanor reminded him of himself on his first journey to Hogwarts, excited and thrilled at the new experience, yet with a hint of trepidation at the unknown. Of course Fleur had been to Hogwarts before, she had spent most of the previous year at the school, after all. However, this was different. It was the first time she had ridden the express for one thing. Perhaps it was more mundane than the method she had used the previous year. It was difficult to top a journey made in some fancy Cinderella carriage pulled by flying horses, but the journey via the express was a magical experience in its own right. Most importantly, however, she was returning to Hogwarts as a student, not a visitor, and that made all the difference for the young woman. Harry was well aware of her insecurities, they had talked enough for him to understand them, regardless of the fact that she had never openly declared what was worrying her. But he knew that she fretted that her experience at Hogwarts would end up much the same way as it had at Beauxbatons, plenty of acquaintances but no close friends. She feared that she would forever be set apart by her heritage. She need not have worried, as Harry was certain nothing could be further from the truth. For starters, Harry would be by her side, and he knew that his friends would accept her for the simple fact that he did. That by itself should be recommendation enough for her to form friendships of her own. In addition, she had already made the acquaintance of several of her fellow students, and the Weasley twins were in her year as well, and should smooth her transition and help her gain acceptance of the others in their year. The only concern was where she would end up sorted. Thus far Professor Dumbledore had not made any mention of how or when she would be placed in a house. Even so, Harry was certain she would end up with him in Gryffindor, though he knew she would do well in Ravenclaw, with her intelligence. Gryffindor, however, made the most sense, as there she would find greater acceptance than anywhere else. The conversation for the first part of the journey was pleasant and animated. Ron and Ginny had joined them in their compartment, along with Luna and Neville, and though it made for a slightly cramped compartment, the company was good, and none of the friends saw fit to complain. The Weasley twins had stopped in to say hello as the train left, but they immediately left to search for their partner in crime, Lee Jordan, no doubt discussing the mayhem they were likely to create in this their final year at the school. Harry did not doubt that whatever they had in mind, it would not be dull. About a half hour into the journey, the party was interrupted by the train's loudspeaker. "Your attention please. All prefects will now assemble in the prefects' car for the prefects' meeting." As the only two prefects in the compartment, Harry and Hermione immediately grabbed their school robes. "You know, I've Always wondered how the loudspeaker works, when wizards don't know about Muggle electronics, much less have the ability or interest to make them, Harry said absently as he pulled his robes on over his head. Hermione rolled her eyes. You'd know if you had taken runes, Harry. It's all done with runes. It's like the lights and other devices you saw at my home, Harry, Fleur chimed in. The microphone they are using has a modified sonorous charm which instead of amplifying the sound, transmits it to a set of similar runes in each compartment. Those runes then amplify the sound. That's pretty ingenious, said Harry after a moment's thought. Fleur smiled. Thank you, Harry. The Muggles do have some marvelous things, but I dare say the magical world has its share of innovations. Sounds interesting. Harry then turned to Hermione who was busily tying her hair up in a French braid. I never knew runes were so versatile. Do you feel like tutoring me this year? Startled, Hermione's hand stilled in the middle of her efforts and she peered at him with some disbelief. You actually want to learn runes? Yeah mate, Ron chimed in. Why would you want to torture yourself with more studying, Harry? We're already taking a couple of electives. 2 electives we chose specifically because we thought they were easy, said Harry with a roll of his eyes. And what's wrong with that? Ron demanded. Nothing at all, Ron, if that's what you want to do. For myself, I figure I've skived off a little too much. I've got an insane madman after me, and I doubt he'll want to play Quidditch to the death when we finally meet. The comment prompted giggles from his companions, though Ron appeared to be alternating between amusement at the thought, and indignation at the way Harry spoke of his favorite sport. I think I need to be a little more studious and serious, Ron, said Harry, hoping to avoid offending Ron with his conciliatory words. Otherwise, I'll never be ready to face him. I know he's coming after me. He won't stop until one of us is gone, of that I am certain. And you think runes is going to help? Ron's voice held a certain amount of sarcasm, prompting Harry to consciously hold his temper in. This was Ron, after all, and though he was smart enough and was a good friend, studious he would never be. The important thing right now was to make certain Ron did not say anything to upset Hermione like he was prone to at times like these. He was working up to a comment about how he preferred that his best friend not become like the resident bookworm, if Harry were to guess. Not runes, specifically, Harry admitted. But I think a little extra effort in general would be good, and like I said, it sounds interesting. Well, how about it? He continued, turning to Hermione. Though her expression was suspicious, Hermione appeared pleased at Harry's interest. Sure Harry, if you'd like. I promise, Hermione. Hermione responded to his grin in like manner before she became all business. We better go, Harry. Nodding, Harry followed her from the compartment. The prefect's meeting was not exactly what Harry would call scintillating, but then again, he supposed it wasn't supposed to be. It was important, however, and Harry paid close attention to the instructions given by the head students, Roger Davies from Ravenclaw, who he remembered was Fleur's date from the Yule Ball, and Samantha Dewhurst, a pretty blonde from Hufflepuff. The fact that Hermione was listening intently was not a surprise. Harry fully expected her to take her duties as seriously as she did anything else. Knowing she expected the same from him, and wanting to live up to his newfound maturity, Harry was determined to emulate her. Unfortunately, he found upon entering the car that Malfoy had also been made a prefect. It was not exactly a surprise, though, considering just how much Snape favored the blonde Ponce. He said nothing throughout the whole of the meeting, yet his smirk at both Harry, and sometimes Hermione, seemed to suggest that he knew something which they did not. Harry ignored him. It was either that, or Hex the Death Eater spawned to oblivion, and he did not think the head students would appreciate the disruption to their meeting, not to mention the mess to clean up after. Suppressing a laugh at the image, Harry returned Malfoy's smirk in an even more insolent manner, allowing it to become wider when the other boy's countenance darkened. He then decided he had had enough fun antagonizing the little git, and focused his attention back on the meeting. As luck would have it, the Gryffindor prefects were assigned the first patrols from junior to senior, meaning that Harry and Hermione would have the first patrol. They left the compartment, ignoring Malfoy's glare, and made their way to the front of the train where they would start their patrol. It too was somewhat uneventful as, other than admonishing a couple of first years to stop horsing around, they could find nothing else wrong. The other students were either too well behaved, or too adept at hiding what they were doing to be caught. They made their way back to their compartment after their patrol was complete, and the rest of the trip passed uneventfully until they were nearing their destination. No trip on the Express could truly be complete, Harry reflected, without a visit from Malfoy and cronies. This year's version happened during the last 90 minutes of the journey, and as the Slytherins had been assigned the final patrol slots, Harry suspected that the blonde git had timed his appearance during his own patrol rounds, so as not to be caught by any of the other prefects, not that any of the other Slytherins would do much more than cheer him on. Harry had just begun a discussion with Ron about the upcoming Quidditch Cup, when the doors to the compartment snapped open, and Malfoy walked in, his face stretched in a most unpleasant grin. He was flanked, as always, by his faithful bodyguards. Out in the hallway, Pansy Parkinson looked on with a superior smirk on her face. Well, if it isn't Potty and his merry band of misfits, said Malfoy with a sneer. Ah, now all is right with the world again, Harry returned. It wouldn't truly seem right to go all the way to Hogsmeade without a visit from the ferret and the gorillas, with the pug tagging along for good measure. What is this? Has the zoo been allowed on the Express when I wasn't looking? Everyone in the compartment laughed, with the exception of the Slytherins. Crabbe and Goyle appeared confused, while Parkinson and Malfoy flushed in anger, though neither deigned to respond. He only stuck his nose higher in the air. I certainly couldn't have missed the lot of you. The stench of lesser beings was evident from the moment we entered the car. Letting out a long-suffering sigh, Harry affixed an unfriendly eye upon the Malfoy heir. Ferret, did you know that Malfoy, in French means bad faith? Do you think that some event in your family's background caused you to be saddled with that unfortunate moniker? Although, I must admit, it does fit you rather well. His face almost purple with rage, Malfoy took what he probably thought was a menacing step forward. You filthy half-blood. How dare you insult a pureblood of my standing and pedigree? Ferret, your family was still herding sheep in France when my family had been established as a leading family in England centuries earlier. That's the reason why your criminal father doesn't have a Wizengamot seat, he's still considered an outsider by British pureblood standards. Harry smiled at Malfoy's rage, thanking Sirius for his brief lessons on the history of the leading English magical families. Malfoy may not know it, but the only reason his father had any influence at all was because of his money, and the fear his support for Voldemort engendered. It was truly amusing to see the little git stew in his own juices, his mouth working ineffectually, but Harry was becoming rather tired of the confrontation and wanted to enjoy the rest of the trip in peace. You know, bad faith, Harry continued conversationally after a few moments, every year you strut in here like you own the place, leading these two brainless baboons around by the nose, and every year you end up fleeing the scene with your tail between your legs. Why don't you do us both a favor, save yourself whatever dignity you may have left, and leave now before you're humiliated yet again? The color of Malfoy's face reminded Harry of Uncle Vernon in full rage. He surprised Harry, however, by maintaining his temper and sneering once again. You know, Potty, I know you're nothing more than a half-blood, but I didn't think even you could stoop this low. I mean, it's bad enough that you lower yourself to associating with mudbloods. He gestured disdainfully at Hermione, and Squibs, but Delacour. That whore isn't even human. Incensed did not even begin to cover Harry's emotions. He sprang up from his seat and shot off two body binds in rapid succession, locking up Crabbe and Goyle. The bookends fell to the floor before they even knew what hit them. Another quick spell disarmed the Slytherin, while another slammed the door behind Malfoy closed, and all before Malfoy could even think to reach for his wand. Then Harry grabbed Malfoy by the front of his shirt and slammed him up against the door, his forearm pressed against the boy's throat, a grim frown on his face. You don't seem to understand me, bad faith, Harry ground out, so I suppose I'll have to be explicit. I'm not interested in your bigoted beliefs, or your whiny inferiority complex, nor am I interested in continually being baited by you. I'm not going to put up with your garbage this year, Ferret. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from me and all my friends. Malfoy's eyes blazed and he struggled against Harry's grip, but Harry had all the leverage and would not give him any room to move. When my father hears, he rasped, until Harry cut him off. And that is why I have no respect for you, Ferret. The first sign of trouble and you go running for Daddy. Perhaps sometime you should learn to fight your own battles. Or perhaps this is something they teach in Death Eater school. Do all of Daddy's cronies go running to Voldemort when the going gets rough? Calling on all his disdain and disgust for the inbred twit, Harry pulled out his best impression of the elder Malfoy's cultured voice. "How dare you defy me? When the Dork Lord hears of this." Ignoring the laughter from the rest of the group, Harry focused his attention on Malfoy, noting the almost purple hue of his face, though whether that was due to anger or the pressure on his throat, Harry could not be certain. "Just remember, bad faith, you've never managed to beat me and you never will. You're welcome to try, though, any time you like." A quick swish of his wand, and the door sprang open, spilling the Malfoy heir into the hallway where he collided with Parkinson, who had been banging on the door, demanding alternately that Harry release Draco, and that he open the door. The almost comic look of disbelief on her face when she went down with Malfoy sprawled on top of her was priceless. A couple of levitation charms later, and all 4 Slytherins had been dumped in the hallway in a tangle of limbs. Harry then shut the door, locking it behind him, while he pulled the shade to give them some privacy. Predictably, it was Ron who spoke first. "Mate, that was bloody brilliant." Chuckling, Harry acknowledged his friend with a grin, before turning to the rest of them, with a more serious demeanor. "I meant what I said, that little prick better stay away from us this year. If he tries anything, hex first and ask questions later." "But Harry, you could get into trouble for that," Hermione responded. "It's not that he doesn't deserve it, but do you really want to run the risk of getting detention or worse?" This coming from the girl who bloodied his nose in 3rd year? Asked Harry rhetorically. Hermione blushed at the reference, though he thought he detected a small smirk as well. Surprisingly, it was Neville who answered for the entire group. "Hermione, the reason Malfoy gets away with as much as he does is because there are no consequences for his behavior. Snape ignores his actions, and Malfoy is clever enough that he hides them when any of the other teachers are around. If he starts feeling the consequences of his actions from those he is trying to bully, then maybe he'll think twice before doing it again." "Exactly, Neville," Harry said, saluting the other boy. "Though I doubt Malfoy is smart enough to understand enough to leave us alone, I say we practice Moody's mantra, constant vigilance. But we also need to remember not to allow the enemy to get the upper hand. Don't start anything, but if he does start something, make certain you finish it." A general agreement met his declaration, though Hermione's was perhaps a little subdued. Seeing this, Harry sat down next to her. "I don't intend to start a fight with him, Hermione," he said softly. "But I will not allow him to continue to insult my friends or my betrothed." He glanced up at Fleur and smiled at her, which she returned. "For my part, Harry, I agree. He'll just get worse the older he gets if you don't teach him that he can't get away with it." "All right, Harry," Hermione finally agreed. "But don't go looking for trouble." Harry allowed an injured frown to come over his face. "I go looking for trouble? Hermione, you wound me." The general laughter in the car once again dispelled the serious mood, and the friends returned to their light-hearted banter, until the announcement of their arrival. Fleur had initially pushed back when her friends suggested she would be as wide-eyed as a first year upon going to Hogwarts this year, making it plain to all her friends that it was not as though she had never before been to Hogwarts. What she had not counted on, however, was the fact that the famed old castle was well able to surprise and awe virtually anyone, especially one who was entering it for the first time as an actual member of its student population. From the station, and the long train ride, to the carriages which they boarded to journey to the castle, everything felt far more magical to Fleur than she felt it should have, being, as she was, as 7th-year student on the cusp of adulthood. But there was nothing to be done. She found herself impressed all over at the grandeur of it all, and excited for the coming year, much to the amusement of her companions. Exiting the station, the group of friends stepped down from the platform and made their way to the waiting carriages which would take them the final distance to their destination. While they were waiting in queue, however, her fiancé stared ahead at the gathered carriages, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What are those things pulling the carriages?" Almost as one, the group followed his gaze. Confused, Fleur glanced back at her betrothed. There was nothing in front of the carriages. They appeared to be propelled by some sort of magic. "There's nothing in front of the carriages, Harry," Hermione told her friend gently. "Yes there are, Hermione," Harry disagreed. "They look like big scaly horses, with wings folded along their backs." "Oh, those are Thestrals," the voice of Luna Lovegood piped up. Now, in the time that they had spent training and associating with one another, the group had become intimately familiar with Luna and her odd ways. Her proclamations regarding fantastical creatures such as nargles, nifflers, and crumple-horned snurkaks, among others, were well known to the group. And though they truly liked her and had quickly come to consider her a good friend, her pronouncements were still somewhat confusing. At times, they did not truly know how to take the little blonde. "What are you on about, Luna?" Ron demanded. "There's nothing there." Luna turned her gaze upon Ron, more focused than was her wont, Fleur noted, and chided him. "Just because you cannot see them, Ronald, doesn't mean they don't exist. Thestrals are invisible to all but those who have seen death. Then that means since I saw Cedric die at the third task last year." Harry's voice trailed off as he was clearly remembering the events of that horrible night. Fleur reached out and took his hand, imparting what comfort she was able, while Luna addressed Harry. "Yes, Harry, that would qualify. Cedric was such a nice boy." "Then why can you see them, Luna?" Neville asked. "My mother died when I was 9, responded the girl. "I was there." "I'm sorry to hear that," was Neville's response, as he reached out to take her hand. Luna smiled up at him, but she did not remove her hand from his. The group waited in silence until they boarded the carriages. Fleur's thoughts centered upon her betrothed. Harry had not spoken much of the night he had seen Cedric die, but she knew that it still had the power to affect him. As they entered the carriage, she took up position to Harry's right, never letting go of his hand, while Hermione bracketed her friend on the other side. Fleur raised a knowing eyebrow at her friend, which Hermione ignored, before Neville, Ron and Luna entered and took their positions on the other seat. Fleur noted idly that Neville and Luna had not released each other's hands. The mood lifted, however, as they approached the castle, and Fleur, still excited as she was, peered forward, eager to catch a first glimpse at the famous building. Harry favored her with an indulgent smile, but Fleur was too excited to do more than return it somewhat breathlessly. "Maybe Fleur should have ridden in the boats with the firsties," Ron commented with a grin. "And why is that, Mr. Weasley?" asked Fleur with an uplifted eyebrow. "The boats carry first years to an underground grotto where they wait for the sorting," Harry explained. "The boats are kind of cool, but the most spectacular thing is the first sight of the castle as you round the point on the lake. I've never seen anything so awe-inspiring in my entire life. Then I'm sorry I've missed it." "That should be our goal for this year, then," said Neville. "We'll build a boat and sail her round the head at dusk so Fleur can see the castle from the lake." As the friends laughed, Fleur looked archly at the young man. "Thank you, Neville, but I think part of the mystique is the first glimpse of the castle. I have already seen it, after all." "True enough," said Hermione. "But it's still worth seeing if you get the chance." The carriage stopped in front of the castle and the 6 friends disembarked, meeting up with their friends who had ridden in different carriages. As a group they strode into the entrance hall, making their way through the milling mass of students. At one point Fleur noticed the blonde Slytherin from earlier staring at them with some displeasure, but he made no comment, merely pointedly turning his back on them with an exaggerated flourish. "Looks like something I said may have finally penetrated through Malfoy's rock-hard skull." Fleur glanced questioningly at Harry. He pointed toward a tall man with dark hair and black robes who was currently glaring at them with some disdain. In previous years Malfoy would have gone directly to Snape with tales of how I mistreated him. But with Snape just standing there, I guess he hasn't. Maybe he wants to turn over a new leaf and start living up to his potential of a bully who doesn't go running to daddy or his head of house at the first sign of trouble. "Oh Harry," Hermione said with a roll of her eyes, "don't even joke about something like that. Malfoy is bad enough the way he is, he'd be 10 times worse if he actually grew a backbone and acquired some competence." Harry chuckled and winked at her, while Fleur merely smiled. She had seen Malfoy in action and could not help but agree with their assessment of the boy. And as for Snape, she had already been warned many times over by members of the entire group. She expected nothing less from the man than the treatment to which he routinely subjected Harry. However, with her father as a protector this year, Snape had better watch his behavior. Jean-Sebastian Delacour was not one to put up with the kind of nonsense for which the man was infamous. The group moved further into the hall, and had reached the massive doors to the Great Hall when they were stopped by the diminutive charms Professor Fleur remembered from the previous year. "Miss Delacour, welcome to Hogwarts." "Thank you, Professor, I am happy to be here." And I am certain that Hogwarts is happy to have stolen such a bright and talented witch from our counterparts in Beauxbatons. You will be a credit to our school, to be sure." He leaned close and conspiratorially, but in a stage whisper, said, "I know perhaps you are hoping to be sorted in the same house as your betrothed, but you should consider the house of the intelligent. We would be pleased to have you join us." "Are you attempting to influence a prospective student, Professor?" asked Hermione with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Professor Flitwick grinned at her. "Certainly not, Miss Granger, though now that you mention it, I believe there is another present who should have ended up in my house." "Oh no, Professor," Luna chimed in. "I think Hermione ending up in Gryffindor was for the best." "You are probably right at that," Flitwick replied with a sigh. "But that doesn't stop me from wishing it were different. In any case, my errand here is not a social one," he continued. "I have been instructed by the headmaster to convey Miss Delacour to his office for her sorting. He feels there is no need to make a spectacle of your sorting in front of the entire school." "Yes, sir," Fleur agreed, before turning to her companions. "Harry, Hermione, will you come with me also? If that is acceptable, Professor." "No problem at all, Miss Delacour, I'm sure the support will be more than welcome." "We'll take her there, Professor," stated Harry. "I'm sure we know the way." Flitwick laughed. "I'm sure you do, Mr. Potter. In that case, I will resume my normal duties. Please hurry along, as we do not wish to delay the sorting of the first years." With that, Flitwick departed. Harry turned to the rest of the group. "Please save us places, we'll be back shortly." As the group nodded and departed, Fleur noted that no one called Harry on his assumption that she would be sitting at Gryffindor table with the rest of them. Perhaps it was because she would be sitting with him regardless of whether she was sorted in the same house or not. The trip up to the headmaster's office was accomplished in silence, and when they arrived, the gargoyle guarding the door immediately moved to the side and allowed them to step on the revolving stair. They soon reached the top, and entered through the open door, to find Dumbledore sitting behind his desk, with Professor McGonagall perched on one of the chairs to the side. "Ah, Miss Delacour," greeted the headmaster. He gestured to a chair situated directly in front of his desk. "Please have a seat and we will begin. And as for you, Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore with a barely concealed smirk, "I suppose you felt you had to accompany your betrothed to ensure she was sorted in the proper place." "Of course, Headmaster," said Harry with an answering grin. "I wouldn't want my fiancée to have to live with the snakes, after all." The headmaster chuckled, while McGonagall looked on with amusement. But it was a ratty old hat sitting on the headmaster's desk that responded. "That will be quite enough, Mr. Potter," said the hat. "Just because you had a bad experience with a future Slytherin and didn't want to be sorted into that house, doesn't mean you control me. Miss Delacour will be placed in the house in which she would be most suited, I assure you, regardless of your juvenile wishes." Fleur gaped at Harry with astonishment. Not only was she surprised at the sight of her betrothed being chastised by a hat, but the fact that it had almost played him in Slytherin of all places was a revelation. She regarded Harry, noting that Hermione had an identical expression of shock on her face. Harry shrugged and grinned cheekily. "What can I say? I met Malfoy on the train and didn't want to be anywhere near him. I asked the hat not to put me in Slytherin, and given what I have to put up with from the little prick ever since then, it was the right choice." "Mr. Potter," exclaimed Professor McGonagall, though to Fleur's eyes she did not appear to be overly scandalized. At the same time, the hat snorted with some exasperation. "I still say you could have aspired to greatness in Slytherin, though I will admit that it was a toss-up between Slytherin and Gryffindor. I suppose you have done well there too." "Thanks." Harry's response was more than a little sarcastic. "Though this is perhaps a most interesting discussion," interjected the headmaster, "we should move on to what are here for." Indicating her readiness, Fleur waited while McGonagall, receiving a nod from Headmaster Dumbledore, retrieved the hat and placed it upon her head. Suddenly, Fleur felt a presence in her mind. "It is a pleasure to finally be able to sit upon your head, Miss Delacour." Fleur laughed. "I'm not sure what I expected, but I don't think it was this." "Well, how could I have come to know your strongest characteristics if I was unable to see in your mind and communicate with you? Should I instead sort you based on the color of your hair, or perhaps you should just tell me where you want to go? Would we save time that way, do you think?" It worked for Mr. Potter, after all. "You're rather sarcastic for a hat." The hat gave the equivalent of a mental shrug. My creator patterned me after his own personality, and Godric was as sarcastic as anyone I've ever met. I have developed my own brand of cynicism, though it comes from sitting on the heads of every snot-nosed 11-year-old to come through this institution for the past 1,000 years. I can see how that would affect you, Fleur responded politely. I'm sure you can. In fact, I must say it is rather refreshing to be perched on the head of someone a little more mature. I can certainly do without all the pubescent hormones, emotional uncertainty, and the perpetual angst of the unknown which exists in the minds of most of those upon whose heads I have been perched. Now, shall we have a look and place you in your proper house? Though speaking with the hat was amusing, its particular brand of sarcastic cynicism was beginning to grate on her. Please. The hat went silent for a moment, before it began musing to itself in her head. Most intriguing. I see you have an impressive intelligence, more than enough to see you in the house of Ravenclaw, though perhaps it is not your defining characteristic. You do have some ambition, though again not as strong as some of your other traits. Regardless, that particular house would obviously not accept you, so the point is moot. You are loyal in the right circumstances, so Hufflepuff is a possibility. However, yes, you have courage aplenty, not only to stand up for who you are, but for the trials you've faced in your life. Then, at the second task, though you were terrified, you faced your fears and competed. For that alone, you would do well in Gryffindor. Removing the hat from her head, Fleur smiled and thanked both of the professors. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in response. Well, Minerva, nothing more than I expected, Albus, replied the professor, a little smugly, Fleur thought. In fact, I believe I should have made that wager with you. I think not, responded Dumbledore. I believe I would have known better than to accept a bet of that kind. McGonagall laughed, then turned to face Fleur, a bright smile adorning her face. And let me welcome you to Gryffindor, Miss Delacour. I trust you will be a welcome addition to the house, and will fit in with all your friends. Thank you, Professor, responded Fleur, somewhat embarrassed at the praise. I will do my best to become a credit to the house. And I am sure you will, responded the deputy headmistress. However, I believe that we have a sorting ceremony to attend, and I would not wish to keep you all from your friends for any longer than is necessary. Let us go to the Great Hall now, shall we? The rest of the evening was somewhat of a blur for Fleur. Though the sorting proceeded in a pace, she could not say who was sorted where, other than that her new house had received the most students, almost 20 in number. Not that the other houses were ignored. Harry gave her to understand that this group of first years was by far the largest he had seen in his time at the venerable institution. The one thing which was quite clear in her mind when she thought about it later was what happened immediately after the headmaster's opening remarks and introductions. And if she had not already felt a rather large measure of distaste for the pink-clad woman sitting primly at the head table, looking down her nose at the assembled students, though Fleur privately thought the woman had sneered in the direction of their group more often than anywhere else, the woman's words would have provoked her dislike. Upon her introduction, Madame Umbridge stood and, after usurping the headmaster's position, proceeded to address the assembly. Students of Hogwarts, I thank you for the most gracious welcome you have given me. Indeed, I feel at home already amongst you all in this ancient institution. The members of their group all exchanged smirks with one another. If the woman truly considered the silent stares a warm welcome, then she was either witless or blind, not to mention deaf. My name is Dolores Umbridge, she continued, and I have the very great honor to be serving as your defense against the dark arts professor this year. I hope we shall accomplish many great things together in the days ahead. The woman stopped for a moment and gazed up at the ceiling, apparently deep in thought. The ministry has become very concerned about the standard of education taught at this august establishment in recent years, she continued slowly, once her period of introspection had passed. I am here to ensure the standards of instruction improve, but also to ensure you are taught the proper information which will allow you to succeed, without overwhelming you. I trust this will benefit you not only at Hogwarts, but also in your future life. But make no mistake, I intend to see that Hogwarts improves so that its graduates meet their potential. As a part of this, I have come to the understanding that certain students, here she directed a simpering glance in Harry's direction, have received preferential treatment. I assure you that every student in this school is, and is to be considered, equal, by all of the professors. She once again flashed her insipid and insincere smile at the students. Again, thank you, and I look forward to working with you all." The students were dismissed soon after Umbridge's statements, and though Harry and Hermione were busy directing the new first-year students to Gryffindor Tower, Fleur walked with the rest of their friends in the wake of the wide-eyed new students. "Is she for real?" said Ron, voicing the thought Fleur suspected they were all thinking. "For real or not, it's going to be an interesting year," said Neville ruefully. "Is it any different from usual?" said one of the twins. "Yeah, ever since Harry got here, every year has been interesting," said the other. Fleur simply took all this in stride, while gazing around at the castle. It was the first time she had been up to the Gryffindor dorms, and though she was not unfamiliar with Hogwarts, she was not certain she would be able to find her way again. The common room was garishly decorated in red and gold, in Fleur's opinion anyway, but exuded a warm, comfortable feeling despite being rather hard on the eyes. She was introduced to some of the other students, particularly the 7th years, and though she was warmly accepted by the twins' friend, Lee Jordan, she felt the typical reserve from the ladies. Even the 3 Gryffindor chasers appeared to be somewhat wary of her, even though they clearly had nothing but respect and affection for Harry. She knew that for the time being, until she proved herself, she was been accepted based on the recommendations of the members of their little group. And it was partially her fault, she suspected. They had likely seen her aloof act at the tournament and equated her with the spoiled and arrogant princess she showed to keep the world at bay. Still, it was much better than the almost blatant hostility she received from many of the other girls at Beauxbatons. With time, not to mention the girls' eventual understanding that she would not be attempting to steal any prospective boyfriends, not with Harry having already claimed her, she was sure they would become easier in each other's company. In all, she was happy with her first day at school. There would undoubtedly be challenges, but they would stick together and overcome them. The school year beginning in September 1995 was an oddity in that September the 1st was a Friday. As such, after the welcoming feast and the first night in the castle, the next 2 days fell on the weekend and first classes did not begin until Monday. That did not mean the days were uneventful, in fact, nothing could be further from the truth. As Angelina had been made the Quidditch captain that year, she had decided that she wanted to get the team squared away as soon as possible, so they could get down to practicing. This was her one chance to win the Quidditch Cup as the team's captain, as she would graduate the next June, and she wanted to make certain that she did everything in her power to ensure that Gryffindor prevailed. The one problem the Gryffindor Quidditch team would face that year was the loss of their keeper, Oliver Wood, who, it was rumored, was trying out for a professional team. Therefore, the position would need to be filled. If Wood's replacement was even marginally competent, Angelina felt her squad had a very good shot at winning the cup again that year, as the rest of the team was returning and had won the cup 2 years earlier, the previous year being cancelled due to the Triwizard Tournament. Therefore, on the day after the feast, the hopefuls of Gryffindor House all trooped down to the Quidditch pitch for the anticipated tryouts, and though everyone knew there was only one starting spot available, Angelina had insisted on there being fair tryouts for all positions, regardless of how long they had been on the team, or how secure their position was considered. Of course, the tryouts went almost exactly as expected. Fred and George Weasley were clearly the class of those who tried out and were named the team's beaters, while Katie Bell, Alicia Spinett along with Angelina Johnson were the team's chasers. The 3 girls had played together so long it seemed almost uncanny how well in tune they were with each other. Of course, Harry's position as seeker was secure, though an arrogant 6th year by the name of Cormac McLaggen had been bragging all the way to the pitch how he would take Harry's spot from him. But no one in the school could outfly Harry, and he caught the snitch in every trial. McLaggen was not best pleased, but he left the pitch in a huff once it became apparent he would not be making good on his boasts. The final position was taken by Ron Weasley. Ron had dreamed of the day when he would be able to make the Quidditch team since long before arriving at Hogwarts, and though the trial was somewhat anticlimactic, he was the only one to try out for the spot. He performed competently and was named the starting keeper. The one true surprise, however, was the reserve team. The usual suspects, such as Ginny Weasley and Dean Thomas, were again made reserves, but the fact that Fleur Delacour had also tried out and made the team as a reserve chaser, induced many raised eyebrows. It had all come about due to a discussion several days before the start of school. Harry. Turning to the person of his betrothed, Harry smiled. Yes. he asked, noting that she appeared nervous. They had been sitting in one of the rooms of the manor for the past hour, and though Harry had been leafing through his Transfiguration textbook for the coming year, it had not escaped his attention that she appeared a little nervous and out of sorts. She had been working up to this the whole time they had been in the room. "I'm just wondering," she began, her words coming out slowly, proclaiming her hesitance, "what are the others in my year at Hogwarts like?" "I only really know those in Gryffindor," Harry replied. He supposed he should have expected this to a certain extent. Fleur had not had a good history with others her own age, and she would undoubtedly be concerned about how she would be accepted. "Well, how are they then?" Fleur asked. "I suspect I'll end up there with you anyway." "What, you don't want to go in with the snakes?" Harry teased gently. "Oh, Harry, don't even suggest such a thing," Hermione exclaimed from where she had been following the conversation in a nearby chair. "But Hermione," Harry innocently replied, "you know that not all Slytherins are greasy bastards and slimy gits like Malfoy and Snape, right?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Of course I do. But the house does have a preponderance of bigots. Fleur would never fit in there." "Just Gryffindor house please," Fleur interjected, apparently attempting to get the conversation back on its original track. "Well, you've already met Fred and George. Lee Jordan is the other guy in 7th year and he's pretty laid back and fun. He spends a lot of time with the twins actually. So I should watch out for him then." Fleur asked with an arch of an eyebrow. "Is he likely to prank me too?" "Nah, Lee's cool. I think he sometimes helps the twins plan their pranks, but he generally lets them do the dirty work. Then you have Angelina and Alicia, they're on the Quidditch team too, along with me and the twins." "That's, the twins and me, Harry," Hermione corrected him. Harry merely grinned at her impishly, having known that she would try to correct his grammar. Hermione shook her head at him and turned to Fleur. "Angelina and Alicia are very nice, I think you'll get along well with them." Fleur nodded, but her distraction showed in her unfocused eyes. "I don't have a good history when it comes to making friends." "Just be yourself, Fleur," Hermione urged. "You'll be fine. Besides, you're hogtied to him," Hermione jerked a thumb at Harry, "so you shouldn't have any trouble with jealous girlfriends." "Hey," Harry protested, "I'll have you know that I'm considered to be a fine catch." "Methinks someone is obtaining a rather large head," Hermione said in a sing-song, teasing tone. "I know," Harry said, snapping his fingers. It was time to move this conversation away from the tangent in which it had proceeded. "You can fly pretty well, right?" "I am a witch, Harry," Fleur replied primly. "So is she," Harry retorted, returning Hermione's earlier gesture and pointing his thumb at her. "Be nice," Hermione said while reaching over to slap him on the shoulder. Harry could tell from her grin that she was taking his comment in the spirit in which it was meant. "Yes, I can fly," Fleur affirmed. "I may not possess the death-defying skills and fearless ability to outfly a dragon, but I'm pretty good." Harry ignored that comment. "Then why don't you try out for the Quidditch team?" Harry asked. He was more than a little excited about the prospect, the more that he thought about it. It would be nice to have his betrothed on the team, as it would allow them to spend a little more time together and learn more about one another. "Harry, that's a great idea," Hermione exclaimed. Fleur, however, did not seem to understand. "I wouldn't exactly suggest that Angelina and Alicia are Quidditch fanatics," Harry hastened to explain, "but they do enjoy the game. Trying out would be a way to get their respect pretty much instantly. I think it would be a good way to meet others, especially the two girls you'd be sharing a dorm with. And Katie's on the team too. She's a year younger, but she's really nice. You could get to know her too." "Well, I have played a little in the Beauxbatons Recreation League," Fleur began slowly. "That would be perfect," Harry assured her. "Unless you're a great flyer, you're unlikely to unseat any of the 3 starting chasers, but you could be an alternate, and maybe get into some of the games." Smiling, Fleur nodded her head. It seemed that the Gryffindor Quidditch team would have another member trying out this year. It turned out that Harry's advice was almost prophetic in nature. Angelina had praised Fleur's flying ability and her determination, and a bridge had been built between Fleur and the 3 chasers. And though perhaps she could not at this point consider the 3 girls close friends, she could at least consider them strong acquaintances. Time spent together would do the rest. It was a heady realization for a young woman who had largely been lonely throughout her school experience. Another Thing of note that weekend was the behavior of one Ron Weasley, which raised some eyebrows, not to mention provoking some smirks and muted laughter at times. Simply put, Ron had decided it was time to seriously woo his chosen love, and though he was earnest and sincere, his efforts were at times so blatantly obvious that a blind man could see them. The twins, who knew what he was about, given the fact that they had gifted him with the book, sat back to enjoy the show for the most part, poking fun at their brother whenever they got the chance. For his part, Harry stayed well clear of the tortoise mating ritual, knowing that Ron's short temper would be ignited if he suspected his closest friend was not only aware of his attempts but found them vastly amusing. As for the recipient of Ron's attempts at courtship, Hermione found herself more embarrassed than anything else. She was flattered that he felt that way about her, she truly was, but the more she thought about her conversation with Fleur, the more she understood that the French witch was absolutely correct in her assessment of the situation. She and Ron were not compatible, and she had no interest in dating him. The problem, of course, was how to tell Ron in a manner which would not only not hurt his feelings, but induce him to accept the situation with grace. She attempted to indicate to him gently that she did not return his feelings, but he either misread her attempts, or blatantly ignored them. After a few days of this, Hermione finally decided that the best way to handle the situation would be to wait for him to finally come to the point and let him down gently. Now all she had to do was to endure his attentions until he decided to do so. As for her other topic of conversation with Fleur, Hermione had firmly decided that to enter into a relationship with Harry when he was already involved with Fleur was not a decision she could make on the spur of the moment. There were so many things to consider. Her feelings, which were as strong as they had ever been, her parents' reactions, whether she could actually share her husband, to name a few. It would take much thought before she felt she could even begin to determine what she wanted to do. For the time being, she resolved to think about it, while intimating to Fleur that she was considering it, and would appreciate some time to do so. Fleur, who truly liked Hermione, was quick to assure her friend that she would not press her. Of course, Harry remained blissfully ignorant of the situation. While Harry had been happy to return to Hogwarts for his 5th year, the first day of classes, and indeed every succeeding Monday, was not exactly something to be anticipated. Not only did Monday start out with history, the most boring class in existence, in Harry's opinion, but it was followed up with a double potions class with Slytherin, and then defense after lunch with the newly appointed Umbridge. Potions was always fun with Snape at the helm, especially when Gryffindor was paired with Slytherin, but defense, which had always been a favorite of Harry's, now promised to be just as trying. Therefore, following the history class, a class in which Harry had actually managed to stay conscious, despite the inducement to catch up on his sleep, Harry and his friends made their way toward the dungeons, wondering what the Slytherin potions master had in store for them this year. "Harry, you need to relax," Hermione said from his side. "Potions isn't all that bad." "Speak for yourself, Hermione," Neville said somewhat morosely. "You aren't Snape's favorite chew toy." Turning to look at her friend, Hermione tried to cheer the young man. "You just need to follow the instructions, Neville. The problems you've had in the past are because you did something in the wrong order." Neville snorted. "That would be good advice, but Snape hovers around and I get flustered. I think he does it on purpose." "Don't be ridiculous, Neville," responded Hermione, somewhat primly it was to be admitted. "You know he does, Hermione," interjected Harry. "The plonker has a vendetta against me and Neville, you know he does." "Neville and me, Harry," said Hermione offhandedly, to which Harry grinned and winked at Neville. It had become something of a game in the past few weeks for Harry to deliberately say something which would cause Hermione to correct him, though to be honest she had been doing it since they had met. Hermione completely missed the exchange, however, as she appeared to be deep in thought. And although she appeared as though she wanted to refute his claim, years of experiencing the professor's treatment of Harry suggested otherwise, and Hermione was certainly smart enough to see it. The man was a professional, that could not be denied. He was acknowledged as a true master of the subject of potions, and Harry could never detect any deficiency in his knowledge. In addition, he was also a competent teacher, relating and instructing the students with a flair which could be infectious, if the man himself was not so personally distasteful. The major problem with him was the fact that although he was a professional, he did not act in a professional manner, allowing his dislike for any not of his own house, and a few in particular, to color his interpersonal relationships with his students. The man was a bit of a bully. I've had a few choice words from him myself, interjected Ron. Hermione sighed. He is a little strict. Hermione, I could stand strict, said Harry. It's the unfairness, the bullying and the outright intimidation I don't particularly like. The man is skilled, no doubt about it, but he's still a child in the way he acts. I'll bet you he wouldn't act that way if my parents were alive. You're right, Harry, Hermione said. But you'd better stop talking. We're here now. Well, the Snape-free summer was nice while it lasted. They entered the classroom to discover the potions master still blessedly absent. In fact, only a few of the Slytherins had arrived. Taking a seat near the middle of the classroom, Harry suppressed a smile when Hermione sat down next to him, prompting a glare from Ron, and then pulled his textbook from his backpack and arranged his things on his desk in preparation for class. He knew from experience, after all, that being ready for the beginning of the day's lecture would earn him a small measure of grudging respect from Snape. At the very least it gave the man one less thing to complain about. For the few minutes before the other students began to file in, the four friends spoke in low voices, about potions and school, but defense in particular. Harry had already made certain to pass Jean Sebastian's warning about Umbridge on the express, but the specifics of what the woman would be attempting were still unknown. They had made an agreement, therefore, to support one another and ensure she was given no reason to make an example of them, regardless of how difficult she made it for them in class. A few moments before the beginning of class, Malfoy and his friends walked into the room and took their seats at the very back of the class. In the 2 days since the confrontation on the train, Harry had seen the Malfoy scion several times, but every time the blonde twit had declined to bait his favorite target, making Harry hope that he had finally been able to get through to the Ponce. Unfortunately, the moment Draco entered the room, Harry's hope was dashed. "Hey Scarhead, congratulations on your engagement." Harry ignored him, as long as he said nothing against Fleur, the little bigot could spout whatever he liked. Good thing he landed a betrothal, Parkinson sneered. No one would have him otherwise. Harry just laughed at Pansy's stupidity. If anything, the unwanted fame of being the boy who lived made it easy for him to find a girlfriend, if all he wanted was a shallow relationship with a girl who wanted nothing more than his fame. It seems like even the bollocking I gave you on the express hasn't managed to knock some sense into your empty head, bad faith. And as for you, Parkinson, he continued, fixing the girl with a glare, even a betrothal contract wouldn't be enough to get you attached. Your family would have to pay someone to take you off their hands, and even then they would have to throw a bag over your pug face. Parkinson colored and looked to be gathering a retort, when Draco threw himself back into the fray. I hear you're claiming that the Dark Lord is back. Has he come after you yet? I bet you're crying in your bed at night wondering when he will finally show up teach you a lesson. And I've heard that he hasn't been able to go anywhere, countered Harry with an evil smirk. The scuttlebutt is that your lips have been magically attached to his ass all summer. Furious, Malfoy grabbed his wand and directed a hex at Harry. But Harry, who had been expecting this from the Slytherin, blocked it easily and hit him in the chest with a stinging hex of his own, causing the blonde to yelp in pain. The Gryffindors laughed at the Ponce's girly squeak, while the rest of the Slytherins looked on, for the most part impassively. Of course, Snape chose that exact moment to enter the classroom. Potter, he yelled. That will be 5 points in detention for hexing a classmate. Don't look now, Harry whispered to Hermione, but his lugubriousness has arrived. Hermione let out a soft giggle at Harry's quip, an action which was covered nicely by Ron's protestations. What about Malfoy? Ron demanded. He started it and threw the first curse. Snape turned his dark glare on the redhead. Perhaps you'd like to join your friend in detention for lying, Weasley. He wasn't lying, sir, Neville said in a rare show of backbone in front of his nemesis. Snape regarded Neville as though he was an insect. I only saw Potter's actions. Any further discussion on this subject will result in more points and detentions. Harry said nothing, content with sitting back in his chair and glaring at a now smirking Malfoy. He reviewed the confrontation, noting the attempt to get a rise out of him by the Slytherins. He did not know if it had been planned from the start, though he doubted that Snape would conspire with a group of students to hand out a detention to another, not when he was so gifted at managing it all himself. But if Harry had to guess, he thought that Snape had probably been waiting outside the classroom door, waiting for an opportunity, knowing the mutual hatred which existed between the two boys. He would have to think about it further, and figure out a way to turn the tables on the Slytherins. The rest of Potions class went much the same as it usually did. Harry, by virtue of being Hermione's lab partner, not to mention his newfound dedication to his studies, was able to brew the potion assigned. He was even able to induce Snape to pronounce the potion acceptable, though he was certain the professor would almost rather have gouged out his own eyes than praise the son of his enemy. Hermione's potion was, as usual, impeccable. Even Ron and Neville were able to gain acceptable grades for the day's work, though their potions were not exactly the right shade Snape had expected. As they left the potions laboratory, Harry made it a point to ignore the Slytherins who were still heckling him as he walked from the classroom, he mind still working over the problem of Snape and his unprofessional attitude. "Harry," Hermione said gently, "you really should know better than to respond to Malfoy. Can't you just ignore him like you're doing now? Do you suppose he waited outside the classroom to try to catch me doing something? Doesn't he always?" was Ron's pessimistic statement. Expecting Hermione to scoff at his suggestion, Harry was surprised when she thought about it before responding. "He does seem to have near-perfect timing, doesn't he? That and he's a bigoted, unprofessional, childish git, who can't see past the fact that I'm James Potter's son," groused Harry. "You seem to take the fact that he assigned you a detention rather calmly." "He's done it before and he'll do it again," was Harry's shrugged response. "The more I protest, the worse it gets, so why bother?" "But it's not right. Tell it to Snape," said Harry, and with a grin he put his arm around her shoulders, ignoring Ron's dark look at his actions. "Look, Hermione, you're right about allowing Malfoy to provoke me into a response. We promised Jean Sebastian that we wouldn't let Umbridge trick us into doing something she could use against us, and I go and let Draco do the same. I'll have to apply that same principle to Malfoy and Snape." The look Hermione gave him was proud and a little mischievous. "That's a rather mature attitude, Harry. I didn't think you had it in you." Harry waggled his eyebrows, provoking a laugh from his friend. "Maybe it is. I guess we all have to grow up at some time." "All right you two, what's so funny?" Ron demanded, hurrying up to them. It was all Harry could do not to roll his eyes. Even after informing Ron that he had no designs on Hermione, the redhead still regarded them with suspicion when they so much as glanced at one another. He should know better, as they had behaved in this manner practically since the first day they had become friends. Really, Harry wished Ron would just settle down. He would have a much better chance with Hermione if he was not so tense and jealous of her interactions. "We were just talking about how to deal with Snape and Malfoy," said Hermione, while disengaging herself from Harry's arm. The apologetic sidelong glance at Harry nearly prompted his laughter in response. He did manage to control himself, but it was a near thing. Ron turned and looked at Harry. "What, you're going to banish them through a wall? Or maybe hex their bits off?" "Nah, I'll just ignore them. That's what Jean Sebastian told us to do with Umbridge, why shouldn't it work for the Bat and the Ferret?" Though Ron looked a little dubious, simply ignoring Malfoy had never actually been on the table before. He said nothing though, and the foursome entered the Great Hall for lunch. They found Fleur sitting with the twins and the Chasers halfway down the Gryffindor table and sat beside them, Harry sitting next to Fleur with Hermione on his other side. The talk turned to the morning's classes. The 7th years had begun the year with charms, and though the twins pressed them, knowing they had had potions that morning, Harry brushed them off, saying it had been just another potions class. It was a sad fact that Harry spoke nothing but the truth. Unfortunately, Snape's behavior that morning had not been anything out of the ordinary. That afternoon, their Monday continued with the dreaded ministry-appointed Umbridge. Though the class had not yet started, a sense of foreboding had settled over the joint Hufflepuff-Gryffindor class. It was perhaps ridiculous, Hermione thought to herself, considering the fact that none of them knew the woman personally, and most of the class had little clue of what to expect from her. Even her words on the night of the feast had contained very little real information as to how she would run the class that year, and had said nothing of her teaching methods. Of course, the textbook they had been assigned was not the best. It was vague and contained relatively little information, especially considering this was an OWL year. But again, that in and of itself did not account for the nervousness Hermione felt from her classmates. Regardless, the nervousness was present, perhaps to a greater degree than it had been even during first year. Firsties are nervous about everything, and fourth year, when an unpredictable, yet decorated Auror had been contracted to instruct at the school. The fact that Voldemort's return had been publicized, though completely denied by the current minister, added to the atmosphere, but Hermione had to attribute the uncertainty to the fact that Umbridge was known as a vehement supporter of the minister, and a cruel detractor of anything not pureblood. As the bell sounded, the door to the woman's office opened, and she stepped through, directing a sweet smile, which was patently false, at the assembled students. Hermione snorted inwardly. The woman herself certainly projected no overt threat. How could she? Unless one's greatest fear was short, pudgy women, dressed tastelessly from head to toe in pink, she could hardly intimidate. In fact, she reminded Hermione more of a pink Care Bear than a defense professor. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts class, she simpered once she had reached the desk at the front of the room. I thank you all for coming to class on time. I trust you are all ready to learn as you never have before. In private, Hermione had to suppress the urge to gape at the woman as though she was stupid. It was an OWL year, after all. Why would they show up if not to learn? To her side, she thought she sensed Harry suppressing a snicker, but when she glanced at him his face was placid and controlled. A thrill of affection raced through her, and she considered the events of the summer and how he had grown and matured since fourth year. The old Harry would likely already have started becoming impatient with the woman in her prattle. Umbridge scanned the room, her eyes coming to a stop on Harry for the briefest of moments before moving on, and though her expression did not change, Hermione could almost sense the malevolence hidden below the surface. It was completely beyond her how something so pink and fluffy could be considered malevolent, and it was that thought which had her suppressing another laugh. She hoped that Harry would be able to continue to control his temper as this woman would almost certainly test it. Well now, class, I understand your education to be somewhat fractured in this class, is that not so? We at the Ministry are well aware of the fact that not one professor has lasted for more than 1 year for some time now. When the class grumbled their assent, the woman smiled and continued. This year shall be different. The best minds at the Ministry have toiled over the summer months to determine a curriculum which will not only provide you with the best education, but will do so in a safe, Ministry-sanctioned environment. As such, I will share with you the goals for this course for the coming year. At a wave of her wand, a short list appeared on the blackboard. 1. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can legally be used. 3. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. Though Hermione wondered exactly what the woman was up to, she dutifully copied the points down on her parchment, along with the other members of the class. Now, I presume everyone has a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard, said Umbridge once the scratching of quills had ceased. A murmured assent met her query, to which she frowned. Perhaps your previous professors ran their classes in a lackadaisical manner, but when I went to school, we raised our hands when we wished to speak in class, and when the professor asks a question we respond, yes, Professor Umbridge, or, no, Professor Umbridge. Now, shall we try that again? Yes, Professor Umbridge, the class intoned, and though Hermione could definitely detect a certain mocking quality from several quarters, it seemed to satisfy the professor. Much better. Now, if you will all open to Chapter 1, let us jump right into the material. The material was dry. In fact, it was worse than dry. Even Hermione, who had never had trouble staying awake in history of magic, though perhaps she was the only one, found the text to be almost hypnotizing. The author, though perhaps possessing a certain competent knowledge of defensive magic, had obviously never actually cast such a spell in his life, as the text was littered with theory, conjecture, and anecdotal accounts of possible uses of defensive spells. In short, as Hermione had expected, the material was useless. Umbridge ran the class much as Hermione remembered from her second grade in the local primary school. Anyone who wished to speak was required to raise their hand, and Umbridge demanded that she be referred to as Professor Umbridge. The level of formality was not so much the issue, as that was how she generally referred to all of her professors. It was more that Umbridge seemed to be trying to stamp her authority on the class, and not only because she was teaching it. Underneath it all, Umbridge seemed to be watching the class with an almost ferocious glee. She clearly expected someone to say something about the text, and the way she gazed at Harry suggested that she expected it to be him. Harry, however, merely read along with the rest of the class and contributed his not inconsiderable knowledge to the conversation at the appropriate times, though he never offered an answer without prompting. The times he did speak, it was due to Umbridge calling on him, hoping, Hermione suspected, to obtain a rise out of him. Hermione, knowing that she was not the target that Harry was, decided it was up to her to poke at the woman a little in an attempt to discover exactly what she was up to. At a short pause in the discussion, Hermione raised her hand, speaking once Umbridge had acknowledged her with a sickly sweet smile. "I'm just wondering," said Hermione in as diffident a manner as she could manage. "This theory is interesting, but in previous years we would already have begun practicing the material by now. When will we get to that?" Umbridge's smile was patronizing and her answer even more so. "My dear child, surely the subject is interesting enough that you are not already dissatisfied." "No, Professor. I am merely inquiring as to when we will be allowed to use what we are studying." Umbridge let out an exasperated sigh. "Are you a ministry-accredited instructor, Miss Granger?" Hermione answered. "And no, I am not. I'm just wondering, that's all." Though Umbridge looked suspicious, she merely answered the question with the same condescension as she had showed earlier. "Well then, the answer is very simple, Miss Granger. We will not actually be casting spells in this class, as it is unnecessary." The faces around the room darkened at the implication. "But Professor, isn't practical application in defense the most important aspect?" queried Susan Bones. Hermione did not truly know Susan, as a Hufflepuff she tended to keep to herself and fly under the radar, as many Hufflepuffs did. However, what she knew of the girl suggested that she was intelligent and hardworking, and perhaps most importantly, protected. Her aunt was the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, after all, and Hermione doubted Umbridge would incur the wrath of the DMLE head unless Susan truly did something to merit punishment. "You could injure yourself using these spells, Miss Bones. Wouldn't we be more injured if a dark curse actually hit us because we have not practiced the proper counter?" demanded Ron. Umbridge turned her sickly smile on Ron. "Now where could you possibly come into contact with a dark curse, Mr. Weasley? Do you not think our institution is safe?" Harry and Hermione shared an amused look. Given what had happened every year of their education at Hogwarts, a very strong case could be made that it was most certainly not safe. However, pointing that out to Umbridge would likely prompt her anger in return, so the friends kept silent. "Oh, the school is safe," replied Ron, though perhaps only a few of his closest friends caught the irony in his voice. "But what happens if I am attacked in Diagon Alley? Then you should call in the Aurors, Mr. Weasley. Is that not what they're there for?" "To apprehend criminals, perhaps," said Susan Bones, a hint of steel in her voice, "but the Aurors cannot be everywhere at once. If you wait for Aurors to arrive on the scene, you may be dead already." "What an imagination you have, Miss Bones. I assure you that Diagon Alley, and any other wizarding area, is completely safe. There is no need to fear." "Pardon me, Professor, but that is not what my aunt says. She has told me on multiple occasions that she has far too few Aurors to properly protect the populace, and that it is every citizen's right and responsibility to protect themselves. We all carry a deadly weapon on us at all times, after all." A flash of annoyance spread over Umbridge's face, but she masked it in an instant. Clearly, the woman was upset that the niece of the DMLE head had torn her arguments apart so effortlessly. "A deadly weapon? What fanciful nonsense are you speaking? A wand?" Harry's voice rang out through the room. "Pardon me, Mr. Potter." Harry gazed at the woman with the placid look he had adopted since she had entered the room plastered across his face. "The weapon Susan referred to, Professor, is a wand. Each of us carries with us a tool which is capable of bludgeoning, stinging, cutting, causing a person to itch, regurgitate slugs, and a whole host of other unpleasant things. And given what the fake Professor Moody demonstrated last year, it can also be used to torture, kill, and force someone to do what you want them to do. And are you planning on committing such nefarious deeds, Mr. Potter?" Hermione almost chuckled at the stupidity of the question, and wondered if Umbridge truly expected Harry to respond incorrectly. Did she truly consider him an imbecile? The woman was about as subtle as a high-speed bludger. Of course not, Professor, replied Harry. I'm merely pointing out some of the things which are theoretically possible with a tool which we all carry on our persons at all times. Umbridge shook her head, her visage sorrowful. And that is what I am speaking of. Obviously your experiences last year with your defense professor have skewed your views. You should not consider your wand to be a weapon, only hooligans and misfits would think in such a manner. Rather, you should think of it as a tool which can be used to perform amazing feats of magic. Oh, I do, Professor, said Harry with an entirely feigned measure of earnestness. It was all Hermione could do not to laugh at the way Harry was baiting her without appear to be baiting her. It was again clear from the almost constipated expression of disappointment she sported, that Harry's brief and concise answer irritated Umbridge. She was sent to the school to attempt to marginalize Harry, and likely Dumbledore, that much was certain. But she was obviously having difficulty determining exactly how to go about accomplishing this mission, given the fact that Harry was not behaving as she had expected him to. Hermione was proud of Harry all over again. Hermione did not know what the Toad had planned, but Harry certainly was not making it easy for her. But Professor, Parvati Patil chimed in with a perky and seemingly innocent enthusiasm, you just said there was no danger in the magical world. Shouldn't that suggest that there are no hooligans and misfits? The entire class had to stifle their laughter at such blatant challenge of the professor had told them. Though Umbridge's eyes narrowed for a moment, her sickly sweet smile never left her face. Please put your hand up if you wish to speak, Miss Patil. I will not have this class degenerate into a group of rowdies all clamoring for attention. In answer to your question, I did say that the wizarding world is safe, but I also said that if you stumble into a dangerous situation, you should allow the Aurors to handle it. They are the professionals, after all. Hermione could almost hear the rolling of eyes at Umbridge's statement. The woman must truly consider them to be nothing more than 8-year-old children, if she expected them to be taken in by her blatant obfuscation. But Professor, Dean Thomas chimed in, it's our owl year. How are we supposed to pass our practical exams if we don't practice the spells? Raise your hand, Mr. Thomas. Umbridge squealed. Dean raised his hand and waved it around in an exaggerated manner, repeating his question once Umbridge had motioned for him to do so. There will be enough theoretical knowledge in the course of the year, that when it comes time for you to take the practical portion of your exam, you should have no problems. So we'll need to cast the spells in an examination situation, without ever having performed them before. Demanded Justin Finch Fletchley, who had until that moment remained silent. Is that a problem? Casting a spell without practice? Said Ron. It sure is. Murmurs of agreement echoed from all sides of the room. It usually takes some practice time before I can properly cast a spell, and I'm not the only one, Ron continued. Not all of us can be Harry Potter, after all. A gleam entered Umbridge's eye as she turned her attention on Harry. Knowing Harry as she did, Hermione guessed that Harry would like to smack Ron upside the head for unnecessarily drawing attention to him. We can't all be Mr. Potter, is it? I must admit that I was unaware of the presence of a prodigy in our midst. Harry shook his head. I'm not a prodigy, Professor. I'm just a student trying to study my hardest, get the best grades I can, and have a little fun at school. Don't let him fool you, Dean spoke up. Harry's better at defense than all the rest of us put together. Don't give him a bigger head than he already has, Seamus said in a stage whisper, accompanied by a glare at Harry. He had not been overt, but since they had returned for classes, Seamus had seemed a little colder to Harry than he had been in the past. Hands, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Finnegan, Umbridge said absently, while still gazing at Harry. Is this so, Mr. Potter? Harry's answering gaze was calm and implacable. I don't know about that, Professor Umbridge, I don't really want to get into bragging about myself, you understand. Defense is my best subject, and I usually pick up the spells quite quickly, but I'm sure there are others who do as well. And did you pick up last year's lessons as well as you normally do? Harry paused and looked up, while cupping his hand in his chin, in apparent thought. Well, of course we didn't try to cast the unforgivables. I guess that's a line that not even Barty Crouch Jr. would dare to cross. But whatever you say about the man, he was an effective teacher. I suppose it was because of the fact that he was so familiar with the dark arts himself, being a previous follower of the Dark Lord and all. All of Umbridge's affected sweetness was by now completely missing from her manner. The way her eyes were fixed on Harry, Hermione suspected that if she could pierce him through with just her gaze, Harry would be bleeding on the floor even now. However, even she could not take exception to what he said. "A Dark Lord you claim has returned, if I recall correctly, Mr. Potter." Hermione held her breath. Umbridge was now not only openly tempting Harry to respond, she was obviously attempting to get him to lose his temper by insinuating that he was either lying or delusional about Voldemort's return. With the minister's insistence that the Dark Lord could not have returned, it was clear to see what she hoped to accomplish. "I've told my story, Professor Umbridge, and I see no reason to continue to discuss it. Obviously, given your faith in Minister Fudge and Madam Bones, they are handling the situation. As a mere student, I don't see that it's my place to become involved any further. There is no situation to be handled, Mr. Potter, as the Dark Lord has not returned." "Then I have nothing to worry about," replied Harry with a shrug. She continued to stare at Harry with a hint of consternation entering into her eyes. It was but a moment, however, before she once again resumed her veneer of sweetness. "If you are as good as the rest of the class seems to think, then you should have no problem with the Defense Owl exam." "I don't rightly know, Professor," responded Harry with a genial smile. "We've only just begun the year, and this is just the first class." Harry's smile became brighter and Hermione thought she could detect a hint of deviousness in his eyes. "If you would like me to provide an assessment of your class once the year is complete, I'd be happy to do so, but I don't think I could do so now with so little practical experience." Umbridge's eyes widened in surprise. Obviously she had not expected an answer from him, and the concept of a student rating a teacher was not something which had made its way into the magical world. However, Umbridge merely looked away and returned to her desk, her disappointment palpable. "If the interruptions are finished, I believe we should return to the lesson. I trust you all still have your books open." The rest of the class passed in the same manner the first part had, with sections of the book read to the class while the professor expounded on certain points. Her observations were insipid, and downright stupid on some cases, while in others, she merely restated exactly what the book said, with the words merely rearranged to give her the appearance of expanding upon the subject. In other words, the woman had proved beyond a doubt her lack of any detailed knowledge, and just exactly how little use her class would be in preparing them for their OWL exams. With a useless text and a useless professor, this class would perhaps be even worse than Lockhart's class. What Hermione could not decide was what to do about it. Could they have Professor Moody come and tutor them to get some practical application? But that would almost certainly draw the attention, and the ire, of the esteemed Toad woman, who would almost certainly object, not to mention giving her some ammunition to proceed with whatever plans still percolated in her ugly head. It was a dilemma to be certain, and one which would require some thought. At length, the class was dismissed. The four friends filed from the room and out in the hallway, pausing for a brief moment to let the Hufflepuffs and the rest of the Gryffindors to clear the area. "Can you believe that woman?" Neville began in an undertone. "I'm more concerned about Harry," said Hermione. "I'm proud of you, Harry, you ignored her insults and kept your temper." Harry shrugged and then grinned at her. "I won't say I wasn't tempted. But she's so full of it that I figured it was a waste of my time to play her game." "Good on you, mate," said Ron, stepping forward and putting his arm around Hermione's shoulders. Hermione was just able to keep herself from rolling her eyes at him before she disengaged his arm from her shoulders with a gentle twist. Speaking of blatant, Ron had been getting more and more obvious since they had arrived at school. It was not difficult to keep him at bay, but it was a little annoying. "It's no big deal," said Harry. "I appreciate your support, but in the end, it's just like Jean Sebastian said. She's just not worth the effort. I'll tell you this, though," he continued with more than a little steel in his voice. "If all she does is try to get me to respond, I can handle her. But I won't take, or allow my friends to take any abuse from her or anyone else, just like I told Malfoy." The boys murmured their agreement to his sentiments, and they set off for Gryffindor Tower. Hermione was of two minds about Harry's declaration. On the one hand, she knew that they all need to stand up for one another and push back against the bullies. However, Umbridge truly was not worth it and Harry would only get himself into hot water with her if he pushed back. But then again, he would not be Harry if he just lay down and took whatever Umbridge dished out. He was far too noble for that. It was later that evening when the friends were gathered in the Gryffindor common room. Fleur was sitting beside Harry, with Hermione on her other side, while Ron tried to get as close as possible to Hermione in a nearby armchair. Neville and the twins sat on the other side of a table from them, and the chasers were all close by. Nominally the group was glancing over their respective school work and textbooks for the next day. In reality, however, there was very little studying actually occurring. The group was more engrossed in discussing the day's events than anything else. When the older students heard what had happened in defense, there was some groaning about having to put up with that woman for a whole year. However, there was an equal number of smirks for the way that Harry had dealt with her. Fleur's true interest, however, appeared to be captured when the account of the morning's potions class was shared. Harry, though in truth he still despised Snape as much as the sentiment was returned by the greasy bat, treated the episode as though it were nothing more than a joke. And to him it was. He had been dealing with it since he started at Hogwarts. Fleur, however, did not see it in quite that manner. Is this the way the potions professor normally behaves? Her voice was flinty and her expression hard. Don't worry, Fleur, I've learned to deal with Snape. Throwing her hands up in the air with some exasperation, Fleur glared at him. That's not the point, Harry. A professor has an obligation to the students he teaches. He must be fair, teach his subject in a manner which can be understood, help those who require additional help, and ultimately, to guide his students through their studies so that they succeed. It sounds to me like Snape is a pretty poor teacher. Hermione sighed. Actually, Snape is a good teacher. He understands potions, and is very good at explaining how different ingredients work together to create the proper effect. That is, when he takes the time to do so. Yeah. But too bad he's such a failure as a human being, said Harry with a snort. Are you the only one he picks on? Harry shared a glance with Neville. He favors his own house without a doubt. It's always seemed to me that he singles Neville and me out more often than not. Do you know why? As for me, it's probably because I'm pants at potions, said Neville with a certain note of dejection in his voice. Have you ever attempted to make a potion without that bully standing over you? An embarrassed Neville just shrugged his shoulders in response. And you, Harry? Leaning back on the sofa, Harry thought about it for several moments. Fleur did have a point about Neville's performance, and he knew that though he himself would never be a master at potion making, his new confidence induced by a loving family had given him a sense of determination to do better, something which would likely affect his potion making skills. Even more than the aspect of his potion making, Harry found that he truly liked this side of Fleur which he had never seen before. Not only did she exude a righteous anger, and a sense of determination for a cause, but he also found it made her already stunning beauty somehow more enticing. In my case it has to do more with my parents than with me, I think, Harry responded at length. Sirius told me that my dad and Snape were rivals at school, and that their rivalry sometimes got out of hand. As for my mum, apparently she and Snape were close friends before coming to Hogwarts. But they drifted apart over the years and Snape blamed my father for their estrangement. So, a professor, at what is widely considered to be the premier magical school in Europe, if not the world, essentially picks on 3/4 of the student population and singles out certain students for special treatment. This is bullying, Harry. Normally a student would only have to worry about bullying from other students, not from their teachers. Harry nodded his head with the others. What Fleur had said was only the truth. Have you appealed the detention and points? Harry merely looked blankly at her, while Hermione started and peered at her with some surprise. Appealed? Queried Hermione. You can do that. Fleur rolled her eyes. Of course you can. Surely you have such a process in the Muggle school system as well. Well, yes, but, Hermione trailed off. Knowing what Hermione was thinking, Harry understood her reluctance to speak. It was known, even by many purebloods, who had never had any interaction whatsoever with the Muggle world, that socially the magical world was many decades behind their Muggle counterparts. However, it was one thing to understand it, and quite another to have it pointed out to you. Luckily, either Fleur did not understand Hermione's reticence, or she chose the simple expedient of ignoring it. Hermione, I would be very surprised if there was not an appeals process at Hogwarts. There is certainly one at Beauxbatons. Though the house system and house points do not exist there, I still have seen it used to protest detentions, or even essay results. There must be something similar at Hogwarts. I've never heard of one, Angelina chimed in. Many of the other students who had been listening to the conversation murmured in agreement. It was a general consensus that had such a process been known, it would have been used long before to protest Snape's treatment of Gryffindors in general. Thoughtful Harry wondered if such a process did exist, and if so, if it could be used to get the greasy bat off of his back. It was certainly worth a try. All right, he finally said, responding to Fleur's unspoken question. I'll go to Dumbledore tomorrow and talk to him about what happened in potions today. A bright smile met his declaration. Good choice, Harry. I will go with you. If Dumbledore refuses to do anything, we can always involve my father. Harry frowned. I'm not sure we need to call your father, Fleur. Like I said, I've handled Snape for the past 4 years, I'm sure I can continue to do so. But you don't need to, nor should you have to, said Fleur with an affectionate pat on his hand. Snape undermines the entire educational process when he behaves like a bully, and a generation of Hogwarts students has not had the potions experience they should have had due to his actions. That needs to be corrected. And besides, you now have my family to help look out for you. You don't need to do it all yourself. This was at the crux of the issue, Harry mused. He had always been required to be self-sufficient and make certain he looked out for himself. The Dursleys certainly could never be bothered to have his best interests at heart. Even after he had arrived at Hogwarts and made friends who would look out for him, it had not been the same as having a parent to watch over him. Rather than feel smothered like he would have expected, Harry found that he liked the sensation. It felt good to know he was no longer alone. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.